World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 999 to Chapter 1024. Li Zhu. The two kings were enraged. There were too many accidents today, which made the two kings extremely angry. First, the king's battlefield was blown up and true gods were injured or killed. Then, Moon Spirit caused trouble for them without saying a word. The trouble wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu had people rebel. And it wasn't just one side. How did Li Zhu do it? It was still possible to plant spies in a faction. But Li Zhu had made many arrangements and planted spies. This was surprising. And why did Li Zhu do this? It wasn't good for him. At this moment, his people were being surrounded and killed. Some people had already died, but Li Zhu didn't seem to care. Rumble, heaven and earth overturned. The entire sky began to crack, and a torrential rain of blood poured down. Li Zhu looked on coldly and didn't say anything. On the other side, Zhang Tao didn't care about them. At this moment, he was covering the retreat for the humans. As for the one who rebelled, he was quickly killed by his furious comrades. A top traitor had appeared on the human side. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Because humans were weak, they had always been trying to survive. Unexpectedly, there was still an accident today. As for the Thunder King and the Xiao family's patriarch, no one knew what agreement they had made with Li Zhu. But just as the War Kings were furious, Heavenly King Zhen appeared in the distance and sighed, "Never mind, ignore him. Old Xiao, there's no need to involve a third party in our feud." The Xiao family's patriarch glanced at him and didn't say anything. The next moment, he suddenly exploded and sent the true king flying with one strike. He snorted coldly, "Everyone, don't worry. I only have a feud with Li Xianxia. It has nothing to do with you." Then, he didn't care about the looks of the people around him and continued to fight. His combat strength was extremely strong and he was also a near emperor-level expert. But everyone still didn't understand. Why would he have a feud with Heavenly King Zhen? One had to know that Heavenly King Zhen had fought one against two Heavenly Kings. Even if both sides didn't use their full strength, Heavenly King Zhen's combat strength was still terrifying. In this situation, if there really was a deep feud, wouldn't Heavenly King Zhen have already killed him? Everyone didn't understand, but since Heavenly King Zhen had said so, the Xiao family's patriarch indeed didn't attack anyone else. Even if everyone was still on guard, they didn't mention it. Enough people had died today. On the human side, 12 impasse realm experts had already fallen at this moment. Over at the catacombs, of the 8 people who had rebelled earlier, 2 had left. Of the remaining 6 people, 1 had died in battle. In just one battle, they had lost 13 experts. At this time, if the Xiao clan's old ancestor, a near-emperor stage powerhouse, rebelled, the humans would not be able to bear it. Although the War King was a little annoyed, he couldn't care less at this moment. He shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! As long as we don't die, we will take revenge sooner or later. Retreat!" The experts of the 6 holy lands roared. Most of the leaders were dead. At this moment, they also respected King Wu as the human king and naturally listened to his arrangements. Everyone fought endlessly, killing their way into the spatial passage. The situation became even more chaotic. Today was a chaotic battle. Everyone was killing each other. No one knew why they were killing each other. Seeing that the rest of the humans were about to retreat, Ming Wang roared again, "Are you really going to let them go?" At this moment, there were still people who had yet to make a move. Apart from some rebellions, the overseas Immortal Islands and the 2 Kings People's foundations had not been shaken. As for beyond Avalon, the few heavenly emperors who had cooperated with the humans had not made a move yet. They were all going to make a move. With so many venerable emperors, the humans would not be able to escape this disaster. At this moment, Zhang Tao trapped the 3 venerable emperors of the territories and shouted, "Humans only want to survive. Everyone, if you make a move, the humans will be destroyed. But everyone, think carefully. Even if you die, you won't be able to get away with it." Although Zhang Tao was severely injured, he was still domineering in this moment. He shouted, "The catacombs have killed enough today. Whoever dares to make a move, the humans will self-destruct and kill the enemies. Whoever makes a move first will be killed." There were powerhouses from the overseas Immortal Islands and beyond Avalon. Who would dare to make the first move? Ming Wang shouted again, if we don't kill them, they will be punished one by one sooner or later. Everyone, do you really not understand? At this point, if they did not kill the human powerhouses, would these people not take revenge? These people might lose the land of rebirth this time and hide in the dark, waiting for revenge. If that happened, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At the same time, Moon Spirit seemed to have sobered up. She shouted, Fang Ping, you are not allowed to leave. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. It was over. This crazy woman still remembered this. Despite his worries, Fang Ping said quickly, let's retreat first. The Venerable Emperor can find me after the battle. The Venerable Emperor promised 10 people. Now we are still short of 3. It won't be too late to tell the Venerable Emperor after killing 3 more. Moon Spirit snorted coldly and said no more. The monk could run, but the temple could not. Moreover, she did not plan to let Fang Ping escape. She would just follow him. Since she had promised to kill 10 people, she would kill a few more later. When she had collected 10 heads, she would find Fang Ping. Everyone retreated as they fought. The space passageway was very turbulent. On the other side of the passageway was Capital City's Imperial Sea Mountain. Going through Capital City's catacombs and then going to Forbidden Ocean was also a plan that had been set before. Killing, there were constant killings, and more people died. There were powerhouses from all sides, humans, catacombs, overseas immortal islands, people from the Second King. At this moment, all sides were in chaos. At the same time, in Zhang Tao's arms, the bead where the Gate of All Beings was located was shining. At this moment, it also attracted many people's attention. The Gate of All Beings seemed to be reacting as more and more people died. On the divine sect's side, the few apologists were also a little surprised. Was it going to absorb the Tao? Zhang Tao seemed to be surprised too. He did not say anything but looked in the direction of Forbidden Ocean. No one said anything. The venerable emperors from overseas immortal islands still did not attack. However, no one left at this time. They were all waiting and following. The catacombs and humans were in a killing frenzy. Both sides had lost the most people. So did Mount Wangu and the Divine Sect. These 4 forces were all extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone could not wait to see more of them die. It was a pity that the Second King and Li Zhu did not fight again. This made everyone feel a little regretful. These 2 forces were also very powerful. If they fought, there would be heavy casualties. That would be better. The battlefield was moving. Under the protection of Warlord, Fang Ping also kept unleashing his power. He carried the divine weapon and killed into the true King's Tao. Even if he could not kill the other party, he could still buy time and rescue some human powerhouses. However, in this way, the consumption of wealth was also huge. Very soon, Fang Ping's wealth was almost depleted. At this time, both sides had also fought from one side of the passageway to the other side. Mount Imperial Sea was already in front of them. At the back, Zhang Tao was still entangled with a few venerable emperors. Unquestionable Jian led a group of life kings and followed while fighting. It was quite easy, but he did not intend to help anymore. He just followed. He also wanted to see what else Zhang Tao and the others could do. At this stage of the battle, it was not as if they wanted to retreat. The catacombs powerhouses who were in a killing frenzy were also not afraid of death at this time. Their combat power was 2-1. The humans were getting weaker as they fought. Unless they all disappeared into thin air, otherwise, even if they retreated, there was no place that was safe. Rumble, Mount Imperial Sea was here. At this moment, the battle between the powerhouses made Mount Imperial Sea shake. From Mount Imperial Sea to the Forbidden Sea was more than 2,000 li usually. 2,000 li was not far for the peak. But now, it was out of reach. More and more humans were seriously injured. Even if Zhang Tao blocked some powerhouses, it did not help. At this moment, in the distance, someone laughed and said, "I'm here." Wu Chuan took the lead. He was covered in blood and his aura was weak, but he laughed and said, "Wu Chuan is here. Today, I killed 2 true gods. How delightful." Behind him, Kong Lingyuan, who was also seriously injured, was somewhat speechless. "Did you kill them?" The first one was killed by Wang Jintao and the others. The second one was killed by everyone, especially Kong Lingyuan, who risked his life to trap the other party. Only then did he put in all his effort to kill the other party. Wu Chuan had the cheek to say that. Wu Chuan did not care about him. He rushed over quickly and attacked a true king without saying a word. In the end, he shouted loudly. Once they exchanged blows, he was sent flying and vomited blood in less than 2 moves. Wu Chuan did not care and went forward to fight again. Behind him, Zhang Tao and the 3 venerable emperors of the boundary were also fighting. Golden blood dripped all over the void. These powerhouses were killing until their eyes were blood red. At this moment, another 3 figures rushed over quickly. Fang Ping! Wang Jinyang shouted. Fang Ping's expression changed when he saw the situation. Why did these guys come? There were a lot of people who wanted to kill them now. They all thought that these guys were reincarnations of extreme path heavenly emperors. They had finally killed 2 true gods. They should be hiding. Were they not here to cause trouble? Fang Ping was puzzled, but Yao Qingjuan's voice quickly rang in his ears. Let's join forces and merge our auras. It's similar to a combined combat technique. If the 4 of us join forces, we can fight a true god. Fang Ping's gaze moved slightly. Could it be done? He had never tried it before. Fang Ping, hurry up. The 3 of us will integrate our strength into the divine weapon. You'll be in charge of replenishing and repairing your golden body. Your golden body is stronger than Iron Head. You can do it. Fang Ping was the most powerful healer, moreover, his golden body and mentality were much stronger than Iron Head's. With Fang Ping as the leader, even without the lingering will to fight, the strength of the 4 would not be too weak. Fang Ping's strength was close to the impasse realm. Integrating the 3's strength should make him stronger. In addition to the divine weapon, he would be even stronger. Under such circumstances, the consumption was huge. However, Fang Ping could replenish it. This also made up for his shortcomings. Fang Ping took a quick look at his own data. He did not know how long he could maintain the 3's aura transformation, wealth, 500 million points vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories, mentality, 10,455 Hz, 104,555 Hz, separable consciousness entity, destructive power, 85 yuan. 85 yuan, origin, stage 1, increase 9% plus 30%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute. Plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, including the 4 of them, he only needed to switch his and the other 2's auras. His own conversion was fixed. Adding 2 people, it would only be 1,000 points per minute. The wealth needed to convert auras was not much. However, if he really integrated the strength of 4 people, what he needed to do was to repair his flesh, repair his mentality, replenish his vitality and energy. In addition to the battle consumption, the consumption would not be low. If he entered the true god's origin path and severed the Tao, the consumption would be even higher. Previously, Fang Ping had used up a lot of more than 2 billion wealth points to sever the true god's Tao. However, at this moment, Fang Ping also hated that he did not have true ultimate combat strength. Hearing Yao Qingjuan's continued narration, he did not think any more and quickly closed in on them. Although Warlord did not know what those brats were doing here, he was still trying his best to stop the enemy. He even sent a voice transmission to Fang Ping, "You guys retreat." Fang Ping ignored him. He closed in and quickly concealed the 4 people's auras. Concealing the 4 people's auras also consumed 1,000 wealth points per minute. Fang Ping did not care about this. This was still necessary. There might be a surprise later. Those fellows might not expect him to suddenly become stronger. He concealed their auras, then quickly changed everyone's auras, disguising them as old Wang's origin aura. Wang Jinyang and the others looked at each other, no longer hesitating. Just like before. Wang Jinyang quickly turned into vitality and integrated into the longbow. Yao Qingjun also turned into a gush of mentality and integrated into the god-killing spear. Li Hansong was stunned for a moment. Then, the armor suddenly floated up and quickly covered Fang Ping. Very soon, however, Li Hansong said with an innocent look, "I don't think I can do it." My head can't integrate with the divine weapon. Fang Ping, make do. At this moment, the armor was a little strange. Li Hansong's head popped out where the arm used to be. Li Hansong said gloomily, how did they do it? If they can integrate everything into the divine weapon, why can't I? If his head could not integrate, then he had no other choice. He could only make space for Fang Ping and let his head grow on the arm first. Fang Ping was also stunned. Even though the situation was tense, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this, however, since things had come to this, he did not say anything. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt that his physique was growing rapidly, the armor seemed to be constantly providing him with strength, making his physique stronger. Fang Ping grabbed the God of War bow and the God-killing spear. Similarly, two gush of energy integrated into his body. It was a very strange feeling, although the energy was different. At this moment, everyone's energy seemed to be born from the same source and began to integrate. Fang Ping had not really considered this before. Now that he felt such a change, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that he could do this more often in the future? It did not have to be Old Wang and the others. He could also change the aura of the others. Could he integrate them all? However, thinking about it, the others might not be able to bring him an increase in strength. It's very powerful. Fang Ping's physique was also a little cracked, but it was not like Iron Head earlier, who could not hold on for a while. While Fang Ping's golden body was cracking, it was also constantly repairing. A large amount of imperishable substance emerged. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he had become much stronger. Originally, his maximum strength was as high as 600,000 calories under all kinds of enhancements. At this moment, it was at least 30% stronger. He truly possessed the strength of a weak true god, comparable to a rank 9's 800,000 vitality. Being at the peak of a weak true god could not change anything. But he still had divine weapons in his hands, not just one, but a lot of them this time. Moreover, Old Wang's bow was a long-range attack divine weapon. Hide your aura, shoot them to death. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. He knew what he had to do. Could these guys expect that he had the strength of a true god now? If they did not go all out to defend, it would not be surprising if he shot them to death. At the thought of this, Fang Ping dared not delay. Time was tight, he should also put in some effort. Fang Ping did not utter a word. He knocked the bow, using the god-destroying spear as an arrow, aiming at one person in an instant. With a low growl, he pulled the longbow to the fullest, shooting an arrow at a relatively weaker true king powerhouse in the crowd. The long arrow made a piercing sound, but it still did not reveal any aura. In such a chaotic situation, the piercing sound was all too normal. The powerhouse who was fighting heard the piercing sound coming from behind him, but there was no overflow of aura, so he did not pay much attention to it. Even if he was affected by the aftermath, it would not hurt him. However, at this moment, a powerhouse beside him shouted, "Be careful." Be careful? This person had already felt the piercing sound behind his head, but there was no need to be careful, right? Could it be that the back of his head was hit by a Mount Yuhai stone that splashed out? Only this kind of stone could not be destroyed by the people present and be splashed out. This person had just had this thought when his expression changed drastically in the next moment. Danger, a sense of crisis, he was just about to dodge, but it was too late. He, who did not pay enough attention earlier, could not dodge at this moment. The god-destroying spear was right behind his head. Kaboom, an explosive sound was heard. On the long spear, a vitality outburst that belonged to the extreme intensity of the power erupted. This spear shot out and directly blasted the other party's head into pieces. Not only that, just as the other party's mentality was revealed, Yao Qingjuan's silhouette appeared on the god-destroying spear. The long spear instantly turned invisible, and a spear shot struck the mentality illusory body. How can this be? Even at this moment, this person was extremely shocked. How could there be such a sudden burst of powerful energy? There was no time for him to think. The long spear hit, an outburst of mentality of more than 10,000 hertz. A regular true god's mentality was only around 10,000 hertz. Fang Ping's mentality and Yao Qingjuan's fusion, together with the god-destroying spear, the strength of a regular true god's mentality was not as strong as theirs. This time, the other party's had exploded. How could he have any remaining strength to resist? Crack, a crisp sound was heard, and the mentality illusory body was shattered instantly. Many people were stunned by this scene. At the back, Life King and the rest who were entangled with unquestionable Jian saw this scene. Life King suddenly roared, "Kill Fang Ping. He can change his aura. This is a special kind of joint attack combat technique. Kill him." A powerhouse's vision was still very sharp. As soon as Fang Ping made his move, they roughly guessed it. The joint attack combat technique might be unfamiliar to humans, but to them, it was not unfamiliar at all. Fang Ping was actually the embodiment of a different kind of joint attack combat technique. However, Fang Ping's fusion was more thorough, unlike Qi Huanyu and the rest, who were still repelled. Qi Huanyu integrated the strength of some Heaven's Mandate soldiers and could already greatly increase his strength, let alone Fang Ping. Fang Ping's was the kind that was completely integrated. Not only did Life King see this, but he also saw something else. Not only him, but many people also saw it. Divine weapon. God-destroying spear. Victory bow. That's Emperor armor. At this moment, some of the Emperor-level powerhouses around also recognized it. A few of the ancient emperors' eyes were red. Were they really the reincarnations of the four emperors? Did they really carry divine weapons? This scene made Zhang Tao feel helpless. These guys were just causing trouble. Run! Zhang Tao roared. Why aren't you running? Wait for these people to kill you. When Fang Ping heard that, he also did not say another word. He broke through the air and fled. While fleeing, he roared, "I have 4 or 5 divine weapons here. If you want them, come. I'm not strong enough. I'm easy to kill, but I can run." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping relied on the strength of Emperor armor and his strong physique and directly crossed Mount Royal Sea. When he was killing people, he had already considered the possibility of people recognizing the divine weapons. However, at this time, hiding was useless. If he could lure away many emperors, it would also be a help to humans. It was time for him to use his old skills. Previously, he did not dare to do it, and he could not do it because he was weak and not fast enough. It was very easy to be caught. However, now, as long as he escaped to the Forbidden Sea, he could conceal his aura and hide in the sea. These guys might not be able to find him. Fang Ping roared, then laughed loudly. I forgot to mention, I still have the 4 Emperors combat technique inheritance. Old Cat even gave me a few sets of Emperor's lost techniques. Come on, you bunch of old farts. Are you crazy about becoming emperors? Come and snatch them. When these words came out, it really made people jealous. How strong was Fang Ping's strength? Even with that kind of strength just now, he had barely reached true god level. Killing Zhang Tao, killing humans, killing countless people, for what? It was to become an emperor. However, if they killed Fang Ping and snatched the divine weapons, with the 4 emperors' path and the emperor's path, they might be able to directly become an emperor. As for whether they believed it or not, they believed it. There was no other reason. Fang Ping was inhumanly strong. He was a martial artist who had just stepped into origin not long ago. Many true gods had died in his hands. There was definitely something strange about this kid. Moreover, at this moment, there were clearly 4 divine weapons in his hands. In the next moment, on the overseas Immortal Island's side, several emperors directly broke the void and chased after Fang Ping. On the Grandmaster's side, the few celestial emperors who did not participate in the battle were the celestial emperors who cooperated with humans. At this moment, seeing the situation, they thought that they were in a dilemma and hesitated. It was better to go to Fang Ping's side and take a look first. Perhaps there would be gains. This time, these 6 emperors also did not say a word, broke the void, and went straight to Fang Ping. More than 10 emperors directly chased after Fang Ping. Not only that, Celestial Emperor Chongrong roared, no longer caring about his dragon transformation, blasted a passage, and quickly chased after Fang Ping. Celestial Emperor Pingyu laughed, glanced at Zhang Tao and the others, thought for a while, and also fought with Gong Juanzi, rushing over there. Many people were dumbfounded by the scene. Especially the catacombs powerhouses, they were a little dumbfounded. This was not a similar scene. Previously, in the few times when the war between the catacombs and humans broke out, there seemed to be a large number of powerhouses chasing after Fang Ping. Now, they were clearly encircling and annihilating all humans, but now more than 10 emperors were chasing after him. Not only these people, but Moon Spirit also shouted angrily, abandoned the two great sect masters, and quickly ran over there. Her husband's remains were still with Fang Ping. Now that Fang Ping had concealed his aura and ran away, she might not be able to find Fang Ping when she turned back. As for killing the two great sect masters, they could talk about it later. Moon Spirit ran away. Venerable Emperor Qing Tong smiled and also took a step back, no longer fighting with the two sect masters. He looked at Zhang Tao, then looked at Fang Ping, and finally chose Fang Ping. It was easier to take advantage of Fang Ping than Zhang Tao. After the two of them left, the three great sect masters were just about to encircle Zhang Tao when Moon Spirit appeared again. She shouted angrily, raised one hand to the sky, and rushed over, shouting, "Leave with me." There was no other reason. Mount Wangu was still fighting with their people. Although Moon Spirit did not care about the life and death of those maidservants, these people were still useful. Moreover, she could kill her people, but these people were not qualified. How could she not take the three great sect masters away? The three great sect masters were furious, but Moon Spirit attacked them crazily, forcing them to fight with Fang Ping. The two leaders ran away. The people of Mount Wangu and the divine sect looked at each other, this time with great tacit understanding. They all chased in that direction. At this time, among the two kings, Skyplant King also smiled faintly. "Instead of watching the show here, why don't we go over there and have a look? Maybe it will be more interesting." After saying that, he waved his hand, wrapped the true gods under his command, and chased after Fang Ping. Not only them, but the Dragon Emperor also roared. Fang Ping was the person that the cat said he wanted to protect. Now that Fang Ping had left, he had to follow and have a look. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor also quickly led his opponents away. The situation that was extremely chaotic just now became clear in an instant. At this moment, except for Li Zhu who was still standing high in the sky. The rest were Mo when fighting 6 emperors with his sword, Zhang Tao fighting 3 emperors, and the humans and the catacombs fighting. Zhang Tao seemed a little sluggish. How could this work? If he knew this would happen, he might as well let Fang Ping come alone and bring everyone to run toward the trap. Maybe he could make them all fall into the trap directly. Since when did his ability to pull monsters become so strong? Zhang Tao laughed bitterly in his heart. He also knew that it was related to his side. The catacombs and humans were fighting too fiercely, and a large number of ultimate kings had fallen. These people could not understand the situation at the moment and did not want to get involved, so they went to find Fang Ping. But no matter what, it was a fact that Fang Ping took away more than half of the powerhouses in one go. Zhang Tao was still thinking about this. In the distance, Fang Ping cursed, "Mother ***, so many people. I'm only a rank 9, do I need them?" At this moment, Fang Ping felt like his liver was going to explode. Weren't there only a few? Why were there almost 100 powerhouses auras behind him? He could not outrun an emperor level. Forget an emperor level, even a slightly stronger true god could not outrun them. At this moment, Fang Ping really wished he could grow a few more legs. His only advantage was that right now, he could blast the void and escape through the rift. Fang Ping, who had restrained his aura, escaped into the rift. These people did not know which direction he ran to, unless he ran out of the rift. Even so, those emperor levels were getting closer and closer, even starting to bombard him from a distance. At this moment, in the capital city catacombs, an unbelievable scene played out. A fellow in armor with 2 heads was strong, but he was being hunted down by hundreds of powerhouses who were stronger than him. Some of the catacombs powerhouses had only heard of one person who had the ability to attract hatred, Fang Ping from the land of rebirth. Every time this fellow appeared in the catacombs, it was almost the same scene. "Fang Ping!" A sharp scream rang out. Li Hansong shook his head frantically and roared, "I didn't tell you to lure these guys. We came to find you because we wanted to make you stronger and kill 1 or 2 true gods. I didn't ask you to lure over 100 experts to chase after you." He was terrified. Behind them, the auras that pierced through the heavens and the earth shook the entire capital city catacombs. In just a short while, the ordinary people in the catacombs were probably all dead. These experts were not interested in restraining their auras. At a time of war, who would care about those ordinary catacombs people? as these people entered the capital city catacombs, it could be said that this day was directly annihilated. Too many, one or two of them might not be able to destroy the capital city catacombs or destroy an entire outer domain, but now, there were more than one or two of them. Fang Ping scolded loudly, "Nonsense. You brought a divine weapon here. How can you not be tempting? You should have considered this when you made your move, yet you're still making sarcastic remarks now. Do you believe that I won't move your head behind your back and let you shout all you want?" For divine weapons, just this alone was enough to drive those emperor-ranked experts crazy. Fang Ping was holding a god-slaying saber. Many people were staring at him. Now, the long-range divine weapon, the god of war bow, the spiritual divine weapon, the god-destroying spear, and the defensive divine weapon, the arch armor, not to mention the close combat divine weapon, the god-slaying saber. If an overlord ranker were to obtain it, their strength would instantly skyrocket. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from Fang Ping's back. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his entire body was about to explode. An overlord was attacking him. Although he had the protection of the divine armor, he still couldn't hold on. Fang Ping yelled in fear, "You can't kill me. If I die, there will be no news of the prince, and the 4 emperors will lose their battle techniques. They can capture me alive." At this moment, the entire world fell silent. He had never heard of such a request when being hunted. But when he thought about it, it did make sense. At this moment, Moon Spirit also roared, "Who dares to kill him?" If he killed Fang Ping, where would he find his remains, just like Zhang Tao, who knew if Fang Ping had kept the remains in his storage ring? Even if he did, who knew if it would be destroyed in the end? At this moment, the several venerable sovereigns who were chasing him in the front restrained themselves a little. Capturing this brat alive was enough, the difference between killing and capturing an emperor-level being was not great. The attacks from the back weakened slightly, giving Fang Ping a chance to catch his breath. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping could no longer remain calm. The enemy was getting closer and closer. These emperor-class experts directly tore through space and chased after him. One step was 1,000 miles, of course, not every emperor-ranked could accurately control it, especially over short distances, as it was more likely to have deviations. After a few deviations, Fang Ping managed to escape from their clutches. However, these people gradually surrounded Fang Ping. In front of him, there were even Emperor Venerable Realm Masters who had opened up a passage and were waiting for him to walk into their trap. Fang Ping's face was full of helplessness. With such a huge gap in strength, it was hard to escape. What else could he do now? "I can't go on like this. I'll be caught sooner or later. I'm afraid I won't be able to run to the Forbidden Sea." Li Honsong quickly said, dig a hole and run. They don't dare to be too ruthless. What if they beat you to death? Don't block it. Dig a hole, Fang Ping almost cursed out loud. I have peak level strength now, and you want me to dig a hole? I dug a hole from rank 3 to rank 7 or 8. It's not easy for me to stop digging now, and you want me to continue digging now? It's useless. There are almost no obstacles on the ground for them, didn't you restrain your aura? Li Honsong was anxious. There were people in front. Dig a hole quickly, Fang Ping was also anxious. In the next moment, he fell directly to the ground, roaring, "Don't attack randomly, or I'll be killed and there'll be nothing left." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping dove into the ground in the blink of an eye. With his current strength, even if it was steel in front of him, it would be easily melted and shattered. Fang Ping disappeared into the ground, no longer breathing. The few Emperor Venerable Realm Masters frowned slightly, then shook their heads one after another. At this moment, one of the Emperor Venerable Realm Masters laughed and said, "Isn't Fang Ping looking down on us too much? I'm afraid even neo-martial artists don't have this kind of insight." At this moment, one of the Emperor Venerable Realm Masters laughed, then let out a low roar and slammed his palm down. The ground within a radius of more than 10 li collapsed directly in an instant, the soil disappearing without a trace. On the other side, one of the Emperor Venerable Realm Masters stomped his foot lightly. The collapsed ground immediately shook continuously. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of hard objects were squeezed out. At the same time, Fang Ping was also covered in dust, directly squeezed out by the compressed ground. Fang Ping scolded the head on his arm. You said to dig a hole, and I did. What about now? These Emperor Venerable Realm Masters were indeed not comparable to his previous enemies. If he attacked casually, digging a hole would become a joke. Before these people landed on the ground, Fang Ping was squeezed out. He had no choice but to come out. The surrounding soil vibrated like ultrasound. If he did not come out, it would be even more abnormal, and he would be discovered instantly. Li Hansong was speechless now. He smiled bitterly and said, then just wait to be caught. He could not escape, his ability to attract monsters was strong, but Fang Ping could not escape. There was no other way. No matter how fast they were still less than 100 li away from Mount Imperial Sea. They were still close to a boundary of 2,000 li away from the Forbidden Sea. Not 2,000 li, at most 100 li, and Fang Ping would be surrounded by hundreds of powerhouses in the center like a monkey. Fang Ping was not the only one in danger. It was the same on Zhang Tao's side. Fang Ping only lured away those powerhouses who were not sure if they wanted to fight with humans or not. Those who should have attacked had attacked, but these people did not leave. At this moment, Zhang Tao was fighting 1 against 3. He was at a disadvantage, but the danger was not too great. The humans, however, could not hold on any longer, even with the betrayal of King Hua and the others. In addition to the original 50 over desperation realms, there were close to 60 powerhouses. However, at this moment, there were only about 40 people left. More and more powerhouses were dying. Of course, the catacombs side suffered even more losses. There were barely 100 people, maybe not even. More than 180 catacombs powerhouses, many had died. Some of them had defected to the humans, more than 10 had defected to the 2 kings, and a few had defected to Li Zhu. In other words, there were less than 120 who had survived. The rest, almost all of them were dead. About 60 true kings had died in battle. The humans had also paid an extremely heavy price. There were even 6 near-emperor powerhouses who had died. This was after Moon Spirit and the rest had killed many. Zhang Tao had killed many earlier, and Fang Ping had plotted against many. In fact, many human powerhouses were not able to kill people at all. 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, they were already strong enough not to be killed. Killing people was not that simple. At this moment, someone shouted, Zhang Tao, let's go. Take the gate of all beings and leave. They can't stop you. We'll fight them to the death. If Zhang Tao did not participate in the team battle, he could still survive by himself and escape to the Forbidden Ocean. As for the cat's trap, after Zhang Tao escaped and they had all died in battle, it might be effective when activated. As for whether it could trap these people or not, it would all depend on luck. Zhang Tao did not speak. Escape, if he left these people behind, even if he trapped those powerhouses, what could he do? Sooner or later, they would break through the stronghold and walk out. When that time came, could the humans rely on a few people to resist the future crisis? Therefore, he could not give up on these people. Some of them dying in battle had already caused great damage to the vitality of the humans. If they were all dead, could he fight all the enemies alone? At this moment, Unquestionable Jian said calmly, Zhang Tao, hand over the ice coffin. I promise you, I'll help you take a few people away and leave some last seeds for the humans. He had this confidence. At this moment, fighting 6 venerable emperors alone was quite easy for him. However, even if he blocked 6 of them, the humans would still be completely defeated. It was up to Zhang Tao to decide whether he would block the enemies or take a few people away. So what if he blocked 6 venerable emperors? Could Zhang Tao turn the tables around? Zhang Tao ignored him. Looking at Li Zhu, he suddenly said, Can your tree of life still bear fruits of life? Or, do you have any other way to bring the dead back to life? Li Zhu, why don't you give one to the demon emperor? Maybe he can bring his wife back to life. Li Zhu smiled, but did not speak. Unquestionable Jian also said indifferently, What else do you want now? The fruit of life from the tree of life can bring people back to life, but it doesn't work on completely dead people. Even if there's only a trace of their consciousness left, they might be able to come back to life. He did not finish his words. But his wife didn't even have a trace of her consciousness left. Even his physical body was something that he had gathered with all his strength back then. How could she come back to life without a trace of her life? I see. Zhang Tao let out a sigh. Looking at the three venerable emperors he was fighting against, he said, "Do you have to do this? There is no deep hatred between human beings and the other domains. The other domains all chose to help the humans this time. Why do you have to hit us when we are down?" The three venerable emperors had stopped him. Otherwise, he might have been able to break out of the encirclement with the others. The Luofu Mountain, the Void Mausoleum Cave Heaven, and the Huatong Mountain. Of these three domains, besides the Yang family ancestor who had died, the other two had descendants on the human side. The Luofu Mountain's venerable emperor said slowly, "I don't want to be your enemy. Give me the gate of all life, and I will leave now." Zhang Tao said with a smile, "Really?" He did not believe it. If it was really for the gate of all life, this venerable emperor would have told him before he attacked. Their goal was straightforward. They wanted to kill these human experts. Because according to the legend, the gate of all life was just a gate without a key. The key was the humans. If they did not kill Zhang Tao and the others, even if they got the gate, they would not be able to open it. After killing them, the gate of all life would still belong to them. At this moment, the Battle King was fighting 1 against 4, and he was constantly being beaten back. Although he had the strength close to the Emperor realm, it was not his Dao. After fighting so many times, he was not as strong as he wanted. Seeing that Zhang Tao was still talking, he immediately scolded, "Do you have any backup plan? If not, I will explode myself now. I can at least kill a few of you. Otherwise, I won't be able to explode anymore." As soon as he said this, the 4 real kings quickly restrained themselves. The Battle King looked at him with disdain. "Cowardly as a mouse, I was just saying, why would you explode yourself if you were not desperate? It would be a loss if you couldn't kill them." "Backup plan?" Zhang Tao said softly, "Yes." The Fate King sneered. As soon as he finished, Unquestionable Jian slashed his head again and said indifferently, "I hate this kind of smile. I don't want to kill you, but it doesn't mean I can't." He didn't want to kill them, he just didn't want to kill these people in this situation of fighting 1 against 6. Why not? This was something that no one knew. Unquestionable Jian was indeed powerful, so powerful that it was a little frightening. The Fate King's head recovered. He was a little pale, but he didn't laugh this time. He had used up a lot of his energy. If he was seriously injured by Unquestionable Jian a few more times, his rank might drop. The Fate King stopped laughing, but Zhang Tao did. "I didn't expect this. Although it was selfish, it was still useful. Now that I've used it, I can only rely on you guys." As soon as he said this, in the air, Li Zhu suddenly led the powerhouses under his command away from the battlefield. Unquestionable Jian also raised his eyebrows. He quickly and forcibly moved the 6 venerable emperors away from the battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Tao laughed loudly. "Why did you force me to do this? Why did you have to do this?" As soon as he said this, an unexpected scene happened. At this moment, almost 30 silhouettes suddenly appeared around Zhang Tao. They were all Zhang Tao. These silhouettes were all golden, just like Fang Ping's previous clones. They were made of imperishable matter. Zhang Tao did not share much of the 500,000 yuan worth of imperishable matter. He kept it for himself. The moment these clones appeared, they were listless at first. However, in the next moment, their auras suddenly skyrocketed, their gazes turning cold and fierce. Zhang Tao's aura, however, declined sharply. Almost in the blink of an eye, his mentality was so weak that it was almost extinguished. "Damn, kid, humans are going to rise," Zhang Tao murmured. "If humans don't rise, I'm going to die." Even if he went into a trap this time, he hoped that Warlord and the others could help him escape and hold on until he recovered, let alone kill them. Otherwise, he would die sooner or later. As soon as he said this, almost 30 clones flew in all directions almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of some people. Then, there was an earth-shattering roar, rumble, heaven and earth were overturned. At this moment, Mount Royal Sea, which had stood for thousands of years not far away, was on the verge of collapse. With a rumble, it collapsed thousands of meters in an instant. Ah! There were endless screams from the catacombs and humans. At this moment, the three venerable emperors were also facing the self-destruction of many clones. Rumble, heaven and earth turned into nothingness. Zhang Tao, an expert whose mentality was close to the heavenly king level, detonated 99% of his mentality and a large amount of imperishable matter, causing an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, Zhang Tao's body cracked, and he quickly attacked one person, the weakest venerable emperor, the master of the Void Mausoleum Cave, who ranked the lowest among the three venerable emperors. You also want to get involved. You killed your apprentice, but I think it's your family's business. I don't want to say anything. No matter how bad the Yang clan's old ancestor is, he is on the human side. Only we humans are qualified to kill him. Who do you think you are? The master of the Void Mausoleum Cave was killing humans. Not only was Venerable Sovereign attacking, but his disciples were also besieging and killing humans in the king battlefield. Don't you know you're very weak? Zhang Tao's voice was playful. In the shocked eyes of the other party, Zhang Tao had almost no mentality at this moment, but he still had his physical strength. With a roar, he used all his strength to suddenly grab the master of the Void Mausoleum Cave, who was flying backward. I'll tear you apart. Roar, an inhuman roar came out of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Tao looked extremely ferocious. Among the three venerable emperors, the master of the Void Mausoleum Cave was the weakest. He had planned to use it to deal with life kings, but these three guys actually attacked humans. They were looking for a weak opponent. At this moment, he felt it was not worth it if he didn't kill a venerable emperor. Kill first, kill the one who is the most confident. Zhang Tao grabbed the venerable emperor with both hands. As the venerable emperor crazily bombarded his body, Zhang Tao roared and directly tore the venerable emperor in half. The venerable emperor was not dead yet. His golden body was broken, but it was not enough to kill him. Seeing his aura drop again, the master of the Void Mausoleum Cave saw hope. He also saw the return of the other two. But at this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly opened his mouth like a real demon, and his mouth became extremely huge. I'll swallow you, and then we'll fight. Die. Zhang Tao's mouth was extremely huge, and he directly swallowed the venerable emperor. Then he turned around and looked at those shocked experts. His voice came from his stomach, let's work together to open a passage, go. The void had already collapsed, and this was the best time to open a passage. On the catacomb side, 2 or 3 real kings had just been killed by the clone's self-explosion, and the others were also seriously injured. At this moment, human experts no longer cared about Zhang Tao's brutality. They all roared and bombarded the void. In the blink of an eye, a huge passage appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Tao rushed into the passage without saying anything. The others all followed. At this moment, the 2 venerable emperors came to their senses, and they could not hide the shock on their faces. King Wu must be crazy, he was not dead yet. In King Wu's current situation, if he swallowed the master of the Void Mausoleum Cave, the 2 of them could still fight, and it was hard to say who would live and who would die in the end. Opening a passage, could it really save mankind? For this, the price King Wu had to pay was unimaginable. His mentality was not even 1/10 of his strength, and there was still a venerable emperor in his body, who could come out at any time. Was all this really worth it? King Wu had a chance to escape alone. Although they thought about it, the 2 venerable emperors still said quickly, go after him. Such a brutal person must die. Zhang Tao was now the weakest he had ever been. He could not use his mentality, and his body was also trapped by an emperor-level expert. It would be good if he had the strength of a true god. If they did not kill him now, when would they? Ruthless enough. Li Zhu also sighed, then said with a smile, King Wu is more decisive than I thought. But in this way, even if some human experts escape this time, they will die next, unless they hide for the rest of their lives. Is it worth it? King Wu was injured like this. Even if he didn't die now, people would hunt them down. Someone answered after he finished speaking. Maybe, he has a backup plan? Unquestionable Jian answered indifferently. Li Zhu looked at him and said with a smile, Demon Sovereign, don't you go and save them? If you don't, your wife may not come back. It doesn't matter. Unquestionable Jian said indifferently, he just told me everything through voice transmission. Although this man is sinister and cunning, he is decisive and knows his limits. Zhang Tao told him the location of the ice coffin when he was injured like this. He was decisive enough. Otherwise, unquestionable Jian would not have been afraid of anything. He might have used his strength to do something. Li Zhu said with a smile again, that is a little out of my expectation. Demon Sovereign, do you think he can escape this disaster? Not interested. Unquestionable Jian smashed King Thousand Goblins' dragon head with a casual blow. He said indifferently, wait. I promised him that you can chase him after 10 minutes. Don't force me to kill you. That was Zhang Tao's only request. If so, unquestionable Jian would satisfy him. The 6 venerable sovereigns could chase him. He knew the location of the ice coffin, so he didn't care anymore. But he didn't mind satisfying Zhang Tao after 10 minutes. The venerable sovereigns looked grim, but no one attacked again. King Kuan had been stopped, no one could defeat unquestionable Jian. If so, they would wait a little longer. King Wu didn't have the ability to fight them now. As long as they caught him and found him, humans would be wiped out. Everyone looked at unquestionable Jian. His figure was still illusory. Li Zhu was looking at him too. He seemed a little confused. Even if Demon Sovereign is hiding in the land of rebirth, does he still need to hide at this moment? He doesn't even dare to restore his real body. Then, Li Zhu said with a smile, or Demon Sovereign, is no longer Demon Sovereign? Unquestionable Jian looked at him, saying nothing. Li Zhu mumbled, some people think you're either dead or resurrected. But if you're resurrected, you wouldn't be as powerful as you are now. But why doesn't anyone think? Maybe you're really resurrected, but you found the body of the Demon Sovereign? Li Zhu said playfully, a martial artist who revives with memories, voluntarily revives, seals his remains, and then retrieves them. This king has never tried it before. Would he still be able to maintain his previous life's battle prowess? Demon Sovereign, why don't you tell me? Unquestionable Jian said faintly, do you want to try? No. I just want to know why you resurrected and gave up the identity of the Demon Sovereign. Is it necessary to give up the power of the Demon Sovereign? What Li Zhu said made King Ming and the others shudder. What did he mean? Could it be that the current Demon Sovereign was just a body, someone was controlling it? No. Could it be that the resurrected Demon Emperor was controlling his own body? Was it possible? Resurrected? Unquestionable Jian said coldly, Li Zhu, you're overthinking. Do I have to do that? Isn't it? Then why doesn't the Demon Sovereign dare to show his face? Or is he afraid of exposing something? Are you that interested? Unquestionable Jian said softly, I'm also very interested in you. Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. The void shook, Li Zhu dodged. He did not take it head-on, nor did he attack. While Li Zhu and unquestionable Jian were testing each other. Capital City Catacombs. Fang Ping's face was full of despair. It was over, he was surrounded by venerable emperors. However, at the moment of his despair, 100 miles away, a wave so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth spread, attracting everyone's attention. The next moment, a wave of space fluctuation rippled around Fang Ping. Zhang Tao's face was pale. He grabbed him with one hand and said in a muffled voice, luckily I can sense you, kid. He knew Fang Ping too well. Plus, their paths overlapped, so he could still sense Fang Ping's location. He broke through the void in an instant and grabbed Fang Ping. Then, he dragged Fang Ping into the space passageway and sprinted toward misery. The remaining human powerhouses were all there, flying toward the other end of the passageway at breakneck speed. Behind them, a large number of powerhouses were chasing after them. Zhang Tao did not care. At this moment, his mentality was terrifyingly weak, but he still sent a voice transmission to Fang Ping. When we reach the Forbidden Sea later, escape immediately. Remember, you must help me revitalize humanity. The stronger humanity is, the more hope I have to recover. Otherwise, I won't live for long. In this life, I've eavesdropped on too many secrets. Now, I'm getting my comeuppance. Without mentality, it's worse than death. Do you hear me, kid? Zhang Tao was not sad. He was just a little emotional. He even said directly, without mentality, a life without gossip. I'd rather die. You better remember this. This kind of life was too boring. He did not want it, even if the situation was still dangerous, even if everyone could see that he was seriously injured, like a candle in the wind. Fang Ping and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why were you still thinking about gossip at this time? The next moment, the passageway entrance appeared. They had arrived at the Forbidden Sea. Zhang Tao did not say anything. He grabbed Fang Ping and tossed him forward, roaring, "Remember this. Remember." Fang Ping replied loudly. Zhang Tao did not look sad at all, but at this moment, Fang Ping could not stop his tears from flowing. "Remember, you're going to die. I can feel it. Your mentality is weakening. How much longer can you hold on?" Fang Ping did not ask. He did not want to ask. Humans must be strong. The king of humans needed humans to be strong. If they were not strong, he would definitely die. Tears flowed. With a bang, Fang Ping fell into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He threw Fang Ping away. At this moment, on the shore of the Forbidden Sea, Zhang Tao looked back at the crowd. Other than him, there were 42 people. On the catacomb side, including King Hua, there were 4 people. On the human side, there were 38 people. Wu Chuan and Kong Lingyuan had just arrived. Originally, there were 36 people excluding Zhang Tao. When they came, there were 52 people excluding him and Heavenly King Zhen. In this battle, 16 human desperation realm powerhouses had fallen, nearly 1/3. Zhang Tao looked at the crowd, turned around and punched, shattering the passageway. In the distance, some true king powerhouses rushed out from the shattered space, but they were hundreds of miles away. Further away, Zhang Tao took Fang Ping away, and the others followed. There were nearly 300 powerhouses on both sides added together. Today, more than 100 powerhouses had died in battle. In addition to these remaining people, there were close to 500 true God realm and above powerhouses gathered at the king battlefield. More than half of the 3 realms true gods are here today, Zhang Tao murmured. More than half. Except for a few people, almost all of them were here today. In these years, they had experienced the war of the earthly emperor god dynasty, the war between the north and the south, and the demon emperor's invasion 1,000 years ago. After so many years of fighting, many true god powerhouses had died. Today, except for some true gods who stayed behind, such as some borderlands, outland, immortal islands, catacombs, and divine sects, those who should have come were all here. No, some people haven't arrived yet. Zhang Tao continued to murmur. Who hadn't arrived? The catacombs powerhouses had yet to appear. 1,000 years ago, the demon emperor killed some veteran true kings. After that, many of those true king powerhouses disappeared. For example, Cat Tree did not arrive today. No one knew where these veteran powerhouses were hiding. They had not been seen until now. However, there should not be many of them. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated 1,000 years ago, and so many true kings were slaughtered by the demon emperor. Do your best and leave it to fate. Zhang Tao looked at the people who were chasing behind. He did not know if they would come when the trap was activated. As for the people present, since they were so close, most of them would go. However, those hidden fellows might not arrive before the trap was closed and sealed. If that happened, he would not be able to do anything. But when the time comes, the 3 realms will be in chaos, and the leaders of the various factions will disappear. The remaining true gods might not target the humans. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The next moment, Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "So many comrades have died. I can't accept this." Among the catacombs leaders, almost none of them died. I am even more dissatisfied. Not a single one of Ming Wang, Feng Wang, and the others died, but I'm still not satisfied. It's not just them. This time, the realm beyond heaven played a huge role in this. The contributions of the realm beyond heaven could not go unnoticed. Many venerable sovereigns had joined the battle. The 5 venerable sovereigns who came to assist the humans were all entangled by the grandmasters. 3 of the venerable sovereigns who besieged Zhang Tao were also from the grandmasters. The 3 venerable sovereigns who would take part in the battle in the domain were the last things to worry about. In the overseas celestial islands, the nameless sovereign venerable had participated in the battle at the beginning, but he had been killed by Moon Spirit before he could even make a move. This had scared the sovereigns of the overseas celestial islands so much that almost none of them dared to make a move. This time, so many humans had perished. The catacombs were mortal enemies. There was no need to say anything. When two armies fought, there was no need to hold grudges. However, the realm beyond heavens, up until now, not a single venerable emperor of the realm beyond Avalon had died, and almost none of the real gods had died. At the end of the battle, the realm beyond Avalon might have suffered the least. The War King looked at the rapidly approaching pursuers and cursed, "Still not leaving? What's the point of being unresigned? You're weaker than him, leave?" Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and said, "If we don't hurt them and kill them, they might not come after us. Everyone, listen to me. Later, all of you will infuse your power into my body. We will kill a venerable sovereign before we leave." Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tao was not Fang Ping. Previously, when he fused with the Tao, he did not fuse with the Tao just because he wanted to. That was because 6 near-emperor-level powerhouses were willing to sacrifice their lives in order to successfully fuse with the Tao. Now that the energy had entered Zhang Tao's body, he would be the first to explode. "Zhang Tao, cut the crap and hurry up. My Tao of normalization can withstand this." Zhang Tao looked at the people behind him and said with bright eyes, "Damn, if you want to kill someone powerful. Kill Chang Rong. I'm going to release my dragon transformation." Having said that, he growled, "Hurry, leave a few who are fast and preserve their strength. They will lead us to escape later." As soon as he said that, everyone stopped talking. Except for a few extremely fast powerhouses, the others all infused their power into Zhang Tao's body. From inside Zhang Tao's body came the roar of the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's Master, "Damn it. You'll die." His mentality was almost depleted. Zhang Tao was still letting others infuse his power. If his golden body exploded later, he would really die. Most importantly, he was currently trapped by Zhang Tao's physical body. If Zhang Tao exploded, he would probably die too. You don't want to die? As long as you don't want to die. If you don't want to die, then help me sort out my power. Zhang Tao grinned. Scared, so what if it was the enemy? When the enemy is here, you have to serve me too. I'm afraid of death too, but I dare to die. Do you dare? As soon as he said that, the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven's Master stopped talking. No one knew how angry he was. Soon, however, Zhang Tao, who was about to explode, stopped expanding. This person was really helping Zhang Tao sort out the messy power. Now, the two of them were almost one. If Zhang Tao died, would the others deliberately let him live? Stop joking, having one less competitor was a good thing. Zhang Tao took a step back and quickly stepped into the range of the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea could absorb the overflowing energy and conceal one's aura. This place was also the best place to ambush people. Dragon Transformation Emperor, hold Chang Rong back for a moment and bring him to the front. Right at this moment, Dragon Transformation, who was currently fighting with Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong, heard a weak voice. It was very weak and somewhat lacking in energy. But he recognized that it was Zhang Tao's voice. His expression did not change. As an ancient emperor, Dragon Transformation could still do this. The current Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was also somewhat powerless. He had aged, his life was about to reach its end, his strength was declining, his condition was declining. Although Chang Rong was also ancient, he was younger than him. His consumption these few years was not great either. Although he had the upper hand for a while, fighting until now, he fell into a disadvantage instead. He understood Chang Rong too well. Once he died, everyone in Dragon Transformation Heaven would have to die. Originally, he was still counting on the humans to help. Who would have thought that the humans suffered heavy losses this time? Zhang Tao and the others might not be able to survive. Therefore, Chang Rong had to die. If Heavenly Emperor Chang Rong did not die, then what would be destroyed would definitely be Dragon Transformation Heaven. Dragon Transformation, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation muttered. Dragon Transformation Heaven, King Dragon Transformation, no one knew why he had this name, Dragon Transformation Heaven. It was just a name, how he named it was up to him. But sometimes, was it really just a random name? The next instant, this ancient emperor let everyone know why he was called Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded out. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a colossal dragon that was 10,000 meters long appeared, a true colossal dragon. Demon race. How is this possible? Dragon transformation is a demon. At this moment, everyone was stupefied. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was actually a demon race. Impossible. The human clan and the monster clan were completely different. When the monster clan reached the true immortal realm, they could transform into a human. However, they could not transform into a real human. For experts like the Thousand Goblin King, they could maintain their human form. They could hide it from those who were weaker than them. Those who were stronger than them, or those who were on the same level, could tell that they were from the monster clan. And Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation, no one had ever thought that he was of the demon race. At this moment, even Heavenly Emperor Changrong was slightly taken aback too. Demon race, there was no time for him to think. The Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation who transformed into a dragon form, his aura rose a trace. It was not too much, but he who was originally the Lord of the Four Brahmas, his strength was incomparably powerful. At this moment, even if it was just a trace of strength rise, it seemed to be somewhat close to the level of the 36 saints. Roar. The dragon roar shook the heavens. Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation brandished his claws. The enormous claw directly grabbed Heavenly Emperor Changrong. Dragon transformation, you exceeded this seat's expectations. But even if you're of the demon race, so what? Heavenly Emperor Changrong gave a cold snort, a spear sweeping out, sweeping the enormous dragon claw until blood flowed. Dragon transformation was strong, but he was not weak either. Similarly, being the Lord of the Four Brahmas, Dragon transformation's losses these few years were tremendous. Now, his life was even approaching the end. Fighting until now, even if Dragon transformation transformed, it was also just a trace stronger than him. In a contest between powerhouses, this bit of disparity was not enough to become the foundation that determined everything. But at this moment, Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation was not in order to kill him at all. With a fierce roar, the enormous dragon claw grabbed the other party and tore through the air rapidly, flying towards the Forbidden Sea. Since Zhang Tao said it, perhaps there was a way to kill Changrong. Heavenly Emperor Changrong furrowed his brows slightly. The long spear tore through the air, piercing through the enormous claw. Golden blood sprayed all the way. If someone obtained this blood under a lucky chance at this moment, they might be able to be like Zhang Tao back then, obtaining a huge lucky chance. If a demonic plant or demonic beast obtained it and did not self-destruct from the energy impact, there would also be huge harvests. But today, probably no one would have this lucky chance anymore. In the massive capital catacombs, it was hard to say whether or not there were living people below true God at this moment. The pressure of several hundred powerhouses shook heaven and earth. The entire capital catacombs was trembling. The Forbidden Sea was even roaring as if it wanted to invade this place. In the capital catacombs, there was a human race's largest giant city. At this moment, quite a few people saw that enormous city. But at this time, the giant city was empty. Under the circumstances where no one was guarding, the enormous city seemed to be collapsing. The giant city that had stood tall for close to 100 years seemed to have the trend of being completely destroyed on this day. No one cared about how a city was. At this moment, between heaven and earth, it seemed like there was only that enormous dragon, the dragon claw grabbing a powerhouse whose vitality broke through the clouds. Dragon transformation. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Changrong also saw the human side on the Forbidden Sea ahead and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that by joining hands with them, you can kill this emperor?" Wishful thinking. Even if these people joined hands, killing an emperor rank would also not be that fast. At this moment, the powerhouses at the back already caught up. Not far away, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu shook off Gong Juanzi and was just preparing to rescue him. At this time, everyone was of the same breath and branch, and also knew that they could not let a powerful comrade go and seek death. How could they leave him be? And right at this time, a blood-colored long blade condensed in Zhang Tao's hand. Blood-colored long blades tended to be the symbol of humans going all out to kill. The humans' most famous combat technique was not Zhang Tao and these people's ultimate art, but the blood blade art. A combat technique that condensed all of one's strength, unleashing a final killing blow. Martial artists who used this combat technique before, 8 or 9 out of 10 all fell in the catacombs. Some killed a powerful enemy in the final blow, some did not. Regardless of whether there was or not, it made the enemy tremble in fear. The blood-colored long blade appeared. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong frowned slightly. The one who unleashed the blade was Zhang Tao. Previously, when Zhang Tao was seriously injured, he also sensed it. His strength had fallen severely. The current Zhang Tao, even if he attacked with all his strength, a desperate blow, he could not do anything to him either. But why, did he feel somewhat uneasy? Emperor-level powerhouses were extremely sensitive to danger. Just as he felt uneasy, the distance between the two parties was less than 10 miles. At this moment, the void in front of Heavenly Emperor Chongrong trembled. A great Tao crept over. Great Tao of Source, grasped proficiently, could even be used as a passageway. 10 miles, it was just 5,000 meters. Emperor-level powerhouses all had the ability to cross such a long distance in one step. Right at this time, a figure appeared. Zhang Tao, he did not choose to attack through the air but stepped out of the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, Zhang Tao wielded a blood-colored long blade in his hand, blood gushing on his golden body, but he roared fiercely, "Today, killing my human race's people will all end up like this." The shout had yet to fade when a long blade tore open the world. "Damn it!" Heavenly Emperor Chongrong roared angrily, a spear slashing out. The moment the long spear touched the blood blade, it instantly exploded. Chop. Poochie, like cutting through tofu, Heavenly Emperor Chongrong's long spear shattered, and in the next second, the long blade directly cut him in half. This blade not only cut his golden body into pieces, but also his mental energy. At this moment, Zhang Tao's golden body exploded, but he laughed crazily. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's dragon claws were also cut, and even spread up, his torso was exploding, but he also laughed crazily at this moment. Rumble. The sound of thunder rang out, the energy sun appeared, the entire sun turned blood red. At this moment, the entire underground cavern, as far as the eye could see, was dyed blood red. Not only that, the blood red color was still spreading out of the celestial realm wall. At this moment, the human world, Earth, was dyed blood red. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong, the master of the 4 Brahmas, close to the sage realm. Ancient emperors, before the celestial realm was destroyed, they were active in the celestial realm. Ranked 16th on the emperor list. And the bronze emperors with the strength of sages were only ranked 11th. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was ranked 8th, but that was when he was in the state of dying, and was not afraid of death. In addition, many experts did not appear, and Li Zhu and the others hid their strength, which was why they had such a ranking. At this moment, the body of this emperor, who had lived since ancient times, was cut in half, his eyes still filled with confusion and disbelief. "I'm dead." In the battle to destroy the earthly emperor god dynasty, he did not die fighting the earthly emperor's projection. He did not participate in the battle between the north and the south, but at that time, no one dared to provoke him. The demon emperor wanted to destroy the world, but when he reached Chongrong heaven, he turned and left. 1,000 years later, on the eve of the arrival of the Great Era, he came out. Even if a heavenly king or sage appeared, he still did not think he would die. Who was he? The master of the 4 Brahmas. Even if a sage wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a heavy price. Other than a lunatic like Moon Spirit, the 2 kings did not dare to fight him to the end. Once they killed him, they would be injured, and the future would be very troublesome. Unless a heavenly king attacked him, but heavenly king experts were restrained, and they targeted each other. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong did not have time to think, endless darkness devoured him. The moment his consciousness was destroyed, a rain of blood fell on his face. At this moment, his last thought was not indignation, but a very strange thought. My great Tao collapsed, and this was all this blood rain. Didn't they say that the stronger the person who died, the more obvious the phenomenon would be? Was I not strong? Boom. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, causing the earth to collapse. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong was dead. The strongest person who had fallen today, a powerhouse close to the sage realm, had fallen. Not the kind that a nameless venerable emperor could compare to. There were not many ancient venerable emperors left, and there were not many venerable emperors who came today who were older than Chongrong. In a situation where the humans were no longer able to fight, Zhang Tao had actually killed an ancient venerable emperor. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu stopped, not daring to go forward. Even though Zhang Tao's golden body had exploded, and his aura was almost undetectable. But he still stopped. At the same time, among the 14 powerhouses of the 10 major grotto heavens and 4 Brahmas, the only venerable emperor who had not appeared until now appeared, Heavenly Emperor Yulong Heaven, where Yu Shuzi was. This venerable emperor had not appeared from beginning to end, nor had he participated in the battle. But at this moment, he still walked out of the spatial rift. Looking at Chang Rong's fallen corpse, his gaze was complicated. The masters of the 4 Brahmas, from ancient times until now, had gone through countless battles, and now there was finally one less. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The phenomenon was indeed a little different, but unfortunately, Heavenly Emperor Changrong could not see it. Just as everyone was shocked, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation transformed into human form, grabbed Zhang Tao, and quickly fled in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, Zhang Tao spat out blood, red blood, but he laughed softly and said, "Storage ring." Dragon Transformation's figure paused, and without turning his head, he turned around and grabbed half of the corpse, and quickly fled. Even a martial king wanted money. Look at the situation, everyone was shocked that he had killed Chang Rong, and this guy was actually still thinking about the storage ring. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation almost had a mental breakdown. Chang Rong is dead. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen, King Sun, and King Zhen stopped fighting and looked at the Forbidden Sea thousands of miles away. Their gazes were a little complicated. How many years had it been? The death of someone at Chang Rong's level was almost impossible to see. Even if a few masters of the 10 major grotto heavens fell in the battle of the north and south, they might not be as strong as Chang Rong. Chang Rong was slightly older than them. Thinking about it, he was an expert from the same era as the 8 kings. King Human King. King Zhen murmured. He originally thought that King Human King was at the end of his rope, but who would have thought that he would exceed expectations time and time again. At this moment, he actually killed Chang Rong. Even with the help of Dragon Transformation, even so, it was still shocking. It might not be easy for Heavenly King to kill Chang Rong. However, King Human King is completely crippled. King Sun looked at Heavenly King Zhen indifferently and said, "Li Xianxia, do you still want to hold us back? The human world has lost." King Human King was crippled. Who else could fight the remaining people? There was not a single arch-level expert in the human world. As for Dragon Transformation and the others, would they really fight to the last moment for the human world? At this moment, Gong Yuzi no longer participated in the battle. Zhang Tao used the corpse to threaten unquestionable Jian, so Gong Yuzi did not participate in the battle. How long could Dragon Emperor, Heavenly King Xianji, and Gong Juanzi fight for? Heavenly King Zhen thought for a moment and said slowly, "You and I don't need to interfere at this moment. Whether the human world lives or dies, why do we have to depend on them? Why don't the two of you wait together?" After saying that, he teleported and appeared in another direction of the Forbidden Sea in the blink of an eye. There were also 2 experts here. King Qian and King Kuan, 5 Heavenly King experts were here at this moment. Heavenly King Zhen's words also reached here. King Qian was an unremarkable old man. When he heard that, he smiled faintly and said, "How the situation of the 3 realms develops depends on them. Why should we interfere? We only need to wait for the Emperor Path to appear and find an opportunity to see if we can step out of the Emperor Path. Now that these people are fighting endlessly, it means that they are still far from the Emperor Path and hope to take another step forward." Before he finished speaking, the young-looking King Kuan opposite him said indifferently, "Emperor Path? King Qian, do you have the strength of Heavenly Hound? Even Heavenly Hound couldn't take the final step. Can you?" King Qian smiled and said, "Heavenly Hound wants to forcefully break the door, but we don't need to do that. When the Tao appears, we can just go straight." The Heavenly Hound fell because the Heavenly Hound was too strong and too competitive. It wanted to forcefully break the door. It fought the heavens and earth, and fought the arch-level experts. Therefore, Heavenly Hound was dead. King Kuan did not say anything and did not attack again. At this moment, King Kuan looked thousands of miles away as if he had seen everything. He said faintly, "Who is Li Zhu?" King Qian smiled faintly and said, "Him? This old man has guessed a few things. Unbreakable and indestructible, destroying and ruling the world, creating a bright world. Before he finished speaking, King Kuan's body trembled slightly. It's him? Probably. King Qian smiled faintly and said, it's just some of his memories. It's hard to be sure if it's him or not. It's hard to say whether Li Zhu swallowed him or he swallowed Li Zhu. After hearing King Qian's words, they all guessed Li Zhu's identity. Even Heavenly King Zhen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, it's him? This is out of my expectations. This person is ambitious. Although he is not an emperor, he used the name of an emperor to carry out emperor's affairs. The three realms are in chaos and the heaven realm is destroyed. It can be said that this person's contributions cannot go unnoticed. It was just a few words, but it was shocking. At this moment, if there were outsiders here, even the ancient venerable emperors, they would be shocked. At the same time, a few thousand miles away, Li Zhu seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked over. He nodded slightly and smiled calmly. King Kuan was indifferent. This person should be killed. King Qian smiled and said, isn't what you've learned similar to him? We're the same kind of people. Why do you care so much? Back then, the earthly sovereign also trusted him a lot. I heard that he even taught you. You can be considered his disciple, right? Disciple? King Kuan looked at him indifferently as if he did not want to say anything more. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen looked at King Qian and said with a smile, Heaven Plant's royal court, is it really you? It's me, it's not me, King Qian said mysteriously. Then, he laughed and said, it's not me, but I heard that Heaven Plant's royal court has a King Qian. How can I use the title so easily? I was even suppressed by you, Li Xianxia. Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? 300 years ago, I killed him. After that, I became King Qian. Heavenly King Zhen understood and said with a smile, that's right. No wonder I felt something was wrong. So, it was you. After that, Heavenly King Zhen looked at Li Zhu and then the two kings. He smiled and said, call them over for a chat. We're all old friends. It's rare to see each other. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. As he said that, he blasted out a path. On the other side, the two kings turned around. No matter what Heavenly King Zhen said, Heaven Plant's king said indifferently, since the Heavenly Kings have invited me, how would I dare to refuse? As soon as he said that, the two kings walked over. On the other side, King Qian broke the void with a strike. On the other side, Li Zhu shook his head lightly and said, people of different principles can't make plans together, you have to come whether you want to or not. Heavenly King Zhen reached out his hand and grabbed. It was not up to him whether he wanted to come or not, he was dealing with this person. From afar, King Zhen broke the void with a strike. On the other side, Demon Monarch looked at him and didn't say anything. At this moment, King Sun didn't move. Everyone looked at him and King Sun scoffed, I won't provoke that lunatic. You guys can try calling her over. Everyone fell silent. Who, Moon Spirit, King Kuan didn't say anything. That was his sister-in-law. But at this moment, he didn't say a word, even if she was dealing with his three guardians. Moon Spirit had long gone crazy, she went crazy the moment the heaven realm was destroyed. Who would want to stay with this lunatic? Others could still talk, negotiate, and be calm. But that person. Once she came, she would probably look for someone to kill. She would kill anyone who stood in her way. Even if she couldn't defeat her, she would still be able to disgust them to death. Thus, at this moment, everyone ignored Moon Spirit. Everyone here had the strength of a heavenly king, including the two kings. Those heavenly king powerhouses gathered together. At the same time, even though Zhang Tao was already powerless, he roared loudly again, all of you just wait. I, your father, will remember everyone today, don't even think about running. There will be a day of reckoning, if I, this Zhang, don't die, you all can't live. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly, at this time, you're still spouting harsh words, but Zhang Tao laughed loudly and said, your father opened the gate of all living things and became an emperor. Those who deserve to be killed, don't even think about escaping. Even if I don't become an emperor, your father will also become your nightmare day and night. At the back, some people woke up. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and these people's expressions changed slightly. This guy, at this point, he actually still dared to say this was really courting death, even if some people originally did not want to kill him, they had to kill him at this time. Many people actually did not necessarily want to exterminate the human race, crippling the human race, such as King Wu dying, more than half of the apex dying, this was actually enough. But Zhang Tao said this, then they all had to die, because not only Zhang Tao, at this moment, War King also roared loudly, that's how it should be. As long as we live, none of these guys can think about living. 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Sky beyond heaven, outer sea, immortal island, domain, divine sect, catacombs, those who have attacked humans today, 9 generations will be exterminated. This fatty was gnashing his teeth at this moment. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. Go. One dead is one dead. Whoever lives will take revenge. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhang Tao roared loudly again, his eyes blood red, turning his head to look around, laughing loudly and saying, I'll remember you all. Can't forget. You all just wait. The current him was more like a villain. He, who had just killed Chang Rong, also proved to everyone that everyone present, no matter who encountered him, could be killed. King Wu was too strong. If King Wu only had the level of killing Heavenly Emperor Great Peace, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and these people might not be worried about anything. But after he killed Chang Rong, even saints had to be careful. Chase. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu gave a clear cry, leading everyone to chase quickly. At the same time, many emperors chased in the direction of the Forbidden Sea without a word. Fate Monarch and the other venerable sovereigns got rid of the unquestionable sword and followed them. Chase, kill until the human race is extinct. How unwise was Zhang Tao to utter such harsh words at this time? Did he think that he could scare them off? The more it was like this, the more they wanted to take revenge, and the more they had to hunt him down to the end. They were not the only ones. At this moment, some venerable sovereigns who had not participated in the battle also exchanged a glance and followed them. They wanted to see if Zhang Tao would die. Just now, when Zhang Tao swept his gaze around, he seemed to have seen them as well. If this person didn't die, there would be a huge disaster. Behind them, Moon Spirit roared furiously, where is Fang Ping? Zhang Tao had thrown Fang Ping away. Right now, she could not sense where Fang Ping was. In the Taboo Sea, some of the powerhouses who still had some energy left, brought along the powerhouses who had consumed a lot of energy and fled. Upon hearing that, Zhao Xingwu hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Zhang Tao. We're in big trouble. Think of something quickly. If we can't find Fang Ping, she might even destroy the world. Zhang Tao's brows twitched when he heard that. Grabbing Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation's arm, he shouted again, you want the remains, is it? Fang Ping has already been handed over to me. Venerable the Archmoon Spirit, if I don't die this time, I will naturally hand him over to you. Or if I'm about to die and you're still nearby, I will also hand him over to you. Humph. A cold snort resounded between heaven and earth. Moon Spirit's eyes were blood red as she said, if I don't see him in the end, I will kill you first. Then I will destroy your entire clan. Zhang Tao did not reply. This woman had to be taken away too. Although he had helped humanity block many powerhouses today, the premise of everything was the remains, not to mention that there was no such thing. Even if there was, who knew if this woman would continue to go crazy if he handed it over to her? Knowing that her man was really dead, this woman would go crazy and want to destroy the world. This was something that could not be predicted. Zhang Tao did not reply. Instead, he kept turning his head to look at those who were chasing after him. At this moment, he was no longer shouting. His eyes, however, were cold and fierce, imprinting one powerhouse after another in his heart. The more he did so, the more terrified everyone felt. King Wu's vengeance was too strong. This time, King Wu must die. It was too frightening. Moon Spirit was crazy, but this lunatic could still be avoided. As long as you did not offend her to the point of death, she would not deliberately chase after you. She had a very high attitude. However, King Wu was capable of anything. Rumble, one by one, the powerhouses quickly broke through the air and chased after him. Even the powerhouses who did not participate in the battle coveted the gate of all living things, and also wanted to see Zhang Tao die. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, at this moment, the gate of all living things on Zhang Tao's body once again emitted a bright light. He had to lure out some of the hidden guys. It's not enough. Some of the guys who are hiding deeply may not be able to sense it. Even if they sense it, by the time they arrive, it may be over. I need to make a bigger noise. At this moment, Zhang Tao's mind was constantly thinking about something. Cat, make some noise. Don't expose your location. Make something that can be sensed by the powerhouses. He had to give those hidden people time to arrive. He dared not to say anything else, but he dared to say that the emperor-level powerhouses would come. Emperor-level powerhouses lived to become emperors. As for the emperor-level powerhouses, their strength was inferior to the 36 sages and the heavenly kings. It did not matter. When the emperor's great path opened, they might directly enter the gate and become emperors. At that time, the long road would not be a problem. As for whether it was possible or not, no one dared to be sure, but it was also their only chance. There was still a possibility. It was possible to go as far as the origin Tao could go in a day. It was rumored that there were extreme Tao heavenly emperors who could walk tens of thousands of meters in a day. When the opportunity arrived, everything was possible. Annoying cat. At this moment, in the depths of the forbidden sea, the cat muttered. How annoying, he had to work again. What was attracting people and not letting them know where he was? Didn't the fake human emperor know that this was very complicated? I really want to stab him to death. The cat sighed. It was so tiring to be a cat and not be able to rest. Making people feel that there is a problem. It might be an opportunity. The cat lay in the void and looked up at the sky. As he looked, he suddenly had an idea. Yes, I forgot about this. The cat looked at the huge sun in the sky. It was already dawn. This movement can be very big. But how do we go up? The cat had a headache again. It was very difficult to go up. It seemed to be in the sky, but in fact, it was very far away. This big cake is outside the 9th heaven, and I can't break the 9th heaven. How do we go up? The cat had a headache. Back then, the heavenly dog wanted to eat this, but it could not break the 9th heaven no matter what. It could not even steal it. What should he do? Back then, someone seemed to have opened a path that went straight to the 9th heaven. Is it still there? The cat recalled the past. As he thought about it, he felt a little sleepy. He shook his fat head hurriedly. He could not sleep. If he fell asleep, the fake human emperor and the others would all die, and then there would be nothing to eat. So annoying. Who opened a path to go outside the 9th heaven? Where is that path again? The cat muttered to himself. Soon, all kinds of messy things appeared on his paws. There was a broken crown, a broken jade pendant, a broken weapon. Fang Ping felt that it was a rag and bone collector. Maybe he was right. However, even if it was rag and bone, some emperor ranks would fight over it if it was thrown out. After searching for a while, the cat found a broken small hoe and muttered, "Is it this guy? This guy likes to use a hoe to open a path." Did he open a path to the 9th heaven? The cat really could not remember, but he had to make every possible effort. Very soon, the old cat muttered, "Little hoe, find a way for me, I want to go beyond the 9 heavens." The hoe seemed to respond, trembling slightly. Soon, a path appeared in the void. The cat poked his head in to take a look. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped the hoe, saying angrily, "It's not this place." Then, void paths appeared in the surroundings again. The cat poked his head in one by one. It was not this place. Just when the cat was a little disappointed, a path appeared shakily. At this moment, the hoe seemed to have exhausted all its power and exploded with a bang. The cat looked sad. It was over, the hoe was broken. Even a liar owes himself 14. No, 18. Forget it, let's say 20 divine weapons. The cat was too lazy to count. He would just say 20. Although this hoe had long been useless, it was still a very powerful divine weapon in the past. As for whether there were still 20 divine weapons in the 3 realms, this was not in the cat's consideration. The void path trembled. The cat looked at it helplessly and muttered, "This path is going to be destroyed." What? If I can't come back? Really, there's no one outside the 9th heaven, and there's nothing to eat. If I really get lost, who's going to raise me? It did not want to go, but after hesitating for a moment, it walked in pitifully while wagging its tail. The void path was frighteningly ancient. It was dead silent and dark. The cat stepped into the path and was a little scared. He meowed and quickly ran forward. He did not care what was in the path and did not dare to look around. It was so dark. He was a little scared. After running for a while, there was light in front of him. The energy was so dense that it condensed into lumps and kept falling. An incomparably huge, sun-like object appeared in front of the cat's eyes. At this moment, the cat could not see the whole picture at all, nor was he interested. He had seen this thing before. Other than that fool Tengu, he did not want to eat it at all. He could not raise his appetite. What gate of all living? I always feel that those fellows hid the source of the great path in here, the cat muttered to itself. Maybe the door that was blocking the door was here. But, what did it have to do with me? I don't have a door, you can just snatch it. The ninth heaven. They could not come, so it was useless to say anything. The source of the great path might be here. Forget it, I don't care. I'll hit it a few times. When the cat spoke, he stretched out his paws. He hesitated for a moment, a little afraid. There seemed to be countless veins on the surface of the huge sun in front of him. Some of them were broken, and blood seeped out. The cat did not care about this. He did not like the color of blood. He was looking for a suitable place to hit. Hit it once, then run. I don't know where it will explode, just don't blow me up. The cat muttered for a while and then somewhat resigned to his fate. Hit it, an energy ball condensed on his paws. The cat quickly threw it and did not look back. He meowed wildly and quickly returned along the path. He ran. What if he was blown up if he did not run? After running for a while, there was a rumbling sound behind him. The path kept exploding. The cat screamed, "No. Don't follow me, I didn't do it on purpose. This cat accidentally hit it. Don't chase me. Save me. I'm going to die." The cat's cry was unbearable. "I'm going to die." The rumbling sound behind him became louder and louder. The cat ran forward frantically. Soon, there was light in front of him. He was almost at the exit. But when it saw the exit, the cat screamed again. The pseudo-human emperor told it to make some noise and not expose the place. Now that it exploded, it would make a big noise, but wouldn't the place be exposed? Meow. Whatever, I'll try moving the celestial realm away later. The cat could not care any more and rushed out. Just as he rushed out, an extremely violent energy wave came from behind him. Rumble, the Forbidden Sea went crazy. The entire Forbidden Sea was suddenly set off at this moment. Heaven and earth were trembling. In the void, at this moment, great Tao suddenly appeared. Some were illusory, but some were real. Countless energies would have been absorbed in the Forbidden Sea, but at this moment, it was the opposite. They overflowed from the Forbidden Sea, gathered together, and then, exploded. The cat was dizzy. He did not know how far he was blown up. In fact, it even saw a small island off in the distance that had just been blown up. There seemed to be someone on it. The cat covered his eyes with his claws, not looking. I didn't do it. The pseudo-human emperor wanted me to do it. As for the 33 immortal islands, whoever was unlucky enough to be blown up by me. Bah, by the pseudo-human emperor, it has nothing to do with me. The cat pushed all the blame away. I forgot after a nap. It was the pseudo-human emperor who did it. The commotion was not over yet. At this moment, all kinds of phenomena appeared. Heaven and earth alternated between gold and blood. The Forbidden Sea was still tumbling and spreading out, and rumbling sounds resounded in all directions. Not only that, but the huge sun in the sky seemed to be shaking slightly. The sky changed, night, day, it changed rapidly. The entire catacombs fell into an extremely strange state at this moment. Black and white alternated. When the cat saw this scene, his fat face seemed a little embarrassed. It was just a hit. Why was there such a big commotion? Looking at the trap that he had set up not far away, the cat looked around furtively. Then, he quickly rushed over, struggled to carry the door, and fled quickly, panting. He had to run. If he did not run, he would be finished. The pseudo-human emperor was satisfied now. right? This cat had caused a big commotion. At the same time, the catacombs. Rumbling sounds resounded in every corner of the catacombs. Heaven and earth were shaking, blood and gold shone in all directions. Darkness and day kept changing. Countless people looked up at the sky. What was going on? Was the end of the world here? Today, there was a downpour of blood, and now the phenomena had spread everywhere. What was going on? It was not just the catacombs. At this moment, it was the same on earth. The roars of heaven and earth were endless. Countless people walked out of their homes and looked at the constantly changing sky. At this moment, some martial artists on earth seemed to have sensed something different. Nearby, energy was gushing out. No one knew what was going on, only a few people thought of the catacombs. They did not know if something big had happened in the catacombs, or the celestial world wall was about to shatter. The energy was becoming denser. No one knew what was going on, in some dangerous places in the catacombs. At this moment, someone soared into the sky. In a 10,000-mile swamp, an area densely populated by monsters. An old man emerged from the ground, looked at the sky, and then looked in the direction of the forbidden sea, muttering, "What's going on? The celestial origin is moving. Could it be that the great Tao is about to appear?" The celestial origin was outside the ninth heaven. No one could move it. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors could, but they were all dead. Other than them, who else could move it? Could it be that the great Tao had appeared and moved the celestial origin, or was it something else? Originally, the old man had been waiting for the great Tao to appear and was not interested in the battle in the king battlefield. The gate of all living things. The gate of all living things was just a rumor. Who knew if it was true or not? Before the great Tao appeared, he would not engage in such a meaningless battle. However, at this moment, the old man looked into the distance and muttered, "The great Tao is moving. I've waited for so many years. No matter what, I should go take a look." The next moment, the old man took a step forward, one step tens of thousands of meters. It seemed slow, but it was shockingly fast. A 10,000-mile distance only took a moment. It was not just this place. At this moment, there were experts appearing in many places. In a catacombs dynasty's territory. In a dazzling palace. A sneaky-looking old man's expression changed. He suddenly looked outside and said in a low voice, "The celestial origin is moving? Who can move the celestial origin?" The old man frowned. Emperor path. Becoming an emperor was the only goal of many experts. However, just as the old man was tempted, his heart suddenly trembled. A figure flashed in his mind, and his body trembled. The heavenly hound was dead. The heavenly hound that made him tremble in fear in the past had died on the path to Emperor Path. Would it be useful if he went? Not only that, the ash cat was also active in the 3 realms. Thinking of this, the old man instantly suppressed the greed in his heart. "I can't go out, I can't leave this place. Once the ash cat found me, it would definitely make me go back and bear fruit." The old man shuddered. Being eaten by humans, no, being eaten by cats every day, he had enough of such a life. He finally escaped when the ash cat was asleep. If the ash cat did not die, he would not leave. Emperor Tier. So many people tried to become emperors, but how many survived? The old man murmured, "Go ahead and become Ren Huang, just don't let the cat become Ren Huang." One by one, the experts who had been hiding came out of their hiding places. At the same time, Taboo C. The expressions of the Heavenly King subduing Heavenly King and the other overlords changed as they looked up at the sky. The movement of the immortal origin actually affected the bitter sea. The Heavenly King stage powerhouses looked at each other, and in the next moment, without another word, they all shot off into the distance. The celestial source had actually affected the Sea of Sufferings, which meant that a passageway had appeared between the 9 heavens and the earth realm. Who opened the passage? With the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors gone, who else could open the passage? Could it have been unintentionally opened? No matter what, this was an opportunity. Maybe he could take this opportunity to walk out of the 9 heavens and go to the immortal source. These Heavenly King powerhouses did not seem to care much about the gate of all living things before, but at this moment, they were extremely concerned about it, especially King Kuan. No one knew better than him what the so-called gate of all living things was. But at this moment, it wasn't the gate of all living things that was moving, but the immortal origin, a human immortal's immortal source, the root of the turmoil back then. Even the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might have left something there back then. The 4 emperors wanted to destroy the immortal origin, but in the end, they failed. Back then, there seemed to have been a great battle outside the 9 heavens. Now, they had searched the entire 3 realms, but they could not find anything special. Was the opportunity to become a Renhuang there? At this moment, all the heavenly kings were rushing over there. Even heavenly King Zhen was no exception, but at this time, heavenly King Zhen was shocked. The cat did it? It can go to the 9 heavens? This cat, how did it go there? I really want to catch this cat now, and rob it. Even heavenly King Zhen had such thoughts. One could imagine how important it was to go to the 9 heavens at this time. The 9 heavens, let alone the emperor stage, even heavenly kings could not go there. That was exclusive to the emperors and 4 emperors. Only they could break the 9 heavens and enter the 9 heavens. And the others did not have such strength. The cat's unintentional move attracted too much attention. At this moment, Zhang Tao also felt that something was amiss. The movement was too big, so big that he was shocked. Could it be that the emperor path had really been opened? Otherwise, how could it cause such a situation? At this moment, Zhang Tao was also dumbfounded. What did the cat do? Could it be that this guy really had a way to open the emperor path, and now that the act had come true, it went to open it? This cat. If you had said so earlier, I might as well go and become a Renhuang. Zhang Tao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, the movement was so big that everyone who should know knew. Looking at the experts chasing behind them, many people were eager to make a move. They looked into the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Obviously, these people were hesitating at this moment. Should they continue to chase, or should they go there to take a look? They were hesitating. At this time, Zhang Tao glanced at Warlord. Warlord immediately shouted, "Go there! There's an opportunity over there. Restore your strength and take revenge." The human experts rushed toward the place where the most powerful explosion had just occurred. At this moment, the experts behind no longer hesitated. Not only could they chase after the people, but they could also go there to check the situation. Everyone rushed toward the place where the explosion had occurred. At the same time, everyone gathered there. In the sea, Fang Ping and the others dispelled the combination, restrained their auras, and rushed there quickly in the water. While rushing, Fang Ping said in his mind, "Big cat, did you really open the emperor path?" It was too shocking. At that moment, the Forbidden Sea was tumbling violently. Countless energy waves exploded in the sea. The cat was still very far away from him. In his mind, the cat was so tired that it was panting. It muttered, "No? This cat didn't know." Who knew? This cat had only hit the immortal source. How would it know that there would be such a powerful explosion? It thought that the path was just a little shaken. Fang Ping was speechless. He had the same thought as old Zhang. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought them alone to look for the opportunity. Did it have to be like this? This cat had too many secrets, and it was very unreliable. No, it was so reliable that it was a little scary. "We asked you to make a trap. Don't tell me you really did it?" Fang Ping was speechless at the cat's answer. Thinking about it, Fang Ping asked quickly, "Big cat, is there a way to kill a few heavenly kings or something?" This time, although they had killed many people, compared to the catacombs, the human losses were less than a quarter of theirs. It was really frustrating. The whole world was their enemy. Everyone wanted to kill humans, because humans might be the key to activating the seed of rebirth. Humans could not be too strong, they had to be raised like pigs. When they really needed human blood sacrifices, they could do it as they pleased. Right now, humans were too strong. There was suppressing Heavenly King before and Martial King after. Fang Ping's progress was also frightening, therefore, there was this encirclement and annihilation of humans. Even if Zhang Tao did not set up a trap, there would be such a crisis this time, and even worse, on the human side, if the powerhouses of the 6 sacred lands had not gathered in advance and respected Zhang Tao as king, maybe this time, the human powerhouses would all die. Those people besieged and killed the human powerhouses separately, their strength could not be used together. It would be strange if the human powerhouses did not die. Therefore, this time they came prepared, the result was still considered good. But so many people died, Fang Ping still felt bad. He saw that a few desperation powerhouses had fallen in Star Town. Sword King had already integrated his Dao, Battle King had shattered his own Dao and continued the Dao of an Emperor-level powerhouse, but it was an outsider after all, it might be troublesome in the future. On Zhang Tao's side, he was also seriously injured and in danger of dying. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more indignant he was. In his mind, the cat was in so much pain that he wanted to cry. Heavenly King, the liar was crazy, the fake emperor was crazy, the liar was crazy too. They actually wanted this cat to think of a way to kill Heavenly Kings. Heavenly Kings, they were very strong, he was not even emperor level. What were they thinking? The grey cat gobbled up the fish-headed demonic beasts in a frenzy. At this moment, only these fish-headed demonic beasts could comfort its wounded heart. Heavenly Kings are very strong, we can't kill them, the cat said aggrievedly. When Tengu was here, he couldn't even kill Heavenly Kings. He might be able to kill one-on-one, but if two come, Tengu can't beat them either. This cat doesn't know how to fight, how can I kill Heavenly Kings? Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If we don't kill Heavenly Kings, what about the 36 saints? Saints. They are also very strong, we can't beat them. Overlord tier? Fang Ping lowered his request once again. This time, the cat suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Listen, he had been demoted from a Heavenly King to an ordinary Overlord. Overlord tier, at the moment, the cat was running while carrying the portal. It was so tired that it was panting. After thinking for a long time, it mumbled, I don't know if I can poke an Overlord-level creature to death, but I really don't fight, I understand. Do you have a way to help people who self-destruct 90% of their spiritual power recover? Fang Ping still decided to ask. The old cat had many tricks up its sleeve. Perhaps it could help old Zhang recover. Once old Zhang recovered, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an overlord if the others didn't expect it. Compared to him, old Zhang and the others would be even more miserable if they self-destructed their spiritual power. Moreover, he didn't self-destruct, but rather directly cut out, and then exploded. He was basically injured. Fang Ping had self-destructed, but he had preserved his origin every time. What Zhang Tao did was equivalent to cutting off his origin source. Now, his origin source was incomplete. Recuperate, the cat was stunned. After thinking for a while, it said hesitantly, this is very difficult. We can only nurture it slowly. However, it's still possible to recover temporarily. It's just that it's fake. Stimulate the potential, and then recover temporarily. After that, it'll be even worse. Forget it then. Fang Ping suddenly dropped the idea. Fake? There would be sequelae after that. Old Zhang was about to be tortured to death. If there were sequelae, he would die even faster. Actually, you can also kill an overlord-level powerhouse, huh? Fang Ping was stunned. Me too, the cat seemed to be very conflicted. It mumbled, it's not you either. I have a small stone monument. It's very powerful. I think it used to be Big Black Face. I don't remember. It specializes in poking people's origin source. After collecting their aura, you can sneak into the source world, can't you go in directly? That's even simpler. You can bring the stone monument and sneak into their source world. Then, you can guide powerhouses and sneak in. Then, you can smash their source world. Fang Ping was delighted at first. Then, his expression changed slightly. No, once I enter, I'll be easily discovered by the Overlord level. I've tried it before. Forget about the Overlord level, even the true gods can easily discover me. I know, but there's the stone monument. You can make the stone monument cooperate with you, but, the cat suddenly burst into tears. Big drops of tears fell. He was really crying. But, this time, I lost a lot of things. No matter how much I use the stone monument, it'll break. Liar, I'm not doing it anymore. The cat was crying, I'm not doing it anymore. He had already lost 20 divine weapons. If he lost another one, it would be 33 realms divine weapons. Other than the ones he still had, he did not have that many left. The liar could not afford it. As for how 20 plus 1 was equal to 30, the cat was too lazy to explain. He was illiterate and did not know how to count. Of course, he had the final say. Seeing the cat's tears, Fang Ping was stunned. Was it necessary? You're a cat who's lived for tens of thousands of years. Do you need to cry, this crying? I'm almost in a daze. Fang Ping hurriedly comforted him. If it breaks, then it breaks. I'll give it to you in the future. It's just a divine weapon, so what? If it doesn't work, I still have a few here. If I don't need them in the future, I'll give them to you. Liar. The cat had a look of disbelief. Those belonged to those fellows. Why would they give them to him? Also, did they really think that it was easy to deceive just because I was illiterate? What did he mean by giving them to him if he didn't need them? Even emperors could use them. The cat's face was full of displeasure, but it still muttered, all right then. You guys come to me. Also, I don't know how to fight or poke people. Find someone to poke them to death yourself. Fang Ping's origin was naturally not as strong as that of an emperor level. Even if he managed to sneak in, he could not kill an emperor level. Fang Ping thought about it. Whatever, he would try it first, even if he could not find anyone to help him, poking a few true gods to death would do. Listening to the cat's tone, with this stone monument and his ability, he might be able to sneak into a true god's origin space quietly. He could not kill an emperor level, but a true god, with Old Wang and the rest, he might be able to do it. Old Wang and the rest's willpower was still alright, but could these fellows appear in the origin space? It seemed like they could not do it if they had not stepped out of the origin path. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. After asking where the cat was, he quickly came back to his senses and let Old Wang lead the team. There was no other reason. In the sea, how would he know if he would get lost? At this moment, Fang Ping had entered the Forbidden Sea. The seawater corrosion was not too serious. Iron Head had the divine armor, so it was not a big deal. It was the same for Old Wang. His vitality force felt like a fish in water in the sea. This was somewhat consistent with Fang Ping's previous guess that the Forbidden Sea was related to Old Wang. Perhaps after Old Wang died in battle, his blood had flowed into the Forbidden Sea. As for Old Yao, he was the most miserable. His golden body was badly corroded, and Fang Ping could only constantly replenish him with imperishable substance. Previously, he was left with 500 million points of imperishable substance. After the fusion battle, there were only about 300 million points left now. Fang Ping was worried. This bit of wealth was not enough. Entering someone else's origin world would consume wealth points, and the consumption would be huge. We'll talk about it when we get there. At this time, Fang Ping could only go and meet up with the cat. As for Old Zhang and the rest, everyone was watching them now. Fang Ping did not want to add to their troubles. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea, the powerhouses were still fighting. At this moment, Zhang Tao had already met up with Gong Juanzi, the Dragon Emperor, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation, and Heavenly Emperor Black Season. In addition to Warlord's current strength, as well as that elder ancestor of the Shao clan, the humans still had the power to fight. However, there were more powerhouses chasing after them. Gong Juanzi could not help but send a voice transmission. King Wu, must we go this way? Now that the Dao is in turmoil, maybe it's safer to go somewhere else. I want to try my luck. Zhang Tao said weakly, maybe we can reach the sky in a single bound? Seniors, I am already very grateful that you can help the humans this time. At this moment, I will not be courteous with you. Send us to the place where the Dao chaos is erupting, and you can leave. There is no need to fight them to the end. If your lives are in danger, you can also retreat in advance. The few of them did not say anything. If their lives were really in danger, they would not really stay. It was okay to help the humans, but to fight to the end, they did not have that kind of friendship. Zhang Tao wanted to try his luck, but they did not know what to say. At this moment, he still wanted to fight. Did he have a chance? However, they could not stay calm about the temptation of becoming martial emperors. Maybe it was better for Zhang Tao to go this way, and they could also go and have a look. If Zhang Tao really went in another direction with the humans, then they would also be in a dilemma. Should they help the humans or go to the place where the explosion occurred? As they spoke, they kept turning back to attack. Fate King and the others, together with more than 10 venerable sovereigns, were following behind them, constantly consuming their energy. While they were still hurrying in that direction, several Heavenly King stage powerhouses had quickly arrived at the place where the explosion occurred. Seeing the collapse of this place, King Kuan's eyes lit up. He looked around and said in a low voice, "The celestial source exploded here." As soon as he said those words, he punched out, and a shattered passageway appeared in the air. Looking at the passage, King Kuan immediately cursed, "Damn it! The passage is broken. The passage leading to the 9 heavens." At this moment, Li Zhu also looked around and said faintly, "This passage. I think I've heard of it before." King Qian was also surprised. He said, "Yes, I've heard of it. The Divine Emperor once used the Divine Emperor Ho to open a passage leading to the 9 heavens. He wanted to open an herb garden outside the 9 heavens. In the heaven realm, with the heavenly hound and the heavenly cat, the good herbs couldn't grow at all." At the mention of these two, everyone's eyes lit up. These two fellas were indeed not good people. In the past, when they were in the heaven realm, they caused chaos in the world. Whoever had good food or useful things had to be guarded against them. The Divine Emperor's only hobby was to cultivate some natural treasures. The current demon plant clan was closely related to the Divine Emperor. A demon plant, the first demon plant to become a god, seemed to have been cultivated by the god emperor. Demon beasts had emperors, but demon plants didn't have emperors. However, in that era, the demon plant clan wasn't without a backer. The Divine Emperor was their backer. King Zhen didn't want to talk about this. He said in a low voice, "This passage is said to have been destroyed in the ancient times. The celestial source was placed outside the 9 heavens. The Divine Emperor sealed this passage and destroyed it. How could it appear now?" Everyone didn't know why it was like this. The few heavenly kings stood in the void, their eyes glowing as they scanned the surroundings. At this moment, they could still see the celestial source outside the 9 heavens through that broken passage. They were also tempted, but they soon became dispirited. This was the 9 heavens, it was fine if the passage was still there. Without it, they would have to endure the pressure of the 9 heavens. Breaking the 9 heavens was not something they could do. Back then, the Emperor of Badian could break the 9 heavens with one punch. They didn't have this ability. A heavenly king powerhouse's vitality was extremely strong, the weakest one had a vitality of 5 million calories. However, this was the kind that was comparable to a rank 9, the strong ones were even stronger. For a powerhouse like the subduing king, who could fight 1 against 2, it was hard to guess how strong he was. However, could the subduing king break the 9 heavens? At the first heavens, shattering required 150,000 calories of vitality. 15, 30, 60, 120, at the 7th heavens, even without accumulating, shattering also required 6 million calories of vitality. At the 9th heavens, that terrifying and shocking 38. 4 million calories of vitality was comparable to a rank 9, it was comparable to a desperate state's 19. 2 million cal, of course, at the level of an extreme path heavenly emperor, the vitality would still transform and not need so much. However, no matter what, it was not something that a few heavenly king powerhouses could break the 9 heavens. Looking at the broken passage, the few heavenly king powerhouses were filled with regret. It was broken, all these years, it was not that no one had looked for it, but they could not find it at all. Now, the first heavens was already in chaos. It was occupied by some powerhouses' source spaces. The space was chaotic. Sometimes, they could not even find the second heavens. Not to mention the ones above, now that this path that led directly to the 9 heavens had appeared, this was the greatest opportunity since the heavenly realm shattered, but now, it was gone. At this moment, Li Zhu said softly, "Why would a passage opened by the Divine Emperor suddenly appear here?" Having said that, he looked at a place not far away. That was where the heavenly realm ruins were originally located. However, the door was moved away by Tsang Mao. This heavenly realm ruins seemed to have been moved away. Even so, they still had some sense of the space shattering. These people were too familiar with the heavenly realm. King Qian frowned and said, "This place seems to have had heavenly realm fragments before." "It's not just heavenly realm fragments." King Kuan, the young-looking heavenly king, held a seal in his hand and murmured, "I feel an unusual aura here. My heavenly king seal was acting strangely just now." "Me too." King Sun and King Zhen took out their heavenly king seals. This time, they looked at each other and in the next moment, they shouted, 9 Emperor Seal. Heavenly Quartz Jade Seal. Although the name was different, they did not care. They looked at each other and their expressions changed. At this moment, the two heavenly kings should be the weakest here. The two heavenly kings did not speak, but they transmitted their voices. 9 Emperor's Seal? Heavenly Quartz Orthodox. Heavenly Herb. Monarch Tianming's eyes were bright as he transmitted his voice. This thing is not only the Heavenly Quartz Orthodox, but it is said that it can fuse the 8 Heavenly Kings' seals and the 36 Saints' tokens. Once it is fused, it will be the #1 divine artifact in the 3 realms. There is even a rumor that, after fusing with this item, one may obtain the inheritance of several emperors. Heavenly Quartz Jade Seal, the inheritance of the 9 emperors. If the 9 emperors blocked the way, could it be that they blocked their own path as well? If the 9 emperors were really dead, they might be able to become emperors by following their path. However, the 9 emperors' seal disappeared when the heavenly realm was destroyed. Moreover, the 36 saints and 8 heavenly kings were rumored to have died. Because of this, no one thought about this for the past few years. It was too difficult. Who could collect these things? A total of 45 seals. The 9 emperors' seal was a godly weapon. Although the Heavenly King seal was not a real godly weapon, it was still a semi-godly weapon. Moreover, there were 36 seals. Collecting all of these would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than finding the seed of rebirth. But now, the most crucial 9 emperors' seal seemed to have appeared. Among the 8 Heavenly King's seals, Qian, Kuan, Sun, and Zhen were all here. Heavenly King Zhen. That meant there were 5 Heavenly King seals here. Among the 36 saints, there were 3 under King Kuan. As for the other 36 saints' tokens, it was said that some venerable emperors had collected some by chance. This way, it would be much easier to find the other seals. Moreover, it was said that the 9 emperors' seal was the foundation. Once they found the 9 emperors' seal, they might be able to find the other seals quickly. They were tempted. At this time, Heavenly King Zhen was also going crazy. If I had known that the 9 emperors' seal was in this cat's hands, I would have swindled it no matter what. This cat is dumb. How would it know the importance of the 9 emperors' seal? Maybe I could exchange it with some food. Heavenly King Zhen did not know whether to laugh or cry. 9 emperors' seal, this was the symbol of the heavenly court. The 9 emperors had been blessed by this seal. Not only that, the 9 emperors' seal was more important than imagined. Especially to Zhang Tao. If Zhang Tao obtained the 9 emperors' seal, he might not only be able to merge with the Tao of the human realm, but also walk the Tao of the 3 realms. Of course, there was only hope. But even a little bit of hope was an amazing opportunity. Where did this cat get this thing from? After the war, did this guy sweep through the heavenly realm? So many broken divine weapons, plus the 9 emperors' seal. The key is that this cat doesn't cultivate or fight. It only knows how to sleep. Why does it need so many divine weapons? What a waste. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was a little crazy. Did those sovereigns and extreme Tao heavenly emperors think about it? Did they think that after they died, someone collected many of their belongings, but did not use them to increase their strength in battle, but to keep them as a collection? Who would have so many divine weapons, even if they were broken, keep them as a trump card? The cat had definitely not used them all these years, and did not even take them out. Otherwise, especially when the 9 emperors' seal appeared, they would more or less sense it. Cat. Heavenly King Zhen looked around. Where did the cat go? This place had the aura of the 9 emperors' seal and the aura of the heavenly realm fragments. Did this cat really help them open the ruins of the war? I told you to make a trap, and you actually opened the heavenly tomb. There were not just one heavenly realm fragment, there were many, but there was only one place called the heavenly tomb, the place where the war was the most tragic, the place where sovereigns and extreme Tao heavenly emperors fell, and even fell there. It was also the core of the heavenly court. This was the real heavenly tomb. All these years, it seemed like only Heavenly Dog had found this place back then, but he still died there. The cat wouldn't have opened this place, right? Heavenly King Zhen did not know what to say. Zhang Tao, we have set it up for so long. If the cat really opened the heavenly tomb, then it's over. Heavenly King Zhen smiled bitterly in his heart. It was really over. Because the heavenly tomb really had fortuitous opportunities, becoming an emperor might not be impossible. Even if they did not become an emperor, heavenly king powerhouses might improve further. Once these heavenly kings became stronger, it would be big trouble. It was originally a trap, but now it might be giving opportunities to the enemy. The two were completely different, and there would be great changes. Heavenly King Zhen was extremely helpless. It was all this old man's fault for underestimating the cat. This cat was messing around, although it was rumored that it knew where the heavenly tomb was. The heavenly tomb was actually moving. Who knew where it was now? He did not even think of asking again. Even if he asked, the cat might not say. But now it was opened, he now had some doubts. Was the 9 Emperors' seal not in the hands of the cat, and was it originally in the heavenly tomb? He thought of the heavenly tomb, and the others more or less thought about it, and their eyes flickered. The heavenly tomb, the 9 Emperors' seal, the remains of sovereigns, the remains of Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor, the passage to the immortal origin. It was originally just a scheme, but now, maybe the great Tao of Emperor Ascension really appeared. King Kuan suddenly looked at Unquestionable Jian and said calmly, "Unquestionable Jian, you have been to the heavenly tomb before." What appeared here just now was the heavenly tomb. Unquestionable Jian said indifferently, "I have been to the heavenly tomb once, but I only looked at the periphery for a while and obtained some fortuitous opportunities. The inner periphery is too dangerous, and it is not something I could enter back then." After that, the heavenly tomb disappeared, and it could no longer be found. As for what appeared here, Unquestionable Jian paused before saying, "I do not know. There is the aura of the heaven realm, but the explosion of the great Tao destroyed many traces. Whether it is the heavenly tomb or other fragments, I do not know." When he said this, no one questioned him. Indeed, it was hard to tell now. But this was a rare opportunity, and no one was willing to miss it. They did not say much and disappeared on the spot, searching for the heavenly tomb, especially King Kuan. He was the most concerned about this. He was the son of the earthly sovereign. Was the earthly sovereign dead or alive? If he was dead, would the great Tao still have an inheritance? As the son of the earthly sovereign, once he encountered it, he might be able to directly inherit the great Tao and become an emperor. These people were searching. As for the grey cat, it had already run far away. At this moment, it had just met up with Fang Ping and the rest. The grey cat carried the door with the big cat pattern. This time, it was really tired and panting. It was not carrying a door, but a piece of the heavenly realm fragment. Liar! Seeing Fang Ping, the grey cat's eyes were red. This time, it was too pitiful. The loss was too great, and it was unbearably tired. The grey cat felt wronged and whined, "I'm dying. I'm really done for. I lost 30 divine weapons, and I've lost tens of thousands of caddies." The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. "I don't really understand your quantifier. What did you mean by 30 divine weapons? What did you mean by losing tens of thousands of caddies?" However, seeing the grey cat, Fang Ping also panted heavily, suddenly feeling a lot more relaxed. Although this cat was not reliable, it could still survive. After living for a long time, following it suddenly felt much safer. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little sad. It was bad enough that he relied on humans, but now he wanted to rely on a cat, and a lazy cat at that. He was living too pitifully. Thinking of this, Fang Ping began to ravage the grey cat's big head, but his mouth said, "Big cat, it's okay. I'll make it up to you in the future. When you come out, I'll return it all to you." "Really?" "Of course." "Meow. You said it." The grey cat was happy. It would remember it. Fang Ping saw it happy and suddenly felt a little uneasy. He could not help but say, "You want to go in. If you don't go in, you might not be able to lure others in. Go in." The grey cat lifted its head, its fat face full of curiosity. It did not say that it would not go in. Hearing it say that, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt that something was wrong. This cat agreed so quickly. Moreover, it was so happy just now. Who knew when they would come out? The grey cat, on the other hand, began to calculate in its heart. The liar had agreed so quickly, but it was going to go out tomorrow. Where could he find so many things to compensate it? Should he detain little chubby face, let the liar use divine weapons to ransom people? when he had enough divine weapons, when would he let people go? This man and cat, at this time, were both daydreaming. As for Tai Tu and the other two, they were staring at the door, a little dumbfounded. This cat was neither a cat nor a tiger. Could it really make people believe that this place was a good place? P.S. I'm promoting a fantasy novel, The Walking God, written by a girl. Brothers, you can go read it. At this moment, Fong Ping was also looking at the door. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the old cat on the door with the word king on its forehead. What was this cat thinking? Your cat is much more famous than the tiger, right? Is there a need to pretend to be a tiger? Is this your trap? The cat nodded its head and said in a wrong tone, I'm so tired. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Ping gave a perfunctory reply. It was good to lose some weight. Then, he asked again, is one door enough? No, there's a small world inside. Small world? Understanding dawned on Fong Ping. Directly to the space battlefield? As he said that, without waiting for the cat's reply, Fong Ping continued, a regular space battlefield won't do. There are too many powerhouses this time, including many Heavenly King powerhouses. I don't think it's possible to trap them without the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. This time, there were too many experts. If he wanted to trap these people, even if old Zhang wanted to add a divine artifact shield, it might not be possible. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, they might not even be willing to leave, the old cat muttered. I threw a lot of divine artifacts in there, the seal of the 9 emperors is the deepest. This cat is very good at hiding things. At that time, they would all be looking for something. How would they have the time to go out? If they couldn't find it, they would definitely not leave. Despite thinking about it, the cat said, don't worry, they won't be able to get out. The spatial battlefield inside seems to be the origin world of a heavenly king, which overlaps with the first and second heavens. It's very powerful now. The realm battlefield has always been stronger than the source world when one is alive. Even if one is stronger than when one is alive, one might not be able to get out. The formation of the space battlefield wasn't just a single origin world, but also a combination of spatial energy. Otherwise, the owner of the space battlefield and the king's battlefield would not have been so powerful when he was alive. However, in the war between the North and the South, there were many sages who participated in the battle, but they still could not break through that place. A heavenly king stage powerhouse had fallen, and the resulting spatial battlefield was something that even a few heavenly kings working together might not be able to break through. Furthermore, they might not even want to leave. The cat was not too worried about that. Then, he muttered, besides, this place has fused with a fragment of the heavenly realm, making it even more powerful. Back then, when the fragment of the heaven realm fell here, the heaven realm was very stable. In the past, even a single emperor might not be able to break it. The destruction of the heaven realm was caused by more than one emperor realm rancor. Moreover, it was a fight to the death. This was what caused the heavenly realm to shatter. Even though it was only a small fragment, it was still incomparably large and boundless. Ordinary emperor-level powerhouses might not even be able to destroy the buildings and spaces in this fragment. Heavenly realm fragment, Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He recalled what happened earlier and asked hurriedly, have you really activated Emperor Path? Nope. The cat shook its head innocently. It was all an accident. However, the cat had actually sensed something. At this moment, it was a little embarrassed and whispered, but, the great path seems to have loosened a little. In the catacombs, a part of the great path that was concealed seems to have been pierced by me. The old cat once said that someone had concealed the catacombs' great path. Therefore, in the catacombs, the great paths were more blurry. Many powerhouses felt that the end was right in front of them, or they might as well walk to the end themselves. Of course, the other party wasn't blocking the door, nor did he have the strength to do so. Perhaps the person who concealed the great path was still terrifyingly strong. Fong Ping could not help but ask, was Unquestionable the one who concealed the great path back then? The old cat said that the great path had been concealed, but it had not been that many years. It seemed to be after the North-South War. In recent years, the biggest event was Unquestionable the sword's attack on the catacombs 1,000 years ago. The cat shook its head and thought for a while. Even if little sword has the strength of a heavenly king, it can't be concealed. If you want to do this, it's best to be like the fake emperor, who can explore the catacombs' myriad paths. At this moment, a name suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind, Li Zhu. Could it be Li Zhu's doing? To conceal the great path, one must have some understanding of the catacombs' myriad paths. Ordinary people could not do it. However, there was a kind of person who could do it, the kind of emperor of a realm, for example, the human race's emperor path, the catacombs' earthly emperor path. Powerhouses who took these paths would have some understanding of other paths because most of them were the kind where the myriad paths converged. In the catacombs, they had actually taken this path earlier than Zhang Tao. Their cities in the outland, the four royal courts, many dynasties, and divine sects were actually all taking this path. In recent years, the most successful lord of the four royal courts was actually Li Zhu. However, Li Zhu had only become a lord for a few years. Fang Ping was not too sure if it was done by him. If it was done by him, then the changes should have happened in recent years. Although he was not too sure, now that this kind of concealment seemed to have been broken, there was no point in looking back. Fang Ping was more concerned about something else. He asked hurriedly, if this kind of concealment is broken, what will happen? Will the powerhouses in the catacombs be stronger? They might. The cat said sheepishly, some people used to feel that they had reached the end and had no way to go. Now, they might discover the path ahead and continue on. The cat was even more sheepish. This time, when it hit the immortal source, it did not expect it to explode this layer of fog. However, the cat quickly added, however, the human world will also become stronger. Back then, the immortal source actually absorbed the energy of the entire human world. Now that the immortal source is in turmoil and the energy is overflowing, the human world's energy will overflow. Very soon, the human world will be full of energy. Fang Ping looked at it in surprise. He could not help but ask, didn't you forget? Why do you remember so much now? The cat said gloomily, it's all because you guys forced me to do it. You guys make me work every day. Every time, I don't use my brain and don't know how to do it. I'm also very depressed. I can only think and think until my head is about to explode. Isn't that why I remember so many things? At this time, Wang Jinyang said, we'll talk about this later. What we need to do now is to lure those people in. Minister Zhang and the rest are still being surrounded. This place has to be opened as soon as possible. Right now, most of those powerhouses were rushing toward the place where the explosion had just occurred. They were still some distance away. The reason why Zhang Tao asked the cat to do this was to lure more people out. By the time those people arrived, the trap would have already been closed. Fang Ping heard this and nodded. At least we need to delay for 20 minutes to give other powerhouses time to react. In 20 minutes, I think the powerhouses should have arrived. As Fang Ping said that, he added, but we have to create some danger. The dignified celestial realm remains is so safe. If it were me, I would feel that something is wrong. We have to make them feel that it's very dangerous. Sometimes, people are just so contradictory. Riches come from danger. If you were not in danger, he might not believe you if you gave him benefits out of thin air. As Fang Ping said that, he quickly calculated for a while and said, Big cat, give me the stone monument. As for you, don't show yourself first. When it's a critical moment, show yourself and say in surprise, how did the heavenly cemetery end up here? Then rush in. The cat stared at him with wide eyes. Fang Ping continued, you're a big lazy cat. You won't do anything that's not beneficial or dangerous. Only when you, the cat, go in will others think that there are really benefits to this place and that it's not too dangerous. The cat felt wronged. You're the big lazy cat. By the way, when you speak, it's best to add some other things. For example, what's the smell of some artifact, what's the smell of some emperor, and so on. Fang Ping taught Song Mao how to fake it. Don't exaggerate your expression too much, remember to arrive at the right time. It's best to say that you've smelled some treasures. You're hungry and want to eat. Old Wang and the other two just stared at him. At this critical moment, this guy was teaching the cat how to perform. That was enough. The cat also looked at him foolishly, as if he was listening to the lesson seriously. He was not impatient at all. Instead, he felt that it was quite profound. It looked like he was even interested in exploring the essence of acting. This time, they were even more speechless. That was enough. Also, this door is a little too obvious. But rumor has it that you know where the heavenly cemetery is. It doesn't matter if there's a Dao door, but, at this point, Fang Ping paused and said slowly, this time. Unquestionable sword has appeared. Fang Ping looked at the cat. Unquestionable sword had been to the heavenly cemetery, otherwise, he would not have been able to get Heavenly Emperor Zhang's heart. It was said that before he went to the heavenly cemetery, he did not have emperor-level strength. He was only a true god-level martial artist. It was because he went to the heavenly cemetery that Unquestionable Sword became stronger and appeared in the North-South War later. Fang Ping was more worried that the cat would run to Unquestionable Sword's side after meeting it. After all, this man and cat had a deep friendship. It was said that they had been together for hundreds of years. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao had only known the cat for a short period of time. Fang Ping did not wait for the cat to speak. He continued, he met me earlier and asked me to tell you that humans are humans and demons are demons. Humans have emotions, demons should be emotionless. You are a demon, so you should be emotionless. Oh. The cat's reaction was rather flat. Fang Ping was stunned. The next moment, the cat said blankly, I'm not a demon. The four of them were stunned. Are you hallucinating? You are not a demon, but are we? The cat said innocently, I'm not a demon in the first place. Demons. Demons are actually created by others. It's a little artificial. I'm not like that. Big Dog and I are not considered demons. We're not the same species. The cat was very depressed. Demons were emotionless. What did it have to do with him? Little Sword's words were strange. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He could not help but say, that's not the point. The point is that Unquestionable Sword has appeared. Big Cat, if you betray us at this crucial moment, not only will we fail at the last step. I'm afraid that humans will really have no way out. Once the cat appeared and exposed this trap, humans would not be able to survive. It could be said that the key to this big gamble was still the cat. It was fine if Unquestionable Sword did not appear. Fang Ping was not worried. However, Unquestionable Sword had appeared. He felt a little uneasy. The cat was not as conflicted as he was. It mumbled, Little Sword won't die. Also, there are so many people. It's so uncomfortable to think of me every day. I'll just lock them all up. As for Unquestionable Sword, even if it went in, it would not die. It would just be locked up for a few days. The cat was not too conflicted. As for Fang Ping's worry that it would betray him, the cat said pitifully again, I've lost 40 to 50 divine weapons. I won't stop, huh? Fang Ping was stunned again. How much? When you came just now, you said 30. I don't know, so I won't say anything. Now you're raising the price in front of me. This cat is very naughty. I often use this trick. I used it the best on Qin Fengqing, creating something out of nothing. In the end, even Qin Fengqing himself was confused. The key thing is, you, the cat, are playing this trick with me, Fang Ping said without batting an eyelid, fine. But let's come to an agreement now. From now on, the divine weapons you gave me are considered gifts, not loans. How about this? The god-slaying saber and the stone tablet are considered gifts from you. How about that? Fang Ping added, I already owe you 40 to 50 divine weapons. These two are considered extras. When you shop online, people will give you small gifts when you buy a lot. I bought so much. It's not a problem for you to give me 2 broken divine weapons as extras, right? The cat stared at him with wide eyes. What he said made sense, but something was not right. When I shop, I get gifts when I buy a lot. But those are cat food. These are divine weapons, Fang Ping continued. Also, lend your fishing rod to old Zhang for a while. Return the sky destroyer to old Wang. You said that the stone tablet is old Yao's. Consider it as returning it to old Yao. No. The cat exploded, its tail stood up high. The liar wanted to cheat it of its divine weapons. And it wasn't just one, he had to trick a lot of them. It was done. Also, the sky destroyer is its, not Heavenly Emperor Zhang's. Heavenly Emperor Zhang is dead, At the thought of this, the cat immediately explained, Zhandu is dead. It's gone. He's dead, so the Sky Destroyer is ownerless. Whatever I picked up is mine. Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said hurriedly, you don't have to give it to me. The God of War Bao is enough for me now. I can't handle 2 divine weapons. He could not even control 1 divine weapon now, let alone 2. Wang Jinyang said helplessly, all right. Let's discuss what to do next. There are too many powerhouses on the Forbidden Sea now. Although we're hiding here, we might bump into someone soon. Let's arrange it as soon as possible. Fang Ping was very anxious before, but now he was not. Fang Ping was not too anxious. There was no use in being anxious. Every time something big happened, he had to be calm. Right now, he was still quite calm. He needed some time, he had to give all the powerhouses time to gather. Otherwise, even if he opened this celestial realm fragment now, he would not be able to catch all of them in one go. If a few venerable emperors who were hostile to humans were left behind, then humans would be in even more danger. They would not even have the power to resist. As for the few true gods left behind, Fang Ping was not too worried. Although humans might not be able to defeat them, there were very few true gods left behind. All the forces were mixed up, and the leaders had disappeared. At this time, Fang Ping did not believe that they could quickly reach a consensus. Fang Ping was confident that he could deal with individual true gods who targeted humans. His goal this time was to get rid of those emperor-level leaders. As for those old antiques who were hiding in the depths, Fang Ping could not do anything if they did not show up for such a big matter. Since they did not even care about the opportunity to become an emperor, Fang Ping could only assume that they were waiting for death. After waiting for so many years, their lifespans were almost at the end. At this time, Emperor Avenue might have opened, but they did not come. What else could they do other than waiting for death? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Fang Ping looked at the conspicuous door, looked at the cat, and said, shove the door into the space rift first. As he said that, he added, create more space rifts. It's best if they can cause a certain amount of damage to the true gods, so that they can focus their attention on the danger of the space rifts. Also, can the cat portrait on the door only appear when they are within a few meters of it? The cat looked at him and said blankly, why is it so troublesome? Fang Ping smiled and said, divert their attention. Among these people, there will definitely be someone who will explore the way first, and it won't be an emperor level, only a true god. At this time, the space rifts will make him vigilant. When he thinks that he has overcome the crisis and sees the door, but suddenly sees a cat. Do you think he will be shocked, or focus all his attention on this, thinking that there is a chance or a trap? Fang Ping said with assurance, and at that moment, I will break into the other party's source world and destroy his source world. Wouldn't that be easier? The few of them looked at him again. This was an application of psychology. Fang Ping should not be a martial artist. Fang Ping did not care about this. He said coldly, this time, they have killed so many human powerhouses. How can they not kill more people? Besides, if they go in, humans will be in danger too. One less true god means one less danger. If the other party keeps probing, I will let all their true gods die. Of course, this possibility was not high. The cat also muttered, the small stone monument can only be used 5 or 6 times. It can't kill so many people. It could still be used a few more times before, but it had used this to break into old Zhang's source world, which had already caused the stone monument to crack. Fang Ping remembered that the cat once said that there seemed to be 33 divine weapons. He did not know how many divine weapons would be destroyed after this. Thinking of this, Fang Ping remembered that the cat said that he owed it 40 to 50 divine weapons. His face darkened again. How did this cat learn to count? There were only so many divine weapons. He already had 4 on his side, and Moon Spirit had 2. He did not know if the others still had them. In the past, he heard that the Heavenly King's seal was also a divine weapon, calculating, even if the cat took all the remaining divine weapons, there would not be so many. This cat was becoming more and more naughty. There was no time to dwell on this. While letting the cat set up the scene, Fang Ping said, Big cat, the stone monument and the god-slaying saber can be given to me as extras. Is that okay? Meow. Don't meow like a cat. I'm a cat. The cat retorted. If I don't meow like a cat, am I supposed to meow like a human? Then I'll take it as a yes. Meow. Okay, you agree. Fong Ping quickly looked at the system panel. He needed wealth now. Not only for himself, but he also needed to give a portion to human powerhouses at the last minute. He did not know how dangerous it would be for these people to go in this time. A group of heavenly kings was locked inside. Who knew what would happen next? The 500,000 yuan of imperishable substance given to old Zhang seemed to have been used up. Right now, many human powerhouses were in a state of serious injury. When they went inside, the space battlefield had no energy to recover. As for whether the celestial realm fragments could provide energy, how much it could provide, these were all unknown. In any case, the more imperishable substance, the better. The cat was still unwilling to give away divine weapons as extras, but it could not resist Fong Ping's promise of benefits. When it came out, there would be delicious food and drinks, everything it wanted. Old Wang and the others were a little doubtful. Fong Ping kept making empty promises. Could it really come true? The trap was set up very quickly. The door was hidden in the space rift. Around it, dark cracks spread all over the void. It was extremely dangerous. At this time, Fong Ping also saw the increase in his wealth. The cat must have agreed. Otherwise, there would not be an increase in wealth. Wealth, 8. 2 billion points vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories, mentality, 9,955 Hz, 10,455 Hz 9955 Hz, unbreakable, destruction power, 85 yuan, origin, stage 1, increase 9% plus 30%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time, an increase of 8 billion wealth points. Of the two broken divine weapons, the stone monument was in Fong Ping's hands. He realized that it was cracked beyond recognition. Even so, it still increased by 8 billion points. Fong Ping was a little scared. He knew that divine weapons were valuable, but he did not expect the value of a broken one to be so high. If this was a complete one, did that not mean that his system might directly enter upgrade mode? That would be the end. 8 billion points, 80 trillion, the stone monument was broken beyond recognition. Its value was probably not high. The half-broken god-slaying saber had at least increased Fong Ping's wealth by 6 billion points. If it was complete, it would at least exceed 10 billion points. It was worth more than 100 trillion, of course. At this point, there was no need to measure it with money. However, a rank 9 divine weapon was worth less than 100 billion. A divine weapon was worth at least more than 1,000 rank 9 divine weapons. Fong Ping calculated and felt relieved. Divine weapons were not comparable to rank 9 divine weapons. Hundreds of trillion was considered cheap. Maybe a complete one was even more expensive. Who knew how big the difference was between a complete one and a half-broken one? 8 billion points. Fong Ping heaved a huge sigh of relief. If he converted all of them into imperishable substances, he would have more than 800,000 yuan of imperishable substances. If old Zhang had not self-destructed so much, 500,000 yuan would be enough for the top human beings to fight a few big battles. Now, I'm inviting you into the trap. After setting up the trap, Fong Ping did not stay any longer. He quickly dove into the forbidden sea with old Wang and the rest. At the bottom of the sea, Fong Ping quickly drilled a hole, extending all the way down. The cat followed along. Watching them skillfully operating it, its face was full of interest. Drilling a hole seemed quite fun. Did he not drill a hole in it too? Fong Ping drilled a hole while saying, "Big cat, lend me the divine peeking mirror for a while. I want to spy on the situation at the trap." "Don't worry, this doesn't belong to you. After you appear, you can take it away. See if old Zhang needs it at the crucial moment. If he does, help him break the projection gate." Fong Ping did not know if there were other people's great paths in the projection gate. He also did not know if this was necessary. No matter what, it was better to be prepared. If he really needed it, at least the cat could do it. The cat wagged its tail. It wanted to exert its strength again and use the divine peeking mirror to break that whatever door. Thinking of this, it mumbled, "Then you'll owe me more divine weapons." 50 or 60, Fang Ping did not care what it said. For people who were not good at math, adding 1 would be adding 10. It would not be surprising if it became 100 later. The key was 100 divine weapons was not a big deal. 1 truck of snacks should not be a problem, right? It was just a matter of 100 trucks of snacks. It was not a big deal. Very soon, Fang Ping drilled a deep hole at the bottom of the sea and filled up the passageway. The few of them hid in the depths of the sea. The cat took out the divine peeking mirror and aimed it at the door in the crack. The mirror showed an image. As for the cat, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to let it leave. They would hide here first. Maybe he would need the cat's help later. At this moment, the only thing they needed to do was to wait. When old Zhang felt that it was about time, they could let the cat activate the trap in this place. Forbidden Sea. On this day, the taboo sea was boiling and tumbling. There were people living on some of the 33 immortal islands, but at this moment, they were all trembling in fear. The sky had changed. There had never been a day in the Forbidden Sea where waves soared to the sky like today. This was no ordinary wave. At this moment, there were some demons in the sea. Many demons usually had no problem surviving in the sea, but today, they were constantly being eroded by the roiling seawater. Many demons screamed miserably as they rapidly died and merged into the sea. The seawater became even redder. Phew, the Battle King panted heavily as he held Zhang Tao in his arms, whose face was devoid of blood. His heart was filled with worry. "Kid, can you still hold on?" Zhang Tao ignored him. He was still thinking about something. Soon, he asked, "How long will it take to get to the place where the explosion happened?" "About 10 minutes. After all, the War King and the others couldn't compare to those heavenly kings. If they wanted to rush over, they still needed time. 9 minutes later, we'll head to the new outbreak site." Zhang Tao transmitted his voice. He would not go to the place where the explosion occurred. There might be many experts rushing over there now. He did not want to be caught like a turtle in a jar. With that in mind, Zhang Tao began to think of the gray cat. He told the cat to wait for the new situation to erupt before they arrived. As for whether the cat could do it or not, the cat seemed to be omnipotent. Old Zhang still chose to believe in the cat. Behind them, Fate King and the others continued to bombard the human powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation and the others were also helping to resist at this moment. Seeing that these people were about to catch up, the Dragon Transformation Celestial Arch suddenly looked at Zhang Tao and transmitted his voice. "If the humans are not wiped out this time, you have to help this old man take care of the Dragon Transformation Heaven's people." "King Wu, how about it?" Zhang Tao saw the killing intent in his eyes, so he said, "Venerable Sovereign, you don't have to do this. You don't have to let others stay behind. No matter what happens to the humans this time, if anyone survives, we will definitely repay you." Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation probably harbored the intention of bringing up the rear. After killing Chang Rong, he was also dispirited. Right now, he was becoming older and older, most likely not having much lifespan left. Perhaps when this battle ended, his lifespan would also be exhausted. Since that was the case, as a powerhouse who was close to the level of a sage, he could unleash his power once before he died. Zhang Tao did not let him cover the rear, even if Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation was the one who suggested it. However, at this stage, humans wouldn't choose to let their assisting powerhouses cover their retreat. If it really came to that, Zhang Tao suddenly looked at the silent Li Zhan and transmitted his voice, "When the critical moment comes, you'll cover the rear." Li Zhan quickly replied, "All right. Don't forget to mention that you're a descendant of Heavenly King Subduing." With that said, he added, "This time, you blew up your second path." It's not a good thing to have two great Daos. Even if I suffer heavy injuries, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. At the critical moment, you might be able to walk my Tao of Coalescence. Zhang Tao, cut the crap. Although you aren't suited to lead the human race, your status is still there, and your strength isn't weak either. Everyone else might die, but you have the highest chance of survival. Remember, if the trap doesn't work and can't trap anyone, don't participate in the battle anymore. Leave the last bit of hope for humanity. Zhang Tao made it clear that you are not suited to be a leader, but your status is high enough. You are the descendant of Heaven's subduing king. The subduing heavenly king probably wouldn't die this time, even if the humans suffered a crushing defeat. If that was the case, the probability of his descendants being killed was not high. Those people might not be crazy enough to kill the descendant of Heaven's subduing king at this time, especially a descendant powerhouse like Li Zhen whose strength was close to that of an emperor level. In this case, if the Heaven's subduing king did not die, those who attacked might not have a good ending. Li Zhen's tone was gloomy. Got it. Don't brush me off. Zhang Tao had a bad temper. He said quickly, before the heaven-human barrier is completely opened, before it's clear that all humans must be sacrificed, you still have hope of protecting humanity. Survive these 2 years. Then you, nonsense. If the trap doesn't work, if I don't die, who will? Zhang Tao said calmly. If the trap did not work, even if everyone could survive, he had to die. King Wu was too strong, King Wu was too ruthless, who could be at ease if such a person did not die? And Fang Ping and the others, if they lose this time, don't let them return to Earth. They can wander around and come back when they're stronger. That's all. Try to preserve some of humanity's ultimate strength. Don't let them all die. Li Zhen was silent, not saying a word. Zhang Tao did not say anything either. At this moment, he still had some strength left to suppress the fellow in his body. This time, he might not be able to kill anyone. However, he had killed most of them today. Other than not being able to kill the few leaders of the catacombs, he felt a little regretful. Maybe, it's still possible. Zhang Tao looked at the gate of projection in his hand. Were there any Taoist remnants inside this thing? If there were, at the crucial moment, he could forcefully integrate it. Maybe he could explode again. However, at that time, regression Tao would be crippled. If the trap succeeded, he would be completely crippled. It would not be a good thing. Unless the trap fails, I can use the heaven confining bell to trap a few people and forcefully kill them. At least I won't have lived in vain. The heaven confining bell was prepared to be used to block the space battlefield. However, if it was not used, it could also be used to trap people. Maybe he could even kill a few more fellows. Zhang Tao turned around and looked at the Life King and the others. He sneered, Life King, you clowns. Today, you're having fun hunting. Be careful that you won't live to the end and be buried with me, Zhang Tao. The Life King was indifferent. He said coldly, if you don't die, I'll fall into your hands sooner or later. If you really have the ability to drag me down with you, I won't regret it. You can see it clearly. Zhang Tao said with a smile, actually, I don't understand. The humans and your Heaven Fate Royal Court have not fought much in these years. Why do you have to be the one to stand out? The Life King did not speak. Zhang Tao smiled and did not speak anymore. He continued to look forward. Ahead, waves surged. Vaguely, figures of powerhouses flashed. The eyes of the Life King and the others were solemn. At this moment, there seemed to be many powerhouses rushing over. Some of them had not been seen before. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Sea. The old man who appeared in the swamp previously stood in the void. He glanced at Zhang Tao and the others and walked forward without looking back. Seeing this person, Heavenly Emperor Ping Yu's expression changed. He said in a low voice, Sage Tian Kuei. The first of the 36 sages, back then, he was said to have the strength of a heavenly king. Sage Tian Kuei had disappeared for many years and almost never appeared. Everyone thought he was dead. Who would have thought that he would appear today? Now, nearly 10,000 years had passed. What kind of strength did Sage Tian Kuei have? At this moment, the 3 protectors who were fighting with Moon Spirit also exclaimed, Tian Kuei. Although the 36 sages belonged to different factions, Sage Tian Kuei was still their leader in name. At this moment, seeing Tian Kuei appear, they were especially surprised. He didn't die. As if he had heard the voices of these people, the old man, who was already far away, turned his head back and looked at the 3 sect protectors. He said indifferently, "This old man has no intention of getting involved in this. The 36 sages are already a thing of the past." With that, he disappeared in an instant. At this moment, even Moon Spirit did not say anything. She had no entanglement with Sage Tian Kuei. Moreover, this old man probably had the strength of a heavenly king. He gave her a lot of pressure. Even if she had 2 divine weapons, she might not be able to gain an advantage against this person. Sage Tian Kuei disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, another powerhouse passed by. This person was like a madman, laughing nonstop. The Tao is out. Huang, he became a sovereign. Where is the door? The person who came was extremely crazy. His clothes were ragged, his hair was snow white, without luster, messy like weeds. His beard was also messy, and his eyes were lifeless. Seeing this person, Fate Monarch and the others became vigilant again. Another top powerhouse. It's you. At this moment, Moon Spirit had a complicated expression as she shouted, "Tian Kuei." The old man seemed to be in a trance. He turned his head and looked at Moon Spirit. After staring for a while, he suddenly said sadly, "Moon Spirit. You're still alive. Father is dead, Uncle North King is also dead, the world is in chaos." The old man was crazy, then he became confused again. He murmured, "I'm going to become a sovereign. I'm going to become a sovereign. Moon Spirit, I'll go first. When I become a sovereign, I'll come find you." Tian Kuei. Moon Spirit suddenly felt sad. Had her companions gone crazy as well? The descendants of the 9 sovereigns would sometimes gather. Thinking back to the past, they lived in luxury, invited the powerhouses of the 3 realms, sang and danced to celebrate peace. It was so comfortable. Who would have thought that the elegant Tian Kuei in the past would become like this now? At that time, the Tian Kuei couldn't bear to see the slovenly powerhouses. They had even driven away some unsightly powerhouses, including venerable sovereigns. But now, where had the Tian Kuei been all these years? Moon Spirit felt complicated. The others were also shocked. The first saint of the 36 saints had appeared. There were also a few descendants of the 9 sovereigns. Moon Spirit was a descendant of the North Queen, and King Kuan was a descendant of the Earth Queen. Which sovereign was this Tian Kuei descendant? How many secrets were hidden in the 3 realms? This Tian Kuei was very powerful. Even if he didn't have the strength of a heavenly king, he was probably a saint. At this moment, there were powerhouses flashing in all directions. There were more than one of the 36 saints. There were 2 or 3 powerhouses who seemed to be from the 36 saints. At this moment, they didn't care about the 3 guardians, as if they didn't know them. They flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There were ancient rogue cultivators who didn't build a sky beyond heaven or a sect. They were famous in the 3 realms and hadn't appeared for many years. People thought they had died. But now, they appeared one by one. The celestial origin was shaken, causing these powerhouses who had reached the end of their lifespans to appear one after another. Not only human powerhouses, but at this moment, in the Forbidden Sea, huge waves were also rising. A big fish that looked like a kuan-pung was soaring in the sea. No matter how big the waves were, they couldn't stop it at all. The big fish was extremely fast. It ignored the crowd and swam under them. "Sea Guardian!" Someone exclaimed again, "Sea Guardian." When the heavenly court was still around, there was also the Sea of Bitterness. But at that time, the Sea of Bitterness was not so big and dangerous. However, there were many demon clans in the sea. The heavenly court once conferred the title of Sea Guardian to suppress the turmoil of the demon clans in the Sea of Bitterness. When the heavenly realm fell, people thought that the powerhouses in the Sea of Bitterness were affected and died long ago. They didn't expect that Sea Guardian was still alive. Sea Guardian also had the strength of the 36 saints. The 36 saints were the generals of the heavenly realm. Sea Guardian was the overlord of the Sea of Bitterness. He was stronger than the top few of the 36 saints. Seeing this, Zhang Tao murmured, "The 3 realms are indeed complicated. Looks like we humans aren't the enemy of the entire world." These powerhouses didn't seem to care about their killing and this matter. They were powerful, and others didn't dare to provoke them. At this moment, the celestial origin was shaken. These powerhouses appeared one after another. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this good or bad? Could so many powerhouses be trapped? Most importantly, these powerhouses would eventually discover that it was a trap created by humans. Zhang Tao felt helpless. It would be terrifying when that happened. Seeking life and death, I don't care anymore. Just as Zhang Tao was thinking about this, in the distance, where the celestial origin was exploding, Sage Tian Kuei arrived. At this moment, there were still a few heavenly king powerhouses left. They were all looking at the broken passage. Sage Tian Kuei took a glance and instantly determined many things. He sighed, "It's broken." The passage was broken, what a pity. After saying that, he looked at King Kuan not far away and said indifferently, "King Kuan, if you come to my residence to cause trouble again, don't blame me for not considering the favor of the earthly sovereign." King Kuan's expression was cold as he said calmly, "What can you do to me?" Tian Kuei chuckled and did not say anything else. He reached out and grabbed, directly tearing through the void. A true god powerhouse 1,000 miles away was directly grabbed and exploded. "I can't do anything to you. It's the same even if I kill all your subordinates. Not to mention these people, if Tian Hui and the other two dare to attack, I will kill them all." Tian Kuei sneered. Although this powerhouse didn't care about worldly affairs, he was extremely domineering at this moment. "Back then, when the 8 kings were conferred the title, I remember that you weren't one of the 8 kings. The Eastern sovereign once said that I was one of the 8 kings. In the end, you became King Kuan in the blink of an eye. What a joke. You dare to be insolent in front of me?" Tian Kuei was disdainful. When this old story was said, many looked at King Kuan with ridicule. Sage Tian Kuei had the strength of a heavenly king back then. However, when he was conferred the title of king, he suddenly became the eldest son of the earthly sovereign. He became the first saint of the 36 saints. Back then, earthly sovereign was still alive, so Tian Kuei couldn't be bothered to say anything. In the past few years, King Kuan had circled around his residence several times, but Tian Kuei didn't want to be meddlesome and ignored him. Now that he saw King Kuan, he naturally had to give him a warning. King Kuan looked at him coldly. He did not attack nor did he speak. Tian Kuei didn't make any more moves either. He was done with the warning. There was no need for them to fight. At this moment, the figure of Heavenly King Subduing appeared. Tian Kuei glanced at Heavenly King Subduing and said after a while, "This old man is not one of the 8 kings. Heavenly King Subduing, you go ahead with your Heavenly King, it has nothing to do with this old man. Don't disturb this old man's seclusion." Heavenly King Jin chuckled, "Tian Kuei, what do you mean by that?" "You know it." "Saying so, Saint." Tian Kuei left without bothering with him. As soon as he left, the deranged celestial pole also rushed over. Looking at the broken path, Xianxia stepped into the air without any hesitation. Seeing this, Heavenly King Jintian frowned and reached out to grab it. Heaven's Fate turned around and punched. His eyes were bloodshot. Celestial pole. Heavenly King Jin bellowed, "The path has been cut off. Are you courting death?" Heaven's Fate looked like he was crying and laughing. He looked at him for a while and said in a bleak tone, "You didn't die? You actually didn't die. Even King Jin is dead. I remember you went to snatch his corpse, but you actually didn't get killed." As soon as he said that, many people's auras fluctuated. King Jin was dead, then who was Heavenly King Jin? Everyone thought that he was King Jin. At least, that was their guess. King Jin was more mysterious and rarely appeared in the heaven realm. The few times he did, he disappeared in a flash. But now, Heavenly King Jin was actually not King Jin. King Kuan looked at Heaven's Fate and said in a deep voice, "Heaven's Fate, you know him, no, you participated in that battle?" King Kuan was suddenly stunned. Heaven's Fate participated in the final battle. Almost none of them participated in the final battle when the heaven realm fell. That was how they managed to survive. Heaven's Fate actually saw it, and Heavenly King Jin also participated. Heaven's Fate glanced at him and said crazily, "It's you. You actually didn't die? That's right, you're so timid and cherish your life very much. How could you die?" After saying a few words of disdain to King Kuan, Heaven's Fate looked at the broken path and laughed bitterly. "I can't go. There's an emperor's path beyond the 9 heavens. I want to become an emperor. At this moment, even if Heavenly King Zhen and King Kuan spoke, he did not reply. He just muttered to himself crazily at the broken path in the void. Everyone sighed. Heaven's fate, this outstanding prince in the past, had actually gone crazy. Heaven's fate was like that, Moon Spirit was like that, Unquestionable Sword was like that, even people like King Kuan were about to go crazy. It had been close to 10,000 years, their lifespan was coming to an end, the heaven realm had fallen, and there was no hope for the emperor's path. Who wouldn't go crazy? They were not the only ones who were crazy. Was Tian Chief crazy? If he wasn't, why would he find trouble with King Kuan the moment he arrived? This was a group of people who were in despair and had nowhere to go. Heavenly King Zhen looked at these people and did not say anything else. At this moment, everyone had their own thoughts. The immortal source exploded, but the passage was broken. How did the passage appear? Did it appear on its own or was it passive? Was the tomb of heaven here or not? Everyone was still thinking about this, and for a moment, they lost interest in the battles in other places. At the same time, Zhang Tao looked at the place that was close to the eruption, and he quickly began to think of the old cat, asking the old cat to open the trap. At this moment, this was the only way to have a chance of survival. But at this time, King Ming and the others had already formed an encirclement. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor was just about to stay behind to cover the retreat. Li Zhan, who had been silent, suddenly had a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly left the team and broke through the air. In front of him, an Emperor Venerable had already rushed over and blocked the way. F***ck your grandma. Li Zhan, who was extremely cold in front of others, directly cursed at this moment. Not only that, Li Zhan, who was originally only an expert close to the Emperor stage, suddenly vomited blood at this moment. In front of him, a great path appeared. It was not considered long, but it exploded in the blink of an eye. Self-detonation of the origin Great Path. A few days ago, Li Zhan had walked the second Great Path to 1,000 meters and reached the peak. But at this moment, he directly detonated this new Great Path. The Emperor Venerable blocking the way was from the Grandmaster. He also did not expect that Li Zhan would self-detonate the Great Path the moment he arrived. Even if this Great Path was not considered long, at this moment, the explosion at this moment made his origin a little chaotic. Not only that, at this time a long sword appeared in Li Zhan's hand, and its aura was extremely strong. Emperor weapon! Someone exclaimed. Even Emperor stage powerhouses might not have Emperor weapons. They did not expect that the poor human race actually had someone with Emperor weapons, Li Zhan shouted. Seeing that the Emperor Venerable was about to counterattack, he roared, I am the descendant of subduing Heavenly King. Who dares to kill me? As soon as this was said, the Emperor Venerable who was about to counterattack slightly paused. Descendant of subduing Heavenly King, not everyone knew that Li Zhan was the descendant of subduing Heavenly King. Of course, almost everyone in the catacombs knew, but Li Zhan had not made much of a move before. He Quan, subduing Heavenly King was entangled, and the catacombs and humans were irreconcilable enemies, so why would they care about this? They did not care, but it did not mean that this emperor did not care. Killing humans and killing descendants of subduing Heavenly King, or even descendants close to Emperor stage, were completely different concepts. This Emperor Venerable was a little hesitant, and in the blink of an eye, the Emperor weapon in Li Zhan's hand directly exploded. Break through the air. A beam of sword light shone across the sky, instantly slashing down. Poof, with a muffled sound, the Emperor Venerable's shoulder was smashed by this sword, and then the Emperor weapon suddenly exploded. Even an Emperor stage powerhouse would not be willing to waste an Emperor weapon exploding. But Li Zhan did it. Not only did he do it, the current Li Zhan was extremely cold. With one slash, he cut off the other party's arm, and then the second slash fell. This time, both arms were swords, both arms instantly exploded, and an extremely intense sword light burst out. Boom, the sea exploded, setting off monstrous waves. Let's go! Zhang Tao shouted. Regardless of Li Zhan's life or death, he directly ordered Warlord to break through the encirclement. Warlord did not hesitate at this moment. Without saying a word, he quickly bypassed the two of them and rushed forward with his people. Just as Life King and the others were about to break through the air and rush over, at this moment, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Divine artifact. Someone exclaimed, the aura of a divine artifact. No, the aura of the heavenly realm. That's the aura of an emperor stage. Someone felt the aura of the 9 emperor seal, and this time, everyone went crazy. It really had the aura of an emperor stage. They could feel it. As for whether it was alive or dead, they did not care. Even if the emperor stage was really alive, they had to go. Even if they were no match for the emperor stage, they had to know how to break through the great path. The great path was blocked by an emperor stage. That emperor stage must know how to break through the great path. At this moment, not only these people were excited. In the distance, an expert shouted, "Heavenly tomb! 9 emperor seal! It's really here, it's really here! The ruins of the heavenly court!" At this moment, who would not go crazy, who could hold back? It was too close, right under their noses. Everyone went crazy. Many venerable sovereigns of the human realm upon heavens could not care less at this moment, because the humans were also running in that direction, and these venerable sovereigns were also madly rushing in that direction. As for the venerable sovereign who was entangled by Li Zhen, no one had time to care about him, because Li Zhen could not kill him. After all, he was a great emperor stage expert. At the same time, Li Zhen was still shouting, "As long as Heavenly King Zhen is not dead, who dares to kill me?" This was not the first or second time that the human experts said the words of the villains today. But it had to be said that Heavenly King Zhen was still a deterrent. The others were more or less hesitant. Even the Fate Monarch and the others hesitated for a moment at this moment, but they also chased after Zhang Tao and the others. And the venerable sovereign who had been beaten miserably by Li Zhen's self-detonation of the great path and self-detonation of the great emperor stage was also sullen and angry at this moment. What was this? You all left, but what about me? This lunatic was now entangled with him. After all, he was an expert close to the great emperor stage. If this went on, he would suffer a great loss. Damn it! The venerable sovereign was furious, but there was nothing he could do. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have stood out. Instead, he had come to block the way. This was troublesome, but at this moment, who had the time to care about them? In the distance, the projection of a portal was reflected in the void. The emperor stage aura was extremely strong, and some people even wanted to kneel. The heavenly tomb was really open. In the void, figures appeared one after another, all extremely excited, and madly flew in that direction. Where the door was. At this moment, the aura of an emperor rose. In the void, a shadow reflected the world. It was a huge seal. 9 Emperor Seal. Once the 9 Emperor Seal appeared, even the turbulent Forbidden Sea began to calm down. Suppress the 3 realms. Someone exclaimed. 9 Emperor Seal, a divine artifact. It did not have much offensive power, but it was jointly created by the 9 emperors. It represented the orthodoxy of the 3 realms. 9 Emperor's seal stabilized the 3 realms. Once the seal appeared, even the Forbidden Sea seemed to be suppressed. At this moment, Skypole laughed wildly and said, 9 Emperor's seal. 9 Emperor's seal. Father said that the 9 Emperor's seal is a treasure that integrates the Tao of the 3 realms. I'm going to become an emperor. Skypole was crazy, but he was extremely powerful. He tore through the air and grabbed at the shadow. The others did not move. This was just a projection of the 9 Emperor's seal, not the real thing. But since there was a projection, it meant that the 9 Emperor's seal was really here. The aura of an emperor could not be concealed. At this moment, a small seal appeared beside the Heavenly King's. Heavenly King Seal. The Heavenly King Seal was trembling, it was responding to the summons. The 9 Emperor's seal was a symbol of power. Back then, the Heavenly Court would not use it easily. Once it was used, it would announce to the 3 realms that the heavenly kings and saints would be summoned to the Heavenly Court for a meeting. King Kuan's eyes lit up as he scanned the surroundings. He said in a dignified voice, the Tomb of Heaven appeared for no reason. Was it a coincidence or was it planned by someone? As the person who led the war between the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the war between the North and the South, his first thought was that someone was secretly stirring up trouble. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the Tomb of Heaven and the 9 Emperor's seal appeared today? At this moment, Moon Spirit suddenly appeared and slashed at him with her sword. King Kuan shouted, Moon Spirit, what are you doing? The situation was already chaotic, but Moon Spirit was still adding to it. King Kuan was extremely annoyed. Moon Spirit ignored him and continued slashing. At this moment, the three sect protectors appeared and joined forces to stop Moon Spirit. Seeing this, Moon Spirit screamed, "Hong Kuan, how did Hong Yu die?" King Kuan frowned and said indifferently, "Back then, a great war broke out in the Heaven Realm. Heaven the Archon went crazy and killed his way into the Heaven Courts. Father asked us to retreat and subdue the crazy Heaven the Arch with the other uncles. When I left, Hong Yu wasn't in the Heavenly Court. He was in the Earth Palace. Not long after we left, there was another huge battle in the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was destroyed. I don't know what happened to Hong Yu, you dare lie to me." Moon Spirit was getting more and more agitated. "Do you really think this Empress doesn't know anything? Heaven the Archon disappeared not long after he killed his way into the Heavenly Court. There was still some time before the war broke out. How could you not return to the Earth Imperial Palace? Tell me, how did Hong Yu die? Was the person who appeared 2,500 years ago you?" Moon Spirit was incomparably berserk. She held a blade in her left hand and a sword in her right. She killed until the three sect protectors continuously smashed through the void, creating countless spatial cracks. King Kuan did not make a move. He shouted in a low voice, "Enough. Yu Ling, father died, Uncle Bei died, Hong Yu died. I know it's hard for you, but so many years have passed." "Bullshit." Moon Spirit shouted and used her saber to cut open the protector's mask. Behind the mask was an extremely beautiful woman, revealing her true appearance. At this moment, a streak of blood appeared on the woman's cheek, making her look even more flirtatious. Moon Spirit shouted angrily, "Even that B*TCH Tian Hui did not die, how could he die? You killed him, it's you." King Kuan's face darkened. He said in a low voice, "Moon Spirit, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship." "You hypocrite, what relationship do you have with me?" Moon Spirit was extremely berserk, but she was not completely crazy. She shouted angrily, "Heaven's Fate, help me kill him." On the other side, Heaven's Fate's eyes were bloodshot after he failed to grab the 9 Emperor seal. Hearing this, he turned to look at them and mumbled, "Kill him? Moon Spirit, kill him? Can I become an emperor after killing him?" "Sure." Moon Spirit's reply was straightforward. Without another word, she threw a long sword over. Earth Sovereign Sword. At this moment, King Kuan suddenly reached out to grab the Earth Sovereign Sword. Not only him, but King Sun and King Zhen also reached out to grab the sword. Earth Sovereign Sword. They did not expect Moon Spirit to throw the Earth Sovereign Sword to Heaven's Fate. If they did not snatch it now, when would they be able to? "You guys, want to snatch my Dao validation opportunity?" At this moment, Heaven's Fate seemed to have sobered up. He suddenly straightened his back, and his messy beard fell off. His messy hair also turned golden, full of luster. At this moment, Heaven's Fate's eyes were no longer dull. He looked around and said sternly, "You guys actually want to snatch my opportunity. You deserve to die. You deserve to die." As soon as he said that, he punched the void and turned into thousands of fist shadows. They were not aimed at one person, but 3 heavenly kings. "Heaven's Fate, looks like you've really gone mad." King Kuan snorted coldly. One person against 3 heavenly kings? In the past, Heaven's Fate did not even have the strength of a heavenly king. Even if he had improved over the years, so what? The 4 experts surrounded the Earth Sovereign Sword and started fighting each other. It was not just 3 against 1. At this moment, no matter who tried to snatch the Earth Sovereign Sword, they would be surrounded by the other 3. King Kuan shouted angrily, "This is my father's divine weapon. Do you guys want to be enemies with me?" This was the Earth Sovereign's divine weapon. Back then, he gave it to Hong Yu, and Hong Yu gave it to Moon Spirit. All these years, Moon Spirit had been crazy. He did not want to go to Mount Wangwu and ask for trouble. Who knew that Moon Spirit would throw out the Earth Sovereign Sword today? If he got the Earth Sovereign Sword, his strength would definitely increase greatly. But now, 3 powerhouses were fighting with him. King Kuan was not weak. After all these years of scheming, how could he not improve at all? Even if he was fighting 1 against 2 powerhouses, he would only be at a slight disadvantage. But in the current chaotic situation, he could not get the Earth Sovereign sword. On the other side, Moon Spirit also roared repeatedly. Holding the North Emperor saber, she killed the 3 sect protectors until their blood splattered in the void. In the sea. The Forbidden Sea had just calmed down, but now it was turbulent again. Fang Ping and the others hid at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, they had dug a hole, or they would have been washed away by the sea. Even so, the few of them still felt immense pressure. If not for the Forbidden Sea's energy absorption effect, just the aftershock alone might have killed them. They looked at the mirror. There was also an image on it, but it was not very clear. According to the cat, they were too strong. If they were too close, they would definitely be discovered, so they could only monitor from afar. The cat lay beside the mirror, its fat buttocks squeezing so hard that Fang Ping was almost squeezed into the stone wall. Fang Ping was extremely helpless. This cat was too fat. The hole it dug was not big, so he was really helpless. Most importantly, this cat was really heavy. When it was squeezed, he felt like he was going to be squashed to death. Ah, they're fighting. The old cat looked at the mirror happily. Watching a show was its favorite thing to do. As it watched, the cat could not help but comment, King Kuan, he's the most powerful. The others are not as powerful as him. Then King Sun, King Zhen, Celestial Polarity, Moon Spirit. Speaking of Moon Spirit, the cat looked up sneakily and whispered, Moon Spirit is a lunatic. Liar, let me tell you a secret. She actually went crazy a long time ago. She went crazy before the heavenly realm was destroyed, that Hong Yu. Hong Yu, right? He's actually hiding from her. He doesn't even dare to go home. How pitiful. Fang Ping was speechless. He looked at it and said, You've learned how to gossip too? Who did this fellow learn it from? But, was it for real? Had Moon Spirit gone crazy a long time ago? Wasn't she very affectionate with that prince? It's true. Doggy went to spy on them and saw it. He said that Moon Spirit and Hong Yu were fighting in bed. She couldn't beat Moon Spirit, so she ran away from home. Fang Ping and the other 3 looked at the cat, dumbfounded. Was this old antique joking with them? What did they do in the past? Why did this cat and Tengu sound more and more like evil demons? The couple was living well at home, and you guys went to spy on them? Do you have any morals? The cat ignored him and said happily, That's why this woman is very fierce. You have to run when you see her. Fang Ping was helpless. He could not be bothered. He looked at Li Zhu's silhouette in the mirror and asked, Do you know him? The cat took a look and muttered, He's too far away. He looks familiar, but I can't remember. At this time, another silhouette appeared in the mirror. It was unquestionable Jian. The cat looked at the mirror and looked up. Although the top was blocked, the cat seemed to see unquestionable Jian. It said sadly, He's really reincarnated. Xiao Jian won't reincarnate. He's not Xiao Jian anymore, reincarnated? Fang Ping was stunned. He asked in a low voice, Did unquestionable Jian really reincarnate? I don't know, the cat was a little disappointed. It said weakly, This is Xiao Jian's body. It's not Xiao Jian anymore. There's a different feeling. Someone is controlling Xiao Jian's body. Fang Ping's gaze changed instantly. He asked in a low voice, Who's controlling it? His reincarnation, I guess. The gray cat was lazy and became even more disinterested. Xiao Jian would not reincarnate. If he reincarnated, he would not be Xiao Jian anymore. The Xiao Jian that it knew was already dead. Fang Ping frowned. Why did unquestionable Jian want to reincarnate? This was something that he couldn't quite understand. Was his own physique not strong enough? Was his martial arts flawed? Or did he want to embark on a different path? Moreover, he could actually control his previous body. It seemed like this guy came prepared. He was not like old Wang and the rest who resurrected without any preparation. Reincarnation. Could it be that he wants to achieve rank 899's advancement? Fang Ping was a little suspicious. Unquestionable Jian's 9's advancement was already extremely powerful. Could it be that he wanted to become stronger? The cat lay on the ground and muttered, I don't know. Does he want to integrate the physique of 2 lifetimes? Or does he want to try how to resurrect? Integrate the physique of 2 lifetimes? Fang Ping seemed to understand a little at this moment. Could it be that unquestionable Jian wanted to be like Gu Qing, to cultivate the martial arts of this life to the extreme and then integrate both? Could it be that he could become stronger this way? It might not be impossible. There was no time to care about unquestionable Jian. At this moment, more and more powerhouses were rushing over. First, it was the overseas Immortal Islands' venerable emperors, followed by Grandmaster's venerable emperors, then Zhang Tao's group, and the catacombs side who were chasing after them. The sky was already in a mess. At this moment, the trap was still erupting with Emperor Aura. The Heavenly King and the other powerhouses were all holding each other back. They had already found the void rift where the door was placed. At this moment, the rift had already been blasted open, revealing an illusory door. The door seemed to be covered by fog, and one could not see clearly. However, the door was half open, and the Emperor Aura was coming from inside. The ancient aura of the heavenly realm, the Emperor Aura, the illusion of the 9 Emperor seals, and the aura of some divine weapons were all rising. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the door. Was it the celestial cemetery, outside? High up in the sky? Unquestionable Jian seemed to be frowning. It was unknown whether he had noticed the cat spying or discovered the abnormality of the celestial cemetery. When he came back then, the celestial cemetery was not like this. It was much more dangerous than this, at least it felt much more dangerous. In this place, he also felt the ancient aura of the heavenly realm, but the sense of danger did not seem too strong. Moreover, there was no such door at that time. There was no one around the door at this moment. The Heavenly King and the others were holding each other back, guarding the 4 sides and not letting anyone enter. They were not in a hurry to enter either. It was hard to say whether this place was the celestial cemetery or not. But it was certain that there was a fragment of the heavenly realm here. On King Kuan's side, everyone was still fighting, and the void had already cracked. At this moment, even the emperor-level powerhouses did not dare to go over rashly, lest they get involved. Many Heavenly King powerhouses were fighting, and the weakest were 3 saint-level powerhouses. These people did not dare to rashly join in. Even if they saw the floating earthly sovereign sword, no one dared to snatch it. At this moment, Li Zhu, who had not spoken much, looked at Zhang Tao and the others, who were in a sorry state, and said with a smile, "King Wu, this isn't a trap you set up, right?" Zhang Tao looked at him and grinned. "It's a trap I set up. Everyone, please don't go in, it's very dangerous." After saying that, he looked at the powerhouses of the catacombs who had already surrounded them and said with a smile, "At this time, what's the point of fighting? Why don't you let us go in first and explore the way for everyone? After all, we still have to explore the way, lest it is too dangerous and cause losses to everyone. At this time, we can no longer fight. Can't you even give us a chance to survive? Since Li Zhu said that this is my trap, why don't you let me solve it myself?" Everyone was indifferent. On the other side, a powerhouse from the 36 saint-level powerhouses said indifferently, "The 9 Emperor seals are here. If this person really set up a trap, does he need to do this? If he absorbs the Emperor's energy from the 9 Emperor seals, he might be able to advance further in the human sovereign path." Zhang Tao's heart ached when he heard that. Really? Can it be done like this? If I knew this, I wouldn't have thrown the 9 Emperor seals in. I thought it was useless. Senior, can you tell me how to absorb it? Directly absorb it? Then, the source of Tao will be able to spread? The powerhouse who spoke ignored him. At this moment, King Ming was about to make a move, but King Zhenwang slapped him. On the other side, King Zhen, who was fighting for the earthly sovereign sword, was unwilling to give up, but he had no choice but to turn around and counterattack. King Zhenwang smiled faintly and said, "King Zhen, you don't want to fight for the treasure anymore?" King Zhen remained silent. "Let's end today's matter here. All of you want to fight for the treasure while we only want to survive. If we continue fighting now, others will benefit from it. Are you willing to do that? King Zhen, even if I don't get the 9 Emperor seals, I will still pester you to death today. King Sun, are you willing to stay outside with me and let King Kuan and the others enter to fight for the treasure?" King Sun remained silent. He joined forces with Heaven's Fate to attack King Kuan. Should he continue fighting with King Zhenwang? He didn't know. The 9 Emperor seals appeared, the Tomb of Heaven appeared. Was it worth it to fight with King Zhenwan to the end? What was the point of everyone fighting? To become an emperor, the opportunity to become an emperor was right in front of him. Was he willing to give it up now? Seeing this, King Zhenwan laughed and attacked. He forced King Zhen to retreat continuously. The void collapsed and disappeared. Everyone's surroundings had turned into nothingness. Some true god powerhouses were on the verge of collapsing. They couldn't bear the aftermath of the battle between the heavenly kings. At this moment, Li Zhu smiled faintly. King Zhenwang, you don't want to become an emperor? Or do you know that this is a trap? It's a trap. King Zhenwang said calmly. I set it up myself. I was the one who placed the 9 emperor seal into it. Li Zhu sighed. Everyone was going along with his words. It was hard to judge. It was hard to differentiate between the real and the fake. He still felt that this place appeared too coincidentally. At this moment, more and more powerhouses gathered in this place. Even some true god powerhouses who stayed behind to guard the overseas immortal islands had arrived. In the sea, many true god beasts appeared. The big crow that had fought Song Mao and the water demon emperor also appeared. There were more and more emperor-level powerhouses. There were even more true god powerhouses. Not every true god had the thought of becoming an emperor, but some people had no choice but to come. Since the sect master came, could the elders not come? Since the island master came, could the disciples not come? True god powerhouses were naturally no match for emperor-level powerhouses in a one-on-one fight. But if 5 true gods worked together, ordinary emperor-level powerhouses might not be able to win. For example, on the catacomb side, there might not be many emperor-level powerhouses, but there were close to 100 true kings left. If they didn't deal with humans and just dealt with venerable emperors, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with 7 or 8 emperor-level powerhouses. Emperor-level powerhouses might even die. Previously, Venerable Green Lotus, a rather powerful emperor-level powerhouse, almost died in the hands of 8 true gods. Seeing that these people were starting to show interest in the Tomb of Heaven, King Ming shouted, "Everyone, at this stage, the revived martial artists are no longer able to fight. Should we let the tiger return to the mountain? Even if we want the treasure, we must destroy the land of rebirth first. The treasure is here, it can't run away. With Godland as the main force, everyone just needs to put in a little effort and we can destroy them. One less person means one less competition. Do we really have to let King Wu enter and take the 9 emperor seals to become an emperor powerhouse?" He didn't know what the 9 emperor seals was, but the sage had said that Zhang Tao absorbed the emperor's energy and might improve further. Zhang Tao, who already had the combat strength of 36 sages, was crippled now. Once he recovered and merged with the 6 Daos, he would become another heavenly king powerhouse. Zhang Tao could kill Chang Rong previously. Once he recovered and his combat strength increased, he might even be able to kill a heavenly king. When that time came, even dozens of ordinary emperor-level powerhouses could do anything to him, much less a few. Zhang Tao sighed, "Do you really want me to die?" "King Ming, humans aren't strong. Only heavenly King Zhenwang and I are strong. If I die, there won't be a problem anymore, right?" King Ming said coldly, "Then you can die." "But I don't want to die." Zhang Tao said playfully, "How about this, you and I fight one-on-one. You kill me or I kill you. That way, everyone will have one less opponent. If I die in your hands, it will be my fate. Everyone, why don't you let me and King Ming have a go?" King Ming didn't back down this time. He took a step forward and said indifferently, "Since you suggested it, let's fight." He wasn't afraid of King Wu at this moment. Could he really fight again? If he could, he would have done it earlier. Why wait until now? If he didn't even dare to face such a weak King Wu, how could he achieve Dao? He stepped forward, but Zhang Tao wasn't willing. He said with a smile, "Forget it, I have the strength of a sage. You, a fake emperor, are not qualified. Li Zhen, go and kill him." At this moment, Li Zhen dragged his injured body and rushed over. Behind him, the Emperor Zun, who was intercepted by him, was also injured. He looked at everyone angrily. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Li Zhen charged at King Ming without hesitation. Ming Wang's face was ashen. In front of the powerhouses of various forces, the martial king had gone back on his word. Was such a despicable person fit to be the leader of the land of rebirth? The shame of a true king was still the same as before. As for Li Zhen's attack, Mingwan did not hesitate either. He was afraid of Heavenly King Zhen, but he wouldn't hesitate to kill Li Jin just because he was a descendant of Heavenly King Zhen. The catacombs and humans had long since become mortal enemies. In the blink of an eye, Fate King attacked, clashing with Li Jin, causing Li Jin to bleed profusely. At this moment, chaotic battles broke out in all directions. Under the sea. Above them, a giant water buffalo fell into the water. Water power, the bull did not stand in the air, instead, it fell into the taboo sea. The gray cat was eager to make a move. It wanted to cut off its own flesh. Water's meat. It roasted a few pieces, and they tasted really good. Last time, he had harvested so much that the ash cat might not have enough to eat. This time, he had gone in with the water power. Who knew if he would be able to come out? If he missed this opportunity, he might not get another one. At this moment, Fang Ping was clutching the cat's tail tightly. He almost died of anger. Since when were you thinking about food at this time? The cat turned around and looked at him, feeling wronged. I'm only responsible for eating, drinking, and sleeping. This is my job. Everything else is secondary. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said telepathically, wait a minute. I want to kill the Life King. Do you think there's hope? As he said that, he added, I've been to Qi Huanyu's Tao of Origin. If the Life King continues his Tao, maybe I can sneak into the path that belongs to Qi Huanyu without a trace. When that time comes, can I kill the Life King directly? Among the powerhouses of the catacombs, Fang Ping hated the Life King the most. This time, the Life King was in charge of all parties, forcing all the true kings of the catacombs to gather. He was also the main force in the battle against Zhang Tao. The cooperation with the Divine Sect, including the cooperation with the extraterritorial Immortal Island and the Outland, were all related to the Life King. This fellow had been very active these few years, roping in many people. If it were not for the Life King's insistence to fight, with so many true kings dead, perhaps the catacombs would have collapsed long ago. They would not have maintained such a strong combat strength until now, when almost half of them were dead or injured. Moreover, the Life King also dared to fight. He took the lead, leading a few venerable emperors to entangle the strongest Zhang Tao. Otherwise, the other true kings were afraid of death. Wherever Zhang Tao went, the place would collapse. Kill him? The cat took a look at the mirror and muttered softly, why don't we poke the big water buffalo to death? There'll be meat to eat if we poke the big water buffalo to death. Poke that fellow to death, he can't be eaten. Fang Ping's face was dark. He ravaged its head madly. I'll let you eat, I'll let you eat. This cat was crazy. At a time like this, you're only thinking about food. Will you starve to death if you don't eat? The cat felt even more wronged. Eating and sleeping were the main things to begin with. Li Hansong and the other two were mentally exhausted. This man and cat, could they not be more reliable? Any random person outside was stronger than them. At a time like this, they were still making a fuss here. Were they not afraid of death? The cat's head was swollen from Fang Ping's rubbing. It said helplessly, all right, then I'll poke that Life King to death. Can I poke it to death? How would I know? The cat rolled its eyes and said, poke water to death, that's food. I can help you. But poke that Life King to death, that won't do. I don't kill, I don't fight. In other words, if it could eat, it could kill. This was its instinct. It did not have the concept of killing. However, killing, it had this concept. Once it killed, the black swamp would become bigger. The cat would not do it. If it did not do it, Fang Ping would not force it either. Fang Ping was afraid too. He was afraid that the cat's black swamp would become bigger. If this cat really lost its nature, then it would be big trouble. A cat that did not like to fight did not mean that it could not fight. This fellow had a divine weapon in hand. It probably had the strength of an emperor level. The key was that the cat's strength did not come from its own strength. It had allies. Not only that, this cat knew too much and had too many secrets. It even knew where the real heavenly grave was. Moreover, it did not exist to block the door. If it really went crazy, it might even become an emperor. Fang Ping dared not gamble. When that time came, the cat would still let humans go. In the three realms, in terms of danger, the darkened cat was probably the most dangerous. Ignoring the cat, Fang Ping looked at the other three and took a deep breath. Let's combine and work together. Let's try to break into Life King's Dao. If we kill him, the catacombs might collapse. Although King Zhen was the Life King's supporter, it did not mean that the true kings of the catacombs would listen to him. Even if King Zhen was stronger than Life King, Li Hansong was surprised. Then we won't kill the other true kings? He was prepared to wait for them to get close to the door and kill the other true kings together. Stop talking nonsense. It's not the first time I overturned the plan. Fang Ping said it as a matter of fact. Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. If we don't kill outside the door, once Life King dies, we will be exposed. Do we have a way out? Whether Life King died or not, they would be exposed. Fang Ping looked at him and said in disappointment, you are still thinking about yourself at this time. Old Wang, you have disappointed me. Wang Jinyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He gritted his teeth. Idiot. It's fine if we are exposed, but what about the door above? Once they knew that Fang Ping and the others were hiding here, it would be hard to say. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Then we can only kill Life King. This way, even if someone suspects us, they might not suspect us. We don't have the ability to kill Life King. After saying that, Fang Ping made up his mind. Life King must die. Otherwise, humans might not be able to enter. We might be killed in advance. The few of them looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Since Fang Ping had made up his mind, they would do it, they must kill Life King. In the sky above the Forbidden Sea. Sui, Meng, Shaoan said. King Ming's spear made Li Zhen bleed. On the other side, King Zhen held Heavenly King Zhen back. Although he wasn't Heavenly King Zhen's match, he wasn't defeated in one strike. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was still calm. He looked at King Ming and said, if Li Zhen dies, the Ji family will die with him. It was just a few simple words. He wasn't hysterical at all. He was just stating the truth. If Li Zhen died, King Ming's entire family would die with him. At this moment, even King Zhen didn't say anything. Could he kill Heavenly King Zhen? No, not only him, even two Heavenly Kings working together might not be able to kill a Heavenly King, much less someone like Heavenly King Zhen. Unless there were 3 or 4 Heavenly Kings working together to block Heavenly King Zhen's path, there was no hope of killing him. Or if there were more sages, there would be hope. King Ming's expression was ugly. He had always been the one threatening others. He didn't expect that he would be the one being threatened today. Overlord, so what if he was an overlord? In the past, he didn't know how powerful Heavenly King Zhen was and thought that he could fight him. But today, these sages and Heavenly Kings all appeared. At this moment, King Ming knew the difference between them. Even if he had the strength of an emperor, it would be extremely easy for the subduing Heavenly King to kill him if there was no one to help him. The spear pierced through Li Zhen's chest and nailed him in the air. Li Zhen, who was already heavily injured, wasn't his match. He continued Qi Huanyu's great Dao but didn't merge it. Instead, he extended it out. His great Dao broke through 10,000 meters and he truly had overlord strength. Li Zhen, the near emperor, was heavily injured, so he was naturally no match for him. Seeing Li Zhen pinned in the air, King Ming didn't care about him anymore. He was more or less fearful, but he didn't stop there. King Ming said coldly, Heavenly King Zhen, if Li Zhen and Zhang Tao don't die, ask the experts of the 3 realms, who will agree. Li Zhen wasn't even an overlord and he self-destructed his second great Dao. If he didn't die, he wouldn't be a threat. If Zhang Tao didn't die, this human king would be too much of a threat. As soon as he said that, although no one said anything, at this moment, many experts' auras surged. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, Lord Luofu Mountain, Lord Huatong Mountain, none of these experts agreed. Hi. Up in the sky, Li Zhu also chuckled, King Wu, don't go. Heavenly King Zhen, are you really going to sacrifice the entire human realm for King Wu? On the other side, even though King Sun and King Kuan were fighting over the divine weapons, the two of them said in unison, King Wu can't escape. The experts who had just arrived glanced at Zhang Tao in astonishment. Saint Tian Kuei looked at the heavily injured Zhang Tao and suddenly smiled, shaking his head and sighing, a sovereign of a generation, what a pity. The sovereign personage of this generation was really too strong. There had been sovereign personages before. The emperors of the feudal era were all considered human kings. However, for thousands of years in the human realm, there had never been anyone more terrifying than this generation's king. Heroes are bound to emerge in chaos. Chaos was about to arrive, and only then did the martial king appear. Now, the martial king had committed crimes everywhere, and all the experts wanted to kill him. Even the subduing heavenly king could not protect him. Dragon Emperor, North Sea. Do you really want to be buried with King Wu? In all directions, there were powerhouses who shouted in low voices. The Dragon Emperor glanced at the silent Zhang Tao and was just about to speak when Zhang Tao smiled lightly and said, "Seniors, now that things have come to this, it's already enough. Seniors, you can leave in peace." Sigh. Gong Juanzi sighed. At this moment, if he continued to stand on the human side, it would probably really be a dead end. Even so, Gong Juanzi still looked at the person who spoke and said with a snicker, "Even if this seat doesn't leave, what can you do? A mere 7 lights heaven also has the qualifications to threaten this seat?" 22 Beyond Heavens, apart from the 4 Brahmas, the other lords of the Beyond Heavens were not as powerful as him. He was not afraid at all. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu said coolly, "North Sea, must you wade into these muddy waters?" Gong Juanzi said coolly, "Do you think this seat is afraid of you? Pingyu, don't come and threaten me. Others are wary of you, but this seat isn't. This seat is all alone, don't force me to learn dragon transformation and block your Pingyu heaven." Heavenly Emperor Pingyu gave him a glance, smiled, and did not say a word. North Sea was also considered a lunatic. Or rather, when one's mental strength was cultivated to the extreme, it was the other way around, one's brain was not very good. It was said that during the North-South War back then, North Sea did not even know the purpose of the war between the emperors and participated in the war muddle-headedly, implicating the entire Kuokang Mountain army to be wiped out. Such a person was all alone now. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu did not want to get entangled with him either. But even so, if North Sea continued to participate in the war, he would probably be one of those who died today. At this moment, Fate King took the lead, Heavenly Demon King, Myriad Demon King, and the remaining 90 over Catacombs true monarchs all took a step forward, slowly approaching the human side. In the void, Legion struggled frantically, roaring, "Come at me! Come on! Trash, Ji Ming, you're a cuckold, you're not fit to kill the king of the human race. Do you have the qualifications? You're not." Li Zhan, who usually did not speak much, was hysterical today, cursing loudly, "You, Fate King, are not fit to kill the king of the human race." Falling in the hands of Fate King, non-humans were not strong, it was just the general trend, all sides were pressuring the humans. Fate King was indifferent, ignoring him. Looking at Zhang Tao who was protected in the crowd, he said lightly, "King Wu, now that things have come to this, do you still want to struggle? You kill yourself, I promise you, the others will not die." Once he said this, the surroundings were slightly shaken, secretly praising him for being powerful. Now, the humans were going to fight to the death. Until now, there were more than 40 human paragons, including King Hua and the others. If they really fought to the death, the catacombs would probably suffer heavy losses. But if King Wu died, the people's hearts would scatter, King Hua and the others would escape, the Dragon Emperor and the others would probably leave too. At that time, there would be only about 0 human paragons left, other than War King and Emperor level combat power. What else did the humans have to struggle? Heavenly King subduing. Heavenly King subduing was too strong, and because he was too strong, he became a hindrance. Many heavenly kings had their eyes on him. In this era, there was no need for one to stand out. If everyone's strength was similar, then the others could be tolerated. Heavenly King subduing might be the #1 person in the 3 realms now. If he did not die, who knew if it would benefit Heavenly King subduing in the future when the opportunity appeared? Kill yourself? War King heard this and laughed fiercely. There are only humans who die in battle, there are no humans who kill themselves. Ji Ming, who do you think you are? Today, I killed nearly 100 of your catacombs true kings, how dare you say that? I want to see if you, a pseudo-emperor level, have the right to stand in the 3 realms after killing dozens of your true kings. These words also poked Life King's sore spot. His combat power was not even at saint level. He was now considered the leader of the catacombs. Those true kings of the catacombs had been roped in over the years. Even if they did not submit to him, they more or less knew to stick together. Especially today, powerhouses appeared frequently. At this time, the catacombs could only be a powerful force by sticking together. Therefore, at this time, the true kings of the catacombs did not panic, nor did they disperse. But if these true kings died, could the catacombs still maintain their current situation? Could such a huge land be ruled by the catacombs again? The two emperor-level Heavenly Demon King and Myriad Demon King looked at Life King. Life King was still cold. He said slowly, War King, do you really want to court death? Without all of you, the land of rebirth can only be trampled on. Now, I only want to kill King Wu. You can still return to the land of rebirth. With the suppressing Heavenly King around, the land of rebirth can't be destroyed. Must you destroy the land of rebirth for your own selfishness, for King Wu? I didn't know you could talk so much. War King laughed and said, at the end of the day, you're still afraid. Useless. If you don't dare to fight, come on, try to kill us. Life King looked at him coldly, looked around, and said slowly, everyone, the divine land has contributed greatly this time. In order to eliminate the martial artists of the land of rebirth, more than half of the true kings died in battle. At this stage, do you still want to continue watching? From the beginning to the end, I have given it my all. Do you want to wait until King Wu becomes a Heavenly King powerhouse to regret? In less than 100 years, a Heavenly King is born. Are you really not afraid that the appearance of an emperor in the future will only benefit this person? When that time comes, how many of you will survive? His sonorous and forceful voice caused the hearts of the surrounding experts to fluctuate. Soon, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu stood up. Not only him, but the three true god powerhouses of Pingyu Heaven also stood up. At this stage, if they still hesitated, they would really be in big trouble. If Life King didn't dare to fight to the death, who would kill the human powerhouses? Even though the venerable emperors didn't come forward, they all took a step forward to show their support. Zhang Tao looked at Life King and said with a smile, Life King, I really underestimated you. I always thought you were an idiot, but now it seems like you're slightly better than an idiot. Life King ignored him and looked at the human side again. Then, he looked at the suppressing Heavenly King and said slowly, Suppressing Heavenly King, if King Wu doesn't die, this battle will not end. He was forcing the Heavenly King to abdicate. He was even more willing to see Zhang Tao commit suicide. If a human king was defeated and committed suicide, such a blow would be extremely huge. He didn't want to see a human king die fighting for his life. This might stimulate the bloodthirst of humans. Suppressing Heavenly King. It's time to make a decision. At this moment, King Zhen also shouted loudly. At the same time, King Kuan and King Sun shouted, Suppressing Heavenly King, the tomb of heaven is out. If you hesitate any longer, don't blame us for joining forces to kill you and destroy the human race. The few powerhouses glared at him fiercely. Suppressing Heavenly King looked around and said softly, Why bother? The human race might not be the key to opening the Emperor's path. Today, we forced the human race here. If the human race isn't the key in the future, he still has to die. King Zhen said indifferently, the human king is tyrannical. If this person doesn't die, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Zhang Tao was too terrifying. Even the Heavenly Kings were afraid of him. In less than 100 years, he would soon reach the Heavenly King stage. If he was given more time, wouldn't he be able to reach the Celestial Emperor stage, or even the Supreme Venerable Emperor stage? By then, who would be able to stop him? Heaven and earth will not tolerate it? Suppressing Heavenly King sneered but didn't say anything else. They were all forcing him to abdicate. They were all forcing him and Zhang Tao to make a choice. Would all of them die in battle or would King Wu die? Meow. In the water, the cat cried innocently. Fong Ping pinched its tail tightly. It was a little painful. Why did the liar use so much strength? Fong Ping looked at the mirror and the powerhouses who were forcing the human race. He clenched his teeth. Wait. If I become a Supreme Venerable Emperor, I'll kill all of them. After saying that, he let go of the cat's tail and looked at the broken stone tablet in his hand. He stared at the Life King in the mirror for a while and said in a low voice, Big Cat, collect the Life King's aura. The Life King was here and his aura was overflowing. It was too easy to collect his aura. The cat didn't say anything. It waved its claws and fiddled with it. Soon, it sent a ball of gas into the stone tablet. You just need to bring this into the source world. Then, think of the Life King and you can go in, the cat said, but Fang Ping said, no, Old Wang and the others can't enter my source world. Big cat, I'll have to trouble you again. Use your cat world as a transfer point. We'll go in from there. The cat looked at him with an innocent and helpless expression. Was the liar so smart? How did he know that it was better for me to go in? But if I go in my cat world, if the Life King didn't die, he might find me. He might think that I'm going to poke him to death and take the blame. Then. All right then. The cat said in a wrong tone, but if I go in your cat world, I'll consume my origin energy. It's worth at least one divine weapon, Fang Ping scolded in a low voice. What's wrong with you? What do we do now? Do we have to charge for such a small thing? Are you only interested in money? Little Chubby Face said it. The cat said innocently, Little Chubby Face said it. I have to charge for doing things, it's only right and proper. I have to pay for working. She brushed my fur, so I have to pay her too. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Round face, this girl. What did she teach the cat? All right. Then it'll be 60 divine weapons. Fang Ping was too lazy to care. Say whatever you want. I'll give you one and you'll be good. There was no time to waste. Fang Ping looked at the other three and said in a low voice, I don't know if the source can be fused. Among the few of us, even I only have the strength of a true god. However, the Life King is an emperor-level powerhouse. If we can't beat the Life King in the Origin Dao, our origin might be destroyed and we'll become the living dead, Ironhead chuckled. Alright, we know. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's not a battle in reality. The origin still depends on willpower. Is the Life King as strong as us? Willpower, Fang Ping shook his head. The origin did not just look at these. It also looked at the length of the Origin Dao and the strength of mentality. These things were combined to determine the strength of the avatars in the source world. He did not say anything else. If the cat was unwilling to make a move, then they could only do it. Old Wang and the rest had divine weapons. If they fought in the source world, they could directly destroy the other party's Origin Dao. This was also a very important point. In the next moment, they entered the bright and sunny cat world. Upon entering this place, the cat began to gorge itself again. Fang Ping could not be bothered with it. He placed the stone monument in the center, looked at everyone, and said quickly, I'll try to simulate the aura. I don't know if the origin can be simulated. If it can, the four of us will fuse together, and we'll be extremely powerful. The origin won't be weaker than a top-level true god. If it can't, then we'll act separately. When the time comes, I'll resist the Life King, and you guys destroy the Origin Dao. Okay. They responded one after another. Fang Ping tried to use the system here and realized that it could still be used. When he used the system, the cat that was eating crazily turned its head to take a look and mumbled. Then, it glanced at Fang Ping somewhat sneakily. When Fang Ping was not paying attention, an invisible aura overflowed and was expanding the cat world. It was a very weak change. Fang Ping did not feel anything. He only noticed that his wealth was decreasing at a frightening rate. At least 50 million points a minute. Fang Ping's teeth were aching. What was going on? 3 people simulated their auras. Logically, 10,000 points a minute should be enough. They had not even entered the Life King's Origin Dao yet, but now. 50 million points a minute, that meant that in 2 hours, his 8 billion wealth would be depleted. What a joke, Fang Ping bared his teeth in a grimace. The cat gobbled down the food in a frenzy, not uttering a single word. In its heart, however, it was muttering, he wanted to come, but I didn't ask him to. He insisted on giving it to me, but I didn't want it. Yes, I didn't steal it. I came here on my own. Oh right, I can make more fish monsters now. The cat's big eyes narrowed into slits. Happy, I can stock up on fish monsters now. I can make a lot of them. I can eat them for a long time. How blissful. The cat was overjoyed. It did not care that the 4 people next to it had now merged into a monster that did not look like anything. It did not care about this. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others were about to leave, the stone monument was glowing. The cat suddenly screamed. It could not leave. If it left, it would not have time to make it. In the next moment, the cat hurriedly sped up. The space trembled slightly. Fang Ping's illusory figure seemed to sense something. He looked at the cat and frowned. Big cat, what's going on with your cat world? It seems like it was absorbing something from him. He could feel a suction force. Huh? The cat's eyes widened. Then, it said hurriedly, let's go. The passageway is open. Fang Ping did not have time to ask any more. His figure disappeared in a flash. In the sky above the cat world, a dark passageway opened, as if it was connected to somewhere. After he disappeared, the cat panted heavily and muttered, I didn't steal it. I opened the passageway. Whatever is consumed has nothing to do with me. In the next moment, the cat suddenly rolled around on the ground. Its fat body rolled wildly on the big lawn. There was even a burst of childlike snickering. At the same time, in the cat world, a large number of fish monsters appeared out of thin air. The cat's mouth was wide open. Its fat face was already swollen from laughing. I'm so happy, so happy. I have food now. In the past, it had to save its food. At this moment, the cat did not care. One bite at a time, one bite at a time. In the blink of an eye, it had eaten more than 100. Its paws touched its belly and it rolled around happily again. It was happy. However, Fang Ping did not have time to look at the system panel. Just a moment ago, 1 billion wealth points disappeared. He did not see it. He saw it. Fang Ping could probably kill the cat. This cat was too black-hearted. At this moment, Fang Ping, together with Old Wang and the rest, was rapidly passing through a black passageway. Fang Ping seemed to be traveling through time and space. This was the first time he was traveling through the source world with some consciousness. This place was like the starry sky of the universe. A person's source world was like a planet. It was very difficult to travel from one planet to another. However, at this time, the stone tablet opened a teleportation passageway for him. At the end, it should be the Life King's source world or the Origin Dao. On both sides of the passageway, Fang Ping seemed to see some other planets. Those might be other people's source worlds. This was Fang Ping's first time experiencing such a world, a magical scene. He saw all kinds of planets. Some were big and some were small. Some were very, very big, like the sun. Some were very, very small, like glass balls. The source world. At this moment, Old Wang and the other 2 were also conscious. They were all amazed. It turned out that such a world really existed. An illusory world might not be fake. Otherwise, how could there be a space battlefield today? At this moment, Li Hansong suddenly said, look, the world in front is so big. At this moment, Fang Ping and the rest looked toward a world that was like a scorching sun. There seemed to be a Buddha overseeing this world. The previous world was very far away from the passageway. They could not see it clearly. However, this one was almost at the edge of the passageway. Fang Ping glanced at it. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. At the same time, the Buddha overseeing this world seemed to have sensed them. Almost instantly, the world dimmed and the Buddha disappeared. Fang Ping's gaze was strange. He asked quickly, did you see it clearly? It's a little, not too clear, Li Hansong replied. Fang Ping said in a low voice, I saw it a little clearly. Interesting. Really interesting. The source world is the true projection. Here, nothing can be hidden. I'm afraid the owner of a world like this will not be weak. I'm not sure. It was also their first time seeing it. How could they know how strong the owner of such a big world was? Soon, however, they had a rough idea. At this moment, a huge planet appeared in front of them. It gave them a feeling that it was very, very big. However, it was a little dim, a little dull. Compared to the scorching sun earlier, it was much smaller. On the planet, there was also an illusory projection. It was very illusory, but they could see that it looked a little like the Life King. At this moment, this illusory projection was sitting on the planet with its eyes closed, motionless. Unlike the Buddha earlier, which could actually sense the passageway's location. Fang Ping and the others appeared at the edge of the planet in an instant. Like an eggshell, there was a thin film surrounding the planet. At this moment, Fang Ping had some understanding of how to break into someone else's origin Dao. Breaking this thin film would allow one to enter. Powerhouses could sense it. When they broke through, there would be a huge movement. The Life King's projection was sitting here. If ordinary powerhouses wanted to break through, they would wake him up instantly. Just like the first time Fang Ping broke into old Zhang's origin Dao, old Zhang reacted almost instantly and kicked him away. The stone monument only helped them open up a passageway. It was not responsible for breaking the thin film. Maybe it could have been done in the past. However, the broken stone monument now obviously could not. Otherwise, the cat would not have poked it for a long time previously. It was only when Zhang Tao cooperated with the outside that the thin film was broken and the message was delivered. Fang Ping looked at the thin film, then at the Life King's illusory projection. After some thought, he looked at the system again. At this glance, Fang Ping's face turned green. However, he did not think of the cat for a while. He thought that opening the passageway just now had consumed so much, a full 1 billion points. What a joke. Usually, when he broke into other people's Dao, it would cost at most 100 million, at least 10 million. Where did it come from? He had not broken through to the origin Dao yet. D*MN, it's so expensive. Fang Ping was shocked. Could it be that the Life King was this powerful? If that was the case, was that scorching sun just now not 10 times or 100 times more powerful? Fang Ping did not care about this. He quickly used the origin analysis function. At this moment, Fang Ping saw the scene clearly. The thin film was slowly melting. Very soon, a hole the size of a person was broken open. On the planet, the closed eyes of the gigantic illusory projection seemed to move. However, this time, Fang Ping cooperated with both sides. The stone monument opened the way while the system broke the door. The movement was much smaller. The illusory projection's eyes trembled. Fang Ping had already entered quickly. In the blink of an eye, the thin film closed. The illusory projection no longer trembled. Obviously, it did not notice that it had been invaded. Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, Fang Ping fell into a completely unfamiliar world. Fang Ping restrained all his aura. His movements were minimal. In the past, when he entered a powerhouse's origin Dao, he did not know what was going on. Sometimes, he could not care less and did not consider anything at all. As for restraining his aura in the origin Dao, he did not even think about it. This time, however, he did it. The system could be used here too. The system seemed to have nothing to do with the body but was in the consciousness. Hence, his consciousness was here, and the system was here too. Wealth, 7, 1 billion points. Vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories. Mentality, 9,955 Hz, 10,455 Hz. 9955 Hz, Unbreakable, Destructive Power, 85 yuan, 85 yuan. Origin, Stage 1, increase 9% plus 30%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus 3 1,000 points/minute, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus 2 1,000 points/minute, origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time, 50 million points/minute. This time, Fang Ping saw something different. There was an additional number in the origin detailed analysis line. This was the specific standard of wealth consumption. 50 million points per minute, Fang Ping grimaced. It was so expensive, he dared not waste such a huge consumption. He did not know how long he would have to stay later. Moreover, a long night would bring trouble. If Life King found out that someone else had invaded, it would be very troublesome. Fang Ping restrained his aura, his body floating. Now, he looked around, finally knowing where he was. The junction between the origin Dao and the origin world. Behind him was Life King's origin world. In front of him was a very long Dao. Overlord level was 10,000 meters long. 20 li was not considered short. Slash the origin world or the origin Tao? At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's voice rang in his mind. Not everyone was like Song Mao. The origin world was the origin Tao. Under normal circumstances, the origin world was the place to fight. The origin Tao was the foundation that made one strong. Fang Ping looked back at Life King's origin world. Life King's origin world was not big, but it felt very thick. Fang Ping might not be able to break it. Slash the origin Tao. There's a high chance that there's a huge flaw in his origin Tao. I don't believe he'll be able to merge Qi Huanyu's Tao and his Tao. The other three agreed with Fang Ping's words. There was a problem with Fate King's Tao. His flaw was almost obvious. No matter what, continuing someone else's path would not be as smooth as his own. Go. As Fang Ping spoke in his mind, he began to float forward. This was the Tao of Fate King. It was very wide, about 1,000 meters wide. This was the second emperor-level powerhouse Tao that Fang Ping had entered. The first one was Old Zhang. Life King's path was not as wide as Old Zhang's, but 1,000 meters wide was not considered narrow. Qi Huanyu was a peerless rank 9, and his origin Tao was only 100 meters wide. The few true gods that Fang Ping had killed were also far inferior to a Life King. One had to admit that Fate King's talent was indeed top-notch. If it wasn't for this, Fate King, who was considered a rising star, wouldn't have been able to reach this stage in just a few hundred years. Fate King had only been the Heavens Will Hall Master for about 300 years. As soon as he stepped into the Life King's Tao, Fang Ping could feel the difference. On both sides, tens of thousands of people knelt. Kowtow, in the middle of the 1,000-meter-wide road was a main road that looked like an imperial road. On both sides of the road, countless people in catacombs robes were kowtowing. Emperor, Emperor, Supreme and Supreme. When Fang Ping stepped into the middle of the road, this thought suddenly arose in his mind. It was a sudden thought. I am a supreme existence. He did not see some of Life King's memories. Only these wills were attacking Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not expect that Life King's origin Tao was actually a Tao similar to the Emperor Tao. It was slightly different from Zhang Tao's. It was also slightly different from Fang Ping's. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, and Life King, all three of them had people in their origin Tao. In Fang Ping's origin Tao, there were many acquaintances. They were all living in the origin Tao now, opening up the Tao. There was no division of priority. There was no such thing as surrendering and kowtowing. Fang Ping had never thought about this. Although he only had a glimpse of Zhang Tao's Tao last time, Fang Ping saw that there were people on both sides of the road. They did not kowtow. They were all standing. However, Fang Ping had some impression of their admiring gazes. Zhang Tao, human king. Life King. Perhaps he was also considered a human king, or an immortal king, if the catacombs humans called themselves immortals. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly thought of Li Zhu. What was this fellow's Tao like? He was also the master of the catacombs royal court. Back then, he was also revered by the people of Sky Plant royal court. Could it be that Li Zhu's Tao was also like that? In the Tao, some low voices could be heard. Unify God Continent. Congratulations to the king. The people were all kowtowing and congratulating Life King for unifying God Continent. The first few thousand meters were filled with such scenes and voices. Towards the end, there were some changes. There were fewer people. Around 5,000 meters away, a voice could be heard from the void. You want me to submit to you? What rights do you have to make me submit to you? King? You are not qualified. Among the 8 ancient kings, only the heavenly king dares to call himself a king. There are countless true gods. The few heavenly kings are like frogs in a well. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who are you? Heaven Realm, King Zhen. In the void, 2 figures appeared. One was Life King and the other was King General. Fang Ping was slightly surprised. This meant that King Zhen only appeared when Life King's Tao reached this stage. 5,000 meters. It was probably when Life King became the Hall Master of the true King Hall, right? When he became the Hall Master, he wasn't as strong as he was now. These scenes flashed by in an instant. Very soon, Fang Ping continued to walk forward and saw a completely different scene. Father wants to become stronger. Heaven realm. 3 realms. Heavenly court. 8 kings. In the void, Life King muttered to himself as he looked up at the starry sky. He wanted to become stronger. When he became a true king, he felt that unifying God continent was his ultimate goal. When he walked 5,000 meters, he felt that he could fight against any expert. In the entire universe, the demon emperor and the 2 kings might not be much stronger than him. But that day, he met King General that day, he knew that there was always someone stronger than him and he was still too weak. It was also that day that he changed his mind. Unify God continent? No, unify the 3 realms. He wanted to become an emperor, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He realized that he was too weak. He wasn't as strong as King General. King Gen caused his golden body to crack in 3 moves. King Gen looked at him coldly and asked him, submit or die? He chose to submit. His great cause had not been completed, and his lofty aspirations had not been fulfilled. How could he die? But he wasn't willing, thus, he made a decision that day. According to a fortuitous encounter he had many years ago, he wanted to find a blood relative to him to groom him into the Tao. He wanted to walk on his Tao and continue his own Tao, only then would he be able to quickly become an emperor like King Gen mentioned. The Tao of origin was harder the further one walked. When he reached 6,000 meters, he was walking at the speed of a turtle. Walking on the second Tao wasn't the same Tao. Zhang Tao and the others knew that the increase was small. He also knew that no matter how far he walked, he might not be able to become an emperor unless he reached 10,000 meters on the second Tao. But what if he combined the 2 Taos? Scenes of the past appeared in Fang Ping's eyes. Life King also had his own changes in heart. His ambition had changed. It was no longer to unify God continent. His goal was the 3 realms. When Fang Ping was about 6,000 meters away, he saw a different scene. This was the first time he saw a different scene in a powerhouse's Tao. The Tao at the back was actually wider, about 2,000 meters. Greetings, Life Emperor. The 3 realms are unified. Congratulations to the Emperor. More people appeared on both sides of the Tao. At this moment, these people were kowtowing. Even though they were just illusions, they gave off an extremely powerful feeling. Fang Ping was surprised. Life King actually wanted to unify the 3 realms at this moment. He was going to be crowned as the emperor. This fellow was really capable. However, he had to admit that when his ambition became bigger, his Tao of origin actually became wider. This was something that was extremely surprising. How much can Life King's Tao of origin increase? Fang Ping had some thoughts. Life King didn't continue Qi Huanyu's Tao previously, but he seemed to have the combat strength of an emperor. If not, he wouldn't be qualified to be on the same level as emperors like Sky Demon King. It was said that Life King had a backup plan and a special ability. Could this be it? Fang Ping's Tao of origin was 3,000 meters wide and increased by 30%. Could it be that Life King had an additional 20% increase? If that was the case, it made sense why he had the confidence to be arrogant. His own Tao had walked close to 8,000 meters and increased by 70%. 2,000 meters wide and increased by 20%. The second Tao had probably walked no less than 3,000 meters. Even if it was weakened by half, it was still a 15% increase. In other words, Life King had actually achieved the increase of an emperor. He was already considered an emperor before this. But his Tao is a little strange. The front is actually not as wide as the back. Fang Ping was a little confused. He also could not figure out if this was the increase. If everyone's Tao of origin could increase, then Old Zhang's side. Old Zhang's Tao of origin is 10,000 meters wide and the increase is already 100%. Then, could it be that he didn't walk very far on the Tao at all? Fang Ping had always thought that Old Zhang was so strong because he did not see the end last time. He only saw about 10,000 meters last time. At this battle, Old Zhang's combat strength was comparable to the 36 saints. That meant that it had exceeded 80,000 meters. However, did Old Zhang really walk 80,000 meters on the Tao? Not necessarily. Maybe it had something to do with the width he walked. His combat strength increase was actually somewhat similar to Fang Ping's. Old Zhang's origin Tao might not really walk as far as he imagined. This old man might also be hiding his strength. Just like Fang Ping, he publicized that he walked 800 meters in a day. It's very possible. This old man is very cunning. Maybe he walked 20 to 30,000 meters at most? Fang Ping muttered in his heart. The possibility was very high. How could the origin Dao walk so fast? Broadening was also difficult. However, old Zhang's coalescence Dao had always been integrating other Dao. Perhaps this was his capital for broadening. The increase of a saint is at least 7 times. If old Zhang walked 30,000 meters, it would be 2 times. If it's 10,000 meters wide, the increase is 100%, then it would be 2 times. It's very likely that this is the case. 2 times seems stronger than a saint. However, one should not forget that the longer one walked on the Tao, the stronger one's foundation would be. Old Zhang's foundation might not be that high because he did not walk as far as others. However, he walked horizontally wide, covering this flaw, and others did not notice it. If that's the case, old Zhang's future is very bright. Fang Ping sighed as he walked. The shorter one walked now actually meant that the future was brighter. When everyone else could not walk anymore, one could still walk. Then, one would only need time to surpass everyone. Fang Ping thought of this and felt even more emotional. Old Zhang was very similar to him. Both of them appeared to the outside world that they had walked very far on the origin Dao. However, in reality, they probably only knew how weak they were. The origin did not walk very far. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, as Fang Ping continued to walk forward, very soon, he knew that he had arrived. The scene in front of him became more and more bizarre. It was as if two different worlds had been grafted together. The 2,000 meters road narrowed again. The road in front of him was less than 1,000 meters wide. This was Qi Huanyu's Dao, but it was also different. This was actually cultivated by the Life King himself, so it was wider and longer than Qi Huanyu's. Two great Dao had merged here. Fang Ping hurriedly went forward to check, frowning slightly. The two Dao seemed to be connected perfectly. He had thought that there would be gaps when they were pieced together like this. If there were no gaps, could the few of them cut off the Life King's Emperor-level Dao? What should I do? Fang Ping looked at the narrowing road in front of him and felt a little helpless. Should he take action now? It would be fine if he did not move. Once he moved, the Life King would definitely notice. If he could not injure the Life King with his first move, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Why don't we try? This is the convergence point of the two Dao. There will be gaps. Maybe we can cut off his Dao if we attack. Or we can go to the boundary 5,000 meters away. King Zhen appeared there and also caused his Dao to change. Maybe there's a weakness too. The few of them discussed continuously. They could not be careless. If they failed, they might not have another chance. Fang Ping's eyes flickered and he said quickly, maybe there's still a chance. The Dao in front is Qi Huanyu's Dao. Maybe I can try to summon Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's heart moved slightly. Maybe it was really possible. Qi Huanyu's Dao had collapsed and died, but his origin Dao was still there. It might not be impossible for him to appear here. That fellow is extremely arrogant. Even if he dies, he wants to die by his own hands. Now that his Dao has been taken over by the Life King, can he really bear it? If that's the case, living in someone else's origin world for the rest of his life would be worse than death. Fang Ping did as he thought of it. In the next moment, he stepped into the narrow path. Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping's voice was ethereal as he called out softly. He was also frightened. He did not want to wake the Life King up. Also, was Qi Huanyu really here? This was the first time he encountered such a thing. The outside world. The Life King frowned slightly. He felt uncomfortable. At this moment, the War King was still cursing. This made the Life King even more uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable. Not far away, unquestionable Jian, who had been keeping a low profile, also had his eyes flickering. Just now, he seemed to have sensed something. Who's spying on me? Is there another powerhouse in the dark? Unquestionable Jian looked around. He had also sensed something unusual just now. He restrained his aura. Could it be that something unexpected happened today, or Someone in the Tomb of Heaven was spying on him. Unquestionable Jian became even more careful. That kind of spying seemed to reach his heart. He even felt that the origin was leaking out. Ash Cat? Unquestionable Jian suddenly thought of Ash Cat. Where was Ash Cat? This time, Ash Cat did not appear. Could it have gone to sleep? That could not be right. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao would definitely make use of Ash Cat's combat strength. This Tomb of Heaven. Could it be Ash Cat's doing? The thought flashed past Unquestionable Jian's mind. He dared not think too deeply about it. If he did, Ash Cat would sense it easily. Zhang Tao should have a backup plan. Those days, he disappeared mysteriously for a period of time. The other summits also disappeared. Maybe, it has something to do with the Tomb of Heaven here. Unquestionable Jian's eyes flickered again. Today's incident was probably not over yet. Perhaps there would be more changes in the future. Just as he was thinking about this, far away, Heavenly King Zhen saw Life King and the others closing in. He suddenly said, "Unquestionable Jian, I've done you a favor. Today, it's time to return the favor." Unquestionable Jian was silent. Heavenly King Zhen said in a low voice, "I don't care what you're planning. If you don't save me this time, don't blame me for spoiling your plan." Heavenly King Zhen. Why do you have to force me? Unquestionable Sword responded faintly. Force me? Heavenly King Zhen snorted coldly. It's only right to repay a debt. Since you owe this old man a favor, you'll have to pay it back. Don't think that you dare to challenge me just because you had some strength. There were many people who schemed against you in Empyrean. I don't ask for much. If Empyrean dares to participate in the battle, just kill them. If the Empyrean emperors did not participate in the battle, would Life King really dare to lead the catacombs powerhouses to fight? At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen could only do so. Unquestionable Jian had the strength to stop Empyrean emperors. Unquestionable Jian was silent for a moment again. He took a step forward and looked at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu and the others. He said lightly, "I owe Heavenly King Zhen a favor. Everyone, retreat." Unquestionable Jian. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu's expression was ugly. He had just finished speaking when a streak of sword chi swept in front of his face. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu's body flashed with golden light. A moment later, everyone saw a shocking scene. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, whose strength was close to saint level, had a bloody mark on his face. Blood flowed non-stop. Return it or not. Unquestionable Jian was still indifferent. If you don't retreat, you'll all die. The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors were furious but also fearful. The next moment, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu took a deep breath and looked at Life King. He said, "Leave the Demon Lord to us." Life King cursed in his heart. The Demon Lord was not going to attack at all. What did he mean by "leave it to you"? But at this moment, he was helpless. The venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors didn't dare to participate in the battle when the Demon Lord attacked. Things were going to be troublesome. King Zhen was being held back, so was the venerable emperors of Empyrean emperors. King Kuan, King Sun, and Heaven's Pole were still fighting for the divine weapon. It seemed like none of them were going to give up. Obviously, they had no intention of interfering now. Li Zhu was watching from the side as if it was none of his business. He couldn't wait for them to fight to the end. Obviously, he wouldn't intervene now. Moon Spirit was fighting with the three guardians. Saint Tian Kuei was only concerned about the Tomb of Heaven. Sea Guardian messengers in the sea were the same. They didn't care about them. Looking at the experts around him, King Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. He, Thousand Goblin King, Heaven Goblin King, Emperor Huatong Mountain, and Luofu Mountain were all here. There were 5 venerable emperors. The one from Luofu Mountain was close to the Sage Realm. He might even be a Sage Realm warrior. Life King quickly said, "Emperor Luofu will deal with dragon transformation. Emperor Huatong will deal with Gong Juanzi. Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King will deal with Emperor Xianxia, Battle King, Thunder King, and Dragon King. What do you think?" Thousand Goblin King and Heaven Goblin King weren't weak. Battle King and Thunder King might only be able to defeat one of them. Dragon King was just an external help after all. He might not even participate in the battle. Life King's arrangement wasn't too difficult. The few venerable emperors nodded indiscernibly. These people from North Sea might not participate in the battle. The situation was clear now. Life King said again, even if there are losses, we must kill King Wu this time. These people have used up a lot of their energy and are heavily injured. They are not a threat. A goblin king and a true king will fight 2 against 1. Don't fight to the death with King Hua and the others. They won't fight to the death either. They will definitely escape at the crucial moment. Once King Hua and the others leave, we will fight 3 against 1. As long as we don't panic and kill the true king of the land of rebirth, we won't suffer any losses. Life King could see the situation clearly. The Dragon King and the other powerhouses wouldn't fight to the death. King Hua was the same. As long as there was someone to delay them, they wouldn't fight to the death. Dragon transformation was a bit dangerous. On the human side, there weren't many peak stage powerhouses left. There were just over 30 of them. The combat power ratio was 3:1. If they were careful, there wouldn't be any big problems. Everyone listened quietly. No one questioned him. Life King's arrangement was safe. Moreover, Life King wasn't restrained by anyone. With his strength, he could protect everyone. At this moment, the humans also felt the danger and determination of Life King and the others. Zhang Tao sighed. He didn't expect to be unable to enter the trap when they were at the door. He had miscalculated. The key was still Life King's side. His desire to kill the humans exceeded his expectations. The catacombs that had lost nearly half of their members still had such cohesiveness. Ji Ming, Zhang Tao muttered in a low voice. The crimson saber in his hand appeared again. Let's fight again. Fight to the end. As for the others, Zhang Tao put one hand behind his back and waved lightly. Don't join the battle. Today, let me fight alone. Zhang Tao took a step forward. His eyes were resolute. He growled, Ji Ming, you want to kill me? Bring it on. Life King laughed loudly. That's good. This is the best choice. As he laughed, Life King suddenly felt uneasy. He clutched his chest. His laughter gradually faded. He frowned slightly. This discomfort was becoming more and more obvious. Are you kidding me? I'm an emperor-level powerhouse. How could I get sick? Zhang Tao's eyes lit up. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this guy? Could it be that there's something wrong with the Great Tao? Ji Ming, give me your life. Today, I'll fight Ji Ming alone. No one is allowed to interfere. Zhang Tao roared. Holding the crimson saber, he quickly attacked. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. He would kill him while he was down. Life King frowned. He wanted to check on Zhang Tao, but even if he was heavily injured, he would not underestimate him. He had to fight with all his might. Meanwhile, in the passageway, Qi Huanyu's illusion really appeared. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Qi Huanyu seemed to be at a loss too. The moment Qi Huanyu appeared, Life King's Tao continued to rumble. Fang Ping was shocked. He was afraid that Life King would appear now. Fortunately, it did not. Qi Huanyu? Fang Ping shouted. The illusion did not fluctuate. Fang Ping thought for a while and said quickly, Ji Yao was killed. Ji Hong was killed. Life King killed all of them to avenge his humiliation. I wanted to protect you but I couldn't. Your Tao has been continued. Life King has become an emperor. He's too powerful. The illusion fluctuated slightly. It seemed to have some reaction. It's true. If you want revenge now, the only way is to destroy Life King's Tao. You can't decide your own Tao. Instead, Life King made use of it and turned it into a killing weapon. He even killed your son and granddaughter. Qi Huanyu, are you willing to die? You refused to admit defeat even before you died. You even wanted to protect your granddaughter. What about now? Now you're the real murderer who killed your granddaughter. At this moment, Qi Huanyu suddenly opened his eyes. The illusion seemed to have become a little more real. Yao, is dead, yes. Qi Huanyu's illusion trembled. A long, long time ago, when he had lost hope for the future, the word grandfather had filled him with hope for life again. Now, he was dead, he had died under his own Dao. Dao is mine, my Dao. I decide. Qi Huanyu's illusion seemed to only have a trace of remnant consciousness. Its consciousness was a little chaotic, but it still expressed its meaning. Fang Ping quickly said, "That's right. You should blow up your own Dao. How can you let others use it?" At this moment, the only thought in old Wang and the other two's minds was, this guy was really evil. He tricked the dead every day. This was not the first time Fang Ping had tricked the dead. The Dao trembled, the Dao that was continued seemed to tremble along with the illusion's fluctuations. It became more and more intense. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He had actually done it, it was too amazing. The next moment, the god-slaying saber appeared in Fang Ping's hand. With a shake of his body, old Wang and the other two appeared. "Quick, go and destroy his Dao. I'll sever this Dao that's been continued here." Fang Ping let out a low roar. Seeing that a gap had appeared at the connecting point of the two Daos, he was even more ecstatic. He could not wait for Qi Huanyu to self-destruct. He was afraid that the Life King would find out soon. Therefore, at this moment, he had to sever this Dao that was continued himself. Rumble, the Dao roared, and the road ahead trembled. Old Wang and the other two were wearing divine weapons. They hurried back the way they came, waiting for Fang Ping to attack so that they could destroy it quickly. Gotcha, a faint cracking sound rang. Fang Ping sensed that something was amiss. He could not wait any longer. Slash! Fang Ping roared. At this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. The Life King would definitely find out with such a huge commotion. "I'm going to slay an emperor today." Break! The god-slaying saber in Fang Ping's hand erupted with intense light. At this moment, the figures in his source world flew out one after another and merged into the Chengdao. Break! Break! Countless people were shouting loudly. Only by severing this Dao would there be hope. Rumble, the Chengdao slashed through the world and came crashing down. Amid Fang Ping's hysterical roar, the saber came crashing down. The 1,000-meter-wide connecting point already had cracks. As the saber fell along the cracks, almost instantly, a cracking sound rang out. At the same time, on Qi Huanyu's path ahead, Qi Huanyu's silhouette solidified a little. He looked at Fang Ping abruptly and laughed bitterly. I'm dead, I'm dead. I've even been tricked by you, sigh." Having said that, he shook his head slightly. Looking at the broken Dao and the Life King who had just materialized, he laughed suddenly. "Have you ever regretted it?" At this moment, on the path, the Life King's face was deathly pale. He was not in a hurry to deal with Fang Ping. He looked at Qi Huanyu and said lightly, "No. The strong are heartless. You exist to continue this king's Dao." "I see." A sigh was heard. The next moment, Qi Huanyu walked toward the end of the broken Dao. "Life King. Temple Master. Master. In this lifetime I won't be able to call you father anymore. Farewell, I used to hate you. I don't hate you anymore, ha ha ha." A burst of hearty laughter was heard. The broken Dao collapsed with a bang, turning into countless fragments and disappearing into the endless darkness. In this world, the last shred of Qi Huanyu's existence had completely dissipated. The Life King's face turned pale again. He looked at Fang Ping abruptly. At this moment, he let out a voice filled with hatred. "Fang Ping, I won't rest until you're dead." Rumble. At this moment, explosions were heard from other places as well. The Life King did not care about that. He wanted to kill Fang Ping. Kill Fang Ping. He had been tricked by Fang Ping. His Dao was broken, he could not accept it. He could be defeated by martial kings and powerhouses. He could not accept losing to Fang Ping, to an ant. "I won't rest until I'm dead." "Green Hat King, watch out!" Fang Ping roared, waving his saber and attacking. The Life King with the 8,000-meter Dao was powerful, but he had a divine weapon. It would be of some help. When old Wang and the others returned later, they would join forces to kill him. In the origin of Dao. Fate King and Fang Ping, one with a spear and the other with a saber, started fighting. Fang Ping was defeated and his projection started to dissipate. However, Fate King trembled when he was slashed by his saber. That wasn't all. At this moment, Fate King's body shook and the Tao shook. It wasn't Old Wang and the rest. King Wu. Fate King bellowed. His eyes were filled with ferocity. He was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was still fighting with King Wu outside. I'll kill you first. Fate King had never hated someone so much before. Fang Ping, this insignificant person, rose up so quickly. Now, his emperor's path was broken. He couldn't accept this. Moreover, if he didn't kill Fang Ping, the origin of Tao would be disturbed. How could he go out and fight? Fate King's body trembled, but he only left a little bit of his consciousness to fight Zhang Tao. Fang Ping was more hateful than King Wu. Soul severing. Fate King swept his spear. Fang Ping felt his soul leaving his body. The powerful spear light shattered his projection. At this moment, Old Wang and the rest arrived. I'm invincible. Invincible. Tai Tu roared. He dashed forward in his emperor armor and threw a punch. He couldn't shake Fate King's spear, but he used his emperor armor to block the spear and continued to attack Fang Ping. Rumble, Tai Tu was sent flying. The next moment, Wang Jinyan drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot over and pierced through the Life King's arm. Yao Qing merged his body with his spear. He teleported and aimed at Fate King's head. Invincible. The human race is invincible. These fellows seemed to be hypnotizing themselves. The more they shouted, the stronger their aura became. Fang Ping regained his senses and shouted, I'm invincible. I've never lost. I've never lost a battle. How dare you, Green Hat King, fight me? The more he shouted, the more solid his body became. Fang Ping was overjoyed. Yes, I'm invincible. I'm invincible, I've never lost. As for how many years he had lived and how he would run away when he met a powerhouse, those were all extra. He had never lost to anyone. Didn't he kill all the powerful enemies in the past? From the Sky Gate City Lord to the Magic City Catacombs, to now. I've killed countless people. How can trash like you, Life King, compare to me? He lost to King Zhen in 3 moves. Useless. After cultivating for so many years, you relied on an outsider's Tao to achieve the Tao. Trash. You can't even compare to a martial king. Trash. Son turning into grandson. Trash. A family of trash, and you're the most trash. Fang Ping cursed as he fought. The 4 of them did not combine but split up to attack Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping realized that it might be better if they split up. Now that they were separated, everyone had the opportunity to display their strength. Lao Wang was calm and collected. He did not get close to the Life King and stood far away. If there was a chance, he would shoot an arrow to injure the Life King. If there was no chance, he would destroy the Great Path. Clad in emperor armor, Ironhead took the lead. He did not dodge or evade, blocking the attacks for Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjuan's god-vanquishing spear gave off a dazzling radiance. Every time it struck the Life King's body would tremble. Fang Ping's god-slaying saber had the strongest explosive force. Although the god-slaying saber might not be as complete as the other divine weapons, Fang Ping himself was strong enough. Now that he was fighting, naturally, he would be stronger than the others. Fate King's eyes were cold and sharp. Perhaps he was angry and sullen. If it were any other day, he would have killed these small fries in an instant. However, he was in the Origin Tao. His Origin Tao had just been severely injured, and there were people attacking his body from the outside world. His strength was less than 10% of his original strength. Not only that, these few people all had divine weapons. Divine weapons targeted the Origin Tao, so their destructive power was stronger. Bastard! The Life King hated Fang Ping the most. At this moment, he allowed Yao Qingjun and Old Wang to attack. He sent Ironhead flying with a spear and swept across Fang Ping. Rumble, an explosion was heard. Fang Ping's body exploded, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. I'm invincible, the number 1 in the 3 realms. Fang Ping roared again and said quickly, attack his Origin Tao and break his Tao. At this moment, everyone was attacking the Life King while attacking his Tao. In the blink of an eye, the previously flat Tao was now full of potholes. The Life King's expression changed again. At this moment, his body trembled again. Zhang Tao, who was outside, seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and was attacking his body crazily. Fang Ping noticed the change in his body. Sensing this scene, Fang Ping was also surprised. Then, he became anxious. It could not be too long, or else the Life King's abnormality would definitely be noticed. In fact, at this moment, the people outside had already noticed that something was wrong. The Life King was fighting with the heavily injured Martial King, but he was actually being suppressed. This was too abnormal. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King and the others were ready to make a move. They were already ready to attack. Fang Ping was anxious. Merge. Kill him. Fang Ping roared again. In the next moment, the four of them quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, a monster appeared. Fang Ping was the leader. At this moment, his aura was much stronger. Green Hat King, go to hell. Fang Ping roared and slashed with his Chongdao. The Life King had just blocked the Chongdao. In the next moment, a long spear emerged from his chest and stabbed into his chest. That was not all. Suddenly, a head emerged from his arm and bit the Life King's arm. The bite made the Life King's arm smoke continuously. On the other side, old Wang's longbow turned into a Chongdao. Wang Jinyang was also a saber Dao powerhouse. At this moment, when he slashed with his saber, it was not weaker than Fang Ping's. With the four of them as one, they could use all kinds of moves. Although the Life King was stronger than them, at this time, he was being attacked from both inside and outside. He was extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. However, very soon, the Life King calmed down. You guys can't kill me. When the Myriad Demon King and the others attack and kill Martial King, I will slowly deal with you guys. Although Fang Ping and the others had broken his Dao and destroyed his great path, they could not kill him. Can't kill you? You're really confident. I'll show you how I kill today. At this moment, a broken stone tablet suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Without saying a word, Fang Ping threw the stone tablet toward the faraway passage. Explode. Anyway, I can only use it a few times. I don't want it anymore. I'll self-destruct the divine weapon and blow up your great path. The Life King's expression changed drastically, but it was too late. There was a rumble. The stone tablet exploded and was instantly shattered. It was not only the stone tablet that was shattered. At the same time, the 8,000 meters great path broke apart at the 5,000 meters connection point with a crack. Damn it. The Life King went crazy. In this lifetime, he had walked his Dao to 8,000 meters. Previously, it was Ji Huanyu's Dao that was broken. In fact, it did not hurt his foundation. But now, his own Dao was severed. You guys deserve to die. The Life King had really gone crazy. It was broken. From now on, if he lived, he would only be a true king whose origin had only walked 5,000 meters. He was still far away from emperor level. From the number one in the catacombs, he had become an existence that could not even be compared to the Maple King. No, how could he unify the three realms like this? The Life King's spear exploded. With a rumble, Fang Ping and the others showed signs of disintegration. However, his origin path was broken, his injuries worsened, and his strength was greatly reduced. He could not break up Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was in for a penny, in for a pound. Just as the great path exploded, he suddenly ignored the Life King and ran forward frantically, attacking the great path everywhere. He wanted to break his great path first. Fang Ping. The Life King roared in anger, fighting to the death. However, Fang Ping let Iron Head move to the back to face the enemy while he slashed wildly. The stone tablet self-destructed. After all, it was a divine weapon. Even if it was only a broken one, the remaining great path still collapsed from the explosion. Fang Ping slashed continuously along these cracks. In his hands, the god-slaying saber exploded with intense light. Fang Ping's wealth consumption had also reached a peak. At this moment, tens of millions of wealth were passing by every second. Rumble, the great path continued to collapse. Behind them, old Wang wielded his saber and waved it. Ironhead roared, "Hurry up, this guy is crazy. Fang Ping, we can't hold on any longer." Old Wang also said quickly, "Fang Ping, our origin is about to disperse." They had entered the Life King's origin path. but it did not mean that the origin would always be this strong. It was also being consumed. At this moment, it was almost at its limit. Fang Ping heard that and his expression changed slightly. He roared again and slashed his saber down. Crack, the sound of shattering was heard again, a path hundreds of meters long was slashed by him and fell off. Fang Ping. The Life King went crazy, roaring incessantly. Meanwhile, Old Wang and the others were getting weaker and weaker. Fang Ping could not let them dissipate completely. Otherwise, their bodies would become the living dead. Seeing that, he shouted, "You guys go, I'll kill him." Fang Ping, it's okay. How strong is he now? My origin path is also 3,000 meters long, not shorter than him. With the divine weapon in hand, let's see who can survive until the end. 3,000 meters, the few of them were stunned. They had to admit that Fang Ping's silhouette was still very solid. He was much stronger than them, they did not hesitate anymore. They were about to dissipate. If they did not leave now, they would really become the living dead. Moreover, if they continued to fight, their strength would weaken. The more they fought, the weaker they would become. In the end, they would die for nothing. Their silhouettes flashed and disappeared in the great path almost instantly. Seeing that, Fang Ping scolded, "I told you to go, so go. You didn't even bother to be polite. You have no conscience." At this moment, the Life King's eyes were cold. He no longer roared but said coldly, "I'm still not dead. Fang Ping, it's time for you to die. What are you so arrogant about?" Fang Ping held the god-slaying saber in his hand and said angrily, "I'll explode the god-slaying saber and blow you to death." The Life King was stunned. At this moment, Fang Ping slashed with his saber and sent him flying dozens of meters. "Idiot!" Fang Ping scolded again, "The god-slaying saber is still useful. I'm not going to explode it." After sending the Life King flying, Fang Ping turned around and continued to hack at the avenue in a frenzy. Crack. A crisp sound was heard again. A few hundred meters of the avenue was cut off again. Fate King had gone mad. He watched helplessly as Fang Ping severed his great Tao of origin bit by bit, watched helplessly as his aura dropped bit by bit. He had really gone mad. He had almost fallen from the arch level to the weak true monarch level. In the outside world, Zhang Tao seemed to have realized something. He was actually coughing up blood and flying backward. He was no longer crushing him, but rather, fighting on equal footing with him. Just like that, Thousand Goblin King and the others actually stopped. Ming Wang's expression changed. Suddenly, he wanted to disappear from this place. He wanted to return to his original body and let Thousand Goblin King and the others attack to free him from Zhang Tao. If he wanted to leave, Fang Ping could not stop him. At that moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. If this guy left, there would be trouble, just as he was thinking this, a broken figure appeared in the next second. Zhang Tao laughed when he saw Fang Ping. "Kid, I knew it was you. Good job." He could also enter the origin to fight. Any powerhouse could. However, he was severely injured previously. His origin had collapsed badly. Fate King's strength was at its peak. If he entered, he would be courting death. However, he felt the changes in Fate King and felt that Fate King wanted to return. Although he did not know if he had guessed correctly, he was still willing to take the risk. He was right, it was really Fang Ping, this kid, who was secretly plotting against Fate King. Just as Fate King was about to leave, Zhang Tao grabbed him out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, he slashed. Fang Ping followed quickly. Zhang Tao's strength was not strong at this time. Fang Ping felt that he might not be as strong as him. He had no choice but to join forces. "Old Zhang, you're so weak. Cut the crap. Look, without me, would you have been beaten to death?" Fang Ping chopped Fate King's head off with one slash. He laughed and said, "You can't do it. Can you chop off his head?" Zhang Tao was speechless. "Nonsense. I don't even have a divine weapon. It's already good enough that I can hold Fate King back." Then, he said quickly, "Hurry, this guy's aura is declining rapidly. Soon, he won't be able to hide it anymore. We must kill him quickly." "Do you think I'm dead?" Fate King's head recovered. he roared in anger. He did not expect to be overturned in the blink of an eye when he had the absolute advantage just a moment ago. These two fellows were actually discussing how to kill him right in front of him. "Shut up, trash." Both of them scolded at the same time. Xianxia scolded. He said quickly, "Give me the saber. You only know how to chop, chop, chop. You don't have any skills at all. Hurry up." Fang Ping mumbled. Without hesitation, he tossed the god-slaying saber to him. When Zhang Tao received the god-slaying saber, his aura changed instantly. Under Fang Ping's shocked gaze, Zhang Tao's saber slid across the void gently. Just as Fate King's expression changed drastically and he was about to retreat, the Changdao deviated at an odd angle and slashed at Dao. Crack, another section of Dao crumbled and fell off. Zhang Tao chuckled. This is called a diversion. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at Dao again. Fate King roared in anger and charged forward with his spear. However, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly appeared at Zhang Tao's position, facing the crazy Fate King. As for Zhang Tao, he continued to slash at Dao, laughing. This is called shift transposition. Fang Ping, on the other hand, scolded loudly. Transposition my ass. I don't have a divine weapon in my hands. How can I be Fate King's opponent? Zhang Tao, this old fellow wants to kill me. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's figure was beaten until it dissipated slightly. As for Zhang Tao, he slashed another section of Dao with his saber. As Fang Ping cursed, he turned around and slashed at Fate King, laughing. What's the rush? You won't die. I'll teach you how to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, under Fang Ping's shocked gaze, Zhang Tao suddenly slid along the ground like a loach. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slid past Fate King's crotch and slashed out with his saber. Ah! Fate King screamed. Zhang Tao did not care. He laughed. This is called crotch slashing. Don't use it when there are too many people. Witnesses, kill the enemy. Beat up your own people too. Don't tell anyone. A dignified martial king slid into someone's crotch. This would probably make people's jaws drop. For powerhouses, sometimes their pride was more important than their lives. However, Zhang Tao did not care about this. It was not the first time he did this. Moreover, this was an illusory body. He had done it with his real body many times. At this moment, he was still a little dissatisfied. This doesn't feel real. In reality, although the golden body is said to have no weaknesses, if this thing is slashed and exploded, it will more or less affect it. Learn a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao opened his mouth wide and spat at Fate King. This was just a projection, however, at this moment, the thick phlegm seemed real. Fate King almost went crazy with anger. He dodged instinctively. This dodging was exactly what Zhang Tao wanted. Crack, Zhang Tao slashed his saber at the spot where Fate King dodged. He laughed. This is called prediction. If you can't predict, then take the initiative to create opportunities. Let the enemy fight according to your fighting style. Kid, don't think that humans are weak. Humans have been through hundreds of battles. No one can compare to us. We've been fighting all our lives. I, Zhang Tao, have experienced more than 6,000 battles in my life. They're all life and death battles. In Jiming's life, how many times did he have such experiences? How many times did people like King Kuan have? We can't see anything now. When our strengths are equal, these people are just grandsons. What do they think they are? If one's strength was inferior and was crushed, then naturally, humans were inferior. But when their strengths were equal, humans were the strongest. Although they lived for a short period of time, no martial artist of any era was like the neo-martial artists. In just a short few decades, they had been fighting almost all their lives. Some of the powerhouses of the Castellans from other regions had more battle experience than these powerhouses. Because they were also fighting, Zhang Tao looked down on people like Fate King. This was from the bottom of his heart. We are the strongest, invincible among our ranks, because we are fighting until we are of the same rank, not cultivating to a higher rank. At this moment, Zhang Tao was imparting his knowledge. Soon, his expression changed slightly. There's no time. After killing this guy, I'll bring people to charge into the Sky Gate. Fong Ping, Sino Nation is in your hands. The human race is in your hands. Don't let me down. You're still too young. Bear with it if you can. I can't bear with it. That's because I've been holding it in for decades. Now is the time to fight, you have to endure it. Even if you have to be treated as a grandson, it doesn't matter. You can fall out with them when you have the strength. If there's a powerful enemy that hasn't left yet, and we can't make it back, you can try going to Startown. There's a spatial battlefield there, and that old bastard Heavenly King Subjugation has imprisoned a powerful expert there, Xing. There's Zhenwu. You can give it a try. Of course, it's a double-edged sword, and it's very dangerous. There must be a reason why the old man suppressed him. Having said that, Zhang Tao did not wait for Fong Ping's reply. He turned around and looked at the remaining 1,000-meter-wide road. Ignoring the Fate King's horrified expression, he raised his saber and slashed down. Fong Ping, be careful. With a low roar, Zhang Tao slashed down with his saber. With a loud boom, the 1,000-meter-wide path exploded. At the same time, the god-slaying saber fell into Zhang Tao's hands. Zhang Tao's silhouette dimmed. He shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared on the spot. Fong Ping looked at the Life King. At this moment, the Life King's apparition was cracking. Fong Ping suddenly slashed with his saber. He bellowed, "The one who killed you, Fong Ping. Kill the Emperor." Old Zhang had killed the arch before, and this time, he had done it himself. The Life King had not died completely. At this moment, he was filled with grief and indignation. He would rather be killed by King Wu than die in Fong Ping's hands. Explode! The Life King roared. He would rather self-destruct his broken body than let Fong Ping kill him. Fong Ping cursed under his breath. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The Green Hat King still had such guts. He would rather self-destruct than let Fong Ping kill him. He had gone too far, the moment Fong Ping disappeared. In the outside world, many powerhouses felt that something was wrong. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly turned upside down. It seemed like someone was crying and wailing, blood rain poured down. At this moment, it was even more shocking than the fall of Chongrong Heavenly Emperor. Between heaven and earth, a collapsed Tao appeared. There seemed to be someone on the Tao. "The one who killed you, Fong Ping. Kill the Emperor." In the midst of countless people's shock, the Life King's sorrowful and indignant explosion sounded. The Tao exploded with a loud bang. On the catacombs side, everyone was dumbfounded. Some people's eyes suddenly turned red, suddenly feeling incomparably sad. The Life King did not walk an ordinary Tao. Woo 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 woo. In the void, a sorrowful cry came out of nowhere. "Earthly Emperor Tao." At this moment, someone murmured. It was not the Earthly Emperor Tao, but the Earthly Emperor Tao. The Life King actually walked such a Tao. It was the first time everyone knew. In the next moment, everyone did not have time to be shocked. Instead, the Life King was dead. He died just like that, killed by Fong Ping. How was that possible? The Life King was an emperor level. How could Fong Ping cut off his Tao? Where was Fong Ping? This series of unforeseen events shocked those heavenly kings into a daze. Moon Spirit, this crazy woman, also paused for a moment. The lunatic celestial pole was also slightly stunned. He did not know Fong Ping, but from the projection just now, he could see that the other party's strength was very weak. The Earthly Emperor was dead? Woo woo woo, the sorrowful cry continued. Zhang Tao, who had woken up one step earlier, did not care about this at all. At this moment, he and all the human peerless powerhouses, at their fastest speed, almost instantly rushed into the door. As for Heavenly King Zhen, he seemed to be prepared. Just as Li Zhu and the others reacted and were about to attack, a big seal fell from the sky, suppressing all directions. Suppress. As soon as the word suppress came out, the whole world seemed to be suppressed. There was silence, the sorrowful cries stopped for a moment. The blood rain suddenly stopped, stopping in midair, no longer moving. Everything happened too fast. It was unbelievably fast, so fast that the Heavenly King powerhouses were in a daze. The Life King's death was too unexpected. the powerhouses who knew about Fang Ping were even more stunned that the person who killed him was Fang Ping. No one expected Zhang Tao and the others to take this opportunity to break out. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen made his move. The strength that erupted shocked those Heavenly King powerhouses. Even time seemed to be suppressed, too powerful. As for Heavenly King Zhen, his face paled. He quickly retracted the seal and rushed into the door. While they were still in shock, in the next moment, a figure shot over. It was shockingly fat. Mine, this cat's. The celestial tomb is mine, the 9 Emperors' seal is mine, it's all mine. The cat roared, flustered and exasperated. Don't go in, don't go in. The 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors' Dao fruit that I planted is almost ripe, don't go in. Meow, it's this cat's. The cat seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It madly rushed toward the door, tears almost falling from its eyes. But at this moment, the whole world was silent. The 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors' Dao fruit? As if thinking of something, King Kuan no longer cared about the earthly emperor sword. He shouted, "Generals of the divine sect, go in. Let's go. Hurry. The 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors' Dao fruit. D***MN, what is this cat doing? Is it going to become the Emperor of Emperors?" The powerhouses were all stunned. It was said that the cat did not cultivate, did not care about the celestial tomb, and did not go to the celestial tomb. It was not that it did not want to go, but that this cat had planted the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors' Dao. What kind of Dao was it trying to plant? The Heavenly Kings went crazy. They no longer cared about others and rushed inside. Not only them, but the sages and the powerhouses who had arrived also rushed inside. At this moment, the door seemed to be closing. At this moment, some venerable sovereigns no longer cared about the Life King's death. They all rushed inside. Get out. I'll go first. One by one, the venerable sovereigns rushed inside. Myriad Demon King and Sky Demon King looked at each other. They knew that they were not powerful enough and might not be able to get the treasure. At this moment, they looked at each other and roared, "Kings of the divine continent, go in. Otherwise, when King Wu returns, we will all die." If they did not bring people in, how could they get the treasure? There were so many powerhouses inside. How could they let them be the winners? On the side of the catacombs, everyone was in a state of panic. The Life King was dead, and the Destiny Royal Court was without a leader. After the betrayal of King Hua and King Feng, the powerhouses of the Sky Plant's royal court were also without a leader. At this moment, being watched by 2 venerable sovereigns, even though they were worried, they had no choice but to follow and rush inside. They were not the only ones. Figures appeared from all directions and disappeared into the door in the blink of an eye. The cat's words were too shocking. The Dao fruit of the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors, whoever got it would be more powerful than the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors. Countless powerhouses rushed inside crazily. In the sky, the 2 of them did not move. Even Moon Spirit rushed in because King Kuan and the others had gone in. The 2 of them had also rushed in with their people. The 2 of them did not move. One was Li Zhu, and the other was the Devil Emperor. The 2 of them looked at each other and frowned slightly. At this moment, the fat cat was still panting as it flew toward the door. It had not reached the place yet. The fat cat roared, "Don't steal my things, don't. I'll give you the divine artifact, the Dao fruit is mine, meow, meow." The cat was so anxious that it did not even speak. It kept meowing. The Devil Emperor watched it fly over and frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and quickly rushed into the door. He did not want to face the cat. He left, but Li Zhu was not in a hurry. He looked at the cat. The cat did not care about him. With a burst of speed, it quickly reached the door. Tears fell from its eyes as it quickly disappeared into the door. Seeing this, Li Zhu's frown deepened. The cat actually went in. This cat really planted the Dao of the 9 Emperors and 4 Emperors. At this moment, as the cat entered, the door seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Li Zhu sighed. Although he felt that something was wrong, what if it was true? There were all kinds of strange things on the cat's side. It was not impossible for it to do such a thing. Forget it. Li Zhu sighed softly and shook his head slightly. He stepped out and quickly disappeared into the door. After he left, some figures rushed in one after another. They were extremely fast and rushed in one after another. There were monsters and humans. The Tao fruit of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, the cat's voice was not soft. These people had long been hiding in the surroundings. Now, how could they give up this rare opportunity? Rumble, the door trembled and was about to completely collapse. On the door, the cat's head seemed to be smiling. This lasted for about 3 minutes until no one else entered, and with a rumble, the door collapsed. The moment the door collapsed, something that looked like an iron wall blocked the hole in the void. At this moment, a true god broke through the void and crashed into it with a rumble. Then, he flew backward. The true god was stunned for a moment, then he frantically roared, "No! Why? I'm going to die. Let me in. Let me in." This person madly bombarded the void, but there was no response. Not only that, the void was healing, and the place where the door was seemed to be fading and disappearing. "No! I'm just a step late, let me in." A sorrowful cry sounded. He was unwilling. After waiting for thousands of years, he was actually blocked outside the door. He was unwilling. The world gradually returned to its calm. The door completely disappeared. In the void, a true god wailed loudly and crazily, hammering the void, his hands covered in blood. The blood clouds and the blood rain gradually dissipated. The forbidden sea slowly calmed down. The war was over, with Ming Wang, Changrong Heavenly Emperor, Nameless Heavenly Emperor, several emperors and hundreds of true gods falling. The war came to an end. P.S. My monthly votes have been sold out, please buy some monthly votes. But you're just a bunch of F***king pirated trash. What are you trying to do in my book review section? Scram as far as you can. Don't F***king come and disgust me. Who the F***ck do you think you are? I don't steal or rob when I write my books. I rely on my hard work to earn money. I rely on my hard work to get on the list. Do I need you to come here to proclaim how awesome Squid is? How much trash am I? If you want to read, then read. If you don't want to read, then scram. A few words on global martial arts, currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. There was no need to fight for first place in the monthly votes, nor was there a need to. This was my attitude. I said that I should fight for first place this month because everyone supported me. They felt that if I didn't fight now, I wouldn't have a chance anymore. However, I felt that there was no need. I didn't want a bunch of idiots to say that I was using others to create hype. There was no need. Gao Wu had occupied first place in the bestseller rankings for more than half a year. This was strength. Sorry, there shouldn't be many on Qidian who had occupied it longer than me. The bestseller rankings were the money. I didn't need to use others to create hype. Those trash, shut up. When Gao Wu was first, he never went to other people to create hype. I don't understand where the sense of superiority of trash comes from. This matter ends here. I won't fight for it this month. Everyone should just focus on reading. Global High Martial Arts. Sorry, there's no need to vote for me. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. After the War of the North and South, the most tragic war in more than 2,000 years had ended. In this war, more powerhouses appeared than in the War of the Earth Emperor God Dynasty and the War of the North and South. In those two wars, Heavenly King powerhouses did not show up. This time, the number of powerhouses with Heavenly King combat strength was even more than the number of fingers. The sky was bright. The blood rain stopped. At the bottom of the sea, Fang Ping and the other 3 were pale. They looked at each other, suddenly panicking for no reason. They're gone? Like children living independently for the first time, they were all a little scared. Even the usually calm old Wang. Children yearn to be independent, however, when their parents really left, and they could not even communicate with them, and the world they were in was chaotic, who would not be scared? After the fear, there was worry. The door was gone, the celestial fragments were mobile. Someone had sealed the entrance at the last moment, and the door had disappeared. Would they still see them in the future? If it was just a simple space battlefield, it would not be scary. What was scary was that there were many Heavenly King powerhouses who entered this time. Come back alive, a low, inaudible voice sounded. In an instant, Fang Ping regained his composure, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said with an ugly smile, "It's good that they're gone. After they're gone, the three realms will be our world. The neo-martial era should also end. Old Zhang alone has taken all the luck of the neo-martial era. It's time for us to start a new era." The few of them looked like they were laughing and crying at the same time. They could only comfort themselves this way. Old Wang panted slightly and said telepathically, "Stop talking nonsense, there are still true gods outside. This time, there are many heavenly kings and saints, including emperor ranks, probably all went in. But true gods, true kings, might not have all gone in, there's one outside. Powerhouses, those who did not have much time left, probably would not let go of this opportunity. However, some true gods might not really come. Not to mention others, some grandmasters, 8 or 9 out of 10 still had true gods guarding. Their emperor ranks had come. Without the permission of the emperor rank, these true gods might not dare to come rashly. The overseas immortal islands were almost the same. There would definitely be no true gods in the three realms. However, after this, if the door was not broken, the true god's combat strength would probably be the three realms' peak combat strength. Fang Ping was about to reply when he suddenly frowned. The cat didn't bring the divine peeking mirror with him. This time, the cat actually forgot to bring the divine peeking. She had said that she would let it take her away. The door of reflection was still with old Zhang, but the cat had actually forgotten about it. The few of them also saw the divine peeking mirror. The cat had left too quickly just now, so they didn't have time to mention it. Seeing this, Li Hansong smiled and said, "Didn't you just earn another divine artifact for free? You've almost tricked all the divine artifacts out of the ash cat." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "I didn't want the divine peeking mirror. The cat left it behind on its own. That fellow is really ambitious." Little did he know that the cat was thinking of coming back tomorrow. It would not be too late to take it then, so he was not in a hurry at all. As they chatted, they recovered their strength. Previously, in the battle within the Life King Source Dao, the few of them had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, they were in no hurry to go out in case they encountered the true god from the outside world. That true god was extremely old and the few of them did not recognize him. However, from his voice, he was probably an ancient true god. The lifespan of an emperor was over 10,000 years, and the lifespan of a true god was about the same. Since the other party said that he was about to die, looking at his old and frail appearance, he might even be a true god from the heaven realm. Such a true god powerhouse, even if he was old and frail, Fang Ping and the others did not want to provoke him rashly. A true god from 1,000 meters to 9,999 meters was considered a true god. Who knew what this person's strength was? "I didn't see King Pingshan go in," Fang Ping suddenly said. King Pingshan, that fellow, seemed to have lost him in the process of hunting. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the fellow had taken the opportunity to slip away. It was chaotic at that time. It was normal for him to slip away. However, Fang Ping was not worried. That fellow was as timid as a mouse. Even if he slipped away, he probably would not dare to cause trouble for humans. Yao Qingjun continued, "Not only King Pingshan, I saw a few true kings missing. I don't know if they're dead or did not go in. I didn't see King Huai. Ji Hong doesn't seem to be there either." The few of them were looking through the divine peeking mirror earlier. If they did not see these people, they might have left long ago. In the three realms, there were probably more than 3 to 5 true kings. At this time, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "Also, true god Mu Yan, who was secretly guarding the heavenly sect previously, did not appear either." True god Mu Yan was the female true god that the other party sent out when Zhang Tao killed his way into Wuji Tantian to force Empress Wu Mo. This time, she did not show up from the beginning to the end. Fang Ping nodded slightly. If that was the case, there were at least more than 10 true god powerhouses in the three realms, maybe more. However, compared to before, it was much lesser. Fang Ping thought about it and said helplessly, "Old Wu and Old Kong are too much. They just had to break through it this time. Otherwise, we humans would still have 2 ultimate gods holding the fort." Of course, he could understand. In that situation, He also wished that he could break through quickly and possess ultimate god combat strength so that he could kill his way in. However, there were still true gods left in all parties. Humans had really mobilized their entire army. In this way, the pressure on them was still extremely huge. After that fellow outside leaves later, we'll return to Earth immediately. Stabilize the army's morale and defend the passageway. At this time, some forces in the three realms probably still don't know what happened. Maybe we can take this opportunity to do something else. As Fang Ping said that, he frowned and said, "Oh right, we still have to make a trip to the king battlefield." The few of them looked at him. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "So many true gods died in battle. At that time, their corpses and storage rings might not be collected by anyone. Also, let's see if we can collect the remains of a few ultimate gods." As soon as he said that, the few of them fell silent. This time, on the human side, more than 10 ultimate gods died in battle. 6 great near-emperor powerhouses had fused. Not even their corpses were left. As for the others, some of them still had their remains. Of course, most of them had self-destructed. When they returned, they did not know how many powerhouses' remains could be collected. The few of them chatted for an hour or so. The sky was completely clear. However, the true god outside was still going crazy. He did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Fang Ping did not want to wait any longer. After communicating with Old Wang and the rest, they quickly dug a hole along the seabed. They wanted to get away from this lunatic and return to Earth as soon as possible. Now, they were leaderless. Although Old Manly and the rest were still alive, they were severely injured. If someone ambushed the humans now, then the humans would be wiped out instantly. Although Fang Ping really wanted to investigate the situation on all sides, and even wander around the Forbidden Sea, but he did not dare. Just like the human ultimate gods, they did not dare to enter the Forbidden Sea and the bounded zones previously. It was not that they were so afraid of death that they did not dare to look for opportunities, but that they could not die. Fang Ping and the rest moved forward in the sea, beginning their journey back. Meanwhile, the three realms was in chaos, the blood rain dispersed, the mighty aura disappeared. However, it seemed that no experts from the various factions had returned. Where was the true king? Where was the venerable sovereign? Where did they all go? Everyone was panicking. Destiny Royal Court. In the palace, Ji Yao sat there in a daze, looking at the shattered statue in front of her, speechless for a long time. Ancestor Wang was dead. When one reached the true king realm, they would be able to cut off some psyche energy. This statue was attached to a strand of Fate King psyche energy. Now that it was broken, it meant that Fate King ancestor had died or his psyche energy had been extinguished. Clang clang, at the side, the phoenix sparrow let out a low cry. Was the Fate King dead? How was the battle going? Up until now, Destiny Royal Court had only received the first report. They'd lost more than half of their divine generals, and they hadn't received any more information yet. But the heaven and earth were changing, especially just now, the heaven and earth were wailing. Who had died? After creating such a huge commotion, the person who died was definitely an important person. At that moment, the statue of the Life King shattered. It went without saying who had died. Where's father? Where's Grandpa Huanyu? Ji Yao murmured, unable to suppress her fear. Ji family's biggest backer is dead. Is father still alive? Grandpa Huanyu isn't a true king, and even ancestor Wang is dead. What about him? What about the divine generals who were taken away? How many are still alive? Phoenix Sparrow. What? What should I do? Ji Yao was helpless. What should I do? Even now, she didn't know what the situation was like. Clang clang, the Phoenix Sparrow let out a few cries before sending a voice transmission. Quickly hide Fate King's soul statue. Go to the treasury and take away some treasures. Hide for a few days. Once Fate King is dead, the other true kings might rebel. No. Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said softly, I can't leave. If I leave, Ancestor Wang, father, and Grandpa Huanyu don't return, the royal court will be in chaos. My Ji family's few hundred years of Ji Yao. The Phoenix Sparrow was a monster and had lived longer than Ji Yao. She said anxiously, but if even Lord Ji Hong, no. Another jade statue appeared in Ji Yao's hand and she gritted her teeth, father is still alive. So long as he is, I can't leave. Phoenix Sparrow, if I leave now, I might not be able to become a king anymore. The Phoenix Sparrow was worried, but there was nothing she could do. If Jia didn't want to leave now, she could only wait. Fate King was dead. If the other forces experts died or were heavily injured, the Ji family could continue to rule the royal court. But if Ji Hong was heavily injured, the other experts would be fine. The royal court would probably fall. The Ji family had suppressed the other monarchs in order to solidify their rule. It would be a disaster then. At the same time, the Phoenix Sparrow was worried about its ancestor. It didn't know how the ancestor was doing. The Phoenix Sparrow's ancestor didn't leave behind a soul statue. It didn't know if the ancestor was alright. This time, the 4 royal courts had gathered almost all the true kings. How could a Fate King have fallen? Heaven Fate Royal Court was in chaos. Heaven Plant's royal court was no exception. The other 2 royal courts were better off. The monsters didn't think too much. The monster kings hadn't returned and they hadn't seen the monster kings die. They stayed in their own territories and didn't dare to move. The changes in the sky made the monsters nervous. For a while, none of them dared to go out. The forbidden catacombs. Where the passageway was. Old Manly and the others didn't return to Earth. They were all looking in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Just now, the Forbidden Sea was raging. The human bases near the Forbidden Sea were hit by the huge waves. A big city was instantly corroded. Now that the water had receded, only a mess was left. Everyone stood in the ruins of the city and looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. They were all worried. What was going on? The humans had come out in full force. If anything happened, the earth behind them might face destruction soon. The powerhouses knew something and were worried. The weak knew nothing, only a few people knew about this battle. Some rank 7 grandmasters didn't even know. They only knew that the 4 factions and 4 constabularies were moving, asking them to leave the catacombs. The catacombs defense line that they had guarded for almost 100 years was almost completely abandoned. Today, the earth shook as if an earthquake had struck. Then, Chongrong Heavenly Emperor died. Blood rain spread to the human world. Cat shook the celestial source. The sky changed color. On Earth, some energy started spreading. No one knew where it came from. Some martial artists felt the change clearly. The energy was recovering, the weak were surprised and happy at the same time. Middle-ranked and above martial artists, without exception, were also uneasy. How did this change happen? Was it good or bad? Moreover, such a big change had happened on Earth today. Not a single peerless powerhouse stood up to comfort the people. This was impossible in the past. On Sino Nation's side, other than a few deputy ministers from the 4 departments and 4 constabularies, none of the officials showed up. Magic City. On the streets. On the huge screen, the signal seemed to be jammed. However, the image was still clear and the sound could be heard. On the screen, an old man was talking with a few middle-aged men. Sino Nation citizens, there's no need to panic. This time, the Sino Nation government has joined forces with countries around the world, including the 6 major martial arts holy lands, to jointly launch the Energy Recovery Plan. All the peerless leaders feel that human martial artists have a hard time cultivating. Resources are hard to come by. In order to resist the catacombs invasion, we have decided to recover Earth's energy for all citizens to cultivate. This is a great achievement. The old man's voice was calm and unhurried. Some of the panicking citizens gradually calmed down. Very soon, the military powerhouse, rank 9 Grandmaster Guixian, waited for the old man to finish and said in a clear voice, "The human countries have already consolidated their defense lines at the catacombs front line, forcing the catacombs to retreat. All the peerless powerhouses, this time the Energy Recovery Plan needs to be activated to defend against the catacombs powerhouses' counterattack. The catacombs' desire to destroy us humans will not die. We will not sit back and watch humans grow stronger. Therefore, all the peerless powerhouses will need to stay at Mount Royalty to defend against the enemy. I'm afraid you will not be able to preside over government affairs." Guixian paused, then continued, "Sino Nation's 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Before leaving, I have a decision to pass down. Ministry of Education, Deputy Minister Wu Chuan will be the acting minister. Military Department, Deputy Commander Li Daong will be the acting commander. Department of Investigation, Commander Zhong Qinghuan will be the acting minister. Department of Heaven, Deputy Minister Fang Ping will be the acting minister, Guixian said, paused for a while, then said, the 4 departments and 4 constabularies will lead the Catacombs War. The Catacombs War will also be led by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. From today onwards, Minister Fang Ping will be the chairman of the Catacombs Counterattack Union. The Catacombs Counterattack Union will be joined by the 4 departments and 4 constabularies. Later on, Sino Nation will invite other countries to join and establish a world union to discuss the Catacombs invasion. Guixian's words shocked the people watching on TV. Fang Ping. After the peak left, Fang Ping would be the chairman of the Counterattack Union. What did this mean? Was it a nominal position or a real one? There were many powerhouses in Sino Nation who were older than Fang Ping. Why was it Fang Ping? How old was he? As if he had expected it, Guixian picked up a document and continued, regarding Minister Fang Ping. Perhaps everyone knows a little, but most of what you know is Minister Fang Ping's performance in Sino Nation. Minister Fang Ping has obtained the recognition of all the peerless leaders, not only because of his outstanding talent and strength. Minister Fang Ping has made countless contributions since he entered the Catacombs War in year 09. The Battle of Tiannan Catacombs, the Battle of Forbidden Catacombs, the Battle of Magic City Catacombs. In the past 100 years, the 3 most glorious battles in Sino Nation were all led by Minister Fang. He led all the departments in Sino Nation to defeat the Catacombs' powerful enemies and achieved glorious results. In the past few years, Minister Fang has killed dozens of rank 9 powerhouses and hundreds of rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses. Guixian kept introducing Fang Ping's resume and began to build up Fang Ping's reputation. Previously, Fang Ping was very famous. However, in many people's eyes, Fang Ping was famous because of his strong talent and rapid improvement in strength. As for his contributions and achievements, not many people knew about it. It was only at this moment that everyone knew that the young minister had done so many great things in the past few years. Guixian continued, Minister Fang has also participated in the energy recovery plan this time. According to the frontline intelligence, Minister Fang has made outstanding contributions this time, leading the humans to achieve glorious results. The specific information has not been sent back, but according to the known information, Minister Fang has led the humans in the catacombs and killed almost 1,000 rank 9 powerhouses. This is humanity's unparalleled contribution. I believe that under Minister Fang's leadership, in the future, humans will definitely win consecutive battles against the catacombs, expel the powerful enemies, and show the might of humanity. After Guixian was done, he said nothing more. The old man began to continue. As if chatting idly, he talked about martial arts cultivation, and also talked about the people's livelihood. So that some ordinary people who could not cultivate could work in peace and maintain social stability, humanity's situation was good. Everyone could rest assured. The old man and the few powerhouses were very calm and composed. After this went on for a few times, the somewhat anxious atmosphere gradually dissipated. At the same time, the governments of various countries were comforting the people. Under such turbulence, Earth was the first force to restore stability. Furthermore, the excesses were also happening in a subtle way. In the next 2 to 3 years, Zhang Tao and the others might not appear. Humans needed a new backbone, and Fang Ping was the successor that Zhang Tao had chosen. At this moment, the people did not expect those powerhouses to not appear for a long time. They were still digesting the news. For a while, they did not think too much. Just as the various countries were comforting the people. Capital city catacombs. It was a mess. Not a single living person was seen. Fang Ping and the other 3 walked in the catacombs that were almost destroyed. For a moment, their emotions were fluctuating. How many people had died in this war? So many powerhouses had died, but there were even more rank 8s and 9s who had died. As for ordinary catacombs humans, it was even more uncountable. The huge capital city catacombs had been at war with Sino Nation for almost 100 years and had not been destroyed. Today, however, it had become a fish in a pond. Under the situation where many powerhouses had erupted, it was almost completely annihilated. War. Yao Qingjun sighed. Then, he lamented, a war like this will continue for a few more years. In the end, who knows how many people will survive? Now that the barrier between the catacombs and Earth has not been broken, the outbreak of war is limited to the catacombs. Once the barrier is broken, the battle in capital city catacombs today may cause the death of millions or even billions of humans. I'm more worried that when the barrier is broken, the Forbidden Sea will invade Earth. Then, it will be even more troublesome. Yao Qingjun was a little worried. Currently, the Forbidden Sea was only in the catacombs. Once the heaven-human barrier was broken, the Forbidden Sea might spread to the human world. When that time came, the danger would be even greater. Let's talk about the future in the future. Fang Ping did not want to talk about this topic. He looked at the few royal cities that had been destroyed in the capital city catacombs and laughed. There are still many mineral veins here in capital city. When we go back, let someone clean up the battlefield. This is considered a free harvest. In this way, the four major catacombs of Magic City, Capital City, Forbidden City, and Tiannan have all been pacified. Sino Nation has opened 24 passageways. Now, there are only 20 that need to be defended. I wonder if the few grandmasters have been completely destroyed this time. As he spoke, Li Hansong said in a muffled voice, "You still want to cooperate with these grandmasters?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Before old Zhang left, he told me to bear with it if I could." This time, although the venerable emperors of the Black Light Sky clan wanted to make a move, they did not do so in the end. If that's the case, then we can cooperate. I want to borrow their strength to help us defend the human world. Other than the 6 clans, there's also the Xuanda Grotto that we can cooperate with. As for Weiyu Mountain, Fang Ping paused and said, the venerable emperors of Weiyu Mountain and Yulong Sky clan did not make a move either. Venerable Emperor Qing Tong made a few moves and did not target humans. These 2 clans can also be roped in. It just so happens that their venerable emperors have left, and some of their true gods have also left. I don't know if there are any true gods keeping watch now. Jiang Kuei, Yu Shuzi, and I are considered comrades in the Battle of Kings. There's no harm in talking about cooperation. In this way, the 9 clans can cooperate. It's best if they can help us guard 9 passageways. In this way, Sino Nation only needs to guard 11 passageways. The 4 departments and 4 prefectures will guard 1 each. Star City will suppress 1, and the remaining 2 will be handed over to the other clans. Fang Ping spoke methodically. Wang Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly. You're not being impulsive at this time. Every time something big happens, I must be calm. Fang Ping was indifferent. Then, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. But, just you wait. This time, Luofu Mountain, Huatong Mountain, and Su Ling Grotto heaven better pray that there are true gods keeping watch, and not just one. Otherwise, we'll destroy them. These 3 venerable emperors made a move at the last moment, blocking Zhang Tao and causing many human peerless powerhouses to die. As for the venerable emperors of Outland, it was difficult for Fang Ping to find their entrances now, but the bounded zones could not run away. Now, Fang Ping's own strength had surpassed rank 9. Although he was not a true god, it was not impossible for him to kill a true god. Of course, this was not the right time to make a move. Once he aroused the vigilance of all parties, they would only unite quickly. Fang Ping had already planned to secretly create some chaos and let all parties continue to be in chaos. When there was chaos, the 3 realms would become the 3 realms dominated by humans. Let's go and see if there's anything useful. Before the sky turns dark, we'll leave the catacombs and return to Earth. Fang Ping sped up. It was time to return to Earth. After today, the situation in the 3 realms would change drastically. It would no longer be the 3 realms from before. It was a scene of devastation. This was the battlefield of the kings. The void cracks crisscrossed, and the ground disappeared. Fang Ping and the others had no choice but to levitate because there was no ground to stand on. Even now, this place was still filled with energy, and the aftermath had yet to dissipate. Too many experts had died in battle in this place. Fang Ping and the others kept falling. In the void, some golden blood and bones were floating. Li Hansong watched for a while, then asked in a low voice, who died in battle this time? Although they saw some survivors later on, they didn't know exactly who had died in battle. They didn't even know some of them. Old Ancestor Su, Old Ancestor Lu, and Old Ancestor Zhou have died in battle. The others are heavily injured. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice. The Su family's old ancestor had indeed merged, while the other two had really died in battle. The first, third, and seventh ancient Buddhas of the ancient Buddha sacred land have fallen in battle. The Sun God, Sea God, and Fire God of the world of gods have died in battle. In this battle, the humans, including Zhang Tao, suppressing Heavenly King, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan, had a total of 56 desperate realm experts. This was the entire accumulation of humanity. In the past 2 years, Man Yunue, Qin Yaozu, Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, and Kong Lingyuan had appeared in China. Otherwise, there would be even fewer people. And in this battle, a total of 16 Despair Realm experts had died in battle. Fang Ping did not know how many of the remaining 40 would survive in the end. When they went in, they were all seriously injured. Fang Ping did not even have time to give them the imperishable substance. He had just woken up when Zhang Tao had no choice but to bring them in. 16. Everyone fell silent again. It did not sound like much. Compared to the catacombs' losses, it did not seem to be worth mentioning. However, these human powerhouses had been protecting Earth for at least 300 years. More than 10 of them had fallen in a single battle. Even if they didn't know who they were, they still felt bitter in their hearts. Very quickly, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed a storage ring, returning to normal. He laughed, "Don't think about it, it's over. When old Zhang and the rest return, we humans will send out another 160 peerless experts to scare them to death." 160 digits, the few of them smiled bitterly. You really dare to say that? They continued to explore and soon found a few storage rings that had not been destroyed, as well as some broken weapons and armors. There weren't many remains. When one reached a desperate situation, these things were almost all gone after dying in battle. Very quickly, Fang Ping found a few pieces of dull bone fragments. Sensing the aura within, Fang Ping put it away quietly. This belonged to the Lu family's old ancestor, who was also one of the paragons who had died in battle long ago. He wasn't too familiar with the Lu clan. Both parties did not have much contact. At the peak of Star City, the only person Fang Ping was familiar with was Warlord. He was not even familiar with the two guardians. Qin Yaozu, on the other hand, was on good terms with him. However, in this battle, this ultimate venerable was not afraid of death. Before the Lu family's patriarch died, he charged toward a true king and self-destructed. Fang Ping still saw it. At the thought of this, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "I'm afraid Guardian Shen might not be able to hold on." If he remembered correctly, at the last moment, Shen Haoyan was carried in by someone. At the pinnacle of this realm, at this point, one could practically declare death. The world behind the door was not safe at all. The two of them created the pinnacle of neo-martial arts. The Qin family's old ancestor was slightly better this time. He fought alongside Qin Yaozu. After all, they were father and son. Even if they weren't strong, they could still take care of each other. Shen Haoyan did not have a son who could reach the top. Phew. Wang Jinyang took a breath and resumed his smile. Let's not talk about this. Maybe they'll return in full tomorrow. Let's search for treasures now. It's a pity we didn't get the Life King's storage ring. The Life King was killed. When he died, Zhang Tao exploded. In the end, it was extremely chaotic. The Life King's body exploded. It was unclear if there was a storage ring left. Even if there was, it might have been taken away by others. As the controller of one of the 4 houses, they would not believe it if the Life King said there was nothing good. Everyone stopped talking. After about an hour, Fang Ping and the others finished their search. They did not know if this place had been searched. There were many dead true kings and ultimate venerables. However, in the end, they only obtained 6 storage rings. The true kings and ultimate venerables should have some. Even if some were destroyed, there should not be so few. Moreover, old Zhang killed extremely quickly. Moon Spirit too. They would not have been destroyed, maybe some people took those things away when they left. They searched for a while and were about to leave. At this time, a group of people arrived. Ling Xiao, not only Ling Xiao, but there were also many powerhouses from Mount Wangu, including a true god, the true god who stayed behind at Mount Wangu. The other party had also arrived. In the unfathomably dark void, Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping and the others. There was no cheeky smile on her face. She said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, where are my master and grandmaster?" Fang Ping glanced at her, then looked at the female true god. She gave him a strong feeling. Venerable Moon Spirit and Venerable Green Lotus entered the Sky Cemetery to seize the 9 emperors and 4 emperors' fruits. Fang Ping said, "Before I left, Venerable Moon Spirit told me 3 things. First, send the prince's remains back to Mount Wangu. I will try my best to do this because the prince's remains seem to have been destroyed. Second, let me tell you, we must annihilate the divine sect. Third, annihilate the remnants of the fake dynasty." Fang Ping was unusually calm. He said slowly, "Just these 3 things. Since I've encountered them, I'll tell you." After they entered the Sky Cemetery, it disappeared automatically. Don't ask me where it is. You should be able to sense the place where the battle broke out. If you don't believe me, go look for it. I won't be able to find it anyway. The 3 things were all reasonable and in line with Moon Spirit's character. Killing God sect disciples. Ling Xiao and the rest had not left the battlefield and saw Venerable Green Lotus and the rest attacking the God sect disciples. Annihilating the remnants of the fake dynasty was the catacombs. They were the remnants of the Earth Emperor God dynasty, so it was understandable. Venerable Moon Spirit had never thought that the Earth Emperor God dynasty was founded by the Earth Emperor and had nothing to do with Wangu. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "I forgot to mention, Venerable Moon Spirit also said that she owes me 3 heads. If she doesn't come back soon, she told me to look for you. Remember, the heads of the true gods. Ling Xiao, you were there at that time. You know that Venerable Moon Spirit personally promised this." The true god in Wangu looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned and nodded lightly. Grandmaster said this, but he was talking about the prince's remains. Fang Ping said lightly, "I said that this is Venerable Moon Spirit's first condition. After I send the remains back, it won't be too late for you to hand over 3 heads. But we have a deal. When I send the remains back, you have to send the heads of the 3 true kings. Venerable Moon Spirit has never broken her promise. If you break it, it's up to you." Ling Xiao frowned again. Break a promise? Venerable Moon Spirit was the sky of Wanwu Mountain. Since she knew what she had promised and they were also there at that time, there was no such thing as breaking a promise. No one dared, but 3 true gods, they only had 1 true god now. How could they kill them? Moreover, could the catacombs find 3 true gods now? Fang Ping saw this and laughed. "Of course, if you think it's difficult, I can change the method and help us kill the 3 true god powerhouses. I will also consider Venerable Moon Spirit has fulfilled her promise." When Master and the rest return, before Ling Xiao could finish, Fang Ping interrupted her rudely. "Then you wait." Before Heavenly King Garrison left, he said that the Heavenly Cemetery will be opened and closed. If you want to open it again, it won't be possible without a year or 2. A year or 2? Ling Xiao frowned again. Such a long time. Actually, it was not a long time. For them, it was only a year or 2. But this time, Master and the rest disappeared as soon as they came out of the mountain. Now, the powerhouses of the Wangu bloodline had also disappeared, leaving behind only 1 true god powerhouse and her, a martial artist who had fallen from the true god realm. This made Ling Xiao feel a little insecure. At this time, the female true god said, "You send Prince Yu's remains back to the Wanwu first." Fang Ping glanced at her and said lightly, "Are you sure? Not to mention that he's not here with me now. Even if he was, I would send him back. Do you have the right to bury him or worship him? Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Do you dare to do whatever you want?" I said, "Wait for a while. Venerable Moon Spirit is coming out soon. When that time comes, you can feel more at ease. Otherwise, if one day someone breaks into the Wangu and destroys the prince's remains, you can all wait for death." "You!" The female true god was furious. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, "Stop acting big with me. Venerable Moon Spirit is also very polite to me. If I send the remains back, I will be the benefactor of the Wangu bloodline. If you dare to act big with me again, my only request is to let Venerable Moon Spirit kill you. Guess what the result will be? As soon as these words came out, the true god's body trembled slightly. Her voice disappeared. Seeing this, Ling Xiao glanced at Fang Ping, smiled and said, Fang Ping, why do you have to be so stiff? Little girl, don't play this game with me. Fang Ping's words were not polite. It was you who refused to save him. Otherwise, you might have found the prince's remains previously, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that I've found it, I'll do it according to my rules. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at the people of the Wanwu bloodline and said, Venerable Moon Spirit is not here. Then you guys wait to make arrangements. If I want to kill a true god one day, you guys come and help me. Killing 3 true gods will be considered as completing the mission. Of course, if you guys are confident, then go ahead and kill them yourselves. That's all. After saying that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, also, the divine sect doesn't count because the divine sect is the target that Venerable the Archmoon Spirit must destroy. According to her, those are all gifts. It's your own business. If you want to kill the divine sect's powerhouses, you can call me. You just have to pay. In a few words, Fang Ping had confirmed everything. Killing the catacombs, or other things, were all missions. The god-slaying sect would still have to pay Fang Ping. The female true god was slightly annoyed. Ling Xiao was also frowning at Fang Ping, feeling that something was not right. However, Fang Ping had indeed participated in the final battle. Venerable the Archmoon Spirit and the others had disappeared. Fang Ping should have known about it. Otherwise, he would not have told them about the sky cemetery. But did Venerable Autarch Moon Spirit really instruct Fang Ping about this? Venerable Sovereign was not that kind of person. Of course, it wasn't strange for him to do something for the prince's remains. Ling Xiao and the others were a little suspicious, but Lao Wan and the others were so impressed that they almost prostrated themselves in admiration. It was not easy for Fang Ping to lie through his teeth. His face was not red, and his heart was not racing. He said it calmly, as if it really happened. If they did not know the inside story, they would probably be doubting their lives now. Did it really happen? Ling Xiao suppressed the suspicion in her heart, regained her smile, and said, Fang Ping, did Grandmaster say anything else? Anything else? Fang Ping said disdainfully, time was tight at that time. Do you think I was just chatting? Venerable the Archmoon Spirit only said a few words. I've already added details to what I said. Do you want anything else? If I said Venerable the Arch wanted to give you to me as servants, you'd have to believe me. Insolence. The female true god growled. Fang Ping said calmly, don't scare me. I'm not afraid of scares. To put it bluntly, even if I let you kill me, you wouldn't dare to kill me, unless you think Venerable the Archmoon Spirit won't be able to come back alive. This person's expression changed drastically. These words could not be said carelessly. What's your name? Fang Ping also avoided this topic, saying with a smile, tell me, there will be times when we interact in the future. This time, Venerable the Archmoon Spirit has helped us humans kill many strong enemies. It's reasonable for both parties to interact more in the future. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Everyone on Mount Wanwu was speechless. You'll take care of us? The female true god did not utter a word. Ling Xiao said with a grin, this is my Martial Uncle Qinghua. What stage true god strength? Ling Xiao's expression was a little stiff. Fang Ping was getting ahead of himself. He wanted to investigate this too. Fang Ping said calmly, I have a plan to make next. I don't know your strength, how will you carry it out? I'm a little interested in the divine sect. Maybe I'll help you. Of course, as I said, you guys can do whatever you want. Qinghua suppressed the annoyance in her heart and said in a low voice, Stage 5 True God. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Quite strong, 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters, those were all Stage 1. Stage 5, that meant that she had walked more than 5,000 meters. This woman was not weak. What's your basic vitality? Fang Ping continued to ask, saying, now that you old fellows have appeared, some units are not unified. In a few days, I want to unify the 3 realms martial strength measurement units. Cars using the same rails, books using the same language, unifying weights and measures. These are all things that must be done. In case you guys don't know anything. Ling Xiao was not used to Fang Ping's current arrogance. The smile on her face disappeared. She frowned and said, Fang Ping, martial arts cultivation is a personal matter, I'm unifying my own. It has nothing to do with you guys. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't, then follow your own rules. Fang Ping said casually. He looked at the sky and said, we're going back. Also, let me remind you in advance that Mount Wangwu's passageway to Earth is not allowed to be opened without permission. Also, the Netherworld King's injuries are too serious this time. Does Mount Wangwu have some medicinal pills or treasures to heal the origin? Fang Ping added, don't worry, I won't ask for it for free. The Netherworld King's injuries are very serious. I'm worried that his rank will slip. Ling Xiao frowned and said slowly, the Netherworld King is still here? He's injured. Fang Ping said with a gloomy expression, Life King, that old dog, he dared to injure the Netherworld King. Didn't he get smashed to death by the subduing Heavenly King's seal? He even dared to bully the subduing Heavenly King's descendant. That old thing must be tired of living. Life King is dead, everyone was slightly shocked. Fang Ping sneered. It's not just him. Chang Rong, that old thing, was also killed. We humans have suffered heavy losses. How good can these fellows be? Oh right, in a few days, I'm going to rearrange the 3 realms ranking list. Help me keep an eye out for those fellows who are still around. Your Wangwu lineage knows the whereabouts of many old fellows. You know the location of Outland. Help me check. His attitude of ordering servants made Qinghua and Ling Xiao a little unhappy. But the Netherworld King was still around. At this moment, Moon Spirit and Venerable Emperor Green Lotus had left. No wonder Fang Ping was so arrogant. It turned out that he had the confidence. They were in a dilemma. Behind them, Old Wang and the others almost looked up at the sky. Fang Ping was really good at bluffing, he was so full of truth and lies that they were starting to doubt their lives. Had Li Jun left, they had almost forgotten, there was an explanation for Li Jun not coming out. His injuries were too serious. However, no matter how serious, he was still a near-emperor powerhouse. Would ordinary true gods dare to invade humans at this time? At this moment, it seemed like Fang Ping's group was the only one who saw them enter. The others had either gone in or had dispersed by the time the person who came later arrived. Those who knew nothing, if that was the case, it was better to let Fang Ping say it. Fang Ping was in a hurry and did not delay. He soared into the sky and said as he flew, remember. Also, help me think of a way to get medicinal pills. It's best if it's useful for emperor ranks. If the Netherworld King really recovers from his injuries, it'll be good for you guys too. No one paid attention to him. After they flew away, Qinghua suddenly cursed in a low voice, he's too much. If not, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ping's disappearing back and said in a low voice, Masters Jr., don't underestimate him. He led the humans in the graveyard of gods and killed many true gods, today, the true gods who died in his hands. I'm afraid the number can be counted on 2 hands. Qinghua was slightly shocked, counted on 2 hands, Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said softly, just in the space battlefield alone, there were 5 true gods who died in his hands. The graveyard of gods exploded, and 3 true gods under the 2 kings also died in his hands. After that, he even used the god-slaying saber to sever the great Tao of many true gods. This person is very dangerous. Masters Jr. might not be afraid, but the humans were not wiped out this time, and the Netherworld King even returned to the human world alive. Although Ling Xiao did not say it clearly, Qinghua still understood. Don't provoke that guy just now, at least not now, the 2 venerable emperors had left. If you provoked him now and angered the Netherworld King, it would be very troublesome. Qinghua said in a low voice, what he means is that the Netherworld King's injuries are not light. I think even if he still has combat strength, he might not be stronger than me. She was also a powerhouse who had walked 5,000 meters. She might not be afraid of Li Jun. Ling Xiao, however, was a little bitter and said in a low voice, Masters Jr., these powerhouses in the human world are even more terrifying than the Divine Court army in the past. In my opinion, I'm afraid only the heavenly court army that was known as the strongest army in the three realms in the past can compare. Before King Wu, he easily killed dozens of true gods and many venerable emperors, but he was only 100 years old. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "No wonder all sides want to wipe out the humans this time. If they are given a few more years, they might really be able to recreate the glory of the heavenly court in the past." She had not experienced the era of the heavenly court, but Qing Lian, Qing Hua, and the others had. Because they were moon spirits' maidservants. Ling Xiao had also heard them talk about the glory of the heavenly court in the past. She felt that only the heavenly court army could compare with the martial artists in the human world. Qing Hua was a little surprised. She really did not see anything when she stayed behind. But thinking about it, Qing Hua could imagine how powerful those people were. Not only did the human world survive the siege of hundreds of true gods and dozens of venerable emperors, but they even killed a large number of true gods. Ling Xiao, does Wang Wu really have to listen to him? If he fakes master's order? Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "We can only listen. Even if it's fake, we have to treat it as real. Whether it's real or fake, we can only judge when the Grandmaster shows up. If it's real, we can listen to him. If it's fake, then he will die for faking the Grandmaster's order. But if it's real, we didn't listen. Martial uncle, you know the Grandmaster's character." "Understood." Qing Hua nodded. Yes, they had to listen. Even if it was fake, they had to treat it as real. Whether it was real or fake, they would naturally find out in the future. But if they did not listen now, if it was really what Moon Spirit said, then they could only wait for big trouble to come. Moon Spirit would not be lenient when she punished them. The next moment, Qing Hua snorted lightly, looked around, and said coldly, "If you dare to spy on my Wang Wu again, don't blame me for being merciless." The place where the kings fought, the place where the war broke out. At this moment, the void shook slightly, someone left. But there was also someone who transmitted his voice, "Wang Wu powerhouses, Fang Ping's words can't be trusted. This person is very cunning." Just as this person spoke, in the void, a strange-looking powerhouse suddenly broke through the void, slashing the void with a saber. Humph! A muffled groan sounded, in the blink of an eye, a stream of blood splattered out. Soon, a powerhouse broke through the void and fled. The monster did not chase. Fang Ping stood proudly in the void, saying lightly, "Trash. King Huai, you trash really didn't participate in the war. Today I will spare your dog life. If you dare to speak ill of me again, today I will definitely kill you." Saying that he would spare his life, in the next moment, Fang Ping drew his bow and shot an arrow. A blood arrow broke through the void, appearing in the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a loud explosion, King Huai did not look back, instantly tearing the space and disappeared in place. Trash! Fang Ping sneered, restraining his aura, completely unable to see his strength. But in an instant, he forced King Huai to flee. Qing Hua's expression changed. Not only that, Qing Hua glanced at the blood bow in his hand, the emperor armor on his body, and the god-slaying saber that had just appeared. After a while, she said in a low voice, "The master's divine weapons?" She was very ancient. Moon Spirit's status was also high. She had followed Moon Spirit and seen some powerhouses. For example, Emperor Badian. Ordinary venerable emperors might not even know the four supreme emperors, but she knew. She had seen Badian and seen his emperor armor. Although it was a little different, she still recognized that Fang Ping was wearing emperor armor. Emperor armor of Badian. Fang Ping lowered his head, looked down at her, and said with a smile, "Is there a difference? Unless, you want to seize it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping disappeared again, leaving behind his voice. Seize the power that should be seized. More than half of the catacombs' true kings are dead, and they won't come out for the rest of the time. Now that they have become true kings, who will be in charge when they come back, it will also depend on their strength. A group of people are used to being dogs. Are they really prepared to be dogs for the true kings for the rest of their lives? Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed loudly. In the surroundings, some people quietly retreated. Qing Hua and the others also did not speak, looked at each other, and left one after another. Not long after they left, a figure flashed. King Pingshan quietly exhaled and whispered, "They all went to seize the treasure? We're finally safe." Not daring to stay for long, King Pingshan quickly rushed to the Pingshan region. He did not dare to go back in advance, for fear that others would know that he had fled in the face of battle. He waited here. When Life King and the others returned, at least he would have an explanation. At least he did not leave, he was still waiting here. It was just that the Forbidden Sea was too chaotic, he did not find the main force, and fell behind. Wealth, 5 billion points. Vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories. Spirit, 9,955 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 9,955 Hz. Uncut, Power of Destruction, 85 yuan, 85 yuan. Origin, Stage 1. Increase by 9% plus 30%, that was Fong Ping's current data. As he flew back, Fong Ping said, I want all the loot this time. Alright. They were already used to this. Knowing that Fong Ping might be useful, they had no objections. The moment they agreed, Fong Ping's wealth changed. Wealth, 9 billion. Fong Ping took a look and was speechless. 100 million points short, he actually wanted to try and see if he could continue to level up after reaching 10 billion. Now that he had survived the biggest crisis, he was not afraid that the system would fail. 100 million short of 1 trillion. Fong Ping mumbled in his heart. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew toward the Nanjiang catacombs. Seeing him fly in that direction, the others were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what he was going to do. Fong Ping said as he flew, Go kill the Nanjiang catacombs. Rank 9. Fong Ping, provoking him now, I'm fine. I was just passing by. Fong Ping said calmly, the catacombs' true kings are either dead or have run away. Now that it's so chaotic, who would stand up for them? As long as I don't go on a killing spree, it won't be a problem. Just kill those rank 9s. It'll be fine. He had to gather 10 billion wealth points first. Now, Fong Ping's speed was shockingly fast. Very soon, they arrived at the Nanjiang catacombs. Looking at Imperial Sea Mountain, the unreachable Imperial Sea Mountain in the past seemed ordinary now. Fong Ping stepped into the air, crossing Mount Royal Sea directly. Among Old Wang and the others, Old Zhao could not hold on much longer. Fong Ping unleashed his aura, helping him block some of the cracks. Old Zhao, your physical body is not good enough. You need to train more. Fong Ping quipped. Very soon, he crossed the Imperial Sea Mountain. There were a few more wounds on his body, but they quickly disappeared. Looking at the Nanjiang catacombs, Fong Ping felt a little emotional. When he first came to the Nanjiang catacombs, he had experienced life and death. He did not expect that he would come with the goal of destroying the other party today. One person destroying an entire cave, the god-slaying saber appeared. Fong Ping did not conceal his aura anymore. At this moment, his vitality soared to the heavens, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, in the Nanjiang catacombs, some rank 9 city lords sensed a powerful qi dynamic. Someone exclaimed, a true king has entered? Although Fong Ping did not have the combat strength of a true king, he had far surpassed a rank 9. These rank 9s from the outer domain could not compare. Many of the rank 9s in the outer domain had not even entered the origin path. Beating them was no different from beating children. Fong Ping was barefooted, dragging his Changdao as he flew across the sky. He laughed. Minister will pass by 9 southern territory today. Idlers should make a detour. If you can't, then you'll die. Fong Ping. Someone recognized the voice and immediately cried out in fear. Just a few days ago, during the trip to Emperor's Tomb, Fong Ping had created a massacre in Nanjiang, beheading the descendant of the mystic dragon True King. They kidnapped Li Zhu's son, Li Yi. Today, he came again. God Continent was defeated. At this moment, all the city lords were terrified. If the divine land had not been defeated, would they have allowed Fong Ping to enter so arrogantly? Run! Someone roared, fleeing frantically. As for the royal city, what royal city? Fong Ping's aura was too terrifying. The feeling he gave them was no different from a true king. To these people, whether Fong Ping was a true king or not did not make much of a difference. Killing them was really easy for Fong Ping. Fong Ping took a step forward, his speed was shockingly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had traveled hundreds of miles. At this moment, in a royal city in front of him, a towering monster plant was uprooting from the ground, trying to escape. "Why are you still running? I'm just short of a pair of boots." "You're it." Fang Ping's figure disappeared in a flash, appearing in front of this monster plant in the blink of an eye. The other party was terrified. Thousands of branches whipped toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not dodge. He reached out with one hand, grabbed a branch, and laughed. "Come here." As he said that, he pulled with great force. The other party's branch was pulled off directly. The huge branch trembled, soaring into the sky, trying to escape. "I won't waste any more time." Fang Ping laughed again. "Break through the air." An indifferent voice was heard. With a slash, heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Strength that surpassed rank 9, with a divine weapon in hand. How could this rank 9 monster plant that had just entered origin be compared to it? No, the other party might be able to escape from a 5th or 6th origin powerhouse, but if it wanted to escape from Fang Ping, it was just a pipe dream. The slash was too fast. It was so fast that before the slash landed, the saber aura crisscrossed, almost cutting the other party into many pieces in an instant. With this slash, the power of the divine weapon erupted, even mentality was destroyed. Fang Ping reached out and grabbed, keeping the monster plant that was cut into several pieces. There was even some life essence among them. One move killed the royal city's guardian monster plant. At this moment, the entire royal city was in chaos. Countless people fled. Fang Ping did not care about them. The city lord had already escaped. The monster plant was a little slower, and he blocked it. Fang Ping also did not care about those who fled. With one hand covering the sky, he covered it directly. Kaboom! With a loud noise, the royal city's inner city collapsed. The underground mineral veins were exposed. Fang Ping reached out again, grabbing toward the core mineral vein. A rank 7 martial artist who was guarding the underground could not even leave in time and was crushed by Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping acted as if he did not see it. His huge palm grabbed down sharply, grabbing the underground mineral vein's core into his hand. After grabbing the mineral vein, Fang Ping threw it into the storage space casually. He glanced at his wealth. It was still not enough. 1 trillion worth of treasures was not a small amount. If he grabbed some more minerals, it would probably be enough. However, Fang Ping was too lazy to grab those low-ranked energy ores. They were not presentable. Of course, the key was that the storage space was only so big. It would be too congested if he grabbed too many. He might as well grab more rank 9 energy stones. Even if this royal city was gone, there were still other royal cities, right? Fang Ping no longer cared about those who fled. He continued striding forward, saying in a hearty voice, "Run faster, all of you. You can run toward the Forbidden Sea, but don't go to other places. The Forbidden Sea is a good place. If you dare to come back, you will die." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly looked down. He lowered his head, looking at the demons lying on the ground, and said with a smile, "You've got guts. I told you to run, but you didn't run." This was a forbidden land. The demons gathered, and there were many rank 9 existences. This was a forbidden land. However, at this moment, in the forbidden land, the 3 rank 9 monsters did not run. Hearing Fang Ping's words, very quickly, a huge tiger monster transmitted its voice, trembling, "Sir, the Forbidden Land does not participate in the war between the Land of Rebirth and the Divine Continent. That's old news." Fang Ping said with a smile, "If you die, go look for the Myriad Demon King and the Celestial Demon King. These 2 beasts actually dared to kill us humans. It's better for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping slashed down with his saber. The 3 rank 9 monsters did not expect the Rebirth martial artists to really attack them. These monsters still felt like they were living in the past. The war in the Land of Rebirth had nothing to do with the demons. Unbeknownst to them, this time, the demon royal court had turned out in full force. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. With this slash, 3 monsters. The tiger monster fled quickly, but the other 2 were a beat slower. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by Fang Ping on the spot, their corpses falling to the ground. In the Forbidden Land, the other demons were trembling with fear. but they did not dare to escape. One by one, they lay on the ground, burying their heads. Fang Ping did not care about this. The Forbidden Land also had mineral veins. Once again, he reached out and grabbed. Very quickly, the Forbidden Land was overturned. Just as he was about to grab those mineral veins, a beast roar sounded from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. Fang Ping. You want to start a war between the two worlds again? An incomparably huge tiger monster, its silhouette shaking the sky. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Then, he said with a smile, there's actually a true king-level monster that hasn't left. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just passing by this place and want to return to Earth. These beasts are blocking the way, so I killed them along the way. Are you not satisfied? How dare you? The gigantic tiger demonic beast was enraged. Seeing that it was about to enter the outer area, Fang Ping's voice was like a great bell, shouting, Catacombs true king-level powerhouses are not allowed to enter the outer area. This rule is still in effect now. If you dare to enter, I will definitely kill you today. Roar. The tiger monster was furious, but it was a little fearful. It knew that Fang Ping did not have the strength of a true king level. However, it had also seen Fang Ping's fusion earlier and the slash that made King Huai flee. Initially, when Fang Ping killed a monster plant, it did not want to interfere in this matter. However, Fang Ping actually destroyed the demon's forbidden land. This was intolerable. If Fang Ping was allowed to continue killing, the outer area's forbidden land would probably be destroyed. Fang Ping. The land of rebirth and the true kings have also entered the sky cemetery. You dare to provoke us. Don't blame us for joining forces and invading the land of rebirth to slaughter the humans of your resurrection. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Then, he recovered his smile and said, Don't misunderstand. How could that be? Aren't I just passing by? I'm a quasi-king level powerhouse now after all. These demons actually didn't give me face. The top can't be humiliated. So what if they're killed? Today, hundreds of true kings have died. Why would they care about such a small loss? Having said that, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed the mineral vein, saying with a smile, compensate for the losses. I'll go back now. This time everyone has suffered a lot of losses. Brother Tiger, everyone is now the peak combat strength of the three realms. There's no need to fight to the death now, is there? Having said that, Fang Ping had already grabbed the mineral and thrown it into the storage space. In the distance, above Mount Imperial Sea, that tiger monster did not make a sound. Only after he had kept the mineral did he say coldly, You should go. Fang Ping, when Lord Demon King returns tomorrow. Don't talk tough. Fang Ping said playfully, I'm not afraid of threats. If I was, the humans wouldn't have fought with you until the end. Having said that, Fang Ping thought for a while and smiled. Of course, this time, both sides suffered the most. Brother Tiger, think about it more. Who's the winner this time? If there's a chance. It's not impossible to work together, the outer skies, the outer sea immortal islands, the land of domains, the divine sect, these forces suffered minimal losses this time. In the end, we're the ones who suffered the most. What's the point? Either no one dies, or someone dies, everyone dies. Look for your remaining true kings. We can talk when we're free. Having said that, Fang Ping said no more. Similarly, he did not attack anymore because his wealth was enough. At this moment, the system screen turned black. This meant that his wealth had exceeded 10 billion points. As for the black screen, it also meant that this tiger was not prepared to fight him. Otherwise, if there was a crisis, his wealth would not have increased. Therefore, Fang Ping was not too afraid. Of course, there was no need to provoke him now. It was not worth it. Very soon, he would enter a period of improvement in his strength. When he really reached the peak, it would not be difficult to kill true kings. There was no need to fight this tiger now. Similarly, the tiger monster beast probably had the same idea. If they were to fight now, who knew who would benefit? Moreover, everyone was panicking now. These true kings were at a loss. Now, it still remembered to return to Thousand Demon Royal Court. Just as the human and the monster were talking. In the direction of Nanjiang's passageway, some humans felt the passageway vibrating and sent people to investigate. Very soon, the auras of these two powerhouses were sensed. When they sensed Fang Ping's aura, the people who entered were stunned. Minister Fang? Minister Fang was back. Not only was he back, but he also seemed to be confronting a desperate realm powerhouse. Just as he sensed these, in the next moment, the tiger monster beast retracted its aura and said in a loud voice, Fang Ping, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the land of rebirth because the Netherworld King is still here. 1,000 demon royal court and a few sleeping ancient demons, don't you dare force me to summon ancient demons. Fang Ping sneered. Are you trying to scare me? Even if there are, they're probably dying. If they're not dead, will they appear this time? Forget it, I can't be bothered to fight with you. I already said I was passing by. You talk too much nonsense. Oh right, for now, restrain your demon clan. If the foreign demons dare to attack humans again, don't blame me for killing your nest. As for Sky Ji and Destiny Royal Court, I hope they still have true kings and dare to show up. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying you when I kill them all. Fang Ping laughed heartily and left with the midair step. Behind him, the tiger monster beast watched him leave and did not enter Mount Royal Sea. After a while, the tiger monster beast also left quickly. In the direction of Nanjiang's passageway. The rank 7 grandmaster who entered was shocked to the extreme. Fang Ping, forced away a desperate realm, was Fang Ping so strong? At this moment, he could not even wait for Fang Ping to come. He quickly entered the passageway. Soon, he appeared outside Auspicious Peace's passageway. Outside, a large number of troops were stationed in all directions. Zhang Dingnan and the others were waiting. As soon as this grandmaster came out, he shouted excitedly, Minister Fang. Minister Fang has entered the Nanjiang catacombs. Minister Fang has achieved the peak. A Desperation Realm Demon Clan member was scared away. Although he was very far away and did not hear some of the words, it did not stop him from being ecstatic. He shouted, Humans won. Sino Nation won. Minister Fang is back. As soon as he said that, everything around him paused for a moment. Then, an incomparably loud shout sounded. Victory! Victory! Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. They were all ecstatic. This time, they were all very worried about the evacuation of the Nanjiang catacombs. Even if a few powerhouses comforted people on TV, to martial artists like them, they knew that some things might not be the same as what they said on TV. But now, Fang Ping was back. Not only that, Fang Ping had actually achieved the peak. He scared away a desperate realm demon in the Nanjiang catacombs. Now, who would not be ecstatic? Zhang Dingnan was also shocked. Fang Ping had become a desperate realm. How long had it been? Fang Ping, who was born in Nanjiang, had actually achieved the peak. In the next moment, Zhang Dingnan roared, Nanjiang has become a desperate realm. In the vast Nanjiang, forget about desperate realm, there had never been a rank 9. Of course, that did not include Fang Ping. But now, Fang Ping had become a desperate realm. It was too unbelievable. Most of the Nanjiang guards were from Nanjiang. At this moment, they were also cheering wildly. Nanjiang has become a desperate realm. Congratulations to Minister Fang. The cheers came one after another. In the past, they did not understand what a desperate realm meant. But now, with the 3 realms ranking list out, who did not know what a desperate realm was? A desperate realm was stronger than a rank 9. Not only was he stronger, but he also killed a rank 9 like slaughtering a chicken. Previously, when Wu Xian said that Fang Ping led humans and killed thousands of rank 9s, many people did not believe it. They thought it was an exaggeration. There were not that many rank 9 powerhouses in the entire human race. But now, they all believed it. It was very normal for a desperate realm to kill a rank 9. According to the 3 realms ranking list, those below the true god powerhouse were all ants. Great victory! Minister Fang is mighty. Invincible. All of Auspicious Peace was in an uproar. A large number of martial artists flew in all directions to spread this good news. At this moment, these people even forgot that they could do it with a phone call. They forgot, but Zhang Dingnan did not. He quickly asked the people from the Nanjiang House of Governors to spread the news everywhere. Minister Fang achieved a desperate realm. Minister Feng went on a killing spree in the Nanjiang catacombs and killed a desperate realm demon. The Nanjiang catacombs were destroyed. The catacombs dare not say anything. The news had spread too quickly. At this moment, humans also needed such news to cheer them up. Although the government kept comforting them, no one from the desperate realm showed up. No one returned, including a few acting ministers. No one appeared. The martial arts world was still panicking. However, at this moment, no one was panicking anymore. Great victory, Feng Ping actually achieved a desperate realm and killed his way back from the Nanjiang catacombs. It was unbelievable, there were so many true kings in the catacombs. If Feng Ping could do this, it meant that no one could suppress him anymore. The news not only spread in Sino Nation but also quickly spread to the world. This time, Sino Nation did not act alone. The governments of various countries and the 6 great holy lands were involved. Now that they knew Feng Ping had returned, everyone was excited. Mekmao, Lu Fengru and the others who were gathered in the hall received the news very quickly. They were all panting. After catching their breaths, the few of them looked at each other, then at each other in dismay. Tang Feng smiled bitterly. He achieved a desperate realm? It was too fast, it was so fast that he thought he was hearing things. When Feng Ping left, was he not still rank 8, only 2 days had passed. How did he become a desperate realm? Yes, only 2 days, February 28, Feng Ping led the team and set off. March 1st entered the catacombs. And now? March 2nd. Who could go from rank 8 to a desperate realm in 2 days? In the crowd, Song Yingji, who had just broken through to rank 7, smiled bitterly. I thought it was incredible that I broke through to rank 7 so quickly. I thought that if he came back this time and saw me at rank 7, his jaw would probably drop. Now, forget it. He entered rank 7 very quickly. Feng Ping helped a lot of people to advance their realms. He also benefited from it and entered peak rank 6. However, peak rank 6 was still very far from rank 7. As for him, he broke through to rank 7 so quickly because of the pressure. However, he did not expect Feng Ping to advance, he even crossed rank 9 directly. He was a desperate realm now. Tang Feng and the others had long given up on treatment. Although they felt a little helpless, they were still extremely excited at this moment. They said one after another, let's go to Nanjiang to take a look. He actually walked out of Nanjiang. Didn't they say that the Vice-Chancellor and the others are over at Capital City? In the crowd, someone laughed softly. Vice-Chancellor? Isn't the Vice-Chancellor Feng Ping? Vice-Chancellor Wu is not even a nominal Vice-Chancellor now. He has already entered the Ministry of Education. Everyone roared with laughter. It seemed like it was strange to say that Wu Quishan had entered the Ministry of Education. In this appointment announcement, he had already been stripped of his position as MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor. As for Feng Ping, he still held the position of MCMAU's Executive Vice-Chancellor. Under the situation where the actual Vice-Chancellor had been removed, Feng Ping was now MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor in the truest sense. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. This guy made up his mind a long time ago. He wanted to be the Vice-Chancellor. Now, his wish has come true. Not only that, he has even become the minister. He will soon become the chairman of that so-called counterattack union. Sigh, everyone was really a little emotional. It was too fast. Feng Ping entered the university in 2008. Now it was only March 11th, not even 3 years. In 3 years, Feng Ping had walked a path that others could not finish in a lifetime. The outside world sighed. The Feng family. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was happy but also a little disappointed. She was happy that Big Brother was coming back, and it seemed like they had won this time. However, it seemed like Big Cat was not coming back. Big Cat is gone. Feng Yuan did not spend much time with Song Cat, but she still liked the fat, lazy cat very much. When Big Cat left this time, it said that it would not come back this time. It even pinched her face for a long time. Now that Big Brother was back, Song Cat was not. It might really be a long time before it came back. I haven't eaten the beef yet. Feng Yuan murmured. When Big Cat left, it took the beef with it. What a pity. Her disappointed mood dissipated very quickly. This was because the phone was ringing. Her own big brother had become a top powerhouse, the leader of mankind, and was now the minister of a department and the chairman of the counterattack union. Fang Yuan felt like she was in a dream. At home, the phone kept ringing. Obviously, some people were calling to congratulate them. Some were happy, some were sad. In Star Town. Council Hall. In the past, there were 13 statues. Today, there were only 9 statues left, no, 10 statues. Qin Yaozu's statue had been erected here recently. 14 statues. A few years ago, the Yang family's elder ancestor was broken. Today, in just one day, 3 statues were broken. In the hall square, Su Zisu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. The elder ancestor had fallen, just like when the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, the Yang family was grieving. Today, Star Town was grieving as well. Moreover, no one knew how Grandpa and the others were doing. It was even more worrying. Fatty Jiangchao was also staring at the statues. Even if Warlord's statue was not broken, he was still worried. His grandfather was among them, and he did not know how things were going. On this day, 3 elder ancestors had died in battle. Star Town was about to be thrown into chaos. At this moment, someone shouted, "Fang Ping has returned. Fang Ping has returned from the top. Everyone, he's back." The heads of the various families have also returned from the forbidden catacombs. Boom, the council hall was in chaos. Everyone threw caution to the wind. Some people flew out of the hall and flew outside. They wanted to know who had returned and who had died in battle, killing thousands of rank 9s. They dared not imagine how many lives were needed to achieve such a feat. At the same time, everyone was shocked. The Nanjiang catacombs passageway shook. The next moment, Fang Ping appeared outside the passageway. Behind him, Old Wang and the others followed quietly. Not a sound. "I'm back." Fang Ping felt like a lifetime had passed. "I'm back. The humans have won." His laughter spread in all directions. 10 li, 100 li, 500 li, Fang Ping, who had powerful mentality, ignored everything at this moment. His voice overlapped again and continued to spread, and spread. He wanted to tell everyone that the humans had won, the plan had succeeded, and this. The price paid was unimaginable. The humans have won. On this day, this sentence spread all over the country. The powerhouses at the pinnacle, the rank 9 grandmasters, went to the catacombs to start the energy recovery plan. This was what they said before. They did not know what happened. They only knew that the humans had won. It was the truth. The energy had begun to recover. On Earth, all martial artists and even ordinary people could feel it. On this day, the whole world was immersed in a sea of cheers. Excitement, uplifting. The catacombs were nothing more than this, the outside world. The cheers were like a tide. Outside the Nanjiang catacombs, Fang Ping had been standing there, not moving. The cheers gradually subsided. Gradually, powerhouses arrived from all directions. Zhang Dingnan looked at Fang Ping, whose expression was gradually turning cold. For a moment, he felt a little dizzy. He knew that something had happened. One by one, the powerhouses arrived. Fang Ping was still standing there. Soon, in front of him, big screens were erected one by one. The old man who spoke on the television earlier appeared on the screen. Not only him, but the 6 holy lands and various countries' governments also appeared on the screen at this moment. The old man looked sad, no longer as calm as before. He said softly, "Minister Fang, tell us, the battle losses." None of the desperate ones returned. Even if someone from capital city came out, these people did not know what the situation was like in the desperate ones. The various countries already knew some of the situation, but they did not know how the losses were in other places. Only then did Fang Ping move. He said in a low voice, "To the ordinary people, to the masses, I need to motivate them. To you, to the various countries' governments, I need to tell you the truth. Heroes should not be forgotten. Even if they forget for a while, they will eventually be remembered by others." In this battle, the human powerhouses were all bathed in blood, fighting to the end. Pinnacle powerhouses, Sword King, Sun God, Great Pharaoh, First Ancient Buddha, Fang Ping listed the names of 16 powerhouses in succession. As he continued, the faces of the powerhouses from all sides turned pale. It was just 16 names, but it seemed extremely long. In this battle, 16 powerhouses had fallen, and this was not the end, just the beginning. This time, with me leading the 6 Holy Lands, the Sino nation government, and various countries, a total of 100 rank 9 grandmasters and 40 rank 8 grandmasters went, a total of 140 people, 49 ninth grade great grandmasters and 34 8th grade grandmasters had died in battle. Of the 93 experts that have fallen, Kong Lingyuan and Grandmaster Wu Chuan have broken through to the pinnacle and left with the other experts. Only 45 have returned. Yes, 45 people came back, including himself. This time, he brought a total of 140 human experts with him. In the end, only this many survived. In one battle, 49 rank 9 martial artists were killed. This was a great victory. Silence. After the silence, there was an uncontrollable sadness. Even though they were all iron-blooded warriors, at this moment, tears streamed down the faces of the soldiers. 16 paragons died in battle. 49 rank 9s, 34 rank 8s, a total of 99 people. The number of casualties was less than 100. For a war that engulfed the 3 realms, it was insignificant. But these people were the pillars of the entire human race, the backbone of the human race. The sky was falling. On the screen, the old man's body was also trembling. It was the same for the other countries. At this moment, the powerful beings of the 6 Holy Lands felt as though the world was falling apart. The next moment, Fang Ping's voice was much louder. He bellowed, "But we've won. We killed thousands of enemy rank 9s and hundreds of enemy desperation realms. Humans have won. The paragons and powerhouses from all over the 3 realms have entered the ancestral tomb together. They can't come out anymore. The human race's chance is here. Now, we can no longer be restrained by the top combat strength. We don't have to worry about so many things anymore. We have time to breathe. We killed the Catacombs leader, the Life King. We killed Heavenly Emperor Changrong of the 4 Lords of Brahma. The human race's chance is here. I'm telling you all this not so that you can be sad and cry. I'm just telling you how much these heroes have sacrificed in order to fight for this breathing space for us. How many lives have been sacrificed? Remember, everyone must cherish this period of time. In the past, humans were weak. We couldn't walk in the catacombs and couldn't find opportunities. Now, we have. The 3 realms are in chaos. More than half of the catacombs' true kings have fallen. Now, all sides can't be united. The momentum of invading Earth has been broken. You must seize this opportunity to find your own opportunities. There are still desperate realm powerhouses left in all sides. But you don't need to worry about them. The top powerhouses won't dare to attack you rashly. We humans have the power to deter them. So many people have been killed. So many people have died. What is it for? For more powerhouses to appear among us humans. For all of us humans to be like dragons. The start of new martial arts is for this. The philosophy of new martial arts is that there are pearls in the sea. And I tell you today, humans are pearls. Everyone has the potential to become a powerhouse. The situation is good, but it doesn't mean it will be good forever. Now, our top powerhouses need support. They are in the celestial cemetery, facing a huge crisis. Once all the desperate realm powerhouses have fallen in the celestial cemetery, who else can stand up and support the sky? So, in these 2 years, we must send out desperate realm powerhouses to find the celestial cemetery. Enter the celestial cemetery and support the human powerhouses. Otherwise, the day the celestial cemetery is broken, the day humans are extinct. Fang Ping was impassioned. He looked around, looked at the powerhouses who had arrived one after another, and said in a low voice, "Everyone can do it. As long as you have the heart, you can achieve the top. The human race's great path is now easier to walk. This is the general trend. The human race still has a glimmer of hope. They will not be completely extinct. So, we must strengthen ourselves. I hope that half a year later, there will be a team of more than 10 desperate realm powerhouses entering the celestial cemetery to support the seniors. I hope that there will be more desperate realm powerhouses emerging and defeating all sides in the celestial cemetery. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be the day humans dominate the three realms. I don't want that day to come. When the celestial cemetery is broken, it will be our doomsday. I don't want the celestial cemetery to be broken, and we will see the human top powerhouses being completely annihilated. Fang Ping's voice was loud, and he shouted, "Everyone! Can you do all of this that I hope to see?" I, Fang Ping, cannot do much. I can only do my best to protect everyone and block those three realms powerhouses for you. However, how you walk the path, it is still up to you. Half a year later, can I see 10 desperate realm powerhouses in the human race? If they are afraid, such people will not be able to walk the path of the top. As soon as these words were said, there was a moment of silence. In the next moment, on Star Town's side, someone personally rushed over and shouted, "Yes. Star Town will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year." The person who spoke was not one of the rank 9s who had returned. On Star Town's side, Su Haoran's son, Su Zisu's father, a rank 8 martial artist, was in high spirits at this moment. His face was flushed, and he growled, "The Su family's elder ancestor has died in battle. The title of Sword King can only be inherited by the Su family. The Su family will definitely have a powerhouse in half a year." As soon as he finished speaking, a road appeared in front of this man, who was usually unknown and indifferent like a scholar. Almost in the blink of an eye, in the air, a shadow holding a long sword, broke open a 200-meter-long road. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Su Mingyu opened his eyes, his gaze shining. "The Su family will not let the elder ancestor die in vain. We will not let the human powerhouses die in vain." This scholarly man, at this moment, had a murderous aura that shook the sky. On Star Town's side, even Su Zisu felt like she was meeting her father for the first time. "Good!" Fang Ping shouted loudly, laughing. "Good job, Grandmaster Su. The Su family's seniors, Su Yunfei and Su Haoran, have a chance to reach the top. Now, Grandmaster Mingyu has advanced to rank 9 third stage in one day. In half a year, I will wait and see who will be the Su family's top." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping laughed again. The Su family's first to advance to the top will continue the title of Sword King. Even if Senior Su Yunfei and Senior Su Haoran are Grandmaster Mingyu's seniors, it will be the same. Sword King, the name of the human leader. His achievements are unparalleled. I hope the Su family will not bring shame to the title of Sword King. The Su family's elder ancestor, the human leader. The title of Sword King should not be inherited by anyone else. But now, the Su family wanted to continue the Sword King's path and pass on the torch. This was the motivation. Su Mingyu did not speak anymore, but the aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. On the screen, in the ancient Buddha Holy Land, an extremely old monk put his palms together and murmured, "The ancient Buddha Holy Land will not disappoint the ancient Buddhas. In half a year, a top will definitely appear. In the god's heaven, in half a year, the sun god will descend. In the world of 10,000 pagodas, the pharaoh will appear. In Totem City, another totem will appear. In the Andes Mountains, the glory of our ancestors will not be extinguished." One by one, the powerhouses growled. The glory of their ancestors would not become a thing of the past. It would only continue. Their ancestors were still alive and waiting for their reinforcements. Just like what Fang Ping said, they did not want to see the day the sky tomb was broken, to welcome the news of their ancestors' death. Seeing this, Fang Ping laughed again. "Good. Then I will gather all the powerhouses here in half a year to search for the sky tomb and enter the sky tomb to help in the battle." Since all parties said this, it might not be boasting. Before some of the top masters left, they passed on their complete legacy. Now that the top masters had fallen, among all parties, there might be someone who could walk this path again. Zhang Tao's fusion of the path was not the same. As long as it was not following the path of the 6 powerhouses, others could also achieve the path. Half a year later, humans might really have many top masters. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt much more relaxed. Everyone was working hard, they were not the only ones fighting alone. 10 days later, we will hold a meeting in Magic City. We will discuss how to defend the 107 catacombs passageways. No, how to counterattack the catacombs. Fang Ping suddenly changed his words, saying loudly, "We humans still have an emperor level. In this 3 realms, we humans are the strongest. After 100 years of suppression, the humans should rise up and fight back. Suppress the 3 realms. Counterattack." At this moment, from all directions, a large number of powerhouses growled one after another, their vitality soaring to the sky. Heaven and earth were reflected in a blood-red color. The humans still had an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, the situation in the 3 realms had changed. The humans were no longer the weakest party, no longer the party suppressed by the catacombs. They had the ability to counterattack and change everything. Everyone was full of confidence and unusually excited. Even the sadness from before had been washed away. Star City's side wanted to ask where Commander Li Zhen was recuperating. After thinking about it, they decided not to ask. According to Fang Ping, Commander Li's injuries were not light. Now he needed to recuperate in secret, just in case. If that was the case, then they should not ask. It might not be a good thing if more people knew. Behind Fang Ping, Old Wang and the other 2 were trembling slightly. What a big lie! Fang Ping's lie did not only lie to Mount Wangu but also to the 3 realms. He was also lying to the humans themselves. Now everyone thought that the humans still had a powerhouse close to an emperor-level existence who was only injured. Looking at everyone's excited looks, the 3 of them dared not imagine what kind of impact it would cause if a crisis really came and Li Zhen did not come out. It was unimaginable. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes revealing bitterness. Only Fang Ping could do something like this. If it were the 3 of them, they would not dare to tell such a big lie in front of all the leaders. If their psychological endurance was not strong enough, they would break down themselves. Lie to the entire 3 realms, they were trembling. Fang Ping looked calm. How could he not lie? Was he supposed to tell everyone that the humans did not have a paragon now? That there was only a pseudo-paragon here? If that was really the case, he was afraid that the humans would soon become the target of bullying in the eyes of all parties. Not only did he want to lie, but he wanted to lie truthfully. One day when he had time, he would find a place to burst out Li Zhen's aura. Although it was a little difficult to forge, it was not a big deal to catch a glimpse of it. The premise was that his mentality could recover quickly and improve further. Look, how passionate all parties were now, because from the weakest force, in the blink of an eye, to become the only force with an emperor-level powerhouse, to become the strongest. The boost to their confidence was incomparable. The conversation in Nanjiang ended quickly. Fang Ping was tired. Everyone was tired. After ending the conversation, Fang Ping entered the Ruian Commander Manor to rest. He did not meet any other guests, and no one went to disturb him. Not long after the humans ended their conversation. Deep in the Forbidden Sea, a faintly discernible door flashed and disappeared. It was not a heavenly tomb, nor was it a fake heavenly tomb forged by Tsang Mao. There were many heavenly realm fragments. Behind the door was a new world. Very, very big, a brand new world, like the immortal world, birds chirped and flowers fragrant. In this world, there was a sun, there were clouds, there was everything. Huge palaces surrounded the world. The outermost layer had a total of 72 incomparably huge palace buildings, separated by thousands of miles, surrounding this world. One layer, one world, below the palaces, there were people, villages, towns. This was a true god's country. Every true god had a country that belonged to them. 72 temples surrounded the outermost layer. Looking forward along the temple, it continued to spread. Soon, 8 larger temples formed the second layer's core circle. Spreading further inside, 3 huge palaces surrounded a huge building that looked like the heavenly court. Divine sect, 72 lord gods, 8 venerable emperors, 3 great guardians, and the divine sect's hierarch, King Kuan, formed this world. Not long after the humans ended their conversation, on the central temple square, a figure flashed and appeared. After a while, 5 or 6 shadows appeared here. Greetings, Guardian. A few powerhouses who came later bowed one after another. The powerhouse who was called Guardian had an illusory face that could not be seen. At this moment, he said slowly, the hierarch and the 3 great guardians entered the heavenly tomb. 8 great guardians, 3 of them died in the early years. I don't know the identity of the other 4. I don't know if they entered the heavenly tomb or if they are hiding. 72 Lord gods, many have died over the years. This time, many have entered the heavenly tomb. Now, only a few Lord gods can be summoned back. Looking at the few shadows beside him, this venerable emperor continued, according to the intelligence, Fang Ping has returned to the human world. Li Zhen did not enter the heavenly tomb. Instead, he hid in a place and was healing. If Li Zhen wanted to hide only the bitter sea, before the hierarch left, he said that the human world was in great trouble. This time, the departure of the heavenly king and the martial king, the hierarch and the three great guardians, was a crisis and an opportunity. Although the divine sect's strength was greatly damaged, the same was true for the human world and all other parties. I want to go out of the divine realm to find Li Zhen, kill Li Zhen, and eradicate future troubles. All of you need to take the opportunity to stir up trouble everywhere and let the divine sect become the only one in the three realms. This time, the hierarch of the divine sect in the human world also entered the heavenly tomb with the human powerhouses. The divine sect's power in the human world was previously destroyed by Fang Ping and the heavenly division. I want to rebuild the divine sect in the human world. The human world is united. If there is a great change in the future, it will be the divine sect's great enemy. Do you have a good plan? As soon as the voice fell, someone said quickly, Lord Guardian, although the human world is united, it is not without opportunities. The human world was originally a secular world with strong desires. Now, the human world was not unified. The heavenly king and the martial king could still suppress it. Now, the heavenly king and the martial king have left, the netherworld king is hiding to heal, and the other true gods have all entered the heavenly tomb. This is the opportunity for the divine sect to strengthen. When the guardian finds the netherworld king and kills him, the human world will be another branch of the divine sect, even if the martial king and the others return the next day. At this time, the person who spoke laughed and said, the strength of the martial king on the emperor's path is that the people are united. Once the people's hearts turn against him, he will be a fake emperor and will not be supported by the human world. The emperor's path will collapse. At that time, even if the martial king does not die, he will be a useless person. Before the Tao appeared, before the heaven-human realm wall opened, in fact, no one wanted to sacrifice the human world. It was useless, however, it was necessary to control the human world. At the critical moment, they could directly go to the blood sacrifice instead of having to fight endlessly. All parties wanted to infiltrate the human world. Otherwise, at the final juncture, the martial king and the others would sacrifice themselves and step into the emperor's path. Everything would be for naught. The martial king might not do it, but it did not mean that other people at the peak of the human world would not do it. Some people even suspected that the heavenly king was waiting for this opportunity. All these years, the divine sect had tried to infiltrate the human world many times, but they were all blocked by the heavenly king. Was the heavenly king really protecting the human world? Not necessarily. King Kuan had once guessed that this old guy might be waiting for an opportunity to treat the human world as a forbidden land. The moment the Tao appeared, it might be the time when the heavenly king advanced to the emperor realm. This person's words made the guardian nod slightly, and he said with a smile, then you, perfected Lord Di Zhou, will lead this matter. If the Pope of the human world is not here, you will be the Pope of the human world. Rebuild the divine sect. In addition, try your best to contact Fang Ping and see if you can find Li Zhen. Li Zhen is hiding. Once his recovery is over, I'm afraid he will be a big problem. Guardian, why don't we threaten the human world now? Li Zhen will appear, someone suggested. If they directly threatened the human world now, with the personality of these powerhouses in the human world, Li Zhen would naturally appear. Do it in secret, don't make it big. The guardian also answered straightforwardly. Why did they have to do it in secret? There was no other reason. They could not kill him, they were afraid of death. He killed the descendant of the heavenly king in front of many people. Did he not want to live anymore? But if they killed Li Zhen in secret, then there would be no such trouble. The true god who suggested forcing Li Zhen to appear, the guardian glanced at him and did not say anything, but he snorted coldly in his heart. He harbored evil intentions. Killing an ordinary descendant of the Li family might not be a big deal. But killing a descendant who walked the emperor path and was also close to the emperor rank, it would be strange if the heavenly king did not kill him. that heavenly king powerhouse was extremely powerful. He did not participate in the battle previously, but he also sensed it. Even the two heavenly kings' joined forces could not suppress him. He was just an ordinary emperor rank, once he was targeted. King Kuan could not protect him, however, if he killed Li Jin secretly, King Kuan would only be overjoyed. Without confirming who killed Li Jin, if the heavenly king dared to retaliate, it would probably make the powerhouses of the three realms feel threatened, and in the end, the heavenly king would not be able to escape death. This emperor rank powerhouse weighed the pros and cons clearly. He had to take the benefits, but he could not offend the heavenly king too much. This was the right way. Since he said so, the others did not say anything more. Soon, someone said, Lord Guardian, that Wang Jinyang's strength is improving rapidly, and the few extreme path heavenly emperors are suspected to be Wang Jinyang and the others. Why not kill them secretly, seize the divine weapons, or even the extreme path heavenly emperor Dao? Those people have not entered rank 9 yet, the Dao might not appear now. The Guardian thought for a while and said, besides, if Li Jin is not dead, he should also be paying attention. Kill them, Li Jin will definitely appear. Kill Li Jin first, then kill these people. But someone said hesitantly, these people's cultivation speed is too fast. I'm worried that if we don't kill them soon, it might cause trouble in the future. The Guardian said lightly, trouble in the future? Can they become emperor? If they did not become emperor, then he had the confidence to kill them. Now that Fang Ping and the others made a move, what if they lured Li Jin out? It had to be said that Fang Ping's unintentional action also saved his life. If he did not say that Li Jin was still outside the sky cemetery, this emperor would probably attack him for the divine weapons. This guardian was afraid of the heavenly king's revenge, afraid that if he made a move, it would cause Li Jin to appear, and both sides would fight a bloody battle. Killing Li Jin would cause big trouble. King Kuan was not afraid. The three great guardians might not be afraid, but he was still afraid. Even a heavenly king might not be able to kill a saint, but it was not too difficult to kill an ordinary emperor like him. Seeing that they were still a little hesitant, the guardian said lightly, if you can't find Li Jin in half a year, kill Fang Ping and the others. At that time, the other three people who are suspected to be the reincarnations of the extreme path heavenly emperor should also step into the origin. It will be more suitable to make a move at that time. You don't have to worry about this. Infiltrate the human world, the land realm, the bitter sea, the immortal island, and the outland. The divine sect is the future master of the three realms. Yes. The true gods responded one after another. At this moment, the guardian said again, Venerable Emperor Fingyun's real body has not appeared, and I also don't know where his real body is. The three realms ranking needs to continue. Show all the hidden powerhouses now, let them fight against each other, and the divine sect will benefit from it. Yes. Several people responded again. The work of collecting the hidden powerhouses of the three realms naturally needed them to do. The three realms ranking had played a lot of role before. If not for the appearance of the three realms ranking, Li Zhu might not have been noticed. Soon, everyone dispersed. The guardian paused for a moment and looked sideways at the main hall in front of the square. King Kuan had left, and the three great guardians had left. Maybe, he could also enter this place, but now was not the time. Kill Li Jin, maybe I can get a glimpse of the Emperor's path, or even the Heavenly King's path. Then kill Fang Ping and the others, seize the divine weapon, enter the temple again, and get a glimpse of the Celestial Emperor's path. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts rose in the guardian's mind. King Kuan wanted to become an emperor, and so did he. No one did not want to, there might be a chance. This time, when the powerhouses entered the celestial cemetery, it was his biggest chance. Was there anyone stronger than him in the three realms? Maybe he was the strongest person in the three realms. I can even take the opportunity to unify the three realms and become the master of the three realms. His ambition burst forth in an instant. Before this, there had never been such a thing. Before this, there were too many people suppressing him. Now, in the three realms, the only one who knew that he had the strength to compete with him was probably the seriously injured Li Jin. The celestial cemetery appeared at the right time. The guardian murmured, then his figure dissipated and disappeared. March 2nd. The three realms were in turmoil. Fate Monarch, Changrong Heavenly Emperor, and several other venerable sovereigns had died. Even though Ji Yao wanted to cover it up, the news still spread quickly. 99% of the experts above the true God realm would enter the Heaven Tomb in search of opportunities to become emperors. With the disappearance of the heavenly grave and the closing of the gates, it was likely that they would not be able to enter or exit in the short term. At this moment, there were even rumors that those who entered the heavenly tomb might not be able to return. The three realms became even more chaotic. Some of the experts from the king's territory became restless. The Catacombs dynasty and the divine sect were also in turmoil. Before this, with the true king holding the fort, the rank 9 powerhouses were just vassals. Now that the true monarch had not appeared, and up until now, the Skyplant's royal court had not had a true monarch powerhouse step forward to clean up the mess. This instantly threw the Skyplant's royal court into chaos. It wasn't just the inner region that was in chaos. At this moment, the outer region was even more turbulent. In the past, the outer realm had always been a subsidiary. But now, the alien experts suddenly realized that they might be able to dominate the entire God continent. A large number of rank 9 powerhouses perished in the battlefield of the Grand Duke. For example, more than half of the Hall Masters of the Skyplant Royal Court had died in battle. The few who were lucky enough not to go had managed to escape. Most of the experts in the origin were dead. In this way, the number of rank 9 powerhouses in the 108 outer territories might not be much less than the inner territories. Now that the inner region was in turmoil and the outer region was not as rich as the inner region, why not take this opportunity to enter the inner region? The catacombs was in turmoil. Li Yi and Ji Yao did not have the power to suppress the unrest. The royal court was in a state of turmoil, and a storm was brewing. It was the same for realm beyond Avalon. All the venerable sovereigns had disappeared, and many real gods had also left. The forces with real gods were fine, but the forces without real gods were all panicking at the moment. The situation in the overseas Immortal Islands was even worse. With the disappearance of the true god, a large number of rank 9 beasts suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Sea. They even began to gather. It seemed like they intended to attack the 33 Immortal Islands and seize the resources and treasures. In the past, with the arch overseeing things, the demon race in the Forbidden Sea didn't dare to act recklessly. But now, without the restriction, the Forbidden Sea was too big, it was vast and boundless. These beasts began to gather. Not only that, there were even true God realm beasts that did not have time to enter the sky grave, and they also began to gather in the area of the 33 Immortal Islands. A large number of demons also gathered in the Royal Sea Mountain Range, a forbidden area of the demon race. For a time, everyone was in a precarious situation, and they were ill at ease. On the other hand, the human world was much more stable. The plan was originally proposed by the humans themselves. Before Zhang Tao and the others left, they had already arranged the follow-up. With that, when Fang Ping's group returned, Li Chongqing and the others came back one after another, and the turmoil was reduced to its lowest point. Everything was developing in the direction that was beneficial to mankind. All of this was within Fang Ping's expectations. Humans did not have a clear understanding of the three realms to begin with. It had only been a few years since the world was dominated by martial artists. Before this, the pinnacle was not obvious, unlike the catacombs and other places, where true gods and venerable emperors were the heavens. In the human world, many people did not know about this. Out of the few peak experts that they were familiar with, only the heads of the three divisions, Li Jin, rarely appeared. The only one he was truly familiar with was Zhang Tao. Because of this, the impact of Zhang Tao and the others' disappearance was not as great as the true king's disappearance in the catacombs. This also reduced the turbulence to the lowest point. Rueyan Admiral Mansion. Fang Ping had occupied the entire House of Commander's cultivation room, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. On the top floor of the cultivation room. Right now, Fang Ping was taking inventory of his loot. This time, he had gained a lot. His wealth had been depleted previously, but now it had exceeded 10 billion points. Even if the two divine weapons had increased a lot, in order to kill life kings, he had also consumed a lot. Excluding the divine weapons, Fang Ping had gained more than 6 billion wealth points from entering the catacombs this time. This meant that there were at least 60 trillion worth of resources. Storage rings, a total of 22. 6 are from true gods, 16 were obtained from killing rank 9s in the Land of Kings battlefields. When Fang Ping took out the 22 storage rings, the few people around him looked at him expectantly. Actually, Old Wang and the rest did not lack these. With their current strength, some treasures could not help them. But humans needed these. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to check the things. He thought for a while and said, no matter how much I gain now, it feels like it's too little. Because this time, we have to give it out. The 6 holy lands and countries all over the world have to give it out. We can only keep some things that we urgently need. The peak experts were all gone. Fang Ping realized bitterly that he had to help support a lot of forces. He had to support them. In the past, what did the 6 holy lands have to do with him? This time, however, the peak experts of the 6 holy lands suffered heavy casualties. The rank 9s were also fighting a bloody battle, and even more had died. Under such circumstances, Fang Ping had no choice but to take care of them. I've used all the cat fruits myself. The most important thing now is to wake up the few rank 9s who have been sleeping until now. Fang Ping smiled bitterly again. Wang Qinghai, Xing Tao, and Nan Yunping were still sleeping soundly. If they did not wake up soon, a world war would break out. These few would either never wake up, or they would wake up at world peace. The few of them could not help but laugh. Li Honsong chuckled and said, why don't we let them continue to sleep? The next time they wake up, the world will be at peace. Save it. Many rank 9s died in battle this time. I'm still hoping that a peak expert will emerge from these people. Any rank 9s was the hope of a peak expert. Among the 3 sleeping rank 9s, one of them might become a desperate realm. How could Fang Ping give up? Ignoring them, Fang Ping began to count the spoils of war. Among the spoils of war, the most basic things were energy stones, energy liquids, and life essence. The energy stones were mainly snatched by Fang Ping himself. Powerhouses did not carry many of these. True kings almost would not carry them. However, there were some life essence and energy liquids. Energy stones. 5 tons, 10,000 caddies, worth 3 trillion, 5 tons. Fang Ping said it casually, as if it was not much. Energy liquids are all basic concentration. 5 times the concentration, 1 ton, worth 3 trillion 2. Life essence, about 2,000 caddies, 2. 5 billion per caddy, worth 5 trillion. Storage rings, 22 of them, about 500 cubic meters in total. I'm afraid it's no less than 20 trillion. Just as he said that, Li Honsong muttered, storage rings are that expensive? Fang Ping laughed. Of course it's expensive. Humans may have developed space rings now, but if they want to stabilize space, the space is frighteningly small. 1 cubic meter is considered huge. Under normal circumstances, half a cubic meter is the standard. Even this is shockingly expensive. Humans had already developed space rings. However, powerhouses were needed to cut space. Not only that, top-notch powerhouses were also needed to solidify space, forming a space similar to the space battlefield. The cost was extremely high, therefore, it was not the time to popularize it yet. On Sino Nation's side, the few space rings that were introduced first were all experimental. Now, they were given to some rank 9 martial artists to use for free. The space rings that Fang Ping had seized in the past were all 1 cubic meter, worth about 50 billion. Even the system calculated it this way. Obviously, the storage rings were worth this price. Just these few items alone were worth more than 30 trillion. In other words, the other things that he seized this time were probably worth about the same as this. This time, Fang Ping did not find any treasure similar to the 100 honing fruit. The weakest who died in battle were rank 8. Rank 8s almost did not have any storage rings. 16 storage rings, all from rank 9 powerhouses, 6 from true king powerhouses. How could there be these treasures for middle and low ranks? Rank 9 divine weapons, 9. This is not bad. Some true kings actually left divine weapons behind. Fang Ping counted and was somewhat satisfied. Humans still lacked divine weapons now. 9 was not a small number. Old Manly, that prodigal fellow. This time, Fang Ping gave him 2 swords, both of which were shattered by him. Fang Ping had thought that there would at least be one left this time. This time, it was not just one or two powerhouses who had their divine weapons shattered. Even 9 were not enough. Old Manly, this fellow. I think he needs to prepare at least a desperate divine weapon. Fang Ping shook his head slightly and continued looking. There are many energy fruits. Most of them are from rank 9 monster plants. There are also desperate fruits, Fang Ping said, suddenly stunned. I didn't see Tianyu this time. The few of them looked at him. Fang Ping frowned. Tianyu did not appear from the beginning to the end. This fellow did not come to the battle this time? That's right. It took root in Skyplant's Imperial City. When it left, Skyplant's Imperial City's defense system collapsed. That's why it did not come at all. Monster plants were not like monsters. Destiny Royal Court's Xianlong came to the battle. It tried to kill Fang Ping a few times, but it was held up by others. In the end, it also entered the Sky Cemetery. Tianyu, however, did not appear. In that case, Skyplant's Imperial Court now has at least 2 true kings, Tianyu and King Huai. However, Tianyu belongs to the Guardian Royal Court. Right now, I don't know if it returned to the Guardian Royal Court or continued to stay in Skyplant's Imperial Court. Fang Ping quickly ignored this. It was not strange that each family had some true kings left behind. King Pingshan and that ferocious tiger monster were still alive. About 50 rank 9 energy fruits. Desperation energy fruits, a total of 9. Rank 9 energy fruits with slightly better effects were worth more than 100 billion. Desperation energy fruits were worth trillions. These energy fruits were worth more than 15 trillion. Rank 9 divine weapons were also worth more than 1 trillion. Including the things from before, the value was about 46 trillion. With this calculation, Fang Ping was looking forward to it. In that case, the other things were worth at least about 20 trillion. But these powerhouses did not bring many things. No one would bring trash like low-ranked energy stones. Their storage space was not considered big. Of course, they brought useful things. At this moment, there were less than 30 things left in front of Fang Ping. This meant that the average value was more than 600 billion, some of the things in front of him were stored in jade boxes. These were either energy fruits or pills. Some of them looked like they were sealed and were black in color. Fang Ping was also considered a knowledgeable person. It was mainly because he had read the atlas in the Catacombs Palace of 100 Kings and seen many treasures. Unless the catacombs did not even have them, his knowledge was considered outstanding among humans. Fang Ping had always thought that being knowledgeable was the mark of a big boss. The current him was very knowledgeable, so he was now considered one of the big bosses of the 3 realms. This was not wrong at all. This is jade skygrass? Fang Ping opened a jade box, a little surprised. The others looked at him. Fang Ping explained, jade skygrass. This thing is not produced by a monster plant with a consciousness. It should be considered a treasure. Its function is also simple. It is used to cleanse energy. Cleanse energy? You mean, cleanse? That's what I mean. Fang Ping laughed. Martial artists, after all, need to absorb a lot of energy stones and consume various treasures. The energy is more or less mixed. Ordinary people can't cleanse it. This thing is specially used for cleansing. Its effect is very strong. Of course, I don't need it. I'm a 9th refinement golden body. The repellent energy has been expelled. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 of them. Suddenly, he looked at Li Hansong and said, Iron Head, use it. Although your golden body is strong, it is very mixed now. The external energy you absorb is too complicated and not pure enough. I see that you have the realm of a 7th refinement golden body now, but it feels very superficial. Having said that, Fang Ping threw the box to him. Take it and cleanse it. Maybe you can enter 8th refinement golden body soon. Li Hansong mumbled. Fang Ping heard it and said impatiently, 9th refinement golden body? With your situation, I don't think you can count on it. As for the matter of you guys going against the origin, we'll talk about this later. I'll ask the cat first. He could communicate with the cat. However, he was worried that the cat was fighting now. It was best to wait for the cat to take the initiative to talk to him. Fang Ping continued to look at the treasures. Soon, he said with a surprised look, "Whose thing is this? The heart core of a desperate monster plant? This guy killed a desperate monster plant before?" He was a little surprised. Even if a desperate monster plant was killed, it was difficult to leave a heart core and brain core behind. Many monsters died in battle this time. He did not see these left behind. Even if there were, they had been snatched away. There were so many true king powerhouses and so many human powerhouses. Other than Li Zhen, who exploded his emperor weapon, Fang Ping did not see many true divine weapons. Of course, it was not that there were none. Some people still had them. But they were too few. Among those who had defeated true god-level powerhouses in the battle, there were not more than 5 who had true divine weapons. As for emperor weapons, they were pitifully few. Did 3 or 4 have them? Those heavenly king powerhouses almost did not use weapons. He saw Moon Spirit had 2 divine weapons. The others' heavenly king seals were considered semi-divine weapons. I wonder who the earthly emperor sword belongs to. Fang Ping went to kill the life king in the end. He really did not know. When he came out, those people ran fast. He did not know if they were recalled by Moon Spirit. A desperate monster plant's heart core. It was very difficult to forge a peak divine weapon with a single heart core. Even if it was forged, it might only be a top-notch rank 9 divine weapon. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "I'll see if I can forge a top-notch rank 9 divine sword for Old Man Li later, so that he doesn't break his divine weapon every time." When he saw the third item, Fang Ping was stunned. The others were stunned too. Cat fruit? Everyone was stunned. Fang Ping's expression changed. "Where is this cat tree? I didn't see it this time. But I saw the cat fruit at Pine King's place before, at Li Zhu's place, and now, this is the third one. This fellow is definitely related to the heavenly plant's royal court. Otherwise, why would so many cat fruits appear? The cat fruit is good stuff. It's especially effective in repairing the origin space. I really want to catch this fellow now and make it bear fruit for us." Fang Ping felt a little regretful. He did not know where the cat tree had hidden itself. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of the cat tree. The old cat said that its origin was flawed. It was scared stiff when it saw the heavenly hound. It would be great if it could be brought back to bear fruit. If the cat tree was here, he would not have to worry about Wang Qinghai and the rest not waking up. They were all injured in their origin. The cat fruit had the best effect in restoring the origin. "This is for Vice-Chancellor Nan Yunping." Fang Ping made the final decision. Nan Yunyue had participated in the battle. In the end, she seemed to be injured quite badly. The Absolute Peak's family still had to be partial. After all, these Absolute Peak had sacrificed too much. The heavenly fruit can produce large amounts of origin energy. This has the best effect in expanding the source world. I'll keep it. Fang Ping checked out the treasures one by one. He was quite satisfied. The things that Wang Qinghai and the other 2 needed to restore were almost gathered. These 3 should be able to recover quickly and wake up. Not only that, there were things that strengthened the golden body and strengthened mentality. There were quite a lot of these treasures. There were also some medicinal pills used by some ancient martial arts powerhouses. Fang Ping did not recognize some of them, but he could generally identify them. There were recovery pills, healing pills, and cultivation pills. A map. Fang Ping opened a beast skin map casually. This beast skin seemed to be a rank 9 beast skin. This was found in a true god powerhouse's storage ring. Fang Ping opened it and took a look. Then, he said in surprise, "A map of celestial realm fragments? This fellow found this. I wonder if he has explored it before." Some celestial realm fragments could move, some could not. Since the map was left behind, it might not move. However, Fang Ping's head hurt looking at it. Fang Ping could not understand the wavy lines drawn on the map on the Forbidden Sea. There were no landmarks. The reason why he knew that it was a celestial realm fragment was because a crack had opened in mid-air, revealing some things. The guy who drew had a decent foundation. However, Fang Ping still despised him for a while. Could it not be shown in a crystal book? These old antiques did not know how to make things convenient for others at all. He threw the map aside. Very quickly, Fang Ping picked up a book again. He frowned slightly and took out another item from his storage space. This was what he got from killing the female true god. 72 Lord God's name list. Fang Ping did not know if the owner of this storage ring was killed by the people from the divine sect later, or if he had died before. If it was before, then it would be interesting. The 72 Lord Gods that represented the divine sect might have infiltrated various forces. Fang Ping took a look at the female true god Mingyu's album of names. 12 names were crossed out. This might mean that 12 people had died that year. Fang Ping also took a look at this new name list. 22 names were crossed out. Mingyu and the other 3 were there. He was there too. Later, the divine sect sent 30 true gods. Old Wang and the rest killed too. That makes 37. Fang Ping calculated. If that was the case, then it would be 55, 72 Lord Gods. About 55 people were confirmed to be dead or had entered the celestial cemetery. The remaining 17, perhaps some of them had infiltrated other forces and entered together. If this name list is the latest one, it means that there are still many people from the divine sect who have not left this time. Fang Ping sighed. 17 Lord Gods' whereabouts were unknown. Even if half of them had infiltrated other forces, at least 7 or 8 had not left. The divine sect's strength was still extremely strong. Old Wang said in a low voice, "Do you think the Grand Pope is one of the Lord Gods?" Fang Ping nodded. Possibly. If not, it's their venerable emperor. Whether the Grand Pope is a venerable emperor? It's hard to say. To be able to hide it from old Zhang for so long, it's not easy. Even Heavenly King Suppression didn't seem to notice the other party's existence. Fang Ping said and laughed. No matter who it is, they have all gone in. Don't think about him. The Grand Pope must have left. If he was among the top humans, then he would definitely enter the celestial cemetery this time. However, it was probably not a very important desperate situation. There were still some people who knew about old Zhang's plan. If the Grand Pope knew about it, the divine sect would not have entered. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the divine sect had entered deliberately. It was also possible that they went with the flow. There are at least 7 or 8 true gods in the divine sect who have not left. This force that overturned the Earth Emperor God dynasty and the era of sects is indeed not simple. King Kuan could organize so many powerhouses. He was not simple either. The 3 great saints had surrendered to him. Fang Ping suspected that King Kuan might have some unknown tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, how could a saint surrender to someone so easily? Even if his father was the earthly emperor, it would not work, unless the earthly emperor was still alive. Faceless, who was killed by me previously, said that Heavenly Hound's corpse is in the divine sect headquarters. I don't know if it's true or not. I still have to go take a look when I have time. After all, it's Cat's old buddy. If the divine sect really took it away, I still have to get it back. At the thought of this, Fang Ping thought of the divine sect messenger that he had let go of previously. Perhaps the breakthrough was still with him. When he had time later, he would kill him and see if he could impersonate him and enter the divine sect headquarters. At this moment, Fang Ping had also finished checking the spoils of war. He was a little disappointed. There were no particularly amazing treasures. Of course, any one of these treasures would be a treasure to a rank 9 powerhouse. But for Fang Ping, it was not enough. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping muttered, "The treasures that I need now are mainly treasures related to the origin path. Ordinary ones really won't do. To enhance the origin path, I need a lot of origin chi and strong willpower. Another thing is to expand the origin world. It's best if it's a treasure like the cat fruit that can expand my origin world." Fang Ping calculated for a while. Ordinary treasures were useless to him now. As for the enhancement of his physique, he only needed the imperishable substance. He mainly needed to enhance the origin space and the origin path. The former needed to be consolidated. The stronger and bigger it was, the more advantageous it would be to fight in the origin space. Fang Ping seriously suspected that the cat liked to drag people into the origin space and stab them to death because its origin world was incomparably powerful. This cat ate the cat fruit like it was a fruit. The origin world was incomparably sturdy. If ordinary true gods fought with it in the origin world, their origin world would probably be smashed by the cat world instantly. My origin world needs to be consolidated. Not only that, it's best if I can integrate the materialized Sun City into the origin world and create a real world. The more complicated the origin world was, the more it could be consolidated. Integrating a world in the origin world was generally something that only Heavenly King powerhouses could do. Fang Ping's previous idea was to fill the materialized object with imperishable substance. Now that he thought about it, it might not be the right way. Of course, I can fill it with imperishable substance after integrating it into the origin world. Oh right, does the imperishable substance have any effect on the origin world to consolidate? Fang Ping did not know. He could try all these. If he could really create a world forged from imperishable substance in the origin world, then he would have powerful means to fight enemies in the future. I already have the residents, those fellows in the origin world. Fang Ping laughed suddenly. Did this count as a sudden whim of his? There were many people in his origin world. Of course, they were just virtual projections. However, he had built Sun City. It was not bad to let these people live in it. There's an old Zhang in there too. The next time I meet old Zhang, I'll invite him to my origin world to have a chat with the old Zhang in there. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the happier he was. Wang Jingyang and the rest were speechless. What were they thinking? Fang Ping, this fellow had a big heart. There were a lot of things to do now. Was he not nervous when he was secretly happy here alone? Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He glanced at the black screen of the system again. How long will the system upgrade take this time? Will there be new functions appearing? Fang Ping did not know. Previously, he had analyzed the origin world. According to the system's situation, if it upgraded this time, would there be higher level functions appearing, or perhaps there were none at all? Let's wait and see. Fang Ping's feelings were still very complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that there would be, but on the other hand, he actually hoped that there would be none. If there was none, it meant that this was the limit of the system. This also meant that the system's ability was actually also limited. The future, let's talk about the future. He was waiting for the system upgrade to complete. At the same time, in a broken small world, Warlord carried Zhang Tao on his back and fled quickly. Behind them, many powerhouses were chasing after them. Warlord gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, a bunch of lackeys. Instead of looking for their own opportunities after entering the Sky Cemetery, they're still listening to those guys' orders. How stupid. With the opportunities, they can become emperors on their own. Why do they still need to listen to those emperors and heavenly kings? Warlord cursed. After entering the Sky Cemetery, the human powerhouses began to scatter and flee. If they gathered again, they would be easily captured by those heavenly kings. At this point, it was better to scatter and flee. He fled with the heavily injured Zhang Tao and became a thorn in the side of all parties. Both the catacombs and the divine sects sent powerhouses to hunt them down. Although Warlord's strength was not bad, 5 true gods were enough to kill him. Zhang Tao was now in a coma. He did not have the strength to resist. Those heavenly kings and emperors had all gone to look for opportunities. These true gods became the main force of the hunt. When Zhang Tao recovers, I'll kill all of you. Let's see if you can still chase after me then. After cursing for a while, Warlord turned around and roared, Maple King, you're a lackey. You're a lackey. You said so many people died but you're still alive. Looks like you'll be a lackey for a few more years. I don't even know if I should pity you. Maple King was cold and said nothing. You won't say that when I catch up to you. At this moment, Maple King was the leader, followed by more than 10 true god powerhouses. They chased after Warlord. Warlord and Zhang Tao were both going to die. They ran one after the other. At this time, the sound of the wind behind them became louder. Under the astonished gaze of the Maple King, a fat cat flashed by and disappeared, also cursing. Come after me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll stab you to death sooner or later. I have people. I've ambushed 100 emperors here in the sky cemetery. When I summon them, I'll stab you all to death. The cat kept muttering, looking back at the people chasing after them from time to time. Who's that? Earthly sovereign's son? When you were young, I peed in your teacup. You drank my pee, and now you want to kill me? Do you believe that I'll curse you? At the back, King Kuan's face turned green. That was not all. The cat turned around again and mumbled, that. Li Zhu. Isn't he a rebel? This cat seems to remember who you are. You rebel against your master. I hate people like you the most. I remember Big Dog hitting you in the past. Your face was covered in dog claws. Upon hearing this, even Li Zhu, who had always been calm, could hardly keep his composure. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Zhu smiled faintly and said, Emperor Tseng, tell us the location of the 9 emperor fruits and the 9 emperor seals. No one wants to kill you. We are just asking. Bah, your face is full of dog piss. I won't tell you. I'll piss you off. Come and chase me, the old cat said gleefully with a smile on its face. You'll be scared later. This cat is very familiar with this place. Do you know where this is? Where is Sovereign Chenling's place? Spirit Emperor really likes this cat. This cat comes here every day. Spirit Emperor said that he hates stinky men like you the most. I'll poke you all to death. Just you wait, this cat is going to Spirit Emperor's bedroom now. If you dare to enter, I'll poke you all to death. Behind them, the expressions of the heavenly kings changed. These words left them speechless. One of the 9 emperors, the only female emperor, Spirit Emperor. Back then, she had countless disciples, all female. Men were not allowed to enter, those who disobeyed would be killed, the cat and dog were fine. They were all demons, so there was no distinction between men and women. Of course, the perverted dog was forbidden to enter, but the cat was fine. If he really entered Spirit Emperor's bedroom, with Spirit Emperor's personality, it was not impossible for him to set up a killing array. The cat was still very pleased. At this moment, it happened to pass by the War King and Kuan. Big fatty, come brush my fur. It's so tiring to fly, my fur is all messed up. The War King's face had long turned green. King Kuan was here, Li Zhu was here, and the 2 kings were behind them. These people had all followed the cat here. He was ready to scold the cat to death. Hearing this, he did not hesitate and hurriedly approached the cat, grabbing its tail and not letting go. Seeing this, the cat was exasperated. Don't scratch me. Who told you to grab this cat's tail? You brush my fur. Brush my fur, it's uncomfortable. If you're done brushing, I'm going to eat. The War King almost died of anger. At this time, this cat still wanted to eat and brush its fur. Where did it think it was? The cat ignored him and turned to look at Zhang Tao, who was on his back, and said happily, Ah, the pseudo-emperor is about to be poked to death. How dare you bully a cat? The War King could not care less. He hurriedly asked, Cat, can you save him? No. Cat, the cat muttered, his origin is overflowing, how can he be saved? His source world is not strong, and it is about to disperse. Now, there is still a guy attacking his source world. If it disperses, he will die. The War King's expression changed, the master of the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, no wonder that guy did not respond. It turned out that he had entered Zhang Tao's source world and was fighting. No wonder Zhang Tao did not say a word. He was not dead, and it was not much different from being dead. Then what should we do? What should we do? The cat said with a headache, Why don't I take you to the bathing pool and see if we can find some spiritual emperor's bath water? Spiritual emperor's bath water is very good, and it is made of natural treasures. Drinking some might make you feel better. But after so many years, who knows if there is any left? The War King was stunned. Bath water? He turned his head and glanced at Zhang Tao. I will take you to drink bath water. If you know, you won't make trouble for me, right? The most important thing was that it was not fresh, and it had been almost 10,000 years. The War King did not care anymore and hurriedly asked, Is there more? I don't know about that. The cat said perfunctorily. It did not see Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. The previous bathing pool was only the bathing pool of Spiritual Emperor's disciples. The big dog did not dare to peep at Spiritual Emperor, or it would be beaten to death. Let's look for it. The cat said, turned its head again, and said happily, I'm going to Spiritual Emperor's bathing pool. You guys come. In order to prevent the big dog from peeping, Spiritual Emperor set up the seven heavens formation. Come on, I'll poke you to death. As soon as the words came out, their expressions changed again. The ancient celestial court powerhouses set up formations based on the destructive power of the nine heavens. The seven heavens formation's destructive power was comparable to a rank 9's 6 million cal, and this was to guard against the heavenly hound. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly hound probably also had such strength. Perhaps it was slightly weaker, or else it would not have been effective. However, the heavenly hound's strength was obviously much stronger than the heavenly king's. The six heavens formation did not have much lethality against the heavenly kings. But the seven heavens, very soon, King Kuan said lightly, so many years have passed, Spiritual Emperor's formation is probably ineffective. Big idiot. You're as stupid as before. The cat said disdainfully, Emperors, your father is an emperor. You don't even know this. As long as the emperor's path is not broken, heaven and earth are not destroyed, the formation set up by the emperor will not be broken, big idiot. King Kuan almost died of anger. This cat was targeting him, it had been looking down on him. Cat, don't call me. The cat was very fast. Although it was fat, it flew at an astonishing speed, not slower than these heavenly kings. After responding, the cat continued to expose him. I remember again, did you get spanked by Big Blackface in the past? King Kuan did not say a word and did not reply. Also, you got spanked by Old Man Earthly Emperor. Cat, you got spanked by Old Man North Emperor too. He said you looked at Moon Spirit lustfully. Cat. You got spanked by Old Man Li Zhu too. Why didn't you hit him? King Kuan's face was livid. Li Zhu did not say a word and slowed down a little. Only then did he smile and said, Emperor Tsang recognized the wrong person. No way. The cat was unhappy and said angrily, it must be you. Big Dog and I went to steal the 9 Emperor seal. You were there, and it was Big Dog who hit your face full of dog claws. As soon as he said that, King Kuan snorted coldly, it really is you. Palm seal user. Li Zhu said lightly, King Kuan, do you believe the cat's words? Humph. King Kuan snorted coldly and did not bother to say more. The Heavenly Court was a huge organization that ruled the 3 realms. The 9 emperors could not stay in the Heavenly Court all the time. They had their own things to do and needed to cultivate. Thus, the palm seal user appeared. This was what King Suppressing Heavenly King was talking about. The 9 Emperor Seal. Back then, it was the palm seal user who was in charge. Once the 9 Emperor Seal was stamped, one could pass through the 3 realms unimpeded. It was equivalent to the Prime Minister of the Heavenly Court or the Minister of Internal Affairs. If the 8 kings and 36 saints were martial positions, the palm seal user was a civil position. Even the 8 kings could not compare to him. Previously, King Qian and King Suppressing Heavenly King had guessed that Li Zhu's way of doing things was similar to the palm seal user. Now, it seemed that it was really him. Although the cat had a bad memory, it would not be wrong. Palm seal user, sea seal user, King Kuan snorted inwardly. These powerhouses had appeared. Back then, some of the high-ranking powerhouses in the Heavenly Court did not seem to have died. Instead, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors were gone. When he was still weak, these guys were old powerhouses. The 8 kings. The 8 kings were all mid-stage Heavenly Court. Before the 8 kings were conferred, these guys already held positions in the Heavenly Court. Palm seal user, since you are alive, what about the others? King Kuan said coldly, you and the sea seal user appeared. Is the weapon master of the Heavenly Court still alive? Civil positions, the palm seal user was respected. Martial positions in the Heavenly Court, the weapon master was respected. He controlled the weapons of the 3 realms. Sea seal user was responsible for suppressing the Sea of Sufferings. He was also a top powerhouse. 2 of the 3 messengers appeared. What about the most powerful one? Li Zhu said lightly, I am not the palm seal user. As for the weapon master, it might be the king suppressing heavenly king. Then, he said lightly, the 8 kings and 36 saints divided the military power of the 3 realms. He has a reason to suppress you. Weapon master, King Kuan's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, I have seen the weapon master. Li Xianxia is different. You have? Li Zhu said indifferently, on the day the 8 kings and 36 saints were conferred, the weapon master left the heavenly court in anger. So what if you have? Did you have the right to see through him? Before the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared, it was the weapon master who led the armies of the 3 realms. After that, the 9 sovereigns divided their power and divided the world. Later, the 8 kings and 36 saints appeared. The weapon master felt that the 9 sovereigns did not trust him and left the heavenly court in anger. He never returned and lived in seclusion. King Kuan was not as powerful back then. How could he see through him? King Kuan's expression changed again. Weapon master, was the king suppressing heavenly king really a weapon master? If that was the case, he might be even more powerful than he appeared. When the weapon master was in charge of the 3 realms' martial affairs, he was still a child. That person was already famous in the 3 realms. But soon, King Kuan denied this theory. He snorted. The weapon master is in the heavenly court's army. He has countless disciples. How could he be alone, idiot? Li Zhu sneered and said faintly, disciple? Where did the true gods come from? He dug them out. If he was not a weapon master of the 3 realms, how would he know the exact location of the 3 realms' war? How many ancient battlefields do you know, King Kuan? The 3 realms was too big, there were many battles back then. Experts fought each other for territory, disciples, treasures. It was not the first time they started a war. The 9 sovereigns did not care about these things. Only 2 people knew about these places, the weapon master and the seal master. The seal master was in charge of imperial decrees and would pay attention to these things. The weapon master needed to control all forces and would also pay attention to these things. Since Heavenly King Subduing could dig out so many people, he was probably one of the 2. As the 2 spoke, the cat was listening. It did not panic. It turned around and asked curiously, is that old man a weapon master? I heard he has a 30,000 mu orchard in his house. We have been looking for a long time, but we can't find it. Do you know where it is? Why don't we stop fighting and go pick some fruits? The expert's faces darkened. Did he think he was playing house? At this time, Tianji King said, Li Zhu, since you are the seal master, you should know where the seals of the 9 sovereigns are. Are you trying to divert our attention? Li Zhu smiled. I am not the seal master. If you 2 are just coachmen. Do you think you deserve to talk to me like this? Coachmen, the 2 kings were livid. No matter what, they were not coachmen. They were also ancient venerable sovereigns. They were already venerable sovereigns when the heavenly realm was still around. Otherwise, they would not have gone to the earthly emperor god dynasty to be the lord of the demon palace. Of course, they did not have high positions in the celestial court back then. They were disciples of the earthly emperor and held positions in the celestial court. Their positions were similar to the horse protector, but they were still officials, not coachmen, which official in the celestial court wasn't an emperor-level expert. The 3 emissaries, 8 kings, 36 saints, after that, it was the minor officials like them. There were still many ranks below them. They could be considered important figures in the 3 realms, but they were looked down upon by Li Zhu. Of course, if Li Zhu was really the seal master, it was normal for him to look down on them. As they spoke, the cat was a little disappointed that they did not reply. It mumbled, then I'll ask that old man next time. Big Dog and I searched for a long time, but we couldn't find his fruit garden. We don't know where he hid it. After that, the cat smiled and said, Old men, let's play hide and seek. I'm good at hide and seek. You can't find me if I hide. They were speechless again. There was nothing wrong with that. This cat could hide. Most of the time, when a war broke out, the cat went to sleep, but no one knew where it was sleeping. Not only that, once it slept, it was easy for people to forget it. They had to admit that this was a skill. By the way, the fruits of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are not ripe yet. That day, I planted their daos in the tree of Tao. They said it would take 10,000 years for them to ripen. It's only been 7,000 years, and it's only half ripe now. They might not be able to digest it completely. As soon as he said that, their hearts stirred. King Kuan's face was tense. After the destruction of the heavenly realm, where were you? Take a guess? The cat grinned happily. Was he angry? King Kuan was angry. At this time, the cat laughed again. Don't chase me, I'll tell you. King Kuan snorted coldly. The cat was also very annoyed. The chase was so annoying. I've lost weight again. The cat was a little sad. It was hard for me to run when they were chasing me. I wanted to go back for dinner. Now that everyone is chasing me, how am I going to go back for dinner? After thinking for a long time, the cat's big eyes began to roll. The next moment, he suddenly threw out a big gong, the heavenly gong. The gong and drum quickly expanded, covering the world. A giant cat was waving a gong and beating the drum, yelling, "Come quickly." Old man Li Zhu is the seal user. He has taken the 9 emperor seals. The earthly emperor's son. The earthly emperor's son peeped at Moon Spirit bathing and killed little Ayu. Moon Spirit, come and beat him. That crazy old man. Your father, that so-called emperor, was killed by that old earthly emperor. Come and beat him up. That big fish, such a big fish head. I didn't eat your small fish, it was given to me by the earthly emperor's son. He said it was delicious, we ate a lot together. That. King Kuan? Any king, come and beat them up, get the heavenly king seals. The combination of the 8 heavenly king seals and the 9 emperor seals can open a passage to the 9 heavens, to the celestial origin. As soon as he said this, the world shook. In the next moment, the experts who were searching for treasures in the distance all burst out: Moon Spirit, Heaven's Pole, King Qian, King Sun, King Zhen, Tian Chief, Sea Guardian, and Heaven Suppressing King. A total of 8 heavenly king experts rushed over. Li Zhu, King Kuan, and the 2 kings were all stunned. This cat lied through its teeth. They didn't know this cat had such a hobby before. The king of war was dumbfounded. This could work, but someone really believed it, especially when the cat said that the combination of the 8 seals and the 9 emperor seals could open a passage to the celestial origin. This seemed to be true, the legend seemed to be true. Li Zhu is the palm seal envoy? At this moment, some experts were also shocked. In the 3 realms, some late-stage venerable emperors might not know about the 8 kings, but ancient venerable emperors like Heavenly Emperor Pingyu knew. The palm seal envoy was a big shot in the celestial court. The cat was happy. He turned around and stuck out his tongue at the experts, rolled his eyes, and wagged his tail. He gloated and said, "I'll beat you to death for chasing me." The sky-reaching bell was a divine artifact, not only because it could whistle to call people. The key was that the sky-reaching bell could affect the mind. Whatever the cat said would be magnified. The cat had 2 divine artifacts that belonged to him: the sky-peaking mirror and the sky-reaching bell. The sky-peaking mirror, the way of heaven. The sky-peaking bell, the effect of reaching heaven, was rumored to be able to communicate with heaven and earth. This was the cat, the darling of heaven and earth. What the cat said, even if it was nonsense, could raise people's suspicions to the maximum. Even if they knew it might not be true, they had to try. Maybe it was true. At this moment, many heavenly king stage experts, including some emperors and sages, rushed over. The ash cat was elated as it shook its fat butt. After waiting for a moment, the moon spirit was the first to arrive. It went straight for King Kuan. The ash cat's 4 legs suddenly stomped on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared without a trace. If I let you chase me, you'll still eat my fart. The next moment, the cat appeared in a dark palace. With a swing of his tail, he sent the king of war flying. It's here. Go in and find it yourself. It's dangerous. Ling Huang hates men peeping at her. But Ling Huang is not here, so be careful. Cat. At this time, Zhang Tao was a little sober, and he said weakly, "This time I implicated you. When we get out, oh, it's okay." The cat became polite. And said happily, "I'm leaving, it's not fun here. Those guys are always chasing me, it's so tiring, I've lost a lot of weight. I'm hungry, I'm going to eat dinner, you guys have fun." After saying that, the cat was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he summoned a ball from Zhang Tao's body. He picked up the ball and looked at it, muttering, I was wondering why the mirror was broken. I can't see the great path, so it's in here. Forget it, it'll take a long time to take it out now. You guys keep it for now. That fake human emperor. In the future, you can stab someone to death, throw it in here, and you can see the great path. You can have more of that Dao. I'll lend it to you for now. After saying that, the cat threw the bead, turned around, and ran. Zhang Tao hurriedly said, This place is very dangerous, cat, don't run around, go to Heavenly King Zhen, I'm not going. After saying that, the cat had already disappeared. They were all hungry, who would go to that old man's side and fight? I'm leaving, you guys fight. The cat calculated the time. If he went out now and rushed back, would he make it in time for dinner? At Chubby Face's house, dinner was served at 7 in the evening. What time was it now? 4 or 5 o'clock, the cat was a little anxious. Did Chubby Face cook for him today? I'm so hungry, I want to eat a lot today. No, I have to go quickly, go back for dinner. The cat did not even look back, and in the blink of an eye, completely disappeared in front of the two. Warlord and Zhang Tao looked at each other. After a while, Warlord coughed and said, Did you hear the last sentence? I heard it, go back, for dinner? Zhang Tao was stunned. What did he mean, where were they going to eat? Warlord was also stunned. After a while, he said dryly, It can't be, that it left a back door, right? Zhang Tao was stunned again, it was hard to say, the heavenly realm was extremely sturdy. Anyway, they had been fighting until now, and Heavenly King stage powerhouses could not break it. The entrance was blocked by a divine artifact. Not only was the heaven confining bell a divine artifact, but it also had many things added to it. To break the divine artifact, even a heavenly king might not be able to. Under normal circumstances, it would not be able to escape. Unless they killed the person controlling the heaven confining bell. But now, apart from Zhang Tao, probably only the person controlling the heaven confining bell knew. Zhang Tao did not control it. Maybe it was Heavenly King Zhen, so they could not leave this place now. But the cat was going back for dinner, while Zhang Tao was stunned, the corner of his mouth twitched. This is big trouble. Don't tell me that the cat has left. If it really went back, it means that there is a passage out of this place. If too much time passes and they can't find the opportunity, these people might have to leave. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on, damn it, if only he knew that this cat was so unreliable. Forget it, whether this cat was reliable or not, it was not clear now. The key point is, we forgot to ask, where do we go out? Zhang Tao smiled bitterly, he did not even know this, what a blunder, he was thinking about his blunder. At the same time, Sung Mao sneaked into a large, dry pool, looked around, and quickly crawled into a water inlet. After a while, the cat's figure appeared in the sky above the forbidden sea. Looking at the small hole in the sky, the cat scratched its head with its claws. After thinking for a while, it stuffed the heaven confining bell in, and then said happily, Okay, someone is coming out. Da-da-da, the 3 realms are ringing, this cat will know. Let's go back for dinner. The cat sped up, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the forbidden sea. After being tired for a long time, it had to nourish itself. The liar owed it the divine artifact, food, and drink, it had to be returned to this cat. With a beautiful fantasy, the cat sped up. Earth, demonic city's passage trembled slightly. The people guarding the passage did not see anything. They only felt the passage tremble, and then nothing happened. And the cat had returned to Earth. Fong Ping, who was still in auspicious peace, probably did not expect the cat to return. The humans did not have Ju Mo to hold down the fort, so no one noticed the old cat's return. Sung Mao, who was already waiting at the Fong family's place to eat and drink, had no intention of informing Fong Ping. As for the members of the Fong clan, they did not consider this at all. It didn't seem strange for the cat to come back. Although Feng Yuan felt that Big Cat had lied to her and said that it wasn't coming back and had pinched her cheeks for a long time, Feng Yuan was still happy that Big Cat had returned. She did not understand why Big Cat had returned. As such, the first-ranked cat on the monarch ranking was completely ignored by the crowd. The gray cat seemed to like this kind of life, continuing to eat and wait for death in the Fong family. That night, the Fong family's kitchen was busy until late at night. On March 3, Fong Ping still had not returned to Magic City. At this moment, Fong Ping had met up with Old Man Li and the rest. Rue and Admiral Mansion. Wu Quishan, Old Man Li, and the rest had arrived. Some of their faces were still very pale. Until now, their injuries had not healed. A few experts who were too heavily injured were still recuperating in the capital. Looking at the rank 9 team that had lost a lot of people, Zhang Dingnan, who was also present, felt a little sad. Elder Fan, who was in charge of Nanjiang, would never return. The famous Northern Spear King was also nowhere to be seen. Everyone looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel somewhat bitter. Fong Ping glanced at the crowd and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. He regained his smile and said, "Don't be like this, everyone. This is a huge victory. We've killed almost 1,000 catacombs rank 9 powerhouses. This is a great achievement." As he said that, Fong Ping continued, regarding the grandmasters and paragons who died in battle. Don't spread the news to the outside world in the near future. Don't make a big fuss either. At this point in time, humans are brimming with confidence. Once the news spreads, I'm afraid there will be an uproar. Too many powerhouses had died. Fong Ping was worried that something might go wrong. He continued, "You can temporarily announce the deaths of some of the experts, but you have to guide us well." While he was talking, Wu Quishan suddenly said with a smile, "That's more like it. It seems that you've really put yourself in the position of the chairman of the counterattack union." Fong Ping said sternly, "Minister Wu, in public, you must maintain an appropriate amount of respect for your leaders." Wu Quishan's face darkened. Feeling helpless, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. Continue. This kid was really getting cocky now. It could not be helped. When old Zhang and the others left, they had appointed Fong Ping to take over everything. Fong Ping was very pleased with himself. Everyone who saw him could not help but laugh. His slightly disappointed mood gradually calmed down. Only then did Fong Ping return to the topic at hand. There are a few important things to do next. I'll tell everyone about them in advance. First, the defense of the catacombs passageways cannot be lax. Secondly, regarding the cooperation with the realm beyond heavens and the land of domains, this also needs to be discussed again. Third, about the general martial arts. Fong Ping muttered, especially the third point. I've also realized that recently, the Earth's energy concentration has been increasing. Low-ranked martial artists can cultivate even without the assistance of medicinal pills. This was also an opportunity. The Ministry of Education still needed to popularize more martial arts knowledge. 10 million people practiced martial arts. Even if one genius appeared in 10,000 people, there would still be 1,000 people. Among these 1,000 people, there might be someone at the top. There are still many opportunities in the 3 realms. I heard that some relics have appeared on Earth recently. This is an opportunity for everyone. Wu Quishan nodded. At this time, Li Daong said, "Does the military department's army need to be expanded? Previously, there were 1 million soldiers conscripted. Now, there are close to 2 million martial artists in the army." "Not for now." Fong Ping said, "Next, there won't be too many catacombs passageways that we mainly defend. Try to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy some of the outer domains and seize the mineral veins. These people can concentrate their resources to cultivate and become stronger." After saying that, Fong Ping continued, "This is what the middle and low-ranked martial artists have to do. As for the high-ranked martial artists, our target is still the restricted area." Fong Ping said slowly, "My idea is that, while there is chaos everywhere now, it's best for humans to open up the passageway connecting the outer domain and the inner domain, seize a piece of territory in the restricted area, and shift the main battlefield to the catacombs. This is to prevent the celestial humans' barrier from shattering in the future, and the battlefield directly appears on Earth. When that time comes, we'll be in big trouble." "Seize territory in the restricted area?" Li Daong frowned slightly. "It's not an easy task. Moreover, we suffered heavy losses this time. Although the catacombs suffered more losses, they have a large population and many powerhouses. If they counterattack, let's give it a try. Fang Ping interrupted, how will you know if you don't try? Take advantage of this time. I want to increase the overall strength of humans and spread martial arts in all aspects. Maybe you guys think that some middle and low-ranked martial artists won't be of much use when the war is coming, but some things are not so absolute. Fang Ping paused and said, if humans become stronger, other things aside, on Sino Nation's side, the leaders of the 4 departments and 4 houses will also become stronger. Although I just came back, I can feel some of it. Last night, my origin chi seemed to have increased a lot. My mentality was split before and slipped a little, but now it's also recovering. As Fang Ping said that, he said with some excitement, now I understand a little why old Zhang and the others can cultivate so quickly. The hearts are united, the willpower is united. We also have something in return. When old Zhang said this in the past, Fang Ping did not understand it too deeply. However, after coming back yesterday, Fang Ping really did understand a little. First, in his origin space, there were more human figures. Of course, most of them were very illusory. Secondly, his origin space produced more origin chi than before. Origin chi could expand the origin space and could be used to open up Tao. There was a feeling similar to the power of faith. Fang Ping became the minister of the Heavenly Department and even the president of the Counterattack Union. In this way, his reputation increased greatly. The people also knew about his battle achievements. Their confidence grew as well, and they were giving back to Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping was very satisfied. This meant that there was always a return for effort. The powerhouses and the weak also complemented each other. This could help some powerhouses avoid slacking off. Blindly helping the weak, blindly protecting the weak, not everyone could persist in their original intentions. Wu Quishan and the others nodded. However, Wu Quishan still laughed and said, we're not as obvious as you are. Right now, your reputation is much bigger than ours. It seems that if you want to become stronger, you have to first become famous. Fang Ping laughed. Isn't it easy to become famous? You can go to Mount Imperial Sea now and find a catacombs true king to fight. I'll immediately let the whole world help to promote you. I guarantee that you'll become famous immediately. Wu Quishan was speechless. Can I defeat a true king? Jokes aside, Fang Ping said, everyone, recuperate well in the near future. After your injuries are healed, the humans will probably make some big moves. Big moves? Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said in a low voice, revenge. I'm a narrow-minded person. Revenge doesn't stay overnight. Now, it's already overnight. No matter what, we still have to show what we need to show. Otherwise, if we keep a low profile, others will think that we're afraid. Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, Huatong Mountain, Luofu Grotto Heaven, these 3 major grotto heavens are our next target. Annihilate the 3 major grotto heavens, consolidate the catacombs defense line in the outer realm, seize resources, these are all things that must be done. We humans have always been fighting with fewer people and have always been at a disadvantage. But this time, I'm planning to concentrate our forces and fight with numbers to level the 3 major realms. Everyone looked at each other. Bei Gongyan said quickly, I'm worried that the 3 major realms will be guarded by true god powerhouses. You don't have to worry about that. I'll think of a way. Fang Ping said and continued, and this time, if we do it, we'll eradicate them with thunderous force. We won't give them a chance to unite, and we won't give other parties a chance to rescue. That day, Minister Zhang said that the realms still need to be treated differently. At this moment, Zhong Qinghuan spoke. Fang Ping smiled and said, that's Minister Zhang's business. He was also talking about those venerable emperors. It's none of our business. We'll just do what we need to do. Anyway, everyone, get ready. This time it'll be fine if we don't make a move. If we do, then we'll amaze the world with a big army. Then the other parties, we'll discuss again when everyone arrives in Magic City a few days later. I'll try my best to rope in some allies. Fang Ping explained, at this time, while the powerhouses from all parties are not around, we'll pull in a few batches and fight another batch. We can't let others think that we humans are a big threat. I'll control this well. Everyone nodded again. Fang Ping smiled and said, as for me, I'm just a hands-off boss. Everyone, you don't have to feel uncomfortable. I'm mainly responsible for fighting and logistics. The other things still depend on everyone. Try your best to let others do the work. We only have one goal, to become stronger. If we impart martial arts to everyone, geniuses might emerge. But how long will it take? Everyone is a rank 9 powerhouse. All of you have hopes of breaking through to the impasse. I still hope that everyone can advance to the peak. Fang Ping spoke for a while. At last, he said, regarding the news of the catacombs, disseminate more information to the people, including the introduction of the 3 realms forces, the differentiation of the enemy's camp and ours, even some ancient camps and powerhouses. It's good to understand more and know more. In the past, the pressure was too great. I was afraid that it would overwhelm everyone. But now, the timing is right. I need to let everyone have confidence and a sense of pressure at the same time. In the near future, I'll also unite all parties to do some replanning and popularization of martial arts realms. Let the people be more aware of the division of different realms and the gap between them. Let them have a clear goal. Don't be like now, stuck between ambiguity. Previously, the division of humans was very simple. It was 9 ranks. It could not be helped. The time when neo-martial arts was launched was too short. At that time, rank 9 was the limit. Moreover, there were few martial artists and their abilities were weak. There was not much need for a clear division. But now, it was still necessary. The biggest use was to let people have a clear direction and goal for their next step. With a clear comparison, only then would people know the gap and know what their next step should be. Everyone responded again. Zhang Tao had been doing this work before. But Zhang Tao actually did not know much before. Many powerhouses did not even show up. However, in this battle, those who should have appeared had appeared. Many things had also been clarified. At this point, Zhong Qinghuan suddenly said, Minister Fang, there's something I have to mention. Just yesterday, the Department of Investigation Services received information. The evil sect that was previously annihilated seems to be reviving. Previously, when the evil sect headquarters was annihilated, some semi-believers have already given up believing in the evil sect. But just yesterday, some semi-believers seem to have started to link up again. Sino Nation's intelligence work was done well. As for the divine sect, just as they were preparing to infiltrate, the Department of Investigation Services found some clues. Fang Ping took it seriously. He said in a low voice, keep a close eye on them. Now that the powerhouses have left, the divine sect should be the top among all the forces. We don't know much about the divine sect. Previously, they could not develop on Earth. That was because Heavenly King Zhen and the others suppressed them secretly. Oh right, about the 9 emperors. Try to smear their names, especially the earthly sovereign. You must smear their names to the end. I don't care if the earthly sovereign is good or bad. I want to smear his name and make him into humanity's biggest enemy. King Kuan is the son of the earthly sovereign, the son of an ancient emperor, the crown prince, one of the 8 kings. It's too easy for people to worship such a powerhouse. Humans' top powerhouses must be publicized more. On the other hand, I don't care about the inside stories of these emperors and kings back then. I want them to be the enemy of humanity. Zhong Qinghuan nodded. A sect established by the son of an ancient emperor was indeed easy to motivate people. This was the trend now. This time, the evil sect had made a comeback. Without the suppression of the top powerhouses, it might explode with a much stronger influence than before. Keep a close eye on the evil sect. Earth is our back. We can't let this place fall into chaos. If Earth falls into chaos, no matter how great the results we achieve on the front line, it will all be for naught. Fang Ping said a few more words. At last, he said, that's all for now. Those who need to heal, those who need to comfort the people, comfort the people. The key is that you can't neglect your own cultivation. In a few days, I will send a batch of cultivation resources to everyone. Don't be stingy. Also, Minister Wang Qinghai and the rest, I have also found medical treasures. This time, Minister Zhong will bring them back and let them recover as soon as possible. The meeting went on for more than 2 hours before it came to an end. Fang Ping was also physically and mentally exhausted. He wanted to rest for a while, but he had to continue to summon powerhouses from all sides, including negotiating with some organizations. There were many things to do. At the same time, Fang Ping was also planning for his next step in cultivation. He did not possess true top powerhouses. This made Fang Ping feel slightly uneasy. If he encountered a true god alone, he would definitely not be a match for them. He might be able to escape, but if he did so, the secrets of humanity might be exposed. If he wanted humanity to have a foothold, he must at least possess the combat strength of a desperate realm. 4th of March. Fang Ping negotiated with various departments overnight. Together with the World Martial Arts Tournament, they determined a new level standard. This time, humans officially determined the division of martial arts ranks. It was no longer the previous rank 9. Early in the morning on the 4th, the World Martial Arts Federation, Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association, and various countries' martial arts associations announced the new level standard at the same time. This time, humans divided the martial arts ranks into 13 ranks. From rank 1 to rank 8, there was not much difference from before. From rank 9 onward, it was no longer as general as before. It was mainly measured by vitality. Including the desperate realm, it was unified into the rank 9 vitality strength to avoid being too complicated. There was a qualitative change in vitality at the top. It seemed like there was no such thing at the Emperor level. However, whether there was a Heavenly King level, this was unknown. Every time there was a qualitative change, it would be complicated. Fang Ping simply did not care about the problem of qualitative change and unified them all. Rank 9, Origin, Vitality 100,000 to 400,000 calories. Rank 10, Desperate Realm, Vitality 800,000 to 2 million calories. Rank 11, Emperor, Vitality 2 million to 4 million calories. Rank 12, Saint, Vitality 4 million to 5 million calories. Rank 13, Heavenly King, Vitality 5 million calories, unknown. Humans only made a division up to the Heavenly King level. Including the level of the 10 Grotto Heavens Masters, they were also generally classified as Emperor level. The measurement of vitality was also all based on rank 9 vitality. The Heavenly King level was also the current limit of the 3 realms' combat strength. On the human side, currently only the suppressing Heavenly King had such combat strength. There was no need to elaborate further. In this way, the length of the path, the amount of amplification, the strength of the ultimate technique, these were no longer the measurement of the realm. Fang Ping felt that it was best to look at the actual situation. The strength of a martial artist would be revealed on the battlefield. No matter how high the realm was, if an emperor level was not as good as a true god, it was still an illusion. The new division of the realm and the names of the ranks were not only spread among humans, but also spread rapidly to the catacombs. In the past, the martial arts realm names were very messy. True King, True God, Absolute Peak were all names for different times and different races. Fang Ping felt that humans should be the main priority. Whether other forces recognized it or not, it had nothing to do with him. The catacombs cultivated energy force. Fang Ping did not care about it. The strength was different, but the destructive power was still the same. The reason why he introduced this new division of the realm was not just to unify the names of the ranks, but also to increase the influence of humans. Influence in the 3 realms, he realized that the greater the influence of humans, perhaps the easier it would be for humans to walk on the path. As the new division of the realm spread in the 3 realms. At the same time, Fang Ping waited until the system update was completed. This time, the system update did not take too long. It was completed in less than 3 days. Fang Ping hurriedly looked at the updated new system interface. Wealth, 10. 1 billion points. Vitality, 439,998 calories, 439,998 calories. Mentality, 9,999 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 9,999 Hz. Unsevered, Origin, Stage 1, increase 10% plus 30%, Combat Techniques, Void-Piercing Swordsmanship, plus 3%, Manic Explosion Saber, plus 1%, Combat Technique Combination Deduction, 1 million points / Time Origin Energy Conversion, 100,000 points / 1 Cloud Energy Shield, 1 point / minute, plus, Aura Simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, origin detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points/time strength control, 65% ultimate outburst, 409000. Cal/629200 cal. This time, the interface data changed more. Destruction force, storage space, all these had disappeared. Vitality force had also been directly converted to rank 9 vitality force. The new data had also increased by a lot. Ultimate outburst, the vitality force that was close to 630,000 calories represented Fang Ping's own limit. The vitality force that was less than 410,000 represented the strongest power that he could unleash now. This time, combat techniques were also clearly recorded. All the combat techniques that Fang Ping had learned were recorded. The percentage in brackets at the back represented the increase in strength that this combat technique could bring to Fang Ping. There were 2 additional items. The first was the deduction of combat techniques, which was actually the way to recombine strength. Strength was measured by vitality, and there were too many ways to recombine. The reason why Fang Ping had not created his own combat techniques was that he did not have that much time to calculate them one by one. Zhang Tao wanted to teach him an antique technique last time, and in the end, he gave him 800,000 combinations. Even with that, Fang Ping might not be able to find the most suitable one for himself. That was why Fang Ping did not learn old Zhang's combat techniques at all. They were not reliable. This time, there was actually an additional deduction of combat techniques. Fang Ping was a little surprised. However, after taking a look at the consumption, Fang Ping was speechless. 1 million points going once, it did not seem much, but to him, there were so many ways to recombine strength that it was terrifying. Those were permutations and combinations. 100 million points were enough for 100 times. Right now, he had 10 billion wealth points, which was enough for 10,000 deductions. If he could not deduce the most suitable one for himself, he would suffer a huge loss. Still, it was better than nothing. The system's deduction might deduce the most suitable combat techniques based on his own situation. It should not deduce some random way to recombine strength. Fang Ping did not look at the combat techniques recombination. His gaze was currently on the origin energy conversion. This was probably the most crucial ability that the system had added this time. In reality, it was not out of Fang Ping's expectations. He had deduced earlier that if the system had a new ability this time, it would most likely be an ability related to the origin. As expected, there was the conversion of origin energy. The destructive energy has disappeared. Don't tell me that I can't even convert the imperishable substance anymore? Fang Ping hurriedly tried it out and found that he could still convert. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The imperishable substance was still very important to him. It was very important to all of mankind. If this function was gone, Fang Ping would go crazy. Now, it seemed that the disappearance of the destructive energy was probably due to his own vitality exceeding the power of the destructive energy, which led to this situation. Does the origin energy have a unit too? 1 cloud? Fang Ping really did not know that the origin energy had a unit of measurement. This was because the martial artists nowadays used the origin energy for their own cultivation. The origin energy was not used in combat either. It was used to consolidate the origin space and open up the origin Dao. This thing did not have any lethality. How much is 1 cloud of origin energy? Fang Ping was a little curious. He tried to convert it. At that moment, a wisp of gray mist appeared in his origin space. The misty object quickly integrated into the origin space. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. When his origin world collided with Qi Huanyu earlier, many cracks appeared on that small piece of land. This 1 cloud of origin energy actually made up for it a little. Doesn't this mean that, next time, I don't need the cat fruit to heal the injuries in the origin space? This is good stuff. Fang Ping was very satisfied. Not only that, he tried again and found that when the origin energy integrated into the body of an illusory martial artist in the origin space, the other party's illusory figure actually solidified a little. Interesting. Could it be that I can completely solidify into a human form in the end? That's right, in the cat's world, those fish demons are more solidified, just like real people. They should be condensed from origin energy. The demons I met in the space battlefield before were also condensed from origin energy. This is also helpful for opening up Daos. If these illusory figures solidify, the speed of opening up the path will be faster. Fang Ping was extremely satisfied with the newly added function. After being satisfied, Fang Ping thought of a question. Could he let others use it? If origin energy could be used by others like the imperishable substance, then that would be incredible. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. If that was really the case, that rank 9 powerhouse might step into the impasse realm quickly. System, what is it? Fang Ping mumbled. Could it be that this origin energy was like the imperishable substance, stolen too? Where was it stolen from? Logically speaking, everyone had their own aura. If this origin energy could be used by others like the imperishable substance, it meant that this was the kind without a source. After reaching 100 billion, will there be new functions? If there is, then it'll be really scary. Right now, the conversion of origin energy had appeared. This was still limited to the scope of Daos. If one day there was a direct increase in the length of the path, then it would be really scary. Fang Ping's thoughts raced, and he quickly put this idea aside. Forget it. At this moment, he needed the system to make himself stronger. Unfortunately, the system appeared with strength control and combat techniques, but there was no plus sign. Fang Ping was a little greedy. Since you appeared, why don't you just give me a plus sign? I can directly control 100% strength and amplify combat techniques 100%. It'll be a piece of cake for me to kill a true god. My vitality has actually been converted to a rank 9 vitality. This means that some of my consciousness is also affecting the system. That's right. It can even predict danger, so it's normal to be able to sense some changes. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He did not think too deeply about it. He would just ignore what he should ignore. P.S. The main plot has ended. It's not easy to unfold the new plot. The few chapters these 2 days have been a little rough. After the system update, Fang Ping naturally wanted to try out the new functions. He was not in a hurry to deduce combat techniques. The source world was a little broken. Fang Ping was a little anxious. His brain core was almost broken. If the source world was not good, he would become a sickly person. Fang Ping also wanted to try. How many clouds of origin energy would it take to repair the broken source world? In the source world, Fang Ping's source world was very small. It could not be compared to Tsang Mao's cat world. Tsang Mao's cat world was a circle with an area of 1,000 acres and a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters. That was condensed by Tsang Mao after countless years. Fang Ping's source world could only be considered a submerged reef. A circular submerged reef with a diameter of less than 10 meters. At this moment, this circular submerged reef was covered with cracks. This was the damage caused by the collision between him and Qi Huanyu. Even if Fang Ping consumed the cat fruit, it was not enough and could not be repaired completely. 1 cloud origin energy, worth 100,000 wealth points. How much would it take to repair or expand the source world and the origin path? As he thought about it, Fang Ping began to convert the origin energy. 10 clouds, 100 clouds. After converting, Fang Ping began to repair the source world. This time it took nearly 1,000 strands of cloud genesis chi to completely repair the cracks. The wealth consumed was as high as 100 million points, however, Fang Ping was still a little surprised. 100 million points was worth trillions. Its value was not even as high as the cat fruit. 1 cat fruit was worth close to 2 trillion. However, the cat fruit also provided origin energy to repair the source space. 1 cat fruit could probably provide 500 clouds of origin energy at most. At this moment, Fang Ping was somewhat clear about the units of origin energy. 1 cat fruit is enough to fill up a rank 9 powerhouse's source world. This means that a rank 9 martial artist can produce about 500 clouds of origin energy. When it exceeds 500 clouds, it should have the effect of expanding and stabilizing the source world. If I expand, will the consumption be high? Fang Ping looked at his source world that was less than 10 meters in diameter. After thinking about it, he converted the origin energy again and began to expand the source space. This time, the consumption was high, his wealth was decreasing continuously. 10 million points, 50 million points, 100 million points. When he had consumed 100 million points, 1,000 clouds of origin energy, Fang Ping realized that his source world seemed to have expanded a little. At this moment, Fang Ping gauged with his eyes. If it was said to be 9 meters in diameter before, it was now 10 meters in diameter. 100 million points, the diameter has increased by 1 meter. In that case, if I spend another 9 billion, I can make the source world reach a diameter of 100 meters? That's not right. When it comes to something like a circle, the further out it goes, the larger the area it expands. Fang Ping shook his head. From 10 meters to 11 meters, it would probably consume more than 100 million wealth points. In other words, if you wanted to reach Song Mao's level. Forget 100 billion, even a trillion wealth points might not be enough. The ash cat was a little scary. The origin world can be expanded with origin energy, but what about origin Dao? Fang Ping thought for a while and walked to the side. He looked at the path that had been cleared for about 100 meters and infused his origin qi once again. This time, it was a little different. The great Dao only stabilized a little, but it did not spread. That's true. Great Daos need to be established by oneself, but it's actually the same. My origin energy can strengthen these illusory figures, and these illusory figures are currently establishing their Dao essence. This means that with my origin energy, these illusory figures can continuously establish their great Daos. Fang Ping muttered and soon shouted, "Old Zhang, come here." The next moment, an illusory figure floated over. Fang Ping stared at the illusory figure for a while, chuckling. "Old Zhang, do your hard work. If you insist on coming in, then you'll have to work. Come, I'll help you solidify your body a little and open the path." Fang Ping once again consumed close to 100 clouds of origin energy. Very soon, this illusory old Zhang's body solidified a lot more. The next moment, old Zhang went ahead to open the path. Fang Ping sensed for a while. As expected, the speed was much faster. Previously, when Fang Ping opened up the path, he could open up about 1 meter in a day. But now, Fang Ping sensed for a while. With the help of the new old Zhang, he might be able to open up to 1 meters in a day. Too slow. Fang Ping sighed. At this speed, it would take close to 3 years to open up a 1,000-meter path. 3 years. How could he have 3 years to waste? If word of this got out, it would probably shock the world. Opening up a 1,000-meter path in 3 years, after all, the path was the hardest to open up before 1,000 meters. How many powerhouses stayed below the impasse realm for their entire lives? If everyone could really open up 1 meter a day, they would become an emperor in 30 years and a heavenly king in 300 years. Many people did not see any improvement in their origin path even after many years. Fang Ping was advancing by leaps and bounds now, not only because of the origin energy, but it also meant that he had not reached the end of his path. Otherwise, no matter how much origin energy he had, the path ahead would not change. That's not right. Fake old Zhang's body is slowly fading. Looks like the origin energy is just a consumable. If this goes on, the consumption will be huge. Fang Ping initially wanted to continue to fill in other illusory figures to speed up the opening up of the path. But 100 clouds of origin energy meant that his wealth was as high as 10 million points. 10 million points did not seem to last long. If this went on, he would go bankrupt. But the origin energy can make these illusory figures stronger and speed up the opening up of the path. This is a good thing. The more Fang Ping experimented, the more satisfied he was with the new functions of the system. However, the consumption was also huge. In just a short while, in order to heal his injuries, expand the origin world, and strengthen the illusory figures, he had used up 210 million wealth points. No matter how rich he was, he could not do this. The consumption is too fast, and this feeling is a little familiar. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Previously, when he went from Fang Ping's origin world to Life King's origin world, the feeling of converting origin energy was similar. At that time, the consumption was also frighteningly fast. Could it be that I was born with origin energy at that time? The steel used up so much of my origin energy to open up the path? Fang Ping, this fellow. Is he tricking me? Fang Ping thought of Fang Ping. The moment he left, that fellow seemed to feel a little guilty. He had used up a total of 1 billion points in one go. Fang Ping had never seen such a huge consumption, just as Fang Ping was thinking about Fang Ping. Fang family. Fang Ping was lazily basking in the sun on the lawn. As for the others in the fake sky grave, it could not be bothered with them. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was lying in cat world and eating the fish head monster, suddenly opened its eyes. Looking at Fang Ping who appeared in the black swamp, it muttered, "Ah, the liar knows." Fang Ping shook its head. Its eyes darted around and it muttered, "It seems that when the liar thinks of me, he can sense it more clearly." Has his origin world expanded? The origin world was the starting point of all Daos. The extension of the origin world, the extension of all Daos. The bigger the origin world, the higher the overlap with Fang Ping's Dao, the clearer the mutual perception. If one day, Fang Ping was like Fang Ping, expanding his origin world to the extent of Fang Ping's, he could also sense other people's kindness and malice toward him. This was the amazing thing about the origin world. Fang Ping was suddenly a little curious. The liar had just entered origin realm. How did he expand his origin world a little? Could it be that the liar had learned to steal origin energy? Fang Ping was curious, its heart itching uncontrollably. It wanted to go and take a look. Fang Ping had used his projection to enter its origin world a few times, so both of them were familiar with each other. Fang Ping was able to contact Fang Ping because of this. Thinking of this, Fang Ping rolled all over the lawn. It was not rolling unconsciously. Very soon, Fang Ping rolled to a place and dug up the lawn. Under the lawn, it used its claws to draw a human silhouette. Fang Ping's silhouette. From here, it could go to Fang Ping's origin world. When it contacted Fang Ping previously, it walked from here. And this was the overlap point that Fang Ping had left in its origin world. Fang Ping's claw scratched. Very soon, a layer of thin film appeared. Fang Ping scratched its head with its claws and muttered, "It's not easy to enter now." In the past, when it contacted Fang Ping, it could enter at will. But now, Fang Ping also had his own origin world. The difficulty had increased. When Fang Ping's strength caught up with Fang Ping's one day, it would be the same as when he looked for Zhang Tao previously. It would be very difficult for Fang Ping to poke through the thin film to look for him. However, the current Fang Ping was still a little lacking. Fang Ping's claws poked a few times. Very soon, a small hole was poked. At the same time, Fang Ping, who was still in the origin world, suddenly looked up. The sky was originally dark, but at this moment, it seemed like the sky had broken. A faint light came. Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly. His gaze turned toward that direction. At the same time, a smear of black blocked the hole from before. On the other side, Fang Ping also leaned over to peep. One man and one cat. Fang Ping saw Fang Ping, but Fang Ping did not see Fang Ping. He could only see that black eye. He could not even tell that it was an eye. The black color seemed to be alive. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little frightened. What was this? On the other side of the sky, Fang Ping's eyes were rolling. The liar was actually in the origin world. His origin world had really become bigger. Fang Ping could even feel the residual origin chi. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly had a thought. His voice changed, becoming like a god, saying majestically, "Mortal. This god is this world's god of creation. You stole this god's origin chi. Return it immediately. Otherwise, I'll poke, shatter your origin world." Below, Fang Ping was still in a daze. When he heard this voice, his whole body suddenly turned cold. The origin world had someone. In the next moment, Fang Ping's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that someone was like him previously, opening up a passage and entering his own origin world? It was the same when he entered the Life King source world. Was there someone else like him? Steal origin energy. Poof, at this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the black thing with the hole in the sky and suddenly cursed, "Gray cat? How dare you fool me? If it wasn't a cat that liked to say poke someone to death, who else could it be?" This cat had actually barged into his source world and scared him. This cat. No, this god is not a cat, no, you know me. Feeling guilty, the cat quickly closed the gap and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was annoyed and amused at the same time. It really was this guy. This cat could actually find his source world at will. Last time, it was because of the stone tablet that he found the source world of the Life King. How did this cat do it? Was it because he had entered its source world before? Did the green cat communicate with him through the source world? Interesting. The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more he found it interesting. The more he looked at the source world, the more mysterious it seemed. Was this world an illusion, or did it really exist? The path of origin could increase one's strength. Where did this increase in strength come from? Fang Ping thought for a while and quickly shouted, "Grey Cat, what's the situation over there now? How are old Zhang and the rest? Did anyone die in battle?" Fang Ping asked one question after another. He knew nothing about the situation inside the trap, so he could only understand it through the cat. In the cat's world. The cat patted its meaty chest with its paw, as if it was still a little scared. It was actually recognized by the scammer who wanted to cheat some origin energy. "Did I not disguise well?" the cat muttered. Then, hearing Fang Ping's question in the black swamp, it mumbled, "How would I know? Really, I'm not even in there." It was too lazy to reply to Fang Ping. It was a little disappointed that it could not cheat Fang Ping of origin energy. Now that Fang Ping asked something it did not know, of course, it was too lazy to answer Fang Ping. The cat continued to lie on the ground and eat the fish monster, ignoring Fang Ping. It was a little depressed. The scammer had become stronger, and the source world had become bigger. It would be difficult to steal the scammer's origin energy next time. "I have to eat the fish monster sparingly," the cat was regretful. What a pity. Otherwise, it could eat a lot of fish monster every day. Now it had to be sparse, auspicious peace. Fang Ping also retreated from the source space. He could not stay inside forever. If he stayed for too long, the projection would also dissipate. Thinking of the cat staying inside and not leaving once it went to sleep, Fang Ping could not help but be impressed. This cat was really strong. The cat did not reply to him. Fang Ping was a little disappointed. However, the cat still had the time to cheat his origin energy, which meant that the danger should not be too great. Otherwise, the cat would not have the time. The new function has appeared. I should go too. He had stayed in auspicious peace for a few days. Now that everything was done, it was also the time for humans to show their capabilities. Fang Ping could not stay here forever. March 5th, Fang Ping set off, preparing to leave auspicious peace and return to Magic City. This time, many people came to send him off. Zhang Dingnan, Wang Jinyang, and the others had arrived. Wang Jinyang did not go to Magic City this time. Instead, he stayed to guard the Nanjiang catacombs. Today, he also had the ability to guard the catacombs. Fang Ping, I plan to move NMAU from River City to Auspicious Peace. NMAU was in River City. River City was the provincial capital. In the past, it was not a big problem. Now that the passageway had been open for a period of time, it was inconvenient to come and go. Wang Jinyang had the idea of moving. I have no opinion on this. Fang Ping smiled. However, you guys will be responsible for the funds for the relocation. Don't look for the Department of Education. NMAU has a lot of savings these few years. If you can't do it, ask Governor General Zhang for support. Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh. We still have the funds for the relocation. You don't have to worry about this. As he said that, he added, when you go back this time, I suggest you pass through Sun City. Wang Jinyang hesitated for a moment and glanced at Zhang Dingnan. Zhang Dingnan smiled. He slowed down his pace and did not follow. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, Wang Jinyang said, if your source world wants to integrate with a materialized object, then you should go back to Sun City and take a look. Remember every aura in Sun City. Walk through every place in Sun City. It will be helpful for you. The source world was also a new world, or the prototype of a world. The materialized object is to give life to this world. Your materialized object is Sun City. The more you know about Sun City and the more familiar you are with it, the easier it will be to integrate it. Having said that, Wang Jinyang paused and said, "It's best if you can collect some of the Sun City residents' life force origin aura. This way, after the people of Sun City die, they might appear in your source world to help you stabilize your source world and open up the origin Dao." Fang Ping frowned slightly and glanced at him. Wang Jinyang said softly, "Don't look at me. I'm fine. Heavenly Emperor Zhan still has some remnant consciousness left. Some things flashed in my mind before. It's much better now. This kind of situation almost never happens." Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Also, Wang Jinyang thought for a while and added, "Don't neglect the cultivation of mentality. When you reach 10,000 mentality, do you think that other than cloning, there's not much use for anything else?" "That's right. You're wrong." Wang Jinyang said, "The strength of mentality is not reflected in the flesh. In fact, it is reflected in a kind of potential. The origin Dao that you opened up is definitely wider than ordinary martial artists. This is potential, which is the embodiment of mentality. Your source world is firmer and more stable than ordinary people. This is also the embodiment of mentality. When your materialized object fuses into the source world, whether or not the new source world is powerful and stable is also the embodiment of mentality. Therefore, you still have to cultivate mentality. Don't think that mentality is useless. No matter how powerful the golden body is, it can still be destroyed. Similarly, no matter how powerful mentality is, it can also be destroyed. But when both are powerful, then you will be invulnerable. Your mentality can give birth to a physical body with a thought. When your physical body is extremely powerful, you can also give birth to mentality with a thought." Old Wang paused and said, "Legend has it that Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor is comparable to emperors in combat strength. Then why not call Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors emperors? Martial artists look at whether their combat strength is powerful or not. Why is there a need to distinguish between emperors and Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors?" Fang Ping was stunned. Wang Jinyang continued and said, "Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors actually have flaws. For example, Annihilation, his mentality is incomparably powerful. He might be able to create an illusory world with a thought. But when his physical body is destroyed by someone, his mentality will weaken continuously, becoming rootless duckweed. Similarly, Tyrant's mentality is not strong enough. When his mentality is destroyed by someone, his physical body will also gradually wither away. If he fights, his vitality is powerful, his explosive power might be extremely strong. But mentality and physical strength are lacking, the weakness is also very obvious. This is Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor, while emperors, their combat strength might be comparable to Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors. But put it this way, they are the same as you, able to survive and live longer." Wang Jinyang slowly said, "If your combat strength is comparable to Qi Huanyu's, you can definitely outlast him to death. This is the difference between Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors and emperors. Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperors can battle sovereigns, but if they can't kill sovereigns within a short time, the one who dies will definitely be Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor." Teacher Li had actually demonstrated this point. It was very obvious. He encountered an enemy whose combat strength is comparable to his. If he is unable to take down the other party during the eruption period, then the final death is very likely to be him. Wang Jinyang said softly, "Therefore, Fang Ping, don't give up on any direction of cultivation. Fleshly body, vitality, mentality, all have to be cultivated to the strongest. Only in this way will you have the chance to become an emperor. If we continue to walk the extreme path, we might not be able to become an emperor. Even if we cultivate to the level of Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor, we might still die in the end. Presently, although me and Ironhead they all have the trend of reaching the extreme path, we haven't really walked the extreme path." Fang Ping understood. He previously felt that reaching 10,000 mentality, it seemed like apart from being able to clone, there was not much use. Looking at it now, it was he who thought wrong. His great Dao being able to open 3,000 meters wide had a lot to do with mentality. The source world being able to rival the peak rank 9 Qi Huanyu was also related to mentality. This was the benefit of 9th refinement mentality. Although it was not as powerful and obvious as a golden body, it represented the potential endurance. In that case, people who become emperors must be all-powerful people? That's right. Wang Jinyang said softly, Extreme Tao, Extreme Tao. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor sounds nice and feels powerful, but actually, they're all just a bunch of losers. They can't walk the path of omnipotence and can only blaze another trail, relying on combat power to reign supreme. Hence, if Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor really had a battle with the 9 emperors back then, it's not surprising that Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor died in battle. Maybe they could kill some emperors, but since they died in battle, that means that there must be emperors who did not die, the 4 emperors back then, even if 3 of them reincarnated now. But who won back then in the end, regardless of whether Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor won or the 9 emperors won, either there's an Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor alive, or there's an emperor alive. Old Wang said lightly, if Dou is alive, then the emperors might all be dead. If Dou is dead, then there might be someone who lives on behalf of the emperors. Fang Ping, understand what I mean? Fang Ping nodded lightly and said with a sigh, got it. Either way, there must be someone alive on both sides. However, do you think there's a possibility of mutual destruction? Old Wang smiled and said, this is the best outcome. If that's really the case, then there's no need to worry about emperors appearing. But mutual destruction, how can there be such a coincidental thing, just happen to all die out, not a single one spared? Then why don't they appear in the world? Who knows? Old Wang said with a smile, maybe one side all died, trapping the other party on the verge of death. Maybe the injuries of those who are alive are too heavy, such as the earthly sovereign. He's alive, so he secretly guided everything, making a large number of powerhouses die in battle. He's just worried that people will take advantage of him when he's in danger. These are all possibilities. Old Wang pressed his hand down, not giving Fang Ping a chance to speak, and said with a smile, I'm saying all this not to frighten you, but just to let you understand that in the future, our enemies might be powerhouses of this level. Therefore, if you want to defeat the enemy, you can't give up on any path and become an all-rounder. The injury on your brain nucleus, think of more ways yourself. Old Wang said rather worriedly, once the brain nucleus shatters, you might not die. Maybe you'll lose your memories, maybe, it'll sever your emperor path. No matter which one, it's an unbearable loss. Wanting to mend this kind of injury might not be without a way. Amen? Mia. Old Wang's eyes darted around. Find Mia's brain nucleus. He's a powerhouse who cultivates extreme mentality. If his brain nucleus is still there, the strength of his mentality is unimaginable. His brain nucleus might be even better than War's heart, because War's heart has actually been drained of a lot of energy. Fang Ping, if your brain nucleus really can't take it anymore, then tell us. We'll think of a way to find Mia's brain nucleus. Fang Ping nodded and smiled. I know. Don't worry, I'm afraid of death, and I don't want to lose my memories and become a new stranger. You guys too, tell me if there's anything. I also don't want my brother to become War, Mia, and Hegemon. Old Wang nodded and waved at him slightly, indicating that he could go. Fang Ping laughed. He did not ask about going against the origin path because these guys were also confused and did not understand what was going on. They were now trying to go against the origin path, but they did not know if it would work. Fang Ping waved at the people behind him. Under everyone's admiring and envious gazes, he punched a path and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the people who came to send him off felt even more emotional. Too powerful, punching a space path casually, he lived up to his name of being an absolute peak. As for Old Wang, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was he pretending to be? Let's see where this guy will hide and sneak away later. If Fang Ping could punch a path that was 30 to 50 li long, he was considered impressive. He really thought he was old Zhang. Sun City. Fang Ping tore space apart and appeared in the sky, panting. I'm so King tired. I almost got lost. If it wasn't for the sake of convincing the humans that we still have the absolute peak, that I can fight the absolute peak, why would I have to do this? Fang Ping mumbled to himself, trying to find an excuse. Yes, I am doing this for the sake of all mankind. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble? But then again, looking at everyone's worshipping expressions, it feels so good. Back then, I was also envious when I saw those peerless experts crossing 10 million meters in a single step. Now, it's their turn to be envious. High in the sky, Fang Ping was talking to himself. Below, Sun City, which used to be a small county, was now flourishing. Photos of Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang could be seen everywhere in Sun City, a hopeless situation. Minister of Tian, chairman of the Human Counterattack Union, the small Yang city actually produced such a supreme powerhouse. It was unbelievable. Even without Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, Nanjiang's honorary governor, was enough to make Sun City famous. One was 21 and the other was 22. The two of them were Sun City's greatest glory. Yang City Admiral's office. The former commander, Bai Jinshan, was no longer in Sun City. A few days ago, when Fang Ping passed by, Bai Jinshan was still serving as the commander here, but he had left now. The current commander of Sun City, Zhang Peng, a person no one expected. Zhang Tao's grandson, the previous rank 7 powerhouse, had now advanced to rank 8. It was hard to imagine that the commander of a county-level city would have rank 8 strength. But this was the truth. Sun City was also a focal point for all parties. This small county-level city had produced Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. All parties were eyeing Sun City. Even Zhang Dingnan found it hard to suppress them. Therefore, Zhang Tao's grandson was transferred from the military department to Sun City as a commander. It was different from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when Fang Ping was practicing martial arts, there was not even a single middle-ranked martial artist in Sun City. But now, the Yang City Admiral's office was filled with experts. Rank 8 Zhang Peng, 2 rank 7 grandmasters, and a team of middle-ranked martial artists served as Sun City's surveillance guards. In the Admiral's manner, Zhang Peng finished his official duties and exhaled lightly. He walked to the window and looked outside the Admiral's manor. He saw the children on the street laughing and the elderly smiling as they passed by. He suddenly felt a little sad. My grandfather, will he come back? Ever since he was young, he did not like people calling him Zhang Tao's grandson. After he became a martial artist, he did not stay in the Ministry of Education's Wuan Army. Instead, he went to the military department. He wanted to break away from the influence of his family and his grandfather. If others were to mention him, they would say that he was Zhang Peng, not Head Zhang's grandson. But today, when he achieved the golden body, he suddenly felt how childish his thoughts were back then. He should be proud of being Zhang Tao's grandson, not ashamed. His grandfather, the leader of the human race, had led the peak experts to battle everywhere, killing powerful enemies. Now, he was fighting against powerful enemies in a foreign dimension, his life and death unknown. Su Mingyu of suppressing Star City dared to say that within half a year, the Su clan would definitely send their top experts to rescue them. As for the Li family, they couldn't say such words. Grandpa, Zhang Peng murmured sorrowfully. I'm not as good as Fang Ping. Fang Ping was born in a humble family, but he was recognized by his grandfather. The Zhang family did not think much of it before. But today, before Zhang Tao left, he entrusted Sino Nation to Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, he did not disappoint. He fought in the catacombs, killing thousands of rank 9s and many top experts. This was Sino Nation's leader of this generation. What do you mean by asking me to come to Sun City to be the commander? Zhang Peng murmured. He was a rank 8 golden body powerhouse, stronger than Zhang Dingnan, the governor, yet he came here to be the commander. This was the old master's suggestion. This was also the first time in all these years that he listened to the old master and came to Sun City. But why did his grandfather ask him to come here to be the commander? Yes, this was Fang Ping's hometown. Everyone was paying attention to it, but he still did not understand. Did he need to keep watch inland? What does Grandpa know? He remembered that when the old master asked him to come here, he smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He did not understand what his grandfather was so proud of. Sigh. A soft sigh was heard. Zhang Peng fell into a daze. Did he still have to keep watch here? His grandfather was in danger. The Li family's Li Yiming had already led troops into the catacombs, waiting for the military order to counterattack. Over at the Nan family, Nan Yunyua's granddaughter had entered the Department of Investigation Services. Recently, she was also tracking the evil sect everywhere. She heard that the evil sect, the divine sect, had attacked humans in the catacombs this time. The girl was also suppressing her anger and preparing for revenge. Only he, the most outstanding third-generation descendant of the Zhang family, was now here as the commander. handling trivial matters all day long. Grandpa said, wait for what? Zhang Peng sighed again. He wanted to go to the catacombs. If not, he could go to the military department or the heavenly department. Both were good. It was better than staying here. What was the old master thinking? Just as Zhang Peng was thinking about this, his gaze suddenly moved slightly. A strange feeling appeared. He was a rank 8 powerhouse, and the strongest powerhouse in Sun City. He was also the only martial artist who sensed something strange. What happened? Zhang Peng was puzzled. Fang Ping was puzzled too. When he came to Sun City before, he did not feel much. He was just a little reluctant to leave his hometown. However, when he came to Sun City today, he seemed to feel something different. In midair, an object materialized out of thin air. Fang Ping hurriedly concealed it with his mentality. Otherwise, the entire Sun City would see an additional Sun City in the sky. It would cause trouble. Old Wang told me to come to Sun City and see more, to walk more, to remember every place, to remember every Sun City citizen's aura. Could it be for other purposes? Fang Ping strolled in the air. Soon, he frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he landed on the ground. Even if there were people nearby, they did not seem to see him. It was too easy for Fang Ping, who had desperation mentality, to hide from these ordinary people. The moment he landed on the ground, his object suddenly covered the entire Sun City. Before the others realized anything, it seemed to have overlapped with Sun City. This was also the source of Zhang Peng's strange feeling. A powerhouse's object had merged with the entire Sun City. Strange. What happened? Fang Ping was a little curious. Usually, the object was controlled according to his will. Why would such a change happen today? At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to feel the movements of the entire Sun City. Heartbeats, curses, noises, laughter, the entire Yang City seemed to be clearly reflected in his mind even though he did not use his spiritual energy to cover it. My object is Sun City. I think I'm also the first martial artist to have a city as an object. Is there something different? Does Old Wang know something? Fang Ping frowned, strolling on the streets. Buns, fresh buns. Vitality pills are on sale. 5,000 yuan for one. You won't lose out or be cheated. Even Fang Juding said it was good when he bought it. Flying shoes. You can fly if you wear it. You can experience the middle-ranked powerhouse's imperial flight in advance. Divine weapon show off. Minister Fang bought a divine weapon from this shop before. 3,000 yuan for you. All kinds of hawking voices traveled into Fang Ping's ears from all directions. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he dared not call these people scammers. There was no other reason. He seemed to have done a lot of endorsements in the past. Who could remember which products he had endorsed? It was definitely a dark history. It was better not to mention it. Besides, the price did not seem too expensive. Believe it or not, even an idiot would know if a divine weapon could be bought with 3,000 yuan. Sun City has changed too. Fang Ping sighed. The peace of the past was gone. However, such changes were happening all over the world. Once the news of the catacombs invasion spread, humanity was in a precarious situation. Now, everyone was cultivating martial arts. With the recovery of energy, even the poorest families, the elderly and children, could cultivate. Even if they could not cultivate anything, they could still strengthen their bodies. The small city had also come to life. The small Sun City now had a martial arts dojo and a martial arts lecture hall. Every day, there were martial artists explaining martial arts to the residents at the House of Commander Square, teaching and dispelling doubts. Martial arts had really flourished. Martial artists were no longer just 3 years ago, when only wealthy families could become martial artists. Back then, a vitality pill, even an ordinary one, could easily cost 100,000 yuan. How many people could afford it? Now, ordinary vitality pills were almost worthless. Because of the abundance of energy, even if one did not consume it, relying on energy to cultivate was not much worse than consuming this. 3 years ago, a vitality of 120 calories could enter a martial arts university. Now, if one did not become an official martial artist, it would be embarrassing to enter a martial arts university. In a short span of less than 3 years, the changes were too great. At this moment, a group of young girls walked by on the street. Fang Ping seemed to know the person leading them. Back then, he seemed to have gone to Magic City with Fang Yuan and watched him participate in the championship. Now, Fang Ping had forgotten what her name was. Fang Yuan entered a martial arts university in advance. Otherwise, she would only be in year 2 now, and then year 3 next. Her classmates had not even graduated high school yet. And this girl already had the strength of a rank 1. Now, leading a group of young girls, she said loudly, "This weekend, which is tomorrow at 2 p.m., Yuan Ping Club will open a combat techniques teaching site to the public. The combat techniques from MCMAU, the combat techniques that Minister Feng has learned before, are infinitely powerful. Everyone is on a first-come, first-served basis. Official martial artists are limited, and we can only teach 100 people at a time. Yuan Ping Club will teach everyone combat techniques for free. The catacombs invasion, and martial artists must protect their homes and defend their country. Everyone has a responsibility. Those who dare to fight should devote themselves to martial arts. Practicing martial arts is not to strengthen your body, but to kill your way into the catacombs, kill strong enemies, and raise the prestige of human martial artists. Defeating strong enemies is your responsibility." Yuan Ping Club was founded by Minister Feng's sister, President Feng Yuan. Combat techniques are authentic, not for profit. People of Sun City should practice combat techniques, devote themselves to the catacombs, and raise the prestige of Sun City. Don't embarrass Minister Feng and Governor General Wang. The girl was young, but her speech was impassioned. She said loudly, "Martial arts is hard to cultivate, but no matter how hard it is, we must cultivate it. Absolute powerhouses can fight absolute powerhouses, and we can also fight catacombs martial artists. One person's strength is small, but the strength of everyone is great. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., everyone remember to learn combat techniques. I'd rather not become a martial artist than become a vitality martial artist." As soon as the young girl said this, there were people shouting from all directions, "Go. If it's free, I won't go. The guy from the House of Commanders recruitment office is not a good person. I'm tall and strong, but he said I'm weak and doesn't want me. Otherwise, I'd be killing enemies in the catacombs now. Alright, stop bragging. You're already so old. I heard that you sparred with your son last night and got beaten to tears by your son. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? You're the one who got beaten to tears by your son." Everyone roared with laughter, but they all agreed that they would definitely go tomorrow. As these people talked, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. In his source world, there were a few more shadows, not only the shadows, but there seemed to be something merging into his source world. It was like a corner of the street, it was very, very small, even easily overlooked. The source world was not big. It was only a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. At this moment, on this small floating island, the corner where Fang Ping was standing appeared in the source world. Fuse? Fang Ping was shocked, he did not know how to fuse the materialized objects into the source world. It was Jiang Kuei who suggested it, but he had returned to Weiyu Mountain now. It seemed like no human knew this kind of cultivation technique. Fang Ping was prepared to ask Jiang Kuei in a few days. He did not expect to start fusing now. Old Wang asked me to go everywhere in Sun City. Is it because he knows about this? One of the extra shadows was the girl who spoke just now, Fang Yuan's former classmate. The moment this shadow appeared in Fang Ping's source space, the girl who spoke just now trembled slightly. In the next moment, her vitality surged. The girl who only had a vitality of slightly more than 150 calories had honed more than 10 bones in an instant. Her vitality had increased by a large margin. The little girl was stunned, she looked around, her face full of confusion. What was going on? Everything was fine. Why did she suddenly hone so many bones? Bone honing was very difficult, her family was average. Although her energy was much more abundant now, if she wanted to hone more than 10 bones, she still needed to buy pills to help. Who knew that she had honed so many bones just by standing there for a while? What was going on? She was stunned. Fang Ping was stunned too. What the hell? Fang Ping was stunned. What the hell was this? How did this little girl suddenly hone her bones out of nowhere? Fang Ping hurriedly looked at his source space. Then, he grimaced. This bone-honing energy seemed to be provided by me. His vitality was too strong. To him, a rank 1 martial artist's vitality was not worth mentioning. He seemed to have consumed a little just now. He did not have any reaction at all. But the other party actually increased her strength just like that. One had to know that even a peerless martial artist could not do this kind of method to increase someone's strength out of nowhere. Why is this happening? Fang Ping murmured, not really understanding. When the little girl's apparition entered his source space, Fang Ping also felt it slightly. His source world had stabilized a little, very weak, almost imperceptible. Mutual feedback. Fang Ping did not lose energy for no reason. The little girl was also giving him feedback. What he lost was his vitality, but what he got back was a weak trace of origin chi. Interesting. This is too interesting. Fang Ping could not be more surprised. Back then, when he passed by Sun City, the people from the education department told him that those grandmasters were looking for the hometown of powerhouses like him. There were people who went to Zhang Tao's hometown too. In ancient times, the hometown of some emperors was regarded as a treasure land. At that time, Fang Ping did not think much of it. He thought that these people had nothing better to do. But now, Fang Ping suddenly had a vague feeling. Could it be that ancient emperors could do this too? My materialized object is Sun City. Could it be that those emperors' materialized objects are also my hometown? Or maybe it doesn't have to be Sun City. Anyway, the people in my hometown can reciprocate with me? Fang Ping was shocked. Did old Zhang know about this? He had never heard that old Zhang had this ability. Could it be related to his origin Dao? The people in old Zhang's hometown don't seem particularly powerful. I haven't heard of anyone becoming stronger all of a sudden. What's going on? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Some ancient powerhouses might know something. Otherwise, these fellows would not have taken some people away when they came to look for their hometown last time. However, they probably only knew a little and could not explain it. Regardless, Fang Ping was still extremely happy. They could actually reciprocate with each other's strength. This kind of reciprocation was not forcefully increasing. Could it be, this is the Emperor Dao? Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. I'm not walking the Emperor Dao. No, what is the Emperor Dao? Is old James converging Dao the Emperor Dao? Is Li Jin's swordsmanship the Emperor Dao? But old Cat said that they are all walking the Emperor Dao. The Emperor Dao might not be a specific Dao. This is so interesting. Fang Ping murmured. In that case, if he integrated Sun City and threw everyone's virtual images into the origin world, he might become stronger. This kind of reciprocation seemed to be more direct than when he became the minister. This is Sun City. What about the whole of Auspicious Sun, the whole of Nanjiang, the whole of Sino Nation? No, what about the whole world? As he said that, the corner of Fang Ping's mouth suddenly twitched. F***ck, why do I feel that in the end? I'm walking the Emperor Dao. According to this situation, my origin world might turn into an Earth in the future, and there will be countless people on it. What is this? Am I walking the path of the human sovereign? Although there are people in old Zhang's converging Dao, there are not many of them. I'm confused. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. I only wanted to protect some family and friends. How did it become like anyone could come to my origin world? While Fang Ping was in a daze. In the Spirit Emperor Palace. Zhang Tao looked at the pool of water in front of him and murmured, I hope the Spirit Emperor is a beauty and not an old lady. Warlord said lightly, beauty? More like a corpse. A 10,000-year-old corpse. Jiang Tianming. Zhang Tao's face was livid. F***ck, I've finally convinced myself, and you're messing with me now. Where's your conscience? I'm dying. Can't you just shut up? Warlord pursed his lips and said without sincerity, stop pretending. I think you can't hold it in anymore. Laugh if you want. What's wrong with drinking some bathwater? It can heal your injuries. You can even drink urine. Stop pretending. Zhang Tao's face was livid. That was true, but couldn't he fantasize for a bit? Why did you have to disgust me? As he was scolding, Zhang Tao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly grinned and said, interesting, interesting. This kid is on the right track. It's worth it for me to risk my life for this kid these 2 years. The emperor, the real emperor should be born. What? None of your business. Zhang Tao scolded without sincerity, then laughed and said, that kid of mine can bask in some glory. Let's see if he can enter rank 9. If he's lucky, he can get a paragon. The Li family has 2 paragons, the Qin family has 2 too. My Zhang family must have at least 2. Warlord frowned and said, are you daydreaming? Who in your family can enter the paragon? None of your business. Zhang Tao scolded again, then laughed and said, the human race is going to become stronger. I've said it before. It's okay to be selfish when you're young. People change. It's fine as long as you don't lose anything. As long as you teach, guide, and deceive them well. Cough, even a rotten log can become a talent. Zhang Tao laughed. A teacup appeared in his hand. He scooped up a cup of clear spring water and drank while saying, when I was young, I never thought that I, Zhang Tao, would one day risk my life to fight for humanity. Sometimes, I even admire myself for becoming a king of man. Everyone says I'm a gangster, a disgrace to the paragon, a black-hearted person, but you guys are just jealous. I know what you're thinking. Humans. That's how outstanding people are. They'll shine sooner or later. The key is still to be guided by the person. When the old minister died, he was so shameless. The Ministry of Education was left to me just like that. I wanted to start my own sect and be the king of the mountain for a while, but it didn't work out in the end. He asked me to support 99 martial arts universities. I almost dug his grave. I'm still considered lucky. At least I handed over a strong Sino nation to that kid. I'm just in charge. Unlike the old minister, Zhang Tao drank the bathwater and lamented, oldly said that my emperor path is not authentic enough. I've cultivated it to the point that it's neither here nor there. The emperor path is not the only strong one. If the emperor is strong, the human race is strong. I've become strong, but the human race hasn't. Life King is the same. He cultivated a fake emperor path. If he wants to cultivate it to the authentic level, no one knows how. The ancient emperor and earthly emperor were just for reputation. Oldly only said that it was the emperor's guess. I think it's going to become a reality. Warlord was going crazy. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Why are you talking about these things out of nowhere? Zhang Tao ignored him and said with a smile, as for me, I'm willing to die now. But I'll have to get rid of some powerhouses to buy time for that kid. Speaking of which, it's my good eye for heroes. Zhang Tao boasted again and said with a smile, the first time I saw this kid, I knew he wasn't a good person. He's a little like me when I was young. Warlord was speechless. Are you praising yourself or scolding yourself? In this day and age, it's not enough to be a good person. Can Li Zhan and the rest of the idiots save humanity? No way. We still have to rely on those who are bad to our enemies and good to our own to save humanity. Wang Jinyang is calm enough, but that's not enough. He lacks passion and impulsiveness. In times of peace, he can be a leader, but in times of war, he's a little lacking. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, and the rest, I originally considered them. But these cowards only think about defending the past. I've never heard these cowards talk about going to the catacombs and defeating them. Even if you're not as good as the catacombs, you have to have this thought. Without this thought, you're still defending the past. That kid, he's interesting. A low rank wants to be a vice-chancellor, a middle rank wants to be a minister. One school to suppress one catacombs, and he really did it. I like this kind of person. Even if he's bragging boldly. Zhang Tao was all smiles as he said, the facts have proven that my thinking is correct. My foresight is also sharp. Old man, just watch. After a few years, we humans will be so strong that you'll be proud of us. Luckily we left Purple Cap Mountain. Warlord's expression was dark, he wanted to kill someone now, he wanted to kill this shameless bastard, he used to call Senior Warlord by his name, and then he became an old man. You shameless bastard, how did you survive until now? Zhang Tao seemed to read his mind and said slowly, when I was a coward, of course I wouldn't do this. Now that I'm strong, what's wrong with me calling you an old man? You're still not convinced? Warlord was furious. He suddenly humped and said, I wonder if Emperor Spirit had the habit of defecating when he bathed. Zhang Tao almost kicked him to death. You old, unscrupulous thing, your emperor is still doing this, Warlord was smug. Show off all you want. P.S. Tomorrow is Roundface's birthday. Everyone, like it. That day, strange things happened one after another in Yang City. Someone had reached the heavens in a single bound, at least compared to ordinary people, it was really a step to the heavens. A butcher selling pork in the market, without taking any pills, without anyone to protect him, had become a rank 1 martial artist out of thin air. Rank 1 martial artists were not worth mentioning in the current Sino nation. The number of Sino nation martial artists had reached as high as 5 million. However, a man in his 40s who was illiterate had become a martial arts practitioner just like that. How could a person who could not even recognize all the meridians become a martial artist? That was not all. There was also a rank 3 martial artist who had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. He also suddenly advanced to rank 4 and built the Celestial Bridge without taking any pills. Sun City was a county-level city. Although it was not big, it was still a county-level city in the central region with a population of several 100,000. There were hundreds of thousands of people, so it wasn't a big deal for a few of them to mutate. The changes were in the middle and lower echelons, so the impact wasn't too great. But gradually, this strange change seemed to be spreading. The Admiral's office. Zhang Peng felt that something was amiss. A rank 8 powerhouse's mentality could cover a radius of several thousand meters. At this moment, Zhang Peng furrowed his brows as he continued to investigate. From the beginning, he had felt that something was wrong with Sun City. The energy seemed to be increasing in density. First, it was a corner of the street, then a whole street. It seemed to have connected with something and opened up a passageway. Energy began to fill every corner of Yang City. Although Earth had entered the stage of energy recovery in the past few days, it was all near the catacombs passageway. For example, cities like Magic City and Auspicious Peace had a very high energy concentration now. However, although Sun City was close to Auspicious Peace City, it was still quite a distance away, and there was not enough energy at the moment. However, at that moment, the energy in Yang City was probably almost catching up to that of Auspicious Peace City. Is there really something mysterious about Sun City? Zhang Peng had a strange feeling. 2 of the young leaders walked out from the crowd. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang. Even though he was a descendant of a martial king, he had to admit that these people could suppress the 3 realms. They were monstrous to the point of making others feel despair. However, Sun City was Sun City, and they were them. It was not that Sun City was unexplored. On the contrary, Sun City had been explored by countless powerhouses. When Zhang Peng arrived at Sun City, not only did he thoroughly investigate the place, but he also investigated Fang Ping's hometown, Wang Jinyang's hometown, Sun City No. 1 High School. He had done a detailed investigation of these places. But he didn't find anything different. But now, what happened to Sun City? Zhang Peng didn't understand. Meanwhile, Sun City, West District, in a martial arts dojo. Several martial artists were communicating with others on the phone. Uncle Master Jade Mirage, the spiritual chi in Sun City is changing and getting stronger. The density is getting higher and higher. A few of them hurriedly reported. On the other end of the line, Yu Zi, who was in Shanghai, hurriedly flipped through the ancient book in his hands and mumbled, as expected. There are records in the ancient books of the heavenly realm that when a powerful being appears, when a person achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Legend has it that when one of the 9 emperors became an emperor, the land of the hidden dragon turned into a fairyland in one day. But how could it be so fast? I thought it would be the hometown of the martial king, the land of hidden dragons, but it really is Yang City. Fang Ping? Wang Jinyang? Don't move. At this moment, Jade Hollowchild warned, cultivate in peace. I'll head over immediately. This is the land of the hidden dragon, the Almighty's dojo. The human world is now Fang Ping's home field. Don't blame me for not warning you if you get killed. With that, he hung up the phone. The next moment, a drop of blood was forced out of Jade Hollowchild's fingertip, and it turned into a water screen. Go look for Elder Yu Ping quickly. On the other side of the water screen, a young man in an ancient costume dared not delay and quickly went to look for her. After a while, a middle-aged woman who looked like a Taoist nun said in a low voice, "Jade Hollow, what happened?" "Elder, there's a change in Yang City." Jade Hollow child said with a strange expression, "Martial King, Hell King, Polaris, Moon King, Spear King. We have people in the vicinity of these people's hometowns, but there hasn't been the phenomenon mentioned in the ancient book. But today, there's a change in Yang City. Spirit Chi is recovering rapidly. I suspect that the human world is going to have a powerhouse again." The ancient book's records were also ambiguous. It only said that there was a powerhouse who achieved Tao, and his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven. The dojo turned into a fairyland in one day. It was said to be one of the 9 emperors, but whether it was specifically or not was only the speculation of later generations. The ancient book had long been damaged. Most of it was Yulong Tian's own judgment. Facing each other in the mirror, Elder Yu Ping's expression changed slightly. The human world was going to have a powerhouse again, now. Heavenly Emperor Yulong had gone to the Sky Cemetery and had yet to return. Yulong Tian only had her, a true god, to keep watch. He dared not leave without permission. Soon, Yu Ping said in a low voice, "I'll summon 109th generation disciples to the human world immediately. Jade Hollow, bring these 100 people to Yang City." Also, the Heavenly Emperor went to the Sky Cemetery. "I don't know when he'll return. Now that they have a near-emperor powerhouse like the Hell King, you've also joined forces with Fang Ping and the others to kill enemies in the God Cemetery. Take this opportunity to get close to Fang Ping and see if you can discover anything. Achieve Tao." What Tao? The ancient book said it was to become an emperor. In this era, no one could become an emperor. It was also impossible for anyone to become an emperor in the human world. Fang Ping, the strongest in Yang City, was only a half-step paragon now. Could it be caused by Fang Ping achieving the paragon? However, if he achieved the paragon, Fang Ping would bring such a huge change to Yang City. This person was too scary. Thinking of this, Yu Ping suddenly said, "Investigate again. See if the last path is in Yang City. Maybe the passageway is about to open, and that's why Spirit Chi is recovering." As soon as this was said, Jade Hollow Child was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. Jade Hollow neglected that there's still a passageway in the human world that hasn't opened. Maybe it's in Yang City. Jade Hollow Child will go to Yang City immediately to investigate." Jade Hollow Child thought about it and felt that it made sense. If there was a passageway adjacent to Yang City, then the sudden change in Spirit Chi could be explained. Yulong Tian sensed that something was wrong. The other grandmasters who worked with humans also had people active in the human world. Soon, they also noticed these changes. Not only them, but the Sino nation government also received the news. Weiyu Mountain and Xuanda Grotto Heaven also received news. Sun City's energy was recovering, moreover, the speed was very fast. Now, it was close to the energy concentration of the cities near the catacombs passageway. Not only that, some people were affected by the energy recovery and broke through their realms. Now, it was not just those powerhouses who were interested. All the martial artists who received the news rushed to Yang City one after another. Every time the energy recovery happened, there would be some impact. If a martial artist had a bottleneck, it was actually very easy to break through at this time. In the past, the passageway was not opened many times, so the impact was not too obvious. Moreover, there were not many martial artists, so everyone's perception was not too obvious. However, a few years ago, when the Nanjiang passageway opened, the energy explosion that time allowed many people to improve rapidly. Now, the energy recovery in Sun City might create some powerhouses and help people break through their bottlenecks. Powerhouses from all sides rushed here one after another. However, those who took cars, those who took planes, those who took flight, were few. Nowadays, flight in Sino Nation required the Heaven Department to issue a flight permit. Flight was not allowed unless there was a war. This was also a new rule set by Fang Ping. Now, venerable emperors and paragons had entered the heavenly cemetery. On the surface, Fang Ping was the only paragon in Sino Nation. No matter how anxious they were, no one dared to violate Fang Ping's new rule at this time. Everyone was rushing to Sun City. Fang Ping, however, was still strolling in the streets and alleys of Sun City. His face was full of surprise. At this moment, his source world was getting bigger and bigger, the changes were huge, there was an additional broken mini-city, many more shadows, and even some flowers and plants appeared in the source world. As for those shadows, Fang Ping initially thought that they were people who worshipped him, they could all be projected. Soon, he realized something was wrong. There seemed to be specific requirements for these shadows to appear in his source world. First, his willpower must be strong. Second, he must be loyal to humans. Some people were not strong enough, very weak, just ordinary people. However, they were projected into their source world. For example, when that butcher was chopping meat, he suddenly growled and wanted to go to the catacombs to kill the enemy. At this moment, his projection entered Fang Ping's source world. Is it a kind of recognition of ideals? Fang Ping murmured. He understood a little. Perhaps it was related to his own ideas, to his own Tao. When he opened up his Tao, he thought about protecting his family, protecting his friends, pitying those compatriots who died in battle for the survival of mankind, and longing for those humans who were willing to fight for mankind to live a better life. Therefore, his Tao should not be as simple as he thought in the beginning, just to protect a few people. The thoughts in his subconscious also appeared in his Tao. Butcher might not admire Fang Ping, he was too far away from Fang Ping, but in his heart, Butcher wanted to go to battle and kill the enemy. This was a kind of recognition of ideals. I see. Fang Ping's eyes were bright, this was good news, otherwise, if anyone could come to his projection and become stronger, then it would be fine for the enemy to come to Sun City too, right? Now it seemed that it was not the case. There were so many people in Sun City, there were also people who were stronger than those people, but not everyone could be projected in. Fang Ping chuckled. In that case, I'm a more picky person, not everyone is willing to protect, then I shouldn't be considered the Emperor Tao, right? He was only willing to protect those who were worthy of being protected. In Fang Ping's understanding, the Emperor was for the sake of all mankind, and he, Fang Ping, had his own standards. Is it also a kind of mutated Emperor Tao? Fang Ping whispered. Zhang Tao and the rest were all cultivating the Emperor Tao, they were all different. As for himself, he should also be one of the mutated Emperor Tao. Of course, it felt more impressive than old Zhang and the rest, he could actually reciprocate with those people. In just a short while, Fang Ping's source world projection increased by 100. As for the origin chi that was reciprocated to him, Fang Ping roughly estimated that it was not low, 10 ordinary people could probably reciprocate to him 1 cloud. 1 rank 1 martial artist, almost 1 cloud. Rank 2 martial artists, almost 5 clouds. Rank 3 would have about 10 clouds. Fang Ping had not accepted any higher ones yet. However, 1 cloud of origin chi was worth 100,000 wealth points, that was 1 billion, simply put, an ordinary person could provide Fang Ping with 100 million wealth points, and what Fang Ping paid was only his vitality, which was less than 100 calories. 100 calories vitality required 100 wealth points to recover. With this conversion, Fang Ping almost swallowed his saliva. A profit of 1,000 times, the key point was not just this, there was also the other party's increase in strength and the stability of Fang Ping's source world. He realized that the more projections there were, the more stable it was. Moreover, it was still expanding slowly, and this did not even include the additional consumption of origin chi. He had earned big. This Tao is too awesome. Huge profits with little capital. For the first time, Fang Ping realized that his object of conjuring Sun City had such great benefits. If Sun City is like this, what about other places? At this moment, Fang Ping vaguely understood that he could do it in Sun City, but it did not mean that he could do it in other places, unless his object of conjuring also expanded to include other places. A long time ago, Fang Ping had wanted to expand the object of conjuring, but he never had the time nor the financial resources. Expanding the object of conjuring consumed too much. For the past few years, he did not have the time to fill Sun City. However, Fang Ping felt that it was better not to fill it. Sun City had merged with the source world, so it did not seem like it needed to be filled anymore. Now, origin chi was replenishing Sun City. This is interesting. With more projections, my speed of opening up the path is faster. Although the consumption of origin chi is higher, it means that there are more people helping me. It's just paying more wages, but the efficiency is up. Previously, he spent 100 cloud origin chi to upgrade old Zhang. As a result, the speed of opening up the path went from 1 meter per day to about 1 meters per day. Now, he projected about 100 people. Fang Ping realized that his speed of opening up the path was about 2 meters per day now. This is a great thing, that's huge profits with little capital. No, I have to continue staying here for a while. I have to open up at least 10 meters per day. 1 or 2 meters per day. This speed was really unbearable for Fang Ping. It was only a few hundred meters per year. Was that useful? If he could open up 10 meters per day, then he could advance a stage in 10 days. Even Fang Ping felt that this speed was slow. 100 people only increased the efficiency by 0.1 meters. 1 meter is 1,000 people. 10 meters is at least 10,000 people. However, it should be related to the strength of these people. If there are more powerhouses, maybe it will be faster. Can outsiders integrate into Sun City? Fang Ping was not sure. He also did not know if the people projected earlier were Sun City locals. Maybe, there would be such a restriction. Otherwise, Fang Ping felt that if an army was mobilized, he might be able to produce 1 million projections today. Martial artists and ordinary soldiers in the army might not be willing to fight for the country and the people, but 99% of them, since they were willing to join the army at this time, had this thought. Fang Ping felt that these people could all enter his source world. 1 million people. Maybe he could open up 100 meters that day. There should be a geographical restriction, or maybe my materialization is restricting it. Old Wang asked me to remember everyone's life origin in Sun City. Even if I don't need to be a local, I need to at least live in Sun City for a few years. Or, the kind that has a lot to do with Sun City? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. This seemed a little different from the projections that appeared before. Old Wang was there before, but there did not seem to be such a feedback. Should I call Old Wang over and ask him to do it again? Fang Ping thought to himself. He took a look at his own data again. There was something strange. The data had changed. Wealth, 9 billion points. Vitality, 440,080 calories, 440,080 calories. Mentality, 10,000 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 10,000 Hz. Shave, origin, longitudinal 101 meters, increase 1%, horizontal 3,005 meters, increase 5%. Combat techniques, void piercing sword art, plus 3%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%, combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points / minute, plus, origin detailed. Analysis, 10 to 100 million points / time strength control, 65% limit outburst, 409,500 cal / 630000 cal. The origin vertical and horizontal has been broken down in detail. Moreover, the origin has improved. My mentality has cultivated to 10,000 Hz again, and my vitality has broken through 440,000 calories. In this short period of time, his strength had increased. Of course, it was very weak. The overall increase was not considered too high. Previously, his limit was more than 629,200 calories. Now it was 630,000 calories. It had increased by about 7 to 800 cal. But the key thing was, it did not take long. Moreover, this was continuous. These projections were still continuing to open up the path. His overall efficiency had increased. This is too amazing. Fang Ping suddenly boasted, I'm too amazing. When I first materialized Sun City, I didn't expect it to be so amazing. I also didn't expect the origin Dao that I walked out of would be so amazing. As expected, geniuses are different from the rest. His materialization at rank 7 and his origin Dao at rank 9 complemented each other. That was why this scene had happened. What did this mean? It meant that he started from rank 7, no, rank 6. He had a materialization at rank 6. From rank 6 onward, he was destined to be the savior of mankind. Back then, Iron Head and the rest were full of admiration. They thought that I cared about mankind's safety. I didn't believe it myself before. Turns out that I, the great me, didn't care. I really love the whole world. Fang Ping was too emotional. He was too emotional. Iron Head and the rest did not think wrong back then. He thought they were stupid. Now it seemed that it was just his boundless love. He did not care too much about these false reputations and mistakenly thought that he was selfish. In reality, I, Fang Ping, had always been selfless. Turns out that since then, I was destined to become the leader of mankind. Old Zhang has a good eye. But it also has something to do with me being too outstanding. If I'm too outstanding, I can't be stopped. Fang Ping lamented as he continued to stroll around the small city. Soon, Fang Ping touched his chin. This won't do. This speed is too slow. I have to change the method. I have to get someone to pump me up and get everyone excited. But, why do I feel like I'm doing a pyramid scheme? Fang Ping mumbled. He realized that the higher everyone's emotions were, the more agitated and excited they were, the easier it was for them to be projected into the source world. That chubby classmate from before was like that. He was projected in just a few sentences as if he was pumped up. I'll pump everyone up first. Then, I'll show up and bluff, no, advertise a little. Maybe it'll be settled in no time. Fang Ping thought of a good idea. Without delay, he gave Wu Quishan a call. Once the call went through, he said, arrange for someone from the publicity department to come to Sun City immediately. Tell everyone that protecting the country and resisting the catacombs invasion is everyone's responsibility. Do something hot-blooded. On the other side of the phone, Wu Quishan was speechless for a long time. Soon, he said, what the hell are you doing? Sun City's energy is recovering. I've already received the news. Now, all the departments are a little nervous. They're worried that the last passageway is over there. They're more worried that once the passageway is activated, the world wall will shatter. Is it the passageway's problem or yours? All 108 passageways were activated. If the celestial and human world wall was shattered, chaos would descend. Now, all the departments were dying of anxiety. They only knew that Fang Ping was in Sun City. Otherwise, a large number of powerhouses would have rushed over. It's not a tunnel. Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, now that you mention this, I remember something. The next time I go to the catacombs, I'll go to the last unopened outland to take a look. I'll see where the last passageway is. It's useless to know where it is. We have to open the last one. You have to confirm when the passageway will be opened. That is the key. It was useless to defend the last passage. What they needed now was time. Alright, I'll go take a look then. As Fang Ping said that, he continued, quick, arrange for a talkative guy to come, someone who can liven up the atmosphere. I have a problem, a very big problem. By the way, old Wu. Wu Quishan was stunned for a moment. Then, he cursed, you used to call me headmaster. I don't even want to talk about you calling me department head. But now you're calling me old Wu, Fang Ping said casually, I call him old Zhang too. Don't you always call me old Zhang too? That's behind my back. It's the same, it's different. Wu Quishan was furious. How could it be the same? You can call me whatever you want behind my back, kid. But you can't call me old Wu in front of me, Fang Ping said perfunctorily. Alright, department head Wu. Now, please arrange for a few talkative guys to come to Sun City. Really, you're fussing over such a small matter. You're not magnanimous at all. No wonder you haven't entered the pinnacle yet. Fang Ping's words pierced through Wu Quishan's heart, shattering it. What did he mean by not entering the pinnacle yet? After Wu Chuan left, he became the benchmark. How old was he, among those who had reached the pinnacle now? Was there anyone younger than him? Just as he was thinking, he thought of Fang Ping. This guy was not at the pinnacle yet, but he might be soon. He looked dejected. If it was someone else who pricked him, he could still retort. Now that Fang Ping had said it, he could not say anything. He said weakly, wait for me. I'll arrange for someone to go over right away. Alright. By the way, old Wu. Department head Wu, how far can you walk on Origin Path every day? 3 to 5 meters, I guess. Fang Ping was dazed. With an embarrassed look, he quickly hung up the phone. It couldn't be that fast. I thought I was awesome. I wanted to pretend, but I was dealt a blow. Meanwhile, Department of Education. The department head's office. Wu Quishan was hung up. He said angrily, "You don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. What are you trying to show off now? Walking 3 to 5 meters a month isn't considered short, right? By the way, did this kid say every month?" It sounded like every day to him, but who would calculate origin paths based on days? If he calculated it based on a month, it was already considered terrifying. Those old antiques might even calculate it based on 100 years. 3 to 5 meters a month. I'm probably not as good as this kid, but I'm not bad either. This was a normal speed. Once a great battle started, or with some inspiration, one could reach the sky in a single bound. He did not count this. Therefore, this speed was very, very fast. As for what Fang Ping said every day, he really did not care too much. Who would check how strong their origin path was every day? Little did he know that Fang Ping was so shocked that he started to wonder if he was thinking too much. Was he not that powerful? Old Wu walked 100 meters a month. Fang Ping really did not think too much about it. Old Wu had just entered rank 9 not long ago. The people from the publicity department arrived quickly. When they arrived, many powerhouses from all sides had also arrived. However, these people looked around and found that other than the higher energy concentration, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. As for those rank 1 and 2 martial artists who had broken through, these people also checked but found no abnormalities, as if they were just lucky to break through. At this moment, the whole of Sun City was boiling. There were all kinds of rumors. Did you hear? Li Huzi from the neighboring community suddenly became enlightened today and cultivated to become a martial artist. I heard that many people became martial artists today. Everyone said that Minister Fang became a martial artist. There's dragon aura here in Sun City. They breathed in the dragon aura and became martial artists. Is that so? Then I have to go to Minister Fang's hometown to take a look. You? Forget it. Grandmasters have surrounded that place now. There are many grandmasters there now. No way? I should have gone earlier. Did you hear? There's a huge dragon-shaped mineral vein under Sun City. Today, the huge mineral turned into a dragon. When it left, it breathed out dragon aura. The dragon went to find Minister Fang. Did you know? Sun City used to be the celestial realm of the 3 realms. Minister Fang is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. We were all generals of the Celestial Realm back then. We're starting to recover now. That was how the rumor spread. Soon, Sun City became the ruins of the Celestial Realm. As for Fang Ping, he was the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Of course, these people did not know who the Celestial Emperor was. However, the name was domineering. On the government's side, these days, in order to stimulate the people's desire for martial arts, the publicity work was not done for nothing. Soon, all kinds of publicity videos and pictures appeared on the streets and alleys of Sun City. Although the catacombs could not shoot videos, it did not prevent humans from finding people to film and perform. The catacombs martial artists broke into the city. Human martial artists fought a bloody battle. Many soldiers died in battle and were buried in foreign lands. God knew how many women cried watching this scene. Many men cried watching it too. Fang Ping did not think there was anything wrong with it. These were all real wars. Some of the more tragic wars were not publicized at all. Over the years, there had been many tragic battles. During the Battle of Dongling's catacombs that year, there were countless casualties. The catacombs broke through the city and almost massacred all the soldiers and martial artists in the catacombs. Fang Ping could still remember Qin Jiaxing's entire family. Other than him, everyone else died in battle. Before Zhang Tao and the others reached the apex, it was much more tragic in the past. All the relatives of Tian Mu and the others had died in battle during those years. In this battle of the pinnacle, there were close to 100 experts who died in battle. This was something that was rarely revealed to the public. During Fang Ping's Gaokao, there was a battle in the catacombs in Tiannan. No one knew how many reinforcements had died in battle. Nanjiang Martial Arts University's previous president had died in Tiannan. Now, Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to use the war dead as propaganda and guidance. For those who had not experienced the Catacombs War, no matter how fierce the catacombs were, they might not be able to understand. However, through videos, short films, and pictures, some people's hot-blooded hearts were more or less aroused. As the promotion progressed, more and more figures appeared in Fang Ping's source world. There were quite a number of youngsters, Fang Ping lamented. Sure enough, young people were hot-blooded. In the end, as soon as these people entered, their strength increased. This instantly caused a chain reaction. Even if some people thought that if the sky fell, there would be tall people to protect them. At this moment, they also felt a little hot-blooded. To the catacombs, to join the army, to join the war, martial artists became stronger through battles. Martial arts must fight. This was what all martial artists said. However, they might not understand it even if they heard it. At this moment, these people understood a little. At the same time, all the publicity points were packed with people. Some of the grandmasters looked around and frowned. Jade Hollow Child watched as an ordinary person beside him had his vitality boiling in the blink of an eye. Although he did not advance to a martial artist, his vitality had reached about 150 calories in an instant. This was also the peak of one's honing. How can this be? Willpower? Could it be related to the origin of Taoism? Has the origin of Taoism in the human world become easier to contact? Willpower was something that could only be considered after reaching rank 9. Now that these ordinary people were like this, perhaps the human world's Taoism had appeared, and it was easier to sense. Not far away. The grandmasters from Black Light and the few other families were also surprised. Some even wanted to capture a few people who suddenly became stronger for research, but they quickly dispelled this idea. It was okay to do it in secret. If they did it in Sun City, Fang Ping could chase them to death. Most of these people had participated in the war with Fang Ping, fought in the king's battleground. They knew how ruthless Fang Ping was. The number of true gods he killed was not just 1 or 2, the rank 9s who died in Fang Ping's hands were uncountable. They were afraid, but some people were not. At this moment, there were people in the crowd who were ready to make a move. They wanted to research what was going on at the center of the square outside the House of Commanders. At this moment, many people had gathered. At the outermost area, a few men looked indifferent, a little out of place with the hot-blooded crowd around them. A few people looked at each other. Looking at the people who were becoming stronger, their eyes moved slightly. Missionary, Sun City's commander is Zhang Peng, the grandson of the martial king. He has the strength of a rank 8 golden body, but he has just reached the second stage of a rank 8 golden body. The other 2 generals of Sun City are both rank 7, however, there are many grandmasters gathered here now. Jade Sky's Jade Hollow is here, Black Light's Su Bing is here, and Guanming's Prince Hongji is here too. A few of them secretly transmitted their voices. The man who was called missionary was tall and burly. In the past, evil sects were suppressed in Sino Nation. Missionaries were only rank 2 and 3 martial artists. Now, this missionary transmitted his voice. Zhang Peng and the rest are nothing to worry about. Jade Hollow and the rest are not weak, but I think they won't dare to make an enemy out of the divine sect by kidnapping a few ordinary mortals. As the missionary said, he transmitted his voice again, I just don't want to make a big fuss now. It's easy to get into trouble. But if we don't make a move now, I'm worried that these people will be taken away by Sino Nation's departments soon. He had already seen Sun City's detective guards communicating with the people who had become stronger. It looked like they were going to gather and take them away. Sino Nation was not stupid. If these people suddenly became stronger, it might attract attention from all sides, and they would attack secretly. If that was the case, of course, they had to strengthen their protection. At least before they figured out how they had become stronger, all sides would be interested in them. However, there were many people who suddenly had a breakthrough now. Sun City did not have enough manpower. At this moment, a man picked up the phone. After listening for a while, he said quickly, Missionary, Auspicious Peace's army is setting off from Rising Sun City. A large number of Nanjiang powerhouses are rushing here. This time, the missionary frowned. He was very strong, However, once the Sino-Nation army arrived, although there were not many powerhouses in Nanjiang's military department, once they were entangled, they would be killed by Sino-Nation's reinforcements. Sino-Nation was not without powerhouses. If they did not make a move now, those who had become stronger might be taken away by the military department soon. When that time came, they might not have the chance to study them anymore. The divine sect was also very interested in the changes in Sun City. They had been searching for half a day now, but they could not find the source. The only clue they had was these people who had become stronger. The missionary felt that there must be something special about these people. Looking around, the missionary saw Jade Hollow, Hongji, and the rest. Meanwhile, on the Sino-Nation side, Zhang Peng was also standing on top of the House of Governors building, looking around. It seemed like he was also guarding against some powerhouses causing trouble. He was the grandson of King Wu, a rank 8 golden body. Jade Hollow and the rest could move around in Sino-Nation's territory because they were being watched. If they did not want to completely fall out with Earth, they probably would not dare to make a move now. With King Wu's grandson overseeing things, it was enough to suppress all sides. The missionary was conflicted. Was it worth exposing himself now, for a few mortals? But this was very important. Sun City was not an ordinary place. It was fine if it was an ordinary place, but Sun City had Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang. Both of them were important figures passed down by the divine sect. Such a problem had appeared in their hometown. It was very important. On the divine sect's side, the new Grand Pope had taken office. He also urgently needed to prove something and show his existence. Although it was safe to make arrangements in secret, how could he attract new followers to join? Maybe I can show my strength. But the divine sect should be more gentle this time, he thought of the new Grand Pope's words. There was no need to blindly kill humans. Perhaps it was better to be gentle. According to the Grand Pope, the previous Grand Pope was a good-for-nothing. With the divine sect's strength, influence, and ability, if they gave some benefits and showed some strength, perhaps the divine sect would have long become the only religion on earth. Take a few people away and intimidate Zhang Peng. After a few days, find the reason why they became stronger, make them stronger, and send them back. With the Sino-Nation government's attitude, they won't kill them directly. And these people will be the divine sect's best publicity. This missionary was slightly moved at this moment. Next, perhaps he could follow this plan. Secretly nurturing a group of ordinary people, making them the target of publicity and display. They did not need to kill people, did not need to know combat techniques. Even if it was just to forcefully raise them to rank 5 or 6, or even higher ranks, that would definitely attract countless people to join the divine sect, which martial artist would despise their own strength for being too low. This might be the best way for the divine sect to develop. In the past, when King Wu and the others were around, their spiritual consciousness covered half of Sino-Nation. The divine sect dared not act rashly. But now, don't tell me we have to rely on Fang Ping to cover our spiritual consciousness? Although Li Zhen did not go in, he was recuperating. The new Grand Pope also said that there was no need to worry about Li Zhen. As for Fang Ping, it was said that his strength was not at the apex. He was only at the quasi-apex. Did the other party have the ability to cover Sino-Nation? Forget Sino-Nation, they could not even cover Magic City. The more he thought about it, the more missionary felt that it was time for him to make a move. He could not wait for the Sino-Nation army to come and take these people away. Listen to the order. Missionary's mentality fluctuated, transmitting his voice to the others. He was a rank 9 powerhouse, and he had not just entered it. He had also walked a distance on the origin path. The others all had rank 7 or 8 strength. This time, the divine sect made a comeback, and there were many powerhouses who came. Other than the true god-level Grand Pope, there were more than 50 high-ranked powerhouses. Among these people, some were from the divine sect headquarters, and some were martial artists who had stayed behind and dared not show their faces. This time, there was a change in Sun City. He was the closest to this place, and soon, he brought a few high-ranked powerhouses to investigate. As for whether Jade Hollow and the rest had discovered him, he did not care too much. He had the spiritual consciousness barrier given to him by the Grand Pope. Unless the other party had the Grand Pope's strength, it would be difficult for them to notice his abnormality. If he made a move later, once the divine sect's name was announced, these fellows would probably not dare to make a move. Missionary thought and said quickly, later, I will stop Zhangpeng and the rest. You guys abduct some mortals who have enhanced their strength and retreat quickly. Remember, don't kill too many people. This time, the divine sect has reappeared in the world, combining strength and gentleness. If you kill too much, it will only make the mortals in the world afraid. Yes, sir. The few of them responded one after another. At the same time, they responded. Not far away. Fang Ping stared at them, sighing. He rubbed his chin. Were they sending him a pillow when he was sleepy? He was just thinking about how to look cooler when he showed up later. Now, they were coming to him. Don't ask him how he found out. Right now, Fang Ping felt like he could do anything in the Sun City area. His mentality was strong to begin with. 10,000 was the symbol of the top. Even if it was not as good as the new Grand Pope, it was still on the same level. This person could hide from Jade Hollow, but not from him. Interesting. The evil sect is starting to learn how to be gentle. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. He was not afraid of the evil sect being strong or evil, but he was a little afraid of them pretending to be good guys. It's really easy to deceive some people by pretending to be good guys. It seems like the problem of the evil sect needs to be solved as soon as possible. Now that the other party is actually preparing to revive, it seems like they want to take advantage of old Zhang and the rest while they are not here. But if that's the case, what do you think of me, Fang Ping? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Was he shameless? With old Zhang and the rest around, the evil sect was suppressed to the point where they did not even dare to show their faces. Now that old Zhang and the rest were gone, and he had just become a big leader, the evil sect was already active. Was this not looking down on him? Rank 9, first stage, not considered weak. 2 rank 8s, 2 rank 7s. They've really invested a lot. Fang Ping was still a little surprised. The evil sect had a lot of powerhouses. It seemed like their base camp was not short of people. Otherwise, how could there be so many high-ranked martial artists? He was not too familiar with these people. If they said that rank 7 could be hidden in the human world, he would believe it. After all, there were too many people, and rank 7 was not too eye-catching. Rank 9, however, was probably a new one. That God 3 is still locked up in the Heaven Division. Later, I'll ask some of the evil sect's strongholds on Earth, see if I can get rid of a batch. Fang Ping thought about it and did not delay. At this moment, he had set up layer after layer of psychic energy barriers in all directions. His mentality was at the peak of the realm. Now that he had concealed his aura and opened an opening for them to listen to the sound, these people would not be able to discover the barriers he had set up. Fang Ping was also worried that it would affect the others. Otherwise, he could kill these guys with one punch. The rank 9, for stage 1 would not be an exception. The main thing was that he was afraid of accidents happening, and if he could not stop them in time, there would be casualties. In a flash, Fang Ping had set up more than 10 layers of mentality barriers. The peak barriers could solidify objects. At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. The missionary seemed to feel that something was not right. At this moment, he suddenly roared, "Do it!" As soon as he said that, the missionary and the 2 rank 8 powerhouses unleashed their golden bodies. The missionary went straight for Zhangpeng. The others hurried in all directions. They had already chosen their targets. At this moment, the missionary roared and then shouted, "The divine sect's teachings, everyone retreat." As soon as he said that, Jade Hollow Child and the rest reacted, their feet that were about to move stopped. The divine sect, in the battle of the Martial King's battleground, the divine sect had revealed their strength. A heavenly king, 3 great saints, and dozens of peak experts. No one in the 3 realms was stronger than this kind of force. Previously, the catacombs' 4 majestic chambers could still work together, but now, it might not be possible. You're asking for it. At this moment, Zhangpeng also roared angrily, feeling slightly worried. The evil sect people had actually come. He did not expect these people to be so daring, actually coming to Sino Nation's hinterland. They had taken Sun City seriously. There was him, a rank 8, 2 rank 7 generals, and a few rank 7 martial artists who were monitoring Jade Hollow Child here. As for the rank 9, right now, Sino Nation really could not spare more than a few. In the previous battle, many had fallen, and almost all of the remaining people were injured. Right now, the 4 departments and 4 residences, including the passageway, needed people to suppress. The rank 9 martial artists all had missions. In addition, Wu Quishan and the rest knew that Fang Ping was here, so they did not let the rank 9 martial artists come. But Zhang Peng did not know. Right now, he was extremely worried. The evil sect powerhouses were even stronger than him. No, Zhang Peng was slightly stunned. He could see through the golden body, but where was his aura? While he was in a daze, what happened next made everyone dumbfounded. The missionary and a few evil sect powerhouses, after roaring, were extremely fast. Just as they were about to rush out, there was a loud bang. The missionary was the fastest. At this moment, he seemed to have hit something, making him dizzy. Not only that, there was golden blood flowing from his forehead. Right after he hit something, the others also hit it, one after another, their heads bleeding from the impact. The next moment, Jade Hollow Child suddenly exclaimed, "Spiritual barrier!" Peak. Su Bing and the rest also reacted. There was a desperation powerhouse in the dark. When they came to their senses, the missionary's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Peak is here, quick, break the barrier." Fang Ping had waited until now. How would he give them time? At this moment, everyone in Sun City saw a shocking scene. The sky was broken. In the sky, a rift was opened. 2 gigantic arms tore the rift apart. The next moment, an incomparably huge giant appeared in midair, shining with golden light. His body was huge, more than 20 meters tall. Fang Ping was wearing the Sky Sect martial arts uniform. This was an illusion. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was cold. With his hands behind his back, he said coldly, "How dare you? How dare the evil sect show up? Aren't you afraid that the headquarters will destroy you again? A mere rank 9-4 stage dares to behave atrociously in my Sun City?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping stepped on his military-issue leather boots and stomped down. The rank 9 missionary wanted to run, but at this moment, he was stunned by Fang Ping's mentality, unable to move. At this moment, he could only watch helplessly as Fang Ping's huge foot stomped down. Fang Ping was also secretly unleashing his full strength. He had to stomp this guy to death with one foot. He had to do it casually and effortlessly. He had even concealed his aura. He did not need to unleash too much of his aura. He could stomp him to death easily. This was in line with his peak persona. Fang Ping's painstaking acting was not in vain. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in Sun City, Fang Ping, who had just broken through the sky and arrived, stepped lightly in his military boots. At this moment, a shrill, blood-curdling scream rang out everywhere. The rank 9 missionary was directly crushed into pieces by Fang Ping's stomp. His golden body collapsed, and his mentality exploded. At the same time, Fang Ping loosened a small opening in the barrier. At this moment, everyone in Sun City below rank 9, without exception, felt an earth-shattering aura. There was no pressure, just that kind of incomparably powerful aura. There was no need to show how strong he was, but he had to show that the enemy was very strong. The stronger the enemy, the faster he would die. The easier he killed, the more it would prove his strength. Fang Ping knew this very well. At this moment, the moment the missionary was killed, he unleashed the missionary's monstrous aura. Everyone in the entire Sun City was palpitating. Fang Ping, however, did not seem to feel it. He stomped him into pieces with one foot and snorted coldly. "Earth is not a place where you can be arrogant. You want to massacre my Sun City? You'll have to ask me, Fang Ping." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping stomped his foot again. "No." A rank 8 golden body powerhouse roared, his face full of fear. However, he did not move an inch. He could not move at all. His mentality was much weaker than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping's mentality was so powerful that it was in the process of a qualitative change. Both of them were facing each other. How could he break free from Fang Ping's control? Therefore, under everyone's shocked gaze, Fang Ping stomped the other's golden body into thousands of pieces like he was stomping an ant to death. It's fine if there are 3 to 5 paragons, but a few rank 8 and 9 martial artists. Do you really think there's no one capable among us humans? Fang Ping snorted coldly again. He kicked out. In front of him, a rank 7 martial artist exploded from the kick, his flesh and blood exploding. Fang Ping did not kill the remaining rank 8 and rank 7 martial artists. Instead, he covered the sky with one hand and captured them directly. He said lightly, "That's good too. Now that I've found you guys, I've found the evil sect's tracks. How dare you cause trouble on Earth? I'll destroy you guys again." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Jade Hollow and the rest, saying coldly, "Grandmasters can act on Earth. As long as they have ill intentions, the evil sect will be their end. I, Fang Ping, have fought together with you guys before. I don't want to say much, but I have to make things clear. The change in Sun City was caused by the energy array I set up. I'm secretly selecting warriors who are brave enough to fight on the battlefield for us humans. Sun City is my hometown. That's why I'm being stubborn and selfish this time. I'll select them in Sun City first. Next, Fang Ping will set up arrays in some cities one after another to select heroes. Anyone with a strong will who is willing to lay down their lives and shed their blood for humanity is a hero among men. Fang Ping gave you some treasures to help you improve your strength and provide you with some insurance to fight for humanity." Fang Ping said loudly. Fang Ping will not cancel Sun City's array. Those who improve their abilities today are all heroes among men. Of course, everyone has a chance. When the country is in danger, I believe everyone will understand that only by being strong can we not be slaves of a subjugated country. Only then can we not kneel down and beg others. In the next 1 to 2 years, Fang Ping will spend a lot of money to set up this array everywhere. This array is the origin array. Whether you can pass or not depends on yourself. Outsiders can't help you. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Zhang Ping and said in a low voice, "You're Minister Zhang's grandson, the descendant of a martial king, a rank 8 golden body. Minister Zhang has mentioned you many times in front of me. We've met once before. Now that you're Sun City's commander, you almost caused a massacre in Sun City because of the evil sect. Don't you have the heart to protect your land?" Zhang Peng's expression changed. Beside him, a rank 7 grandmaster said hurriedly, "Minister Fang, Commander Zhang hasn't been in Sun City for long. That person just now is also a rank 9 powerhouse." Fang Ping ignored him and looked at Zhang Peng again. He let out a light humph. "I've set up a big array here. Those who are strong-willed have the chance to pass. Even rank 8 have the chance to obtain opportunities and improve their abilities. But you can't. I think you're not satisfied with your position as Sun City's commander. Do your best and be loyal to your duty. This is basic. You are Yang City's admiral. No matter how great your ambitions are, you can't even protect Yang City. You are not fit to call yourself the descendant of a martial king." Zhang Peng's expression changed again, and he said in a low voice, "Minister Fang, Zhang Peng didn't mean that. I'm just worried about Grandpa's safety, so I want to go to the catacombs to fight." Fang Ping barked coldly, "If you can't even do your job properly, what else can you do? Going to the catacombs to fight? You're at the top? Or overlord tier? Or a saint?" Before King Wu, his battle prowess was comparable to that of a sage, but he still fought until he was exhausted. "What could you do?" Zhang Peng's expression changed again. After a long while, he let out a long sigh and said, "Zhang Peng was wrong. Since I'm Sun City's military commander, I'll do what Sun City's military commander should do. Don't worry, Minister Fang, Zhang Peng will definitely protect the peace of Sun City, unless I die in battle first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Peng's aura skyrocketed. What had increased was his spiritual power. At this moment, a mass of imperishable substance appeared in Fang Ping's hand, tossing it out casually. Zhang Peng's aura skyrocketed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was at rank 8 3rd refinement. Very soon, he was at rank 8 4th refinement. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Zhang Peng seemed to have reached his limit. Fang Ping tossed out another mass of imperishable substance. Zhang Peng let out a low roar. In the next moment, his golden body burst with golden light. Golden body 5th refinement, he, who was at rank 8 2nd refinement, became rank 8 5th refinement in an instant. Zhang Peng was also in a daze. He stared at Fang Ping, speechless for a long time. The whole world was silent. Fang Ping was still indifferent. He said in a clear voice, I asked an ancient powerhouse for advice and set up this array at great cost. Everyone must cherish it. Sun City is my hometown, so it's already unfair for me to choose Sun City as my first stop. However, you were selected to fight on the battlefield. I, Fang Ping, don't think it's inappropriate even if there's a risk of dying in battle. However, this array is rare. Everyone should cherish it. Everyone has a chance. Having said that, Fang Ping sighed softly. I only hope that everyone is willing to fight for humanity, to fight for peace. Having said that, Fang Ping tore apart the void and left with the two cultists. After he left, a rank 6 martial artist who was publicizing earlier suddenly roared, we won't let Minister Fang down. As soon as he said that, the crowd seemed to have come back to their senses. Some young men and women were flushed with excitement, roaring, we won't let Minister Fang down. Fight for Sino Nation. Fight for humanity. It was too exciting. Minister Fang appeared and displayed his invincible might, trampling a rank 9 and a rank 8 to death, kicking a rank 7 to death. He had even set up an unimaginable formation in Yang City. It could actually enhance one's strength. They saw with their own eyes that not only the ordinary people, but even the rank 8 commander had actually advanced. These residents were shocked at this moment. They were all excited. Their emotions were about to explode. They were not the only ones who were about to explode. At this moment, Jade Hollow Child and the rest were stunned. What was this? The Origin Array. They had never heard of it, the ancient powerhouse. Song Mao, there was such an array. Zhang Peng went from rank 8 second stage to rank 8 fifth stage in the blink of an eye right under their noses. It was unbelievable. At this moment, even powerhouses like Jade Hollow Child were trembling with excitement. Could we enhance ourselves here, fight for humanity, fight for Sino Nation, defend the territory? Could they enhance their strength just like that? Everyone looked at each other, a little bitter. This might be a little difficult. However, if it could really help them improve, it was not like they could not change their minds slowly. Fang Ping did not know that his random nonsense would make these powerhouses think this way. If they knew, they would probably laugh out loud. These old antiques had never thought of such a concept at all. If they really believed it, maybe they could really hypnotize themselves and become humanity's protector in the end. If that was the case, if they could really enter Fang Ping's origin world, Fang Ping would not mind reciprocating to each other. Of course, it would be very difficult. Thousands of years of fixed thinking could not be changed so easily. However, if this matter got out, it might also cause some turmoil in Outland. As for whether it was good or bad, whether someone was coveting the so-called origin array, it would depend on whether Fang Ping had the ability to resolve such a crisis. Fang Ping has set up the origin array in Sun City. It can enhance rank 8 abilities. Has Fang Ping really entered a desperate situation? Killing a 4th stage rank 9 martial artist with one stomp. Unbelievable. How do we set up the origin formation? He could actually do this. Our men from the Profound Light sect have been searching for a long time in Sun City, but they haven't found anything out of the ordinary, nor have they been able to raise their strength. What a waste, what a waste. It's such a waste to set up such a huge formation just to raise the strength of those mortals. Did he learn the great ancient formation from Song Mao? Why haven't I heard of it? I knew it. Even if Sun City is a land of hidden dragons, Fang Ping isn't even an emperor level yet. How can he make Sun City's chickens and dogs rise to the sky? Turns out he has the support of the array. On this day, all the forces in the 3 realms who received the news were in an uproar. The strength that Fang Ping had displayed today was stronger than they had expected. Not everyone had seen Fang Ping's performance during the battle that day. A rank 9 martial artist was trampled to death by him in front of hundreds of thousands of people, in a situation where the 3 realms' pinnacle was few and far between. Powerhouses like Fang Ping were already standing at the pinnacle of the 3 realms. The catacombs. Mount Royal Sea, on an island. At this moment, a middle-aged martial artist, hands behind his back, snorted coldly. Fang Ping? This person is really overbearing. This time, when the divine sect entered the human world, this person killed my general before we even took action. Damn it. The middle-aged man was one of the 72 divine masters, true Lord Dezhou. This time, he was also the one who had come to assume the role of the Pope of Earth. Who would have thought that a level 9 expert under his command would be killed within a few days of entering the earth? Not only were there rank 9 martial artists, but there were also 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s. Even in the divine sect, there were not many high-ranked martial artists. They had many apex experts and many emperor-level experts. That was because they had survived from the archaic era. There weren't many who had recently advanced. As True Lord Earthweek spoke, a person knelt in front of him, saying in a low voice, "True Lord, I'm afraid Fang Ping has officially entered a desperate situation. What should we do? Calm down." Perfected Lord Earthzhou replied indifferently, "Even if he advances, he's just at initial stage and there's nothing to be afraid of. What I'm more concerned about right now is how to set up this source formation. Is it only effective for rank 8s or even rank 9s? He was more concerned about the array formation. Did Song Mao give it to him? That was a true antique, even older than King Kuan. It was not surprising that Song Mao had such an array. If he had such a formation, he might be able to use it to nurture his direct descendants. Fang Ping's so-called fighting for humanity and Sino nation would allow him to improve. In the eyes of True Lord Earthly Zhou, it was just a pretense for Fang Ping to cultivate his direct descendants. Fang Ping was probably the one controlling this array to elevate whoever it was. At the thought of this, Perfected Lord Earthweek said in a low voice, "Have you contacted Chongrong Heaven's people? I want to borrow the Tao to merge with the heavens and go to the human world." "My lord," the kneeling martial artist said softly, "Chongrong Tian has already sealed off heavens beyond and is not willing to borrow the path. This subordinate went to Great Peace Heaven, Supreme Emperor Heaven. These heavens beyond heavens, but they all rejected us. Then," he added, "they said that the human world is overbearing. Once the portal is discovered, and now that the sovereign is not here, I'm afraid, it will be breached by the human world." "What about the Mystic Sky Clan? They are also unwilling." The kneeling martial artist's voice became even softer. "They are cooperating with the human world's martial artists. They don't want to fall out with the human world at this time." Perfected Lord Dezhou frowned. He was at the absolute peak. Once he entered Earth through the passageway, it would definitely cause the passageway to tremble and he would be discovered. The headquarters of the Divine Church was a fragment of the heavenly realm, so it was impossible to open a passage to Earth. But the realm beyond heavens and the land of domains could. At the thought of this, Perfected Lord Earthly Zhou harumphed coldly. "Go ask the few clans of Mount Luofu and tell them that I'm just borrowing the path." If he did not lend it, it would be difficult to enter the human realm beyond heaven, and he would not be able to move the blessed grotto heaven. Aren't they afraid that our divine sect will annihilate them? There were also passageways leading to Earth in the domain of domains. Xuanda Grotto Heaven and Weiyu Mountain were collaborating with humans. He did not dare to go to Wanwu Mountain. There was no one at Quichong Mountain and Purple Cap Mountain. It was hard to say if they were still there. However, there were still people in the other 3 paradises. The place was right there. If they did not borrow the path, it was not like they did not have the ability to destroy the divine sect. He had to go to Earth to preside over the divine sect, staying in the Taboo Sea. The government's orders were not in order, and they were unable to grasp everything about the divine religion. Having said that, True Lord Earthweek spoke again, "Send someone to keep an eye on Fang Ping, my lord." The kneeling martial artists were terrified. Watch Fang Ping, was that not courting death? Perfected Lord Earthweek was a little annoyed. He suppressed his anger and said lightly, "Go, watch the people around him. Friends, family, they do not have Fang Ping's ability. I will grant you a spiritual sense barrier. No one will be able to discover you. I want to see where he will set up the origin array next time." That array was really tempting. After he entered Earth, perhaps he should go and take a look for himself. Even if Fang Ping had really entered the absolute peak, he would still be a beginner. He was a veteran powerhouse. Fang Ping might not be able to discover him easily. Unlike before, when people like King Wu and Heavenly King Garrison were around, the previous pope was cautious in his actions, afraid that they would be leaked. Now, the protectors were searching for the Netherworld King. In the vast human world, Fang Ping was the strongest. If he was not afraid of attracting human attention, he would have gone straight through the passageway. The catacombs. Destiny Royal Court. Inside the palace, Ji Yao sat on the throne, watching the people below whispering without any respect. She was furious. Fang Ping's words carried enormous weight in the Land of Rebirth. Now, he was the commander of the Land of Rebirth. As for her, the real princess, after the news of the Life King's death spread, her rule was almost overthrown. If not for the news that her father was still alive, these people were a little afraid. They might have killed her long ago and installed another lord. Now, the news from the Land of Rebirth came. Fang Ping trampled a rank 9 to death with 1 foot. Ji Yao was suddenly indescribably envious. As expected, ability was the foundation. Fang Ping said a long time ago that it was better to rely on oneself than on others. Without the Life King and Ji Hong, she was nothing. Now, the facts had proven everything. Her father was not dead yet, but these people had already ignored her. Even if she sat on the Lord's seat, these people did not treat her as a lord at all. If not for some rank 9s in the Destiny Army supporting her and the Ji family, she might not be the one sitting in this throne hall today. Suppressing the restlessness in her heart, Ji Yao said calmly, "Everyone, the royal court does not need to care about the Land of Rebirth." Before her voice died away, a rank 9 powerhouse below said lightly, "Your Highness is wrong. The Land of Rebirth is our divine continent's great enemy. How can we not care? Lord Life King even died in the hands of the Land of Rebirth powerhouses." Ji Yao's expression changed. She looked at this person and said lightly, "What Palace Master you means is, to attack the Land of Rebirth now?" Her words carried a faint sense of mockery. However, this Palace Master did not seem to mind and pretended not to understand. He smiled faintly and said, "Even if we don't attack the Land of Rebirth, we can't let the Land of Rebirth grow stronger. I have a small suggestion. This time, the Destiny Army's commander-in-chief has suffered heavy losses. The Destiny Army should be reorganized. Suppress the Land of Rebirth and guard the Rebirth passageway. Don't let the Land of Rebirth be domineering. Your Highness can stay in the palace with peace of mind. Just leave the Destiny Army to us." Palace Master Yu is right. That's right. Your Highness can stay in the Imperial City. Leave the trivial matters to us. Your Highness, these are wise words. Your Highness, please give the order. Ji Yao's expression was getting uglier. Forcing an abdication, although these people did not make things difficult, they were now seizing power and forcing an abdication. The Destiny Army had not suffered many losses these years. The Skyplant's royal court had 300,000 Skyplant soldiers. The Destiny Army did not suffer many losses, so they had more people, including Qi Huanyu. There were 48 rank 9 commanders-in-chief previously, including rank 9 commanders-in-chief. However, the battle at the Imperial City's battleground had lost 30 people. Today, the Destiny Army still had 18 commanders-in-chief. Half of them supported the Ji family. However, once these people took over, the hundreds of thousands of Destiny Army might soon leave the Ji family's influence. When that time came, would the other half of the commanders-in-chief still support her? Even if they did, without military power, although a rank 9 was strong, there were 10,000 of them. They were all middle ranks and could rival a rank 9. Without military power, would those royal city lords still listen to the Ji family? Without military power, would those outland royal city lords still care about the Ji family and Ji Yao? All these years, the Ji family had invested too much in the Destiny Army, listening to everyone forcing her to abdicate. The few rank 9s who wanted to speak up for her were suppressed. This made Ji Yao even more indignant. Did her father enter the Sky Cemetery or not? If he did not enter, where was he now? In the huge royal court, the only one who was known to not enter the Sky Cemetery seemed to be King Pingshan. As for King Pingshan, he returned to his Pingshan region as soon as he came back. He announced to the public that he would recuperate in seclusion and would not leave the Pingshan region for 100 years. Was there anyone who did not leave? Ji Yao did not know. She only knew that if this went on, she would not be able to control the royal court. Listening to everyone's mouths moving, Ji Yao was extremely tired. She said lightly, "We'll discuss this later. Now that everything is undecided, please appease the royal court, especially the outland royal city." After a while, Ji Yao stood up and said, "Court dismissed." With that, she left the main hall and walked toward the bedroom. Behind her, a powerhouse chuckled. "Your Highness, we still need to make a decision within 10 days. The Destiny Army is the royal court's trump card. If this drags on for too long, I'm afraid something will happen." Ji Yao did not answer. This was the deadline they gave her. When she returned to the bedroom, Phoenix Sparrow looked at Ji Yao's furious look and was slightly worried. She sent a voice transmission. "Are you all right? If you can't, let's leave. I've asked the guardian royal court." Elder Ancestor did not return. "Ji Yao, we have no one to rely on now." Ji Yao suddenly slammed the tea table. The rank 7 monster plant table was smashed instantly. Ji Yao's expression was slightly ferocious. She said in a low voice, "They are all forcing me. Since they are like this, don't blame me for being merciless. Fang Ping is in the land of rebirth, leading the land of rebirth, and has already entered the pinnacle. He is eyeing the royal court of God continent. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely take this opportunity to march into God continent. If all the powerhouses in the royal court support me and are united, Fang Ping will not be able to take the initiative." There were close to 500,000 Destiny Army, and there were many royal court rank 9. Even if Fang Ping had reached the pinnacle, would he dare to attack the royal court alone? But now, Ji Yao said coldly, "Since they want me to die, then I will send them to their deaths. I'm sure Fang Ping will be happy to kill these people and weaken the royal court's strength." "Ji Yao." Feng Ke was stunned. She said hurriedly, "Fang Ping is ambitious and extremely cunning. Once he kills these rank 9s, his next step might be to destroy the Destiny Royal Court." This was no longer asking a tiger for its skin. Ji Yao did not have a trump card to suppress Fang Ping. If that was the case, then she would be sending the royal court's strength to the grave for nothing. "Stall for time." Ji Yao said coldly, "Stall until father returns. Stall until I achieve rank 9 and you achieve rank 9. Only when they are dead can I have the confidence to control the entire royal court." Fang Ping is a smart man. If he destroys the royal court now, the land of rebirth will also suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if the land of rebirth destroys a royal court, it will only make other parties fear him and join forces to destroy them. So, as long as I give him benefits, or even send people to assist him to weaken the other royal court's strength, he will agree. He will even protect you and me because we are his pawns in Godland. Wait until I achieve rank 9 and control the royal court. As long as I can achieve true king level as soon as possible, then I will be qualified to talk about the future." Feng Ke seemed a little worried. Fang Ping was not a tiger. He was a devil who devoured people without spitting out their bones. Ji Yao had cooperated with him a few times. When had she ever gained the slightest advantage? Moreover, there was the suppression of the Life King in the past. Now that there was no one to suppress Fang Ping, in the end, perhaps the royal court would be destroyed in Ji Yao's hands. Ji Yao knew all these, however, at this time, unless she was really willing to be a puppet lord, or even if she handed over the heavenly mandate army, she would not even have the chance to be a puppet lord. If that was the case, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Even if the royal court was to be destroyed, it must be destroyed in the hands of the Ji family. It should not be the Ji family being destroyed and others benefiting. 10 days later, if these people continue to force me, then don't blame me. Ji Yao gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I've given them a chance. Moreover, the royal court still has King Pingshan. The royal court won't be destroyed so easily. Fang Ping will also be wary. The royal court still had powerhouses. Once Fang Ping attacked the royal court, it would only attract King Pingshan's attack." Ji Yao did not believe that King Pingshan would still go into closed-door cultivation when the disaster of destruction arrived. Ji Yao thought about King Pingshan. At this moment, Fang Ping had just arrived at Sky Island, carrying the 2 evil sect martial artists. Guo Xingquan, who had been guarding the Magic City catacombs for the past few days, was already waiting. Seeing Fang Ping, Guo Xingquan looked emotional. Soon, he smiled and said, "Minister Fang, this time you've really shocked the whole world." Having said that, he said quickly, "Your news has just spread. Here in Magic City, a catacombs rank 9 has entered, bringing a letter from the Pingshan region. He said that it's a message from King Pingshan, asking you to open it personally." As he said that, Guo Xingquan handed over a crystal-like letter. Fang Ping smiled and sent energy into it. King Pingshan sent a letter to him. He even made a desperate realm solidified barrier. Was this not for others to see? What was this guy trying to say? At this moment, the crystal moved a little. A figure floated out, extremely majestic. Fang Ping did not care. It was just a wisp of mentality. A mechanical program. This should have been set by King Pingshan long ago. It seemed like it would only speak when it sensed Fang Ping's aura. After a while, the virtual figure said, Fang Ping, I have no intention of becoming enemies with everyone. I'm injured and need to go into closed-door cultivation. The Pingshan region will be closed for 100 years. The Pingshan region is located in the depths of the king's court. It's not connected to the land of rebirth. It's a poor and remote place with few life mineral veins and no monster plant specialties. There are only 3 royal cities in the Pingshan region. The city lords of the royal cities are all my disciples. Their personalities are also like mine. This time, the Pingshan region doesn't welcome anyone. Gua Xingquan listened and said in a daze, Fang Ping, what does this mean? King Pingshan was like a chatterbox. After talking for a long time, the virtual figure dissipated. He did not quite understand. Fang Ping chuckled. What do you mean? This guy is saying that he's going to hide for the winter and won't come out. His family is very poor. He has no money and no power. His 3 disciples are like him. They're all cowards and don't dare to come out. Don't even think about looking for him in the Destiny Royal Court. He won't see anyone. We can kill anyone but him. Gua Xingquan was stunned. After a while, he mumbled, This is the catacomb's true king. No matter how cowardly the catacomb's true king was, he would not do something so shameless, right? He sent someone to sue for peace, admit defeat, and not come out. The catacomb's true king also cared about his reputation. Not only did he care about his reputation, but he also cared about it a lot. However, this guy had turned Gua Xingquan's worldview upside down. At this moment, the old man could not help but say, You didn't misunderstand, did you? Fang Ping said indifferently, Why would I? This guy's meaning is so obvious. He's clearly telling me that he's afraid. If I push him too hard, he'll move and run away. If he runs away, it'll be more dangerous if he's not under my watch. He won't fight me in a fight, but if he runs away, it'll be troublesome indeed. I still have to guard against him. In short, just don't go to the Pingshan region. As for the rest, he can do whatever he wants. He'll pretend he didn't see it. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. How did this guy become a paragon? I'm curious now. Could it be that cowards really existed in this world? This guy was too timid. When he heard that Fang Ping had trampled a rank 9 to death on Earth, he was so scared that he came straight to beg for mercy. He was really shameless. Of course, he still had to be a little shameless. For example, he made a paragon barrier and did not let anyone see it. Fang Ping said with a smile, Let's put him aside first. Don't worry about the Pingshan region. It's not a bad thing to have one less opponent. He can run and won't fight to the death. It'll be hard to kill him too. Fang Ping did not want to fight him. Even if he could fight a paragon, it would probably be difficult for him to kill King Pingshan. That was because the other party did not have the intention to fight Fang Ping. If he saw Fang Ping, he would probably run away from a distance. Unless Fang Ping assassinated him and was confident of killing him in one hit. Otherwise, it was better not to kill him, lest he provoked this guy into hiding and retaliated against humans at any time. Gua Xingquan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. There was such a person among the catacombs' powerhouses. What an eye-opener. As he said that, Gua Xingquan thought for a while and said, Oh right, the day you guys returned, Magic City's passageway trembled slightly not long after. No one noticed anything at the time, but I did notice something different. Was it commanderly? If it was, I won't ask. To be able to avoid his rank 9's detection, the person must at least have the ability of a desperate realm. He did not know if Li Zhen had returned secretly. He did not tell anyone about this. Now that he saw Fang Ping, he opened his mouth and told him. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly, the passageway trembled. Gua Xingquan did not notice anything unusual. Even a normal paragon could not do this, even if it was him. If he entered the passageway now, he would not attract attention unless he concealed all his aura and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to the passageway. Otherwise, he would not be able to hide it from Gua Xingquan. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Who had entered Earth? Li Zhen had entered the heavenly cemetery. At that time, Li Zhen was seriously injured. How could Heavenly King Zhen leave him alone? At that time, many people did not enter. Before leaving, he scooped Li Zhen up and brought him along. All the human paragons had entered, not a single one was left. If that was the case, a powerhouse other than humans had entered Earth. Fang Ping's mood was heavy. The joy he had put on a show earlier had dissipated a lot. He did not say much. Seeing that Bei Gongyan and the rest had arrived, Fang Ping casually tossed the two evil sect martial artists out and said in a low voice, "Lock them in the sky prison. Separate them." Bei Gongyan quickly escorted the two to the sky prison. At this time, Tian Mu, Old Manly, and the rest looked at Fang Ping in surprise. "That origin array of yours can really enhance everyone's ability? Kid, you should have said so earlier if you had the ability. I heard that almost 10,000 people in Sun City have enhanced their ability out of thin air. You are too scary." Fang Ping needed time to fly back. By now, the news had spread. The whole world was talking about it. All the forces in the three realms, the stronger ones, had also received the news. It was too shocking. In one day, 10,000 people in Sun City had advanced. Of course, there were not many powerhouses. The strongest one was Zhangpeng, who had advanced. The rest, there were not many middle ranks. Most of them were ordinary people. There were not many powerhouses in Sun City either. In recent years, there were many low ranks. There were not many middle ranks. As he said that, Tian Mu gritted his teeth and said, "You kid, are you being discriminated against? I heard that most of the people who advanced this time were from Sun City. Did you do something? I say, don't be so narrow-minded. We're all humans. Alright, even if you don't help those from abroad, you should still treat those from Sino Nation equally. You're not Sun City's commander now. You're the Minister of Heaven, the current leader of the humans, Fang Ping." Fang Ping said with a headache, "There's no such thing. The array is connected to the local ley line. That's why it recognizes auras. It's like this after living in Sun City for a long time. Where did the discrimination come from? Setting up the array is very troublesome. It consumes a lot of energy. As for the other places, wait until I can set them up." "Really?" "Of course." Tian Mu nodded. This was good. Very quickly, he said, "Then I'll have to publish the news later to explain. Kid, you're not just representing yourself now. You're representing the entire human race. Be more careful next time. Don't damage your reputation." Fang Ping rolled his eyes. "If you really care so much about my reputation, old man, shouldn't you call me minister instead? How shameful it is to call him brat." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. This guy would shine brightly if he was given a little sunshine. However, everyone was still sighing. Not only was this guy extremely powerful now, but he also had such tricks up his sleeve. If the entire human race rose under his leadership, when old Zhang returned, his power would probably be seized. His reputation would not be as great as his. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not care about these anymore. He glanced at his source world and grinned from ear to ear. It was overcrowded, it was really close to 10,000 people, especially when Zhang Peng, that guy, entered. He immediately returned a lot of origin chi to Fang Ping. Not only that, Fang Ping felt that Zhang Peng's participation was much more powerful than old Zhang's and the rest's apparitions. This grandson was even more powerful than his grandfather. 10,000 people could probably open up a path of 10 meters a day. Zhang Peng, this guy, on the other hand, was equivalent to 1,000 people. He alone could help open up a path of 1 meter a day. In addition, Fang Ping was already opening up the path. Based on his calculations, he could probably open up a path of 12 meters a day. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. 360 meters a month. If that was the case, he would definitely enter the impasse realm within 3 months. The premise was that his Tao was unobstructed. Why would I need half a year? But after 999 meters, it's a little troublesome. I'm afraid it'll take some time. Even if it's 3 months, I'll definitely enter the peak within half a year. Fang Ping grimaced. If he entered the peak, it would not be comparable to the average peak. Right now, his vitality had exceeded 440,000 calories. It was only a little more than 100 meters now. Next, 200 meters, 300 meters, each time, there would be an increase in the basic vitality. According to the calculation of the average rank 9's 5,000 calories, Fang Ping could increase it by 10,000 calories. In addition to my own honing, when I'm close to the peak, my basic vitality would probably be around 550,000 calories. In the impasse realm, other people can increase it by 50,000 calories. I'm afraid I can increase it by 100,000 calories. That would be 650,000 calories. When I reach the peak, give me another qualitative change. It'll be equivalent to 1,300,000 calories vitality. Give me another one. Threefold increase. Even if I don't expand it in the future, in addition to combat techniques and divine weapons, he would not have known if he had not calculated, but he was shocked when he did. He was afraid that when he reached the peak, he would have a limit outburst of about 3,000 calories. This is still under the condition that I don't upgrade my combat techniques. Right now, I have the combat techniques deduction. In that case, after half a year, I'll at least have the strength of an emperor level. Moreover, I'll be one of the stronger ones. I'll be able to compete with the masters of the 10 great grotto heavens. Fang Ping was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly suppressed the joy in his heart. Low profile, he had to keep a low profile. Maybe he was stuck at 999 meters. Bah, jinx, impossible. Maybe when he reached the peak, his vitality would not change. Impossible too. Fang Ping quickly tossed these bad thoughts away. Impossible. He could definitely reach the peak without any obstacles. Moreover, there would be a qualitative change. Once he reached the peak, he would be a powerhouse among the emperor level. Maybe it would be faster. It would not even take half a year. After all, Sun City had only just started. Could he not expand further? For example, Magic City. He could try to expand it. Maybe in the end, I'll walk 1,000 meters a day. As Fang Ping thought about it, he was amused. His smile grew brighter. On the Heavens Plaza, more and more people gathered, more and more. Everyone looked at Tian Mu and the rest blankly. What did you guys do? Why did you make Minister Feng laugh like this? Did you give him candy? He was laughing so hard that he forgot everything else. Tian Mu and the rest looked helpless. This was the peak. This was the human leader? Stop joking. Who the F***ck made the leader laugh like an idiot. The most important thing was, this guy seemed to be fantasizing about something. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was no one else. Old Manly could not stand it anymore. A sword gleam shot out from his hand, piercing Fang Ping's butt. Fang Ping sobered up instantly. He looked at them, then at the people who had gathered around him. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. It was as if he had forgotten that he was outside. P.S. The third chapter has more than 20,000 words. It's not moving anymore. Everyone, give round face your blessings and get a medal. Tian Division Martial Arts Practice Field. Fang Ping chatted with the crowd for a while, accepted some flattery, and left with the rank 9 martial artists. In the meeting room, Bei Gongyan had returned from the imperial prison. At this moment, he was reporting, the Heaven Division also suffered quite a few losses in the Battle of the King battlefield. The gopher died in battle, and the phoenix spirit separated from us after she came out. She probably ran away. The rank 9 Heaven Division is unscathed, but the 2 rank 8 Grandmasters Zhang Qi and Wang He died in the catacombs. In addition, all of the energy stones, energy liquids, and life essences of the Heaven Division have been used up. Their divine weapons have also suffered heavy losses. The few that have returned are all injured. This time, the Heaven Division's rank 9s came out in full force. A few rank 8s also went. This included the 2 rank 9 monsters. Fang Ping was worried about leaving them on Earth, so he brought them along as well. The gopher had died in battle when the Heavenly Court army had encircled him, but the Phoenix Spirit had survived until the end. However, the Phoenix Spirit had run away after Kong Lingyuan left. 2 rank 9s were lost, 2 rank 8s had also died in the catacombs. In addition to the depletion of resources, although the Heaven Division did not seem to have suffered any losses, they had actually suffered great losses. Not only that, Chen Qi, who had previously joined the Tian Division, had now gone to the Eastern Guardian Mansion. the head of the Qin family, had died in battle in the catacombs. The patriarch of the Qin family had been in charge of the Eastern Guard mansion. Now that the Qin family's patriarch had left, Qin Yaozu had also left, and the patriarch had died in battle. Qin 7 had to go to the Eastern Guard mansion. Now, other than Fang Ping, the Heaven Division only had 3 rank 9 martial artists, Tian Mu, Bei Gongyan, and Old Manly Fang Ping leaned back in his chair, not uttering a word. After a while, he asked, "Where are Su Bing and the others?" Previously, there were rank 9 powerhouses guarding the 6 grandmasters, but now, they're all gone. Fang Ping said mildly, "I saw them in Sun City earlier." Do these fellows think that they don't have to report to the Heaven Division anymore since Absolute Peak is gone? Towards the 6 grandmasters, Fang Ping did not hate them, but he did not trust them either. In this battle, none of the 6 great grandmasters' venerable sovereigns and ultimate experts helped the humans. Of course, they did not attack the humans. That was because Zhang Tao and the others were powerful enough to fight to the death, frightening them. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Where are dragon-changing skies people? Fang Ping did not mention these people again. Instead, he asked about dragon transformation. She went back. Wang Ruobing said that she's going back to the sky beyond heaven to wait for dragon transformation. As Bei Gongyan spoke, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fortunately, Celestial Emperor Changrong is dead. There's still a top-notch powerhouse in dragon-changing sky, so it's not considered dangerous." Fang Ping was surprised. "There's another paragon in Dragon Transformation City?" "Yes." Bei Gongyan nodded and said, "Previously, there were 3 supreme experts in Dragon Transformation Sky, but this time, 2 supreme experts have also joined the battle. There's still 1 remaining, so this time, it can't be that the other party covets the dragon change heavens and wants to seize power, right?" This time, Heavenly Emperor Dragon Transformation entered the Heavenly Tomb. "I'm afraid he might not be able to come out alive." Fang Ping never minded thinking of these people in a bad light. Dragon transformation into Heavenly Emperor was virtually certain death. Unless he really had a lucky chance and made up for the consumption of longevity, otherwise, the others might come out alive this time. Dragon transformation into Heavenly Emperor was virtually impossible. Dragon transformation sky, one of the 4 Brahma heavens. These sky beyond heaven could actually be regarded as demigod weapons. Living in sky beyond heaven, if sky beyond heaven was closed, it would be difficult for outsiders to find him. He could entertain himself and treat himself as a god of creation. Wang Ruobing only had rank 7 strength. Now, she seemed to be almost rank 8, but her strength was still too low. It was difficult to guarantee that the supreme expert in dragon transformation sky would not be tempted. Old Manly thought for a while and said, "We can go and take a look when we have time. Dragon transformation has helped us a lot this time. No matter what, we can't sit back and watch his daughter be bullied. Otherwise, who would dare to help humans in the future? The enchanted island where Dragon Emperor is overseas. We can't intervene for now. As for Xuanda Grotto Heaven, Senior Xianxia has already returned. There seems to be a true god guarding mystic virtue realm. Senior Xianxia isn't too anxious. Quokang Mountain and Purple Cap Mountain. Now that Purple Cap Mountain is destroyed, there's no one at Quokang Mountain. Speaking of which, only Dragon Transformation Sky needs to be paid attention to." Fang Ping nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "Find a time to go there. Sky beyond heaven is still very important. Sky beyond heaven can connect the 2 realms, entering and exiting without a sound." Dragon Transformation Sky said before that if he dies in battle, Dragon Transformation Sky will be given to humans as long as his daughter is safe. They looked at him. Tian Mu said hesitantly, "This isn't appropriate, right?" Did Fang Ping mean that he wanted to seize Dragon Transformation Sky? Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "It depends on the situation. If that true god wants to protect Dragon Transformation Sky and doesn't have any greedy intentions, then let them be. But if, then I have to fulfill my promise and take care of Wang Ruobing." They did not say anything else. Fang Ping continued, "If the 2 grandmasters Wang Qinghai and Nan Yunping wake up, let them report to the Heavenly Division. Grandmaster Zheng Tao, try to get them to the Heavenly Division. Right now, there aren't enough rank 9 in the Heavenly Division." There are still too few people. On MCMAU's side, Gua Xingquan and the other two vice-chancellors will also come to the Heavenly Division in name only. Dean Lucian will do the same. Okay. In the next few days, I've asked the various departments to collect some information. Is there any news? Bei Gongyan said immediately, there's some news, but we can't investigate some places. Instead, we've collected some information from Weiyu Mountain, Xuanda Grotto, and a few others. Having said that, Bei Gongyan quickly passed a document in front of him to Fang Ping. Fang Ping read it for a while. Sometimes he frowned, and sometimes he fell into deep thought. This document was a list of the powerhouses of some forces in the three realms. It was not too complete, but it was enough. After reading for a while, Fang Ping said, announced to the public. On the 8th of March, we'll release the three realms ranking list. No, change its name. It'll be called the Heavenly Ranking List. They looked at him. Old Manly raised his eyebrows and said, the information on the ranking list is incomplete. You might want to use it to achieve some goals, but it might not be as you wish because it lacks the necessary credibility. It's not like the Evil Sect's three realms ranking list, which is still recognized by most powerhouses. It's fine. We'll take this opportunity to expose some hidden forces. Especially the Evil Sect. Right now, other forces might not even notice them. Many people don't even know about the Evil Sect. Even if they know, they might not leak it to the public. Since the Evil Sect is preparing to rise from the ashes on Earth, I think they're quite ambitious. They might also make arrangements in other forces. If that's the case, then it's necessary to expose them to the public, lest humans become the strongest force in the eyes of others. We need to be strong so that people won't dare to attack us, but we can't be too strong so that we won't have opponents. If that's the case, it'll easily create a misconception that we're the biggest threat. After chatting with them for a while, Fang Ping tried to gift some origin energy to them. In the end, he realized that it worked. Old Manly and the rest looked surprised too. Origin energy could be gifted, even though Fang Ping had gifted it, they did not ask where it came from. Fang Ping had a lot of secrets. This was obvious to all. He did not even hide these secrets. It could not be helped. If he did not gift imperishable substances, more than half of the human powerhouses would have died long ago. Some secrets, if hidden, would be a catastrophe. Based on this, under normal circumstances, Fang Ping felt that it was not dangerous for him, so he would not hide it. Especially now, everyone even thought that he was the reincarnation of Heavenly Emperor Reverse, or the reincarnation of Heavenly Emperor. Of course, most people felt that the Heavenly Emperor was not very reliable. However, it was still possible for him to be the Heavenly Emperor Reverse. As for whether Old Wang and the rest believed it, there was no doubt. They did not think that Fang Ping was the Heavenly Emperor Reverse. This guy was a little different from them, a little special. A few of them even suspected that he was the reincarnation of an emperor. Even Zhang Tao might have such suspicions. However, no one raised this point. At least for now, Fang Ping was not standing on the opposite side of humanity. Origin energy was too expensive. 100,000 points for one cloud. Fang Ping was in urgent need of it, so he could not afford to gift too much. He gave each of them 1,000 clouds, which was worth 100 million points. This was also the limit he could give at the moment. Although he had a lot of wealth, Fang Ping had to keep it. There might be a battle soon, so he had to save it for emergencies. He was not in a hurry to interrogate the two Evil Sect martial artists. Fang Ping planned to leave them hanging for a few days. After walking out of the conference room, Fang Ping walked around Sky Island. Many people were missing from the Sky Division. Xianxia entered the catacombs on the day he left and never returned. Fang Ping did not know where she was now. This was how martial artists were. It was inconvenient to communicate between the two worlds. After entering the catacombs, unless there was a huge commotion, no one would know if the person who entered was dead or alive. It had been less than a week since Xianxia entered. It was normal that she did not come out. Xianxia was considered to have entered for a short time. He had not seen a few of them for a long time. Zhao Xuemei, his classmate from the same sect, seemed like he had not seen her for a while. She had also entered the catacombs and had not returned until now. Fang Ping did not know when would be the next time he would meet her. Ever since Qin Fengqing took some imperishable substances from him, there was no news of him either. There was no trace of him at all. His former companions had now gone their separate ways. Each had their own martial arts path to take. Perhaps, the next time they met would be farewell forever. Wandering from place to place, this term flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Most human martial artists were like this. After entering the catacombs, they did not know if they were dead or alive. Coming out was an accident. It was a pleasant surprise. If they did not come out, they were probably dead. And they had long been prepared for this. It's time to go home. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. There were some things that he did not have the ability to change even if he wanted to. Humans won this time. The plan was a success. But it did not mean that humans were invincible. There were countless rank 9s in the catacombs. The overseas immortal islands were far away in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. The outland was hard to find, and the bounded zones had strong defenses. There were still some absolute powerhouses keeping watch. Humans were the ones pretending to be strong. On the big earth, Fang Ping was the strongest now, but no matter how strong he was not in a desperate situation. He could only use Li Zhen to scare people. Otherwise, Earth might be a big fat piece of meat in the eyes of all parties now. But this is not something that can be done in the long run. I must quickly obtain the absolute combat strength. Fang Ping thought about this. Without anyone noticing, he stepped on the void and walked home. Fang family. Since the cat returned, the Fang family was also busy. The kitchen was almost non-stop. A certain cat could really eat. It insisted that it had lost more than 100,000 catties this time and had to eat it back. Fang Yuan did not feel that the cat had lost weight at all, but if the cat insisted on saying so, she could not refute it. The cat was incomparably strong. Fang Ping could not even tell how heavy it was. It insisted on eating it back, so he could only satisfy its desire. Sleep after eating, eat after sleeping, sleep while eating. This was the cat's happy life. As for becoming an emperor or the Great War, it had long been thrown to the back of its mind. Even if it sensed Fang Ping's return, the cat was still lying lazily on the lawn, basking in the sun. It did not plan to move at all. So what if it was back? Did it expect this cat to go play? Only dogs would do that. A cat would not do that. The cat was basking lazily in the sun. In midair, Fang Ping thought he was hallucinating. Did round face by a fat cat? Fang Ping murmured. The cat had gone into a trap. How could it possibly appear in the Fang family? Could it be that Fang Yuan felt that she had lost the cat, so she bought another one? But how could there be such a big cat? When the cat arrived at the Fang family, it maintained the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. It was very big and very fat. How could a normal cat be so big and fat? Moreover, that lazy posture. Although normal cats were lazy, they were definitely not like the cat, where it did not even need to pant. Fang Ping watched for a while in midair. He even saw the cat on the ground occasionally throwing snacks into its mouth. There was no escape, it was the cat. In the next moment, Fang Ping landed quickly. He pressed on the cat's head and said in shock, "Big cat, why are you here?" The cat's big eyes glanced at Fang Ping through the gaps between its fingers. It said lazily, "If I'm not here, where am I?" What a strange question. I'm hungry. Of course, I have to come here to eat and sleep. If I'm not here, am I supposed to be in the sea? As the cat spoke, it said lazily, "Liar, you said that when I'm back, you'll return my divine weapon and give me a lot of delicious food. There's also emperor-level bejeweled nectar and emperor-level fish. Anyway, there's a lot, hurry up and give them to me." I'm drooling just thinking about it. Fang Ping was still in a daze. He rubbed its head hard and said in a daze, "You really came out? Liar, how did you come out? Where are old Zhang and the rest?" "I flew out." The cat was speechless. Could he have walked out? As for the fake emperor? Who cares? Fang Ping took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, "When did you come back? Which day?" The cat shook its head and shook off his hand. Its tail wagged as it recalled, "After the fight. That night. Meow woo, I came back at almost 8 o'clock. Meow woo, I missed dinner. The cat was slightly dissatisfied. It muttered, I missed dinner time. The television said that it's not good to have an irregular diet. It's bad for the stomach. That night, I ate my meal more than an hour late. No wonder I've been feeling unwell these few days. Fang Ping was about to break down. You came back on the same day. If that was the case, the vibration that Guo Xingquan discovered was caused by this cat. For a moment, Fang Ping did not know if he should be happy or disappointed. He was happy that this cat was back. Even if it did not make a move, he still had some confidence. The problem was, now that it was back, what about old Zhang and the rest? Now, they had really lost contact with each other. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. You're back. How are we going to communicate with the fake Skygrave? How would I know? The cat said insincerely, I don't want to live in a cage. Fang Ping smiled bitterly again. Then why didn't you tell me that you're out? I'm hungry. We'll talk after I'm full. The cat said impatiently, you owe me divine weapons and food. Fang Ping was embarrassed. He thought for a while and said, how about exchanging snacks? The cat looked at him in disdain. Do you think I'm still the cat from back then? Snacks are very cheap. I know how to buy them online. He thought about it. The scammer was probably very poor and did not have any divine weapons to return. Forget it, he would owe it for now. The cat's eyes darted around. Its face showed its dissatisfaction. You're lying to me again. How about this, you give me the origin energy, and I'll take it as interest. I won't chase you for your debt. Just give me 1,000 fish demons a day. Fang Ping looked at it and suddenly remembered something. He said with a faint smile, you were the one who pretended to be a deity and wanted to cheat me of my origin energy, right? No. The cat denied it firmly. I'm not that kind of cat. When I killed the Life King, I seemed to have lost something. Did you do it? No. The cat put on an innocent face and said pitifully, I didn't do it. Don't wrongly accuse me. Fang Ping was speechless. This cat was really shameless, pushing everything away. Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything more. He asked, when you left, were old Zhang and the others okay? Also, when you left, didn't that mean there was an opening? What if the others ran out? They'll be fine. The cat said disapprovingly, I blocked the opening. There's a big gong. When someone comes out, the big gong will ring. Can you still go in? Yes, the cat had just said that when it suddenly yawned and said, I can't. I came back and slept. I forgot where it was. I can't find it. It was not going in. If it went in, those old men would hunt it down again. It was so annoying. It was not willing to go again. Fang Ping was helpless. If the cat did not want to go, there was no point in forcing it. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. There was no point in going. If it really wanted to go, it would not be too late to ask the cat. The man and the cat chatted for a while. Fang Ping suddenly turned his head to look outside the villa. Outside, a large truck had stopped. Roundy was pitifully carrying an incomparably huge wicker basket, and was currently walking home. As it walked, it complained, Big cat, how much longer do you want to eat? People are laughing at me. Many people ask me what restaurant I'm opening. Business is so good, I can sell so much in a day. The cat had eaten more than a restaurant's worth, it was also picky. It wanted to eat fresh food, not even frozen food. Fang Yuan had ordered takeaway for it 2 days ago, but the cat refused to eat it no matter what. It wanted to eat cooked food on the spot. As Fang Yuan was talking, she suddenly said in surprise, Fang Ping, you're back. Fang Ping smiled and scolded, why didn't you call me when the cat was back? I called. You didn't pick up. Fang Yuan said gloomily, your phone is busy every day. How can I call you? Fang Ping threw his phone into the storage space when he had nothing to do. He would only take it out to make calls when something happened. That was why he could call others, but it was almost impossible for others to get through to him. As she said that, Fang Yuan said gloomily, brother, why don't we hire a chef? Big cat has a huge appetite. Mom and I are dying of exhaustion. The cat muttered, no way. My brushing staff and chef have to be appointed by me. Without me, I won't eat the food made by others. Forget it. Fang Yuan said disdainfully, I don't even know who made those snacks. Didn't you eat them happily too? You didn't say you didn't want them either. The cat looked at her as if she was an idiot. After a while, it said, that's why they're called snacks, not staple food. You're so stupid. Fang Yuan usually felt wronged and helpless after being looked down upon by this big fat cat. Now that Fang Ping was back, she suddenly felt emboldened. She said hurriedly, brother, help me beat it up. Big cat bullies me every day. Fang Ping was speechless. Beat it up, I'll be lucky if it doesn't beat me up. Can I beat this cat up? Alright, let's cook. I'm a rank 4. Rank 5 martial artist after all. Fang Ping glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 5. However, after thinking about it, it was not surprising. This girl had broken through to rank 4 before this. It was not surprising that she had advanced to rank 5 after hanging out with the cat every day. She's a rank 5 martial artist after all. How could she die of exhaustion from cooking? As Fang Ping said that, he teased, I see that you've also been eating and drinking. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Not bad. Fang Yuan's expression was unfriendly. You're the one who's gained weight. I'm not fat at all. Brother, I heard from outside that you've helped many people improve their abilities in Sun City. Why didn't you help me? I want to be a high-ranked grandmaster too. Fang Yuan's face was full of anticipation. Grandmaster Fang Yuan. This title was not bad. Big brother, can you set up your source formation at home? Yuan Ping Club in Sun City called me and said that many people have become stronger. They broke through all of a sudden. Fang Yuan was still babbling. The cat glanced at Fang Ping and scratched its head with its paw. Became stronger? Many people? That sounds familiar. Before this, the cat did not pay much attention. Now, its big head was almost in Fang Ping's arms. Its paw poked him a few times and it mumbled, it seems like there are more people in your mini-world. Are you on the Emperor path too? Who was that? Old Man Dong Huang? Old Man West Emperor? Emperor God? Anyway, I forgot who. I think there's a mini-world too. There are many people in it. The cat mumbled. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Big cat, you keep talking about the 9 emperors. Which 9 emperors are there? 9 emperors, the cat looked up at the sky. After a while, it said, the 4 old men in the north, south, east, and west. The Emperor God is also a white-bearded old man. He grows a lot of fruits at home. They're delicious. Oh right, the Spirit Emperor likes to bathe. This time, we're going to the Spirit Emperor's bathing pool, and the 2 old men, the Earthly Emperor and the Emperor God. Fang Ping counted and said, there are only 8 of them. Is the last one the Emperor God? No, the heavenly realm doesn't have an emperor. The 9 emperors manage it together. The cat said lazily, who's the last one again? Let me think. Oh, it's the Beast Emperor. I think so. The monster's backer is the Beast Emperor. Big Dog used to pretend to be a demon. It also went to the Beast Emperor for help when it needed help. The cat said happily, it should be the Beast Emperor. It's so silly. Big Dog lied to it and said that we're all monsters. We're in the same group. We often go to its place to get free food and drinks. Fang Ping was speechless. What was the relationship between you and the heavenly dog? The emperor seemed to know all of them. They didn't do anything good either. They were either cheating this or stealing that. How did they survive until now? End of chapter 1024. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.